The well-loved trope of time travel has become overly clicked, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. What? The story begins amidst a blood mist, and the protagonist is indeed the bearer of the Ice Release Bloodline. Furthermore, his father, whom he has never met, is none other than the infamous Great Bridge Builder, the mastermind behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan and a clandestine. Associate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Shimura Danzo, the son of a Hokage becomes a Hokage. The son of the Anbu becomes an Anbu, and the son of a scapegoat becomes a scapegoat. Then what does that make me? Chapter 1. The biological son of Danzo? In the Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly parted his lips, his gaze betraying a hint of disbelief. Before him stood a ninja clad in Anbu attire, holding the hand of a small child. The sight of this child was enough to elicit such a reaction from the seasoned third Hokage. The child appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, petite in stature, with thin arms protruding from his sleeves. His disheveled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, while his dark eyes, obscured by bangs, concealed his true emotions. In normal circumstances, such an unassuming child should not have stirred the attention of a figure as prominent as the Hokage. However, the reality was that not only had he captured the Hokage's attention, but he had also drawn in another high-ranking individual. Bang! With a muffled thud, the door to the Hokage's office was forcefully swung open, followed by a somber voice. Hiruzen, what is the urgent matter? Are you not aware that I? The voice trailed off as Shimura Danzo narrowed his single eye, scrutinizing the Anbu ninja before him. Dohu, did you not go on a mission to the Hidden Mist Village? How have you returned so soon? As the head of the Anbu training division, Danzo recognized the ninja before him, despite the latter's affiliation with the Hokage. Lord Danzo. Dohu nodded politely, then directed his gaze toward Hiruzen. Well, do tell him, Dohu. As Danzo entered, Hiruzen's expression returned to his usual demeanor, even pulling out his pipe when Dohu looked his way. Yes, Hokage-sama. The situation is as follows, Lord Danzo. With Hiruzen's approval, Dohu proceeded to recount his harrowing experiences in the Hidden Mist Village. However, the tales he shared were rather unsettling. What did you say? Upon hearing Dohu's account, Danzo appeared utterly taken aback. You mean to tell me that this little one is my son? At that moment, Danzo discarded his usual composed facade, extending his bandaged right arm to point incredulously at the child Dohu was holding. Yes, that is correct. Dohu replied, bracing himself. You're speaking nonsense. When did I, Danzo, now devoid of any semblance of dignity, let slip a curse, fiercely defending his innocence? Yet, before he could finish, he ceased his rebuttal. All present watched as Danzo retracted his arm, his gaze fixated on the quaking child hidden behind Dohu's leg, the color draining from his face. Huh. Just as the others were left in uncertainty regarding the next course of action, Danzo exhaled deeply, his expression softening, his tone no longer resolute. Where is that thing? Danzo's words, while perplexing, seemed to have been anticipated by Dohu, who promptly retrieved a kunai from his pocket and handed it to Danzo. This is something the child has kept close at all times, thus. Dohu explained as he presented the kunai. Danzo merely acknowledged with a subdued response, fixating silently on the kunai. Ahem, you may leave for now. Dohu, take this child to explore the village. Also, you should remove your gear, Hiruzen reminded, as it would indeed be conspicuous for an Anbu to wander about with a child. Understood, Dohu replied, leading the child out of the Hokage's office. Navigating the corridors, they finally arrived at a changing room, where several Anbu were changing their gear. Ah, welcome back, senior. It has been a while. Several familiar Anbu greeted Dohu warmly. Yes, indeed, Dohu responded while guiding the child to a corridor lined with benches. Phonbai, please wait here for me. I will return shortly after changing. After settling the child on a bench, Dohu quickly turned to enter the changing room. Phew, that startled me. Once Dohu was inside and the vicinity appeared clear, Phonbai, the boy, let out a sigh, his face reflecting lingering trepidation. Phonbai was not a conventional inhabitant of the ninja world. His soul originated from a different realm, and by what could only be deemed luck, he found himself in a new world as a newborn. As time passed, and he began to comprehend his surroundings, he was astonished to realize that he had been reborn into the world of Naruto. What a predicament! Contemplating his meager advantages, a dilapidated home, a frail mother, and a father whose whereabouts were unknown, Phonbai felt utterly despondent. In the world of Naruto, one must be a ninja, given his current circumstances. He had effectively reduced himself to a mere civilian. Moreover, Naruto had concluded many years prior, and aside from recalling that Naruto had successfully brought Sasuke back and sealed Kaguya, he could only vaguely remember the overarching plot. System, where are you? Come forth and assist me. Regrettably, despite Fengbei's numerous attempts, he could not summon a system. It appeared he must accept this reality and live out his days as a civilian, albeit fortunate that he had been reborn in the Land of Water, where he could remain uninvolved in the turmoil of the ninja world. Fonbai had indeed thought Saunal's mother, on the brink of death at the age of 3, due to overwork, revealed two critical pieces of information. First, that she hailed from the Ice Release clan, having concealed her identity for well-known reasons. Second, that his father was not dead, but was a ninja from Konoha named Danzo, and she had kept a token of his mother. Fonbai was left speechless upon hearing all this. Goodness, my lineage alone would have made survival in the Land of Water impossible, and here I am burdened with both. Alas, it seems I've truly reached the end of my luck. Gazing at the kunai and training scroll left to him by his mother, Fonbai felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. This was for his mother and for himself. Have you been waiting long? A familiar voice interrupted Fengbei's reverie. Raising his head, he encountered a somewhat familiar face. Yes, it's all right. Fonbai regarded the silver-haired figure, feeling as though he had overlooked something significant. That's good. Let us proceed. With a gentle smile, Dohu extended his hand, deftly taking hold of Fengbei's. By the way, while in the village, refrain from calling me by my codename, just address me as Uncle Shumo, as my son is of similar age. As they walked, Shumo instructed Fonbai. Understood, Uncle Shumo. Fonbai obediently nodded. Chapter 2. An Unsettled Danzo. Stand sit, stand sit. At this moment, Danzo had lost his usual composure, his entire demeanor radiating agitation. Hiruzen, pipe in hand, watched with amusement as Danzo, who often prided himself as a paragon of ninja virtue, displayed such uncharacteristic behavior. What are you laughing at? Hizashi. After repeating the action over 10 times, Danzo finally noticed Sarutobi Hizashi's expression. Originally intending to rise, he immediately settled back into his seat, his demeanor turning cold and detached. That child is 4 years old this year. If memory serves, 5 years ago, you indeed applied to gather intelligence in the village hidden in the mist. Exhaling a puff of secondhand smoke, Hizashi gazed at Danzo through the haze and spoke in a somber tone. Umph. Danzo let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond. Due to the isolationist policies of the village hidden in the mist, Konoha had lost all intelligence regarding them since the Second Shinobi World War, which prompted Danzo to volunteer for a personal expedition to the Mist Village. However, this was merely a superficial reason. While he often extolled the virtues of sacrifice and dedication to his subordinates, his true nature revealed itself when his own interests were at stake. Like an old dog, he would hastily retreat from any situation that posed a threat to him, all while uttering grandiloquent statements. For the village hidden in the mist, which had claimed the lives of countless foreign ninjas, Danzo's proclaimed desire for intelligence gathering concealed his actual intention. A visit to the Land of Rivers to seek the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. Although Uzumaki Mido had left behind all the sealing techniques she knew before her passing, Danzo believed that mere control over Jinchuriki was insufficient. Thus, the ruins of the Land of Rivers were undoubtedly the best option for intelligence exploration. After sending his disciple Orochimaru back to investigate the Land of Rivers, Danzo, keen to avoid any gossip, took a few elite members of the Anbu to the outskirts of the Mist Village, where he encountered Mist ninjas and faced various challenges. Humph. Danzo's recollections abruptly ceased as he scoffed once more. That said, the boy hails from a Mist Village and cannot come to me for the time being. If your son isn't coming to you, does that mean he should come to me? Hizashi replied, somewhat speechless, though he acknowledged that Danzo had a point. After all, how coincidental was it that Danzo's son encountered Hitaki Tsukumo on a mission to the Mist Village, only to save him during a perilous moment and bring him to Konoha? Initially, Hizashi had been too caught up in the amusement of his old friend's antics to notice the underlying connections. In retrospect, this suddenly emerging child warranted a thorough examination. Since Tsukumo brought him back, let him stay with Tsukumo for now. As for the boy's background, I shall dispatch Anbu to investigate thoroughly, Danzo declared, rising and regaining his former composure as he looked at Hizashi. Be gentle in your methods after all. He is likely your son. Although not immediately apparent, There are indeed some traits reminiscent of your childhood. Extinguishing his pipe, Hisashi lowered his hat, his tone calm. This is a matter of my family and does not concern you. Danzo turned aside, casting a sidelong glance at Hisashi before sweeping out of the room. As the heavy door slammed shut behind him, Hisashi turned his chair and fixed his gaze upon the photograph of Tobarama hanging on the wall. Teacher, I never expected that fellow Danzo, huh? Ha! Hisashi could no longer contain his laughter as he gazed at the photo of Tobarama. This friend, who constantly boasted of sacrificing everything for the village, had recently grown increasingly extreme in his actions. One could only hope that with a son, he might temper his fervor. With bonds formed, one's actions would inevitably become more considerate, wouldn't they? Exiting the Hokage office accompanied by two Anbu members, Danzo immediately summoned his trusted subordinate, Oil Girl Ryoma. Lord Danzo. Ryoma appeared before him with a slight bow. Inform Orochimaru to meet me at the base. Additionally, keep a close watch on the child Tsukumo, just brought back. Danzo hesitated for a moment before continuing. Ensure his safety, he may possess crucial information. Understood. Ryoma accepted the orders without question and departed under Danzo's watchful eye. After lingering in place for some time, Danzo turned to glance in the direction of Hisashi's office, a frown creasing his brow, seemingly deep in thought, but he quickly turned. Away, he instructed his remaining subordinates with a curt "let's go" before striding away on the streets of Konoha. Hitaki Tsukumo patiently explained the local customs to Fubuki. Compared to the repressive and isolated Mist Village, Konoha's environment was indeed far more pleasant, with children frolicking in the streets and vendors radiating happiness. Is that you, Tsukumo? Finished your mission and returned? Your son was just here buying vegetables yesterday. A kindly vendor called out to him from a distance. Yes, Kakashi has been in your care lately, Tsukumo replied, approaching the vendor with his signature gentle smile. Cough. Fubuki, who was holding Tsukumo's hand, suddenly began to cough. Before Tsukumo could inquire, the vendor squatted down to check on Fubuki. Oh dear, what's wrong with this child? Is he coming down with something? Goodness, he looks so thin it's clear he hasn't been eating well. I'm fine, really. Fubuki waved his hand dismissively, though internally he was in turmoil. Kakashi, if memory serves, there is only one Kakashi in the Hokage, and that is Hitaki Kakashi. To think his father is the legendary Konoha White Fang. Hitaki something or other. All right, Uncle Tsukumo, that's Hitaki Tsukumo. It was only at this moment that Fubuki realized the Anbu who had accompanied him from the Mist Village to Konoha was none other than the fabled Konoha White Fang, a figure. Surrounded by myriad rumors regarding his demise, Fubuki regarded the man beside him with a complex gaze indeed. While he was a decisive and ruthless ninja in the field, in everyday life, Tsukumo exuded an aura akin to a gentle spring breeze, drawing one in effortlessly. After chatting with the vendor for a while, Tsukumo led Fubuki away from the stall to a crossroads. That IT seems you may be staying by my side for a while longer, Tsukumo remarked, standing still with his eyes closed before reopening them, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Huh? Fubuki was puzzled. However, Tsukumo did not elaborate further. He simply tightened his grip on Fubuki's hand and guided him toward his home. Coincidentally, my son is of the same age as you. You two should get to know each other. His name is Hitaki Kakashi. Though he may appear aloof, he harbors many thoughts within. Yes, indeed, many thoughts. I usually refer to such individuals as brooding. Reflecting on Kakashi's later behavior of openly watching romantic shows in the village, Fubuki silently scoffed. Chapter 3. The first encounter with Kakashi, with his lifeless eyes, gazed at Kazuhira, who offered an awkward yet polite smile. Speechless, Kakashi joyfully pushed open the door upon hearing his father's footsteps, only to find his father holding a child who appeared to be slightly younger than himself. Had it not been for the boy's raven hair, Kakashi might have genuinely believed he had gained a little brother. Kakashi, I'm back, his father announced. Noticing the silence between the two, Shomu scratched his head and took the initiative to break the awkwardness. Welcome back, Dad, Kakashi replied lazily, his earlier excitement fading. Observing this, Kazuhira extended his hand for an introduction, saying, Hello, my name is Kazuhira. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, considering Kazuhira's delicate, pale hand. Under Shomu's hopeful gaze, he reciprocated the handshake, introducing himself, Kakashi, Hitaki Kakashi. Feeling the texture of Kakashi's hand, Kazuhira marveled at the numerous calluses, realizing that Kakashi was indeed a diligent prodigy. On the other hand, Shomu felt relieved that Kakashi had accepted the newcomer, convinced that his son's character had not entirely gone awry. As a ninja, often away on missions, he worried about Kakashi's lack of friends. In Shomu's eyes, while completing missions was paramount, having trustworthy comrades was essential for survival in the ninja world. Kazuhira will be staying with us for a while, so you can take him around the village when you have time, Shomu suggested, hoping to foster a bond between Kakashi and Kazuhira. But I still need to train. Kakashi instinctively began to refuse as he released Kazuhira's hand. You can certainly bring Kazuhira along, Shomu encouraged with a smile, not allowing Kakashi to decline. He headed to the kitchen, donning a pink apron. I'll prepare lunch. You two should go for a walk, but don't wander too far. A pink apron? Kazuhira stared in astonishment at Shomu, who resembled a devoted house husband. Is this truly the legendary Konoha White Fang? Nevertheless, he seemed to be a gentle man. With his head down, Kazuhira reluctantly followed Kakashi out of the house. Ah, Danzo-sama. I wonder why you summoned me. At the root base, a raspy voice emerged, accompanied by footsteps as Orochimaru stepped out of the shadows, his complexion pale. Opposite him, Danzo's single eye was half closed, maintaining his signature indifferent expression. I recall you possess a technique capable of discerning whether two individuals share a blood relation. Danzo's voice was cold, lacking any notable inflection. Yet to Orochimaru, this was a rare occurrence. The man who perpetually sought mastery over wood release and the Sharingan had, for once, refrained from inquiring about his research progress in his initial statement. Nevertheless, Orochimaru quickly regained his composure. Indeed, Danzo-sama. Such a trivial matter is far simpler compared to my research on Hashirama's cells. Is that so? Danzo's eyes gradually opened, scrutinizing Orochimaru while calculating. Although his researchers should be capable of similar tasks, their accuracy would likely pale in comparison to Orochimaru's. Yet, he was reluctant to disclose this to Orochimaru. Despite his mental preparation, Danzo hesitated when it came time to voice the matter. Orochimaru noticed Danzo's internal struggle. His curiosity piqued. He refrained from making an excuse to leave early for experiments and patiently awaited Danzo's words. I will send 2 samples shortly for you to analyze and determine if a parental relationship exists. After much deliberation, Danzo resolved to entrust this task to Orochimaru, prioritizing accuracy above all else. However, he cunningly withheld the identities of the samples, intending to decide after receiving the results. Understood, I see. Then, let us meet at our usual location, Orochimaru replied, extending his tongue to lick his lips in agreement. Once Orochimaru departed, Danzo summoned a subordinate, Danzo-sama, a root ninja, clad in a black hooded cloak and mask, promptly appeared. Go and find the child brought by Shomu. Obtain his sample and deliver it to Orochimaru along with mine. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. Although aware of the curse marks binding them, Danzo emphasized the importance of secrecy. Yes, he replied respectfully before departing. Once he was gone, Danzo tore off his fade, pacing anxiously. He had a son? Having never married and prioritizing becoming Hokage above all else, the revelation of having a child, especially one so young, was startling. Although the boy's gaze was filled with fear, he was still his son. Reflecting on the words of Hiruzen, Danzo acknowledged that the boy bore a striking resemblance to his younger self. And that delicate face indeed resembled that woman. No, that was a lie. He could hardly recall the woman's image. Ultimately, the events that transpired were entirely beyond his control. But regardless, this was still his son. Though the results were yet to be revealed, Danzo subconsciously began to regard Kazuhira as his own. What a disgrace it was. Having immersed himself in darkness and manipulated the hearts of others, he ought to have long abandoned emotions. Yet, upon hearing of his son, a flicker of trepidation arose within him. You have fallen, Danzo. At this moment, Danzo halted, calling out sharply. Danzo-sama, another root ninja. Similar in appearance to the previous one, but with slight variations in mask patterns, appeared behind him, awaiting orders. The base is too dim. Purchase some candles, no, electric lights. Arrange for the installation of lights to brighten this place up, Danzo instructed, his expression unchanged as he surveyed the surrounding darkness. Yes, sir. Although there was a brief pause, he accepted the command. Also, prepare a large room with some living essentials suitable for a 4-year-old child. Danzo added. Understood. B appeared puzzled, but, conditioned by years of indoctrination, did not question tasks beyond his remit. Chapter 4. Kakashi's training in stark contrast to the shadowy root base, Konoha basked under the warm glow of the morning sun. Radiating vitality, Kakashi walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Kazuhira, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind. Unlike Shomu, who answered every question, Kakashi, though slightly impatient, eventually responded succinctly to Kazuhira's inquiries. The scene unfolded as follows. Kazuhira, pointing at a building. Kakashi, what is that? Kakashi, a public restroom. Kazuhira, nodding. Oh, the cafeteria. Kakashi. Kazuhira, pointing at another structure. Kakashi, what about that? Kakashi, Ninja Academy. Kazuhira, pointing at a peculiar green figure doing handstands. Kakashi, what is that? Kakashi, a weirdo. Kazuhira, Suddenly realizing something, Kazuhira slapped his forehead, thinking, goodness, isn't that the founder of the three treasures, Might Guy? His son must be even more remarkable. The Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Daisuke, the man who almost kicked off the grand finale. Regrettably, in this world governed by bloodlines, the son of the Hokage inherits the title of Hokage, the son of the Anbu becomes an Anbu, and the son of the scapegoat is doomed to be a scapegoat as well. Even if he shines briefly by utilizing the eighth gate of death at the cost of his own life, he ultimately does not occupy the role of the protagonist. If we follow this logic, with my rather unremarkable father being the shadow, does that mean I have become a mere little shadow? Fonbai begins to doubt whether his arrival in Konoha was indeed a wise choice. Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo's sinister gaze has left a significant psychological shadow upon him. He is not particularly afraid of any bizarre experiments Danzo might conduct on him. Rather, he is concerned that, after the Uchiha clan faces their tragic fate, the revenge-driven Sasuke might sacrifice him in his quest for vengeance. Consequently, if he wishes to live comfortably in this world, he must devise a way to ensure that Danzo refrains from interfering in Uchiha matters, especially to prevent the fateful night of their annihilation from occurring. Why must I, lacking the Uchiha bloodline, still bear the burden of their troubles as if I were one of them? This is utterly unfair. Lost in his thoughts, Fonbai fails to notice that Kakashi has already led him away from the bustling streets and into a forested path. Sensing Kakashi's halt, he looks up to see Kakashi's indifferent voice. All right, we have arrived. Arrived where? Fonbai blinks his innocent large eyes. To my training ground. Would you like to join? Kakashi responds, beginning to warm up with various exercises. Training? Fonbai lifts his gaze to the steep, towering peaks before him. And before he knows it, he is drenched in sweat. It seems this fits the narrative. Kakashi has always trained in one-handed rock climbing since childhood. Noticing Fonbai's silence, Kakashi is unconcerned. After completing his warm-up, he leaps high, grabbing onto a protrusion with one hand, and begins to ascend gradually before Fonbai's eyes. I think I'll sit this one out. Fonbai raises his hands in surrender, sitting cross-legged on a relatively clean patch of ground, quietly observing Kakashi's impressive display. Oh no, his training. Though dubbed a genius, this fellow certainly puts in as much effort as anyone else. As he watches Kakashi ascend, Fonbai seizes the opportunity to organize the intelligence he has gathered thus far. Indeed, for a ninja, intelligence is of paramount importance. Thanks to the historically stringent secrecy of the Hidden Mist village, Fonbai, having lived there for 4 years, is entirely unaware of how far the plot has progressed. In the Hidden Mist, one cannot even inquire about the name of their own Mizukage or which generation they belong to. Thus, Fonbai can only deduce, based on the continued enforcement of the Bloody Mist policies, that he must be existing prior to the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War. It is only upon arriving in Konoha and encountering the still youthful Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi that he is able to pinpoint the timeline accurately. It seems he has been reborn just before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, during Konoha's golden era. White Fang has not yet perished. The Uchiha clan remains intact, and a certain golden-haired star is rising on the horizon. The entire village is filled with vitality and prosperity. Unfortunately, this illusory era of peace does not last long. With the death of White Fang due to malicious rumors, the Third Great Ninja War erupts, and the comrade, Kenzu, becomes the target of Uchiha Madara, ultimately transforming into the enigmatic masked man, followed by the tragic demise of the Minato and Kushina couple. This should encapsulate the general plot, right? Perhaps due to having died once, Fonbai lacks confidence in his memories. Relying on oneself is far superior to depending on anything else. Taking another glance at Kakashi, who has climbed a considerable height, Fonbai prepares to commence his own training. Extending his right hand, he endeavors to channel the rather feeble chakra within him. As the chakra flows through his body, a chill envelopes his surroundings. Through his efforts, an ice sphere gradually crystallizes in his palm and under his control. Facial features begin to take shape. Crafting ice sculptures is a training method Fanfiction has developed by combining techniques from the scroll left by his mother. This delicate manipulation of chakra enhances his control over it, akin to covering his feet in chakra to climb trees or walk on water. Soon, a fist-sized ice sculpture resembling Kakashi takes form, clearly defined by its features. The lifeless eyes make it quite simple to create. Observing that he only needs to sculpt the eyes without concerning himself with the rest of the facial features, Fanfiction chuckles softly and tosses it aside, continuing to create the next ice sculpture. Perhaps I should increase the difficulty and attempt to sculpt Danzo? After all, that fellow has one less eye than a normal person. Oh right, I must not forget the iconic mushroom on his chin. As Fanfiction produces one Danzo ice sculpture after another, he progresses from horrendous attempts to works that accurately depict distinct facial features. Hey, who are you? Just as he is becoming increasingly adept, Kakashi's voice suddenly interrupts. Looking up, he sees a ninja clad in Anbu attire before him, who has been silently observing the ice sculpture in his hand. The mask obscures the expression of this individual, making it impossible to discern their emotions. Having completed his ascent and returned to the ground, Kakashi regards the Anbu with vigilance, ignoring the subtle aches in his muscles. The Anbu remains silent, instead producing a syringe from within their attire, fixing their gaze upon Fanfiction. You want me to put down the ice sculpture? Fanfiction gestures toward himself. Are you going to draw my blood? Precisely. The Anbu finally speaks, striding forward to seize Fanfiction's arm, preparing to inject the syringe. Wait, did you sterilize that? Observing the needle exposed to the air, Fanfiction wishes to advocate for the necessity of sterilization, but the Anbu clearly does not permit him the chance to speak, plunging the needle indirectly. As he realizes he is being disregarded, Kakashi moves to intervene, only to be confronted by two additional Anbu. Chapter 5. Ice Release. 3 Anbu. Kakashi is not a reckless individual. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly, he immediately halts his advance. What kind of hot potato has his father brought home? Meanwhile, the Anbu who has collected Fanfiction's sample kindly uses a healing technique to mend the puncture wound. Originally intending to leave, they inexplicably redirect their gaze back to the ice sculpture Fanfiction has created. Would you like one? Although Fanfiction does not understand why the Anbu would utilize legendary medical ninjutsu for such a minor wound, he offers a reasonably crafted ice sculpture in the spirit of reciprocity. Expecting the Anbu to decline, he is taken aback when the Anbu actually accepts the ice sculpture, bows slightly, and then vanishes in an instant. With the departure of this Anbu, the other two also seem to dissipate from Kakashi's view without a trace. Hey, what just happened? As all the Anbu vanish, Kakashi shakes his shoulders and approaches Fanfiction, only to discover the scattered ice sculptures littering the ground. What is this? Kakashi picks one up in confusion. Given the weather, there should not be ice present. Could it be? This is my ability. Fanfiction raises his hand, dispelling Kakashi's confusion. Bloodline limit. Kakashi furrows his brow, contemplating where his father might have found this individual. It is no wonder the Anbu would send someone to keep an eye on him. Achoo. At home, Hatake Tsukumo sneezes. Regarding this matter, Kakashi mistakenly attributes it to Tsukumo. During the time he has spent alongside Tsukumo, Fanfiction has not exhibited any signs of his ice release ability, and the reason is simple. They were situated in the hidden mist village, where even if their presence were discovered, he could easily claim that he was taken by Tsukumo, thus distancing himself from any suspicion. If the inhabitants of the hidden mist village were to discover that he possessed a bloodline limit, it would likely result in his being burned alive, reminiscent of the medieval witch trials. In contrast, exercising this ability in Konoha is far more favorable, as the circumstances surrounding bloodline limits there are considerably less precarious than in the mist village. After all, unlike the Sharingan, it does not incite constant vigilance from the higher-ups. During the early stages of the plot, when there were no divine battles, it was rather advantageous. Perhaps even Sarutobi Hiruzen would personally intervene to ensure his well-being. If only he could seize the opportunity to distance himself from Danzo. With such thoughts, Kazubai blissfully contemplated, entirely oblivious to the fact that Danzo was far more zealous about collecting bloodline limits than the third Hokage. Moreover, Hiruzen anticipated that Kazubai would forge a bond with Danzo, making it even less likely for him to interfere in their affairs. Indeed, behind the scenes, the Anbu of Konoha, while monitoring Kazubai, were also reporting their observations back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ice Release Bloodline Limit. Shikako has indeed brought me some surprises. Upon learning that Kazubai possessed the Ice Release Bloodline Limit, Hiruzen's face displayed a glimmer of joy. If managed skillfully, Konoha would gain a new bloodline clan, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities in the future. With this thought in mind, Hiruzen immediately issued his orders. Kazubai must be protected at all costs, and surveillance on the root ninjas must be intensified to ascertain their movements. As for the matter of root ninjas collecting Kazubai's samples, Hiruzen was well aware that it was merely his old friend harboring doubts, hence employing investigative measures. If Kazubai were truly not Danzo's son, he would do everything in his power to bring him under his wing, ensuring that Danzo could not take him away. However, if Kazubai was indeed Danzo's son, then Hiruzen would have no standing to intervene. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a quandary. He simultaneously hoped that Kazubai was Danzo's son, thereby instilling more caution in Danzo's actions, while also desiring that he was not, so that he could imbue him with the will of fire. Alas, a difficult decision indeed. Meanwhile, Danzo received a report for me. Lord Danzo, I have delivered the samples to Orochimaru, who stated he would expedite the comparisons. He, still adjusting to the sudden brightness of Root, bowed his head lower than usual. Seeing that Danzo remained silent, he produced a somewhat melted ice sculpture from his pocket. I discovered that the child possesses an Ice Release Bloodline Limit. What? Danzo's half-closed eyes widened instantly as they fell upon the ice sculpture in I's hands. Wait, why does this ice sculpture resemble me? With a hint of confusion, Danzo reached out to take the sculpture and examined it closely with his solitary eye. The bandages on the face, the wound on the chin. This is indeed my ice sculpture. Did he create this? Danzo spoke with a hint of detachment. Yes, he replied, lowering his head. When I arrived, he had made many, all resembling you. Is that so? A surge of emotion welled up within Danzo for the second time that day. Recalling the timid figure, he mused. Though he seems to fear me, does he deeply yearn for my approval? Having long indoctrinated himself into believing he understood children of that age, Danzo remained unaware that Kazubai simply found it enjoyable to create. However, he hadn't anticipated that it would be Ice Release. The woman, holding the ice sculpture, returned to her seat, and Danzo began to anticipate Orochimaru's findings. If he truly is my son and possesses Ice Release, coupled with the resources of Root, Danzo suddenly conceived a possibility. However, this potential could only be explored once the results were definitively revealed. That Hiruzen concealed such vital information from me. Could it be that he is also awaiting my response? Discontent brewed within Danzo regarding Hiruzen's secrecy. That man is likely waiting for my reaction. If I decide against acknowledging this child, he will swiftly act to draw him into his own camp. Inform Ryuma to intensify the protection of Kazubai and to closely monitor the Anbu surrounding him. Should they take any action, they must be stopped immediately. Believing he had unraveled Hiruzen's intentions, Danzo addressed E before summoning C, who was busy setting up the root base. Lord Danzo, C, having just finished installing the light bulbs, awaited Danzo's orders. Go check if there are any houses belonging to the Uchiha clan that are in close proximity to the Ninja Academy and in good locations. If there are, prepare them accordingly. Additionally, the base is excessively bright. Remove those light bulbs. Understood. If not for the curse seal, C would have inquired whether Danzo was playing him for a fool. Chapter 6. Bonds on the other side. Sensing it was nearly lunchtime, Kakashi prepared to take Kazubai home. Observing Kazubai following him with empty hands, Kakashi pointed to the scattered ice sculptures created by Danzo and curiously asked, "Aren't you going to take these?" "What for?" Kazubai replied bluntly. "They're not adorable figurines. Such hideous things can remain here to perish on their own." "Oh wait, there is indeed one that could help draw you closer to Kakashi." With that thought, Kazubai turned and bent down to pick up the ice sculpture of Kakashi he had previously crafted, presenting it to him. "Here, a gift for you. As thanks for wanting to protect me earlier." Upon receiving the gift and the unguarded gratitude, Kakashi turned a rare shade of crimson, quickly averting his gaze. "Just throw it away. It's hideous." "Hey, no way. By the way, are you blushing? Let me see." Realizing this was an excellent opportunity to strengthen their bond, Kazubai seized the moment, darting to Kakashi's side, insisting on shoving the awful ice sculpture into his hands. "Stop it, go away. Quick, let me see." "Don't." The two figures gradually drifted apart, leaving behind a melting array of Danzo's creations. At noon, Kazubai finally enjoyed a meal that was not a military ration or the full fish banquet from the hidden mist village. Shikaku's culinary skills were exceptional, and the dishes he prepared perfectly matched his image in a pink apron, making it one of the best meals Kazubai had savored since his rebirth, aside from those made by his mother. After dining, under Shikaku's suggestion, Kazubai took a hot bath at home. Meanwhile, Shikaku, oblivious to Kakashi's objections, laid down new bedding beside Kakashi's bed, feeling their relationship had improved significantly. Father, did you know? That child possesses an Ice Release Bloodline limit. Noticing Kakashi's resistance had faltered, Shikaku seized the opportunity to share his observations from the day. Ice Release. Shikaku frowned slightly before quickly relaxing. How did you discover this? Kakashi directed his gaze toward his desk, where the ice sculpture resembling him was nearly melted. It actually looks quite similar. As he scrutinized the contours of the ice sculpture, Shikaku arrived at his conclusion. Similar? How? Kakashi thought to himself, bewildered at how his father could discern him from the distorted sculpture. Seeing his father's demeanor remain relatively unchanged, Kakashi proceeded to recount their encounter with the Anbu. 3 Anbu approached him while I was training and drew his blood using a syringe. 3 Anbu? They are likely not just Anbu. As the captain of the Anbu, Shikaku had sensed the tailing presence the moment he left the Hokage building. Not Anbu? Why is that? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. Shikaku smoothed out the last wrinkle and stood up. That is an existence far more profound than the Anbu. He did not intend to reveal the village's hidden darkness to his son so soon, thus opting for a more vague explanation. At that moment, Kazubai emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, asking, "Have you seen my clothes?" "Ah, you're done bathing, Kazubai." Shuamao hurriedly approached, taking a towel hanging nearby to dry the damp hair of the other person. "I have taken your clothes to wash. They should fit you since you are slightly slimmer than Kakashi. You can wear his clothes for now." Why should I wear his?" Kakashi grumbled, feeling rather displeased. "Kakashi. Friends should learn to share," Shuamao replied, retrieving a set of Kakashi's regular attire. Who was friends with him? Kakashi attempted to correct his father, but was met with indifference. "Kakashi, you haven't worn these underwear, have you?" At that moment, Phonbai chimed in with a teasing remark. "Not wearing them is fine." Kakashi, who had always dedicated himself to training, for the first time understood what it meant to feel vulnerable. "Oh, this answer clearly indicates you have worn them." Phonbai looked disdainfully at the underwear in his hand. "Anyway, I'm still a child. So choosing to go commando shouldn't be a problem, right? But why do all your clothes have masks?" Phonbai picked up one of the shirts, pointing at the mask design. "Father, can I hit him?" Kakashi's anger surged. Seeing his son's emotional outburst, Shuamao felt delighted. "Kakashi, you're throwing a tantrum again." However, although it was highly likely that the 3rd Hokage had already learned about the ice release before Shuamao, out of duty and to prevent any suspicion of withholding information, Shuamao decided to personally visit the Hokage building. As he quietly left Kakashi's room and was about to step outside, Shuamao suddenly halted, directing his gaze out the window. "Captain," came a voice from outside as an Anbu stood guard. "The 3rd Hokage has asked me to inform you that he is aware of the ice release matter. Please cherish this hard-earned holiday and spend quality time with your family." So the 3rd Hokage has indeed learned of it? Shuamao ceased his motion to open the door, donned a smile, and nodded to the Anbu. "Please convey to the 3rd Hokage that I understand and greatly appreciate his care. Spending time with family, then? In that case, Kakashi, Phonbai, shall we go fishing together?" Shuamao eagerly retrieved a complete set of fishing gear from a cabinet. Having finally found a set of clothes without a mask, Phonbai was astonished by Shuamao's unexpected side. "I never would have guessed, Uncle Shuamao, that you're actually an avid fisherman. I wonder how often you find time for it." "No way, I refuse," Kakashi verbally protested. Yet his body honestly moved towards Shuamao. "It seems it's my moment to shine," Phonbai thought. Seizing Kakashi and forcibly pulling him before Shuamao, Kakashi said he is willing to go, Uncle Shuamao. "Phonbai, when did I say I was willing to go?" Kakashi tried to break free from Phonbai's grasp. "Humph. If you weren't willing, there's no way I could drag you like this." Phonbai tightened his grip. "All right. Then the 3 of us shall head to the pond at the back." With Kakashi's reluctant agreement, Shuamao grabbed a fishing net and a small red bucket, leading Kakashi and Phonbai towards the pond. How delightful. In the secret base, Orochimaru observed the comparison results before him with great interest. These were 2 samples sent by Danzo's men, and after analysis, Orochimaru concluded that the 2 parties shared a blood relation. Chapter 7. I want to be the Hokage's father. Given that Danzo had previously been involved in research concerning the cells of Hashirama, Orochimaru was quite familiar with one of the samples. He could ascertain that this sample was 99% likely to belong to Danzo. Thus, the source of the other sample became rather intriguing. It was well known that Danzo's father had perished on an unknown battlefield long before the Second Shinobi World War, and Danzo himself had no records of marriage. This meant that the person who died on the battlefield was not Danzo's biological father, making it improbable that Danzo had found his true father through sheer effort. Things were getting interesting. Taking out the report, Orochimaru produced a communication scroll and infused it with chakra. Shortly thereafter, an Anbu ninja arrived at the base's exterior. The results are in. Orochimaru tossed the documents to the ninja, who departed without a word, vanishing from sight. This result was swiftly delivered to Danzo. Upon receiving the report, Danzo did not open it immediately. Instead, he dismissed everyone and retreated to a private chamber. Placing the report on the table before him, Danzo sat down, rhythmically drumming his fingertips on the surface, creating a crisp sound. The only light in the room came from a newly lit candle, casting a dim glow on Danzo's face, which flickered ominously. Humph, when did I become so indecisive? Shaking his head in self-mockery, Danzo ceased his fidgeting and directly picked up the report, reading by the flickering candlelight. Indeed, upon seeing the line confirming their blood relation, a weight lifted from Danzo's heart. Though it seemed somewhat cowardly, if nurtured properly, the Ice Release Bloodline could indeed fulfill his long-held aspirations. Pressing a mechanism, he opened the door to the private chamber and reappeared before the Anbu ninja. As soon as he emerged, Danzo frowned at the dimly lit base and shouted, "B." With Danzo's call, B reappeared before him. "Why is the base so dark? Did I not instruct you to set up electric lights?" "It was my negligence." B bowed his head in apology. "Then go and take care of it. D. Go summon Ryoma." Seeing the other acknowledge his mistake, Danzo softened his tone and gestured for another Anbu to find Oil Girl Ryoma. Simultaneously, Danzo turned his gaze to Y, who stood not far away. "Y, from today on, you will reclaim your original name, Yamashiro Zen." Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Zen stepped forward and knelt. "Yes, Lord Danzo. Shortly, you and Ryoma will wait for my orders in the private chamber." After issuing his commands, Danzo strode away, having already formulated plans for the forthcoming actions. When Ryoma, who was protecting Phonbai, received the news and promptly returned to the base, he coincidentally encountered B, who was redecorating the base. Though puzzled by B's actions, all Anbu ninjas obeyed only Danzo's orders, so Ryoma did not question it and headed directly to Danzo's private chamber. At the entrance, Yamashiro Zen stood straight, awaiting Ryoma's arrival. The two exchanged glances before entering the chamber together. "You're here, Ryoma." Looking at his most capable subordinate, Danzo's demeanor was notably more amiable than it was with others. "What is that brat? No, what is Phonbai doing now?" Danzo's change in addressing Phonbai piqued Ryoma's curiosity and recalling Y's behavior. He reported, "Phonbai is currently fishing by the river with Shuo Mao and his only son." Fishing? How trivial. The illustrious Konoha White Fang, engaging in childish games? Could this be part of Hizashi's scheme? Danzo immediately associated this with his old friend, believing he had ulterior motives. It seemed he needed to express his stance soon. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo articulated his plan. "For now, suspend the assassination operations targeting the village opposition." "I understand." Ryoma did not inquire further about the reasoning, instead unconditionally obeying Danzo's orders. Additionally, some experiments in the root base must also be gradually halted, especially those involving human experimentation, which should be prioritized for cessation. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Danzo ultimately made the painful decision to cease the experiments. Understood. Regarding Orochimaru's experiments at the root base, Yamanaka Ryoma can ensure an immediate halt. However, although Orochimaru is nominally subordinate to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the legendary Sannin's reputation and the backing of the third Hokage compel even Danzo to treat him as a collaborator. Danzo has the means to manage Orochimaru. While he cannot directly command him, he can sever the funding that supports him. At this juncture, Orochimaru's sole ongoing human experiment involves the cells of Hashirama, which had long been declared a failure. Furthermore, his proposal to merge the Sharingan and Hashirama cells is still in its preliminary stages. In other words, cutting ties with Orochimaru is indeed feasible. "You intend to abandon Orochimaru?" Yamanaka Ryoma discerned Danzo's intent. since Danzo allied with Orochimaru. He had promised to assist him in becoming the next Hokage, while Orochimaru was to grant Danzo greater authority. Their collaboration had been harmonious, yet now Danzo unilaterally seeks to sever ties. FK is my son. Observing Yamanaka Ryoma's puzzled expression, Danzo calmly revealed this significant news. Ah, I see. Ryoma's darkened gaze shifted towards Yamashiro Shin, who had already surmised the truth. No wonder his demeanor had seemed so peculiar. You wish to support Master FK? Yamanaka Ryoma's address towards FK immediately shifted. Indeed, he possesses the bloodline limit of Ice Release, and with my backing and the support of Root, he stands a formidable chance of attaining that position. Danzo narrowed his solitary eye, seemingly envisioning his son seated in such a position. If I cannot become Hokage, then I shall be the father of the Hokage. Rather than backing Orochimaru, an outsider and a student of Hiruzen, I shall support my own son. Chapter 8. Danzo's smile after dinner. Tsukumo and Kakashi engaged in a duel outside. FK took a small stool and sat at the entrance, quietly observing their techniques. However, lacking the Sharingan, the spectacle appeared to him as though played at 8 times the normal speed. Apart from the dull thuds of wooden swords clashing, he could discern little else. After Kakashi executed a flying kick, Tsukumo skillfully seized the opportunity and subdued Kakashi, before gaining absolute advantage. Such an aggressive combat style easily exposes one's vulnerabilities. After pointing out Kakashi's shortcomings, Tsukumo helped him up, ready to commence the next round of training. FK, would you like to give it a try? Noticing FK's eager gaze, Tsukumo beckoned him over. Is the legendary Konoha White Fang personally instructing me? FK's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt from his seat and hurried to Tsukumo's side. However, I cannot teach you any techniques just yet. You must begin with the most fundamental stances. Under Tsukumo's guidance, FK gradually grasped the essential principles of swordsmanship. Your body must be straight, and your stance must be firm. Currently, you lack the ability to utilize chakra for rapid movement to confound the enemy's vision, so a sturdy stance is crucial. At the very least, it will prevent you from succumbing to an opponent's attack. Placing a hand on FK's back to encourage him to straighten his posture, Tsukumo also prompted Kakashi to review some basics. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause erupted, accompanied by a somewhat somber voice. Indeed, the Konoha White Fang, a hero of the Second Shinobi World War. Danzo emerged from the shadows, followed closely by Yamanaka Ryoma and Yamashiro Shin. Lord Danzo. Tsukumo maintained his composure, slowly approaching Danzo, positioning himself to shield FK and Kakashi from view. Your son has been well cared for, Danzo remarked, and Tsukumo understood the implication. It seemed the scrutiny of FK had concluded, and Danzo had come to claim him. However, Tsukumo was taken aback by Danzo's demeanor. This man, known for his dark reputation within the shinobi world, appeared intent on making FK's identity public. It seems he enjoys spending time with your son, Danzo said, squinting with a smile fixed upon Tsukumo, as if he could see beyond him to the 2 children behind. What do you mean? Tsukumo was uncertain of Danzo's intent. Having never seen him smile before, it is not uncommon for friends to stay over, is it? Gently pushing past Tsukumo, Danzo walked towards FK. FK was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing, not daring to reveal his confusion. He had overheard enough of the conversation to interpret it as Danzo acknowledging him as his son. How should he address him? Lord Danzo? Old man? The shadow? The bridge killer? Logically, he should say, Father, dear father? FK tentatively spoke. Upon hearing the address, Danzo felt a surge of emotion. You see, Hiruzen, I too am a father. Though the child seemed timid, there was an unmistakable yearning for paternal affection beneath the surface. You shall stay here tonight. Tomorrow I will send someone to bring you home. Satisfied with FK's response, Danzo offered no further words and departed from Tsukumo's residence. Though Danzo had left, the previously warm atmosphere grew cold. After a brief period of training, the group dispersed, each lost in their thoughts. As Tsukumo passed by, FK paused, wishing to speak, but was met with a gentle pat on the head. Tsukumo smiled and ruffled FK's hair, shaking his head lightly. It's getting late. You should rest early. Hey, you don't snore, do you? Kakashi queried, glancing at FK, who was now nestled close to his bed. How rude, Kakashi. I've never heard myself snore. FK retorted, pulling the covers tightly around himself. What kind of person can hear their own snoring? Kakashi's forehead twitched. Rest assured, Kakashi, by the time I fall asleep, you will already be lost in dreamland. FK gazed up at the wooden ceiling, his voice a mere whisper. Is it because of your father? I've heard of him. The Hokage's advisor. Kakashi's knowledge of Danzo was limited to that one title. Most ordinary villagers knew him only in that capacity. It was only the higher echelons of each village that had a deeper understanding of Danzo's actions. Not entirely. FK continued to stare blankly at the ceiling. Having just departed from the Mist Village and received Danzo's acknowledgement, he found himself in a state of confusion. How could he possibly sleep under such circumstances? As FK pondered, his eyelids grew heavy, and he unknowingly drifted into a serene slumber, the sound of steady breathing filling the room. Kakashi, observing the boy who had just claimed he wouldn't easily fall asleep, shook his head in exasperation. With a sigh, he gently adjusted FK's blanket before closing his own eyes. He had thought he wouldn't sleep quickly with a stranger nearby. Yet he too succumbed to slumber not long after. Tsukumo, standing outside and listening to the sounds within, chuckled softly, shaking his head. He had anticipated a lengthy conversation between the two boys, but to his surprise, the following morning arrived swiftly. As Tsukumo lay in bed, he opened his eyes. The visit came rather early, didn't it, Grey Dog? He immediately spotted the Anbu crouching on the beam. Lord Hokage is looking for you, the greyhound rasped. Understood. Upon learning that Sarutobi Hiruzen sought him, Shakumo's gaze sharpened, and he rose to don his gear. The Hokage said there's no need for you to wear a mask, Captain, Greyhound interjected as Shakumo prepared to put on the Anbu armor. Very well. Shaku paused briefly before slipping on his Jonin vest. Chapter 9. Konoha. For after leaving a note, Shakumo followed Greyhound out of the house. Kakashi, who had awakened early, habitually glanced at the spot where Shakumo had placed the note. After reading the message, he let out a resigned sigh. Tying on his small apron, Kakashi skillfully retrieved eggs, bread, and vegetables to prepare 2 simple sandwiches. After placing the sandwiches on the table, he untied his apron and went to the room to wake up Fubai, groggily following Kakashi to the wash basin. Fubai noticed the 2 identical toothbrushes and cups before suddenly realizing something. Here, I've prepared this for you long ago. Fearing Fubai would unconsciously grab his own toothbrush, Kakashi hurriedly handed over a brand new set of wash tools. After completing his morning routine, Fubai, feeling famished, rushed to the dining table. He sniffed the sandwiches before curiously asking, "Did Uncle Shakumo make these?" "No, I made them." Kakashi rolled his eyes and sat down. Suddenly remembering something, he stood up again and retrieved a large box of milk from a nearby cupboard. How considerate. Although Fubai struggled to find the right words, he couldn't think of anything else to describe Kakashi's actions. "Are you still going to train later?" Taking the cup filled with milk from Kakashi, Fubai took a sip and inquired about his plans after breakfast. Yes. Before Fubai could fully comprehend, Kakashi bit into a sandwich. His speed so swift that Fubai didn't notice when he had removed his mask. What incredible speed! Undeterred by the risk of biting his own hand, Fubai's gaze was riveted on Kakashi. Yet, he found himself unable to catch a glimpse of Kakashi's true face until the last bite of the sandwich was consumed. Kakashi seemed to revel in this sensation, saying nothing, but his graceful movements betrayed his current mood. Let me help. As a young man of the new era, Fubai believed it improper to just eat and drink without contributing. Seeing Kakashi cleaning the dishes, he quickly took his cup away. Kakashi didn't refuse, and together they stood side by side at the sink, washing the dishes before placing them on the drying rack. "It seems you want to be watching my training today." Wiping his hands clean, Kakashi glanced out the window, and Fubai curiously followed suit. The figure of oil girl Ryoma appeared in their line of sight, startling Fubai. Without a mask, Fubai quickly recognized him by his distinctive sunglasses. He belonged to the Oil Girl clan, known for their fascination with insects. It appeared that this was the root ninja sent by his ungrateful father to pick him up. He wondered whether Danzo intended to treat him like a member of the root or just an ordinary ninja. Being a typical second-generation heir wouldn't be too bad either. If Danzo happened to perish while opposing the Great Bridge, or rather, Uchiha Sasuke, he could simply slide into the role of a wealthy heir. At the very least, he would end up with a comfortable life. "All right, let us go. By the way, remember to return my clothes when you have the time." Noticing Fubai standing still, Kakashi patted him on the shoulder. Yes, I understand. I'll wash them and return them to you." Shaking off his anxious thoughts, Fubai pushed open the door, ready to embrace his fate. Hokage's office. The Konoha 4 gathered, with Shakumo standing respectfully behind Hisashi, who was seated on the sofa. The meeting's initiator, Hisashi, glanced at the composed Danzo, and seeing no emotion on his face, he cleared his throat and habitually took out his pipe. Recently, I dispatched 2 Anbu teams to gather intelligence on the Mist Village. The Mist Village? Konoha has lost contact with them for quite some time. Even normal diplomatic communications are disregarded. Upon hearing the name, Nara Shikamaru's expression turned serious. Since the second Mizukage took power, the Mist Village has implemented a strict secrecy policy. Their pursuit of rogue ninjas is the most aggressive among all hidden villages. Mito Kakashi affirmed from the side. Indeed, in this operation, only Shaku-mo returned alive from the 2 Anbu teams. Sarutobi Hizashi's tone was somewhat dejected. These Anbu were loyal to him, and every loss weighed heavily on his heart. Furthermore, the returns from this operation were far below his expectations. Even with Konoha White Fang personally involved, was it merely to save his own skin? Mito Kakashi observed Shaku-mo through his glasses. I sincerely apologize. The Mist Village's level of secrecy regarding outsiders indeed exceeds our imagination. Shaku-mo's expression was also somewhat forlorn. Then, what information did you acquire? Mito Kakashi, accustomed to the deaths of ninjas, seemed unfazed by Shaku-mo's melancholy and directly inquired about the findings of this mission. Yes. My apologies. Regrettably, the only information obtained about the Mist Village is that their current leader is the 3rd Mizukage. However, I know nothing about his name, abilities, or age. Additionally, it appears that the Mist Village has initiated a purge of bloodline limit ninjas, and many possessing bloodline limits have suffered attacks. However, it can be confirmed from the operation that this action is not aimed at all bloodline limits, as I encountered several bloodline limit ninjas during my skirmishes with the Mist Ninjas. Are they cultivating a faction solely loyal to themselves? Sarutobi Hizashi posited, placing the unlit pipe to his lips. To actually turn against their own village's bloodline limits, the internal conflict in the Mist Village must be quite intense. Mito Kakashi acknowledged the ninja's deduction, also understanding the rationale behind such actions. After all, their own village had its share of restless bloodline limits. At that moment, everyone present simultaneously thought of that particular clan. Sarutobi Hizashi, Nara Shikamaru, and Mito Kakashi exchanged knowing glances towards Danzo. Typically, at such times, Danzo would expound upon his Uchiha threat theory. However, curiously, despite their collective gaze, Danzo showed no intention of speaking. Instead, he gently lifted the teacup before him and took a sip. Is this truly Danzo? Chapter 10. Reminiscing after waiting for a moment without Danzo preparing to speak. The others resumed their discussion about the intelligence on the Mist Village. It appears that the Mist Village is preparing to pursue an elite troop strategy. After summarizing the information collected by Shaku-mo, Mito Kakashi was the first to voice his opinion. Yet, such a policy would also breed internal contradictions. If I were the Mizukage, the most effective means to eliminate these contradictions would be to instigate a war. As an old-school ninja from the 2nd generation, the approach mentioned by Nara Shikamaru was a commonly employed tactic among the higher-ups during that era. Danzo, we must remain vigilant regarding the Mist Village. Fully aware of Konoha's advantageous geographical position and knowing that should war arise, Konoha would likely be the target, Nara Shikamaru cautioned Hizashi. I understand. Nodding with the pipe in his mouth, Sarutobi Hizashi once again turned his gaze towards Danzo. The atmosphere in the meeting was peculiar. Both Mizuho and the young Nin. Konoha sensed something amiss. Despite the gathering reaching such a critical juncture, Danzo remained utterly silent, refraining from propagating the Uchiha threat narrative. Nor did he insist on sending operatives to the Mist Village for further reconnaissance. Was this truly the shadowy world of the ninja they were familiar with? Although the amiable atmosphere made the meeting feel welcoming, an unsettling sensation lingered over them. Danzo, what is your perspective on this? Konoha finally could not restrain her curiosity and inquired about Danzo's thoughts. Indeed, vigilance towards the actions of the Mist Village was warranted. Upon hearing the question, Danzo nodded in affirmation of their proposal. Was that it? Was he not going to utter something about weakness, or how they would regret their inaction, or that he was the Hokage? By the way, during this operation, Shikamaru had brought back a child. Uncertain of Danzo's true intentions, Hizashi decided to drop this significant piece of information. At the mention of the child, Danzo finally opened his eyes, a cold smile flickering in his mind. So, Hizashi could no longer contain himself. A child? What vital intelligence could this child possess? Mizuho, intrigued, turned his gaze towards Shikamaru, questioning why this information had not been disclosed earlier. This child possesses the bloodline limit of Ice Release. Observing Danzo's slight reaction, Hisashi continued to share what he knew. The Ice Release Bloodline limit? Hisashi, where is this child? We must ensure their protection. Konoha, acutely aware of the significance of bloodline limits, could no longer hold back and inquired about the child's whereabouts. If all went well, the future of Konoha might see the emergence of a new bloodline clan at their service. The child is named FK, Shimura FK. Hisashi set down his pipe, cheerfully lifting his teacup. What? The revelation caused Konoha to leap to her feet, only to realize her faux pas and hurriedly reseat herself. His name is Shimura FK? She cast a disbelieving glance at Danzo. What is it, Konoha? Why such a reaction? Wait, Shimura FK? Mizuho was about to caution Konoha about her outburst, but quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and directed the same incredulous look at Danzo. Danzo, did you adopt that child? Konoha cautiously probed. Not adopted. That child is my biological son, lost to me for many years, Danzo stated, meeting Hisashi's gaze, affirming before the upper echelons of Konoha that FK was indeed his son. At this revelation, Sarutobi Hisashi's smile broadened, while Shikamaru sighed in relief. Konoha, struck as if by lightning, stood frozen in disbelief, and Mizuho's mind raced to process this monumental news. Well then, I shall take my leave, Shikamaru announced, aware that his presence was no longer necessary. Thank you for your efforts, Shikamaru. Please wait in the lounge for a moment. I have more to discuss with you. Hisashi regarded Shikamaru with a warm smile, acknowledging his contributions. I understand, Shikamaru nodded, opting for a leisurely exit rather than utilizing his instant teleportation technique. He slowly approached the door, gently opening it to depart. Danzo, is this true? That child really is your son? Konoha, still not fully convinced, pressed for clarification, causing Mizuho to feel a twinge of jealousy. Indeed, FK is my son. This has been confirmed through the Anbu's investigation, Danzo reiterated, closing his singular I while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Konoha, it seemed, had allowed time to dull her edges. The boldness she once possessed in her youth far surpassed that of her male contemporaries, yet now she appeared almost timid. Meanwhile, Danzo harbored a plethora of grievances towards his old companions. Hisashi was too weak, Mizuho was too weak, and Konoha now exhibited an alarming degree of fragility. It was clear to him that the position of Hokage would be best suited for himself. This is splendid news, Danzo. How could you conceal such a significant matter for so long? It's rather inconsiderate, Mizuho jested, now that Shikamaru had exited, feeling more at ease to tease Danzo. Who would have thought that the man who once vowed to dedicate everything to the village would quietly raise a son, and of foreign lineage at that? No wonder he had remained silent during today's meeting. Haha, Danzo, such a monumental event calls for a reunion among us old friends, does it not? Konoha, having regained her composure, spoke with a hint of playful sarcasm. I am busy, unlike you leisurely folk. Danzo curtly declined the invitation. Danzo remains the same. Always with his sharp tongue, Mizuho remarked, accustomed to Danzo's mannerisms, while the others took the opportunity to reminisce. Years steeped in the mire of power had dulled their youthful brilliance and initial aspirations. However, Danzo's sudden revelation of fatherhood sparked a rare glimpse of their former selves. Speaking of which, Hisashi, your son must be nearing the age for enrollment, correct? Konoha suddenly recalled Hisashi's youngest. That rascal Asuma, indeed, should be of age soon. Hisashi replied with a hint of resignation, scratching his head. You know, marrying PP Lake was quite unfortunate for you. I recall how you used to sneak around as a child, Mizuho teased. That was all in the past. Hisashi quickly interjected, worried that his dignity as Hokage might be at stake. Danzo observed the trio with growing impatience. By his usual demeanor, he would have already taken his leave. Yet for some unknown reason, his legs remained rooted in place. As the casual chatter wound down, the two consultants, who had yet to offer substantive recommendations regarding the Mist Village, took their leave, creating space for Danzo and Hisashi. Hisashi, this behavior does not align with your usual character, Danzo remarked once the consultants had departed, seizing the opportunity to address Hisashi. Having been compelled to acknowledge FK's existence in front of the two consultants, Hisashi had not anticipated his pressure to yield such effective results. Or perhaps everything was progressing too smoothly, for Danzo had genuinely confirmed FK as his son. Haha, Danzo, you are no different. However, Konoha and Mizuho are right. As FK's elders, we should indeed pay him a visit. With both consultants gone, Hisashi lit his pipe without hesitation. Danzo's expression soured at the scent of secondhand smoke. This man, who never smoked at any other time, chose this moment to indulge. The very person he detested most was right before him. Spare me, Hizashi. Ka is my son. It would be best if you, with your soft disposition, kept your distance. I intend to raise him as a true ninja. Danzo, unwilling to endure Hizashi's secondhand smoke any longer, stood and moved towards the door, dismissing Hizashi's overtures. Your method of raising children is the real issue. Danzo, Hizashi chuckled, ash falling from his pipe onto the table. You have no right to say that. Having left everything to PP Lake, Danzo's words struck deep, causing Hizashi to halt his actions. You are far too extreme, Danzo. That was due to my duties as Hokage. Memories of his own upbringing darkened Hizashi's expression. I am Ka's father, Hizashi. Danzo swung his sleeve, unwilling to continue this line of discussion. Hizashi instinctively retorted, you will regret this, Danzo. And thus, both men fell into contemplation. This scene evoked a sense of déjà vu, almost reminiscent of a celestial reversal. Meanwhile, Ka followed the oil woman Ri-Ma to a modest two-story house. The location of the house is quite favorable, situated at the very heart of Konoha village, akin to the second ring of Beijing in my previous life. Upon pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard, an unfamiliar figure appeared before Fubai. My name is Oil Girl Ryoma, and this is Yamanaka Zen. From today onward, we shall be responsible for your security and training. As Yamanaka Zen arrived, Oil Girl Ryoma began his self-introduction. Hello, Ryoma, uncle. Zen uncle. Fubai tentatively ventured, glancing at the two faces before him. A cough escaped Ryoma upon hearing this mode of address, visibly taken aback. Just call me Ryoma. He hastily waved his hand, refusing the title that would place him in the same generation as Danzo. If this were to spread, he would surely vanish from Konoha by the next day. Zen also wore an expression of reluctance, attempting to dissuade Fubai from this notion. Yes, you can just call me Zen. That might be a bit more appropriate. Looking up at the two who towered over him, Fubai wanted to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Ryoma. All right, Fubai. Lord Danzo has tasked us with guiding your training. Let us not dwell too much on trivial matters of address. Yes, teacher, Fubai replied, sensing the imposing presence of the other. It was better to call him teacher than uncle, at least. Zen pondered internally, touching his smooth face, contemplating who appeared younger compared to Danzo's wrinkled visage. During your time in the Mist Village, did you undergo any systematic training? Oil Girl Ryoma posed the first question. No, but I did refine chakra according to the scroll my mother left me. Fubai shook his head, responding truthfully. Upon hearing that Fubai possessed a scroll, Ryoma inquired about its whereabouts. And what of that scroll? I left it in the Mist Village. After all, the environment there is quite hostile to ninjas. And it was a miracle I could leave behind a kunai as a keepsake. At least I can claim I found it. As for the scroll, I'm not seeking to face a fate like my mother at the hands of the Mist Villagers. Thus, after hastily learning about chakra's operation and refinement, Fubai concealed the scroll, as it contained little jutsu, and thus held little sentimental value. I understand. Please refine your chakra for me to observe. Oil Girl Ryoma nodded, and, with a flick of his sleeve, summoned a swarm of black insects. Obediently closing his eyes, Fubai formed the tiger hand seal and began to refine the chakra within him. Using the insects, Ryoma discerned the flow of Fubai's chakra and, upon confirming that the method of refinement posed no issues, instructed him to cease. All right. Your chakra refinement technique is sound, and you may continue with this method. However, given your young age, prolonged practice could lead to severe physical strain, especially since your stamina currently lags behind that of your peers. Fubai nodded, understanding that it was a matter of lineage. Ryoma clenched his fist, recalling Danzo's directives. Let's train this boy according to the root method. When Ryoma inquired about how to train Fubai, Danzo coldly replied. Adhering to the root method would entail throwing Fubai into a den of death, an approach clearly unsuitable for Danzo's son. Thus, there was but one answer. Without Fubai fully grasping the situation, Ryoma launched a punch. Shouldn't we be doing exercises like running at a time like this? Fubai, inexplicably sent flying by a single punch, nearly unleashed a torrent of curses. 3 hours later, Fubai, once again embedded in a wall, was pulled out by Yamanaka Zen, who proceeded to heal his injuries with healing techniques. I say, Teacher Ryoma, shall we not take a break? Fubai, with several ribs fractured, gestured for them to stop after being healed. I'm just a lowly genin, engaging in combat with a jonin. I can't even see your movements. What am I even training for? Are you really taking on this task due to a grudge against Danzo? Fubai pondered, noting how astoundingly patient the neighbor was, having nearly demolished the courtyard wall, yet not uttering a single complaint. Chapter 12. An odd competitive spirit nonetheless. The 3 hours of being beaten were not in vain, for Fubai had gleaned the pattern of Ryoma's attacks. Initially, he would be sent flying at the first punch, but now he could withstand up to the 4th strike. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Fubai struggled to rise. Not bad. Let us conclude today's taijutsu training here. With a wave of his hand, Ryoma summoned several root ninjas who swiftly repaired the damaged courtyard wall. Upon hearing Ryoma declare the training over, Fubai let out a sigh, ready to lie down again. Who said you could lie down? With a sharp reprimand, Fubai felt something support his back. The multitude of sensations behind him made him realize that he was not resting on soft grass, but rather on the insects of oil girl Ryoma. Startled by the repulsive sensation, Fubai disregarded his pain and scrambled away from the area. For a ninja, the speed of forming hand seals is also of utmost importance. I only said that the taijutsu training is concluded. I did not imply that the hand seal training was over. Manipulating the insects to swirl around Fubai, Ryoma's sunglasses gleamed with a dark sheen. Wait, Ryoma. Fubai attempted to resist, but Yamanaka Zen had already drawn a whip. Each time Fubai contemplated surrender, Zen would brandish the whip menacingly. Come on, everyone, come join the fun. Dive into the world of Naruto. After 4 years online, enjoy 30 draws every day. Reluctant to face the whip or the insects, Fubai found himself regretting accompanying Shomu to Konoha. Evening. When Danzo leisurely arrived at his new home, he found Fubai sprawled on the entrance floor, chest gently rising and falling, clearly fast asleep. How was the training? Observing Fubai's defenseless demeanor, Danzo furrowed his brow and inquired softly. Oil girl Ryoma appeared behind Danzo. Young Master Fubai possesses considerable talent, although currently constrained by his physical condition. He falls short compared to his peers. With proper nutrition, however, he should see significant improvement. I see, Danzo mused, recalling the destitute conditions he witnessed during his visit to the Mist Village. We shall continue tomorrow. We must extract every ounce of his energy, understood? Danzo's expression softened, returning to his usual indifferent demeanor. Stepping over the slumbering Fubai, Danzo opened the window and walked into the kitchen. When Fubai finally opened his eyes, the dimming sky greeted him, momentarily making him believe he was still in the barren Mist Village. However, the soreness throughout his body reminded him that the events of the day were not a dream, but a stark reality. You're awake, a deep voice startled Fubai, causing him to jolt. Following the direction of the voice, he discovered Danzo sitting cross-legged beside him. If you're awake, wash up and prepare for dinner. Before Fubai could respond to the situation, Danzo had already risen and entered the house. Though he was instructed to wash up, where was the washing area? Without having had the chance to thoroughly explore the house, Fubai, guided by instinct, wearily wandered about until he indeed found the restroom. After washing his hands and following the aroma of food to the dining room, he saw Danzo seated at the head of the table, awaiting his arrival. Although weary and famished, Wind White refrained from immediately picking up his chopsticks upon sitting down, instead casting a glance at Danzo. Well, go ahead and eat. Danzo, secretly elated by Wind White's demeanor, maintained a stoic expression. Ah, my son truly understands propriety, he mused. Though he noted that the fear in Wind White's eyes overshadowed any semblance of familial affection. Were Wind White capable of reading minds, he would undoubtedly scoff at the old man before him. You, a notorious hawk from Konoha, a killer of orphans and a pioneer of human experimentation, I, even as a Uchiha, dare not act without considering your countenance. As Danzo finally began to eat, Wind White seized his chopsticks, furiously devouring the food as if possessed by the spirit of the Akimichi clan. In no time, the meal vanished before him, consumed entirely by his ravenous appetite. So, how is the taste of the food? Danzo inquired after only a few bites. Quite good, Wind White nodded, acknowledging that while the flavor leaned towards the salty side, it paled in comparison to Shikaku's culinary skills. Yet, after a day of intense training, anything that did not involve a rebuttal was delectable to him. That's good to hear, Danzo replied, nodding with satisfaction before pressing further. How does it compare to what Shikaku makes? Wind White thought. Why is this old man so inquisitive? This isn't even your cooking, is it? Reflecting on Danzo's expression and tone, his suspicions solidified. The moment of conscience had arrived. Faced with the dilemma of choosing between ethics and survival, Wind White opened his mouth. It's better than what Uncle Shikako makes. Is that so? Danzo continued to nod approvingly. I have heard from Ryoma that you are training diligently. Keep it up. I have great expectations for you. Feeling a slight lift in his spirits, Danzo did not hesitate to shower praise. In your leisure time, you might consider interacting with peers. In Danzo's view, Wind White's relationship with Kakashi was highly beneficial, fostering connections with Shikaku while also motivating himself through the prodigy that was Kakashi. Danzo recalled their conversation earlier that day. Without the robust support of his group, how could the clans of the village have ever believed in a mere last testament? As Hokage, one must possess capable allies like himself. Without him, the weak Hiruzen would have long been overthrown by the entrenched power of the clans. How could he possibly sit in that chair, proclaiming himself Hokage, uttering such blasphemous words? The thought of Hiruzen hardened Danzo. He yearned to deliver a punch to that old face. Wind White, seated opposite, did not ponder too deeply. Although Danzo suggested he could spend his free time socializing with peers, the prerequisite was that he must possess such free time. Waking up each day to endure a barrage of blows was no trivial matter. Even Mike Guy would have to exclaim in astonishment, "Yes, father," while feigning a submissive demeanor. Wind White had already cursed Danzo countless times in his mind. He longed to deliver a punch to that old face. Chapter 13, Uchiha Kenji, or rather, Obito in the early morning at the Shimura residence. Pooh. A mouthful of blood sprayed forth as Wind White arced through the air, crashing into the courtyard wall yet again. The old Konoha tradition of harsh training was in full swing. Upon seeing Wind White unconscious, Yamashiro promptly rushed to his side to administer aid. Just as Wind White nearly departed this world alongside his mother, he opened his eyes under Yamashiro's care. Not bad. I can already push you to the fifth move. Take a break. Glancing at the blood on the ground, Oil Girl Ryoma commended Wind White before stepping aside to stand still. You are abusing children. Though he received praise, Wind White felt no joy, instead curling up on the ground like a shrimp, clutching his abdomen. The wounds could be healed, yet the pain remained. To avoid being subjected to such unilateral beatings, he needed to decipher his opponent's techniques. Quickly, Wind White. Activate the brain that has been dormant for who knows how many years. Ryoma's moves are all predictable. First a punch, then an elbow strike, followed by a kick. Another kick, and finally a knee strike. Ah, I've got it. A flash of insight struck Wind White. If he could just maneuver in a certain way, he could evade these 5 moves. This was his struggle to survive. With newfound strength surging through him, Wind White surged toward Ryoma with astonishing speed, startling Yamashiro. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, passers-by watched curiously as a child limped along, clutching his abdomen. It became evident that a child who had never even attended the Ninja Academy could not hope to defeat an opponent like AJ Nin, even one who relied on fixed techniques. Moreover, he was no genius like Kakashi. Wincing in pain, Wind White sought Kakashi's training location from memory. After the training session concluded, Ryoma and Yamashiro vanished, and it was as if Danzo had never existed when Wind White finally opened his eyes. After resting for some time on the ground, he noticed no one was attending to him, and thus he limped from his home. Why does my dwelling lack even a lock? Is the security in Konoha truly this impeccable? Remembering the unlatched door, Wind White couldn't help but scoff. As he approached Kakashi's training area, the streets grew increasingly desolate until they were devoid of people. This should be the place? Wind White questioned himself, feeling uncertain. The scenery of Konoha seemed rather uniform. It felt eerily quiet, with no sign of Konoha's inhabitants. Yet, emboldened by being Danzo's son, he pressed on, pretending not to feel the weight of expectation trailing behind him. Hey you, can you even call yourself an Uchiha? A boisterous voice pierced the air. Unmistakably not Kakashi's, Wind White chose to ignore it. So what if I can't? I will become Hokage and etch my goggles and Sharingan into the Hokage rock. Another voice, stubborn and defiant, echoed. Ah, to be Hokage? I can't believe someone actually believes that. Wind White inwardly mused, hearing the voices. The title of Hokage was not determined by strength or perseverance, but rather by lineage, bloodline. Wait, goggles, Sharingan. Could this fool truly be from the Uchiha clan? A realization struck Wind White, who quickly forgot his discomfort and hurried toward the source of the voices. Soon, in an open area, he discovered the origin of the commotion. 3 boys adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem surrounded a boy wearing goggles. The boy with goggles sat on the ground, a bruise marking his face. Clearly having been well entertained by the others. Hey, isn't that Kenji? It must be. As he is the only one from the Uchiha clan who constantly babbles about wanting to become Hokage. Why would an Uchiha aspire to be Hokage? He is just a child, unaware of the deep-seated biases the village's higher-ups harbor against them. Bullying like this is no wonder they get ostracized. It's all debts from their youth. Wind White took on the role of a spectator enthusiastically, casting aside his search for Kakashi. Meanwhile, the bullies continued their antics. Oblivious to the hidden observer in the grass. Huh, Hokage? With your skills, you'll probably never awaken your Sharingan. Following the elderly woman's life, one might question whether even graduation from the Ninja Academy is a feasible prospect. If you possess any sense. You ought to remain at home and avoid even the academy. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time we meet. The boy, clearly the ringleader, landed another punch on Obito's face, knocking his goggles askew. You scoundrel! Obito, fueled by anger, was about to retaliate, but was restrained by the other two. Truly devoid of martial ethics. How could you strike my face? Even that rascal Ryoma wouldn't dare to do so. Observing the symmetrical bruises forming on Obito's face, Kazuhira instinctively rubbed his own stomach. What are you doing? Kakashi's voice suddenly rang in his ear, startling Kazuhira, who stumbled out of his hiding place in the grass. Who's there? The others turned to the sound, locking eyes with Kazuhira, who was clutching his stomach and grunting. You? The leading Uchiha boy glanced at Kazuhira, then at the tall grass that concealed him, and pinched his nose. I am not defecating here. Kazuhira, realizing the implication, shouted defensively. However, from their expressions, he could tell that none of them believed his explanation. Even Obito frowned, and had he not been held down, he likely would have pinched his own nose too. I told you, I am not here to defecate. I am here to rescue him. You lot, what kind of skill is it to bully the weak? Let him go? To vindicate himself, Kazuhira hastily concocted a more reasonable excuse for his presence. Rescue him? The Uchiha boy, having not detected any foul odor, kicked Obito's leg. You're friends with this laggard? My advice is to steer clear of such fools. Otherwise, you may catch their stupidity. Chapter 14. The Uchiha brothers in the root base. Danzo sat comfortably in his chair, listening to his subordinate's report. Currently, all human experiments have been suspended as per your orders, and the assassinations of the opposition have also ceased. A large number of ninjas without missions have gathered at the base. The subordinate knelt on one knee, not daring to raise his gaze to Danzo. Well, if they have no missions, let them monitor the Uchiha clan. After all, they are a restless bunch. As he perused the two reports before him, Danzo casually dispatched them to surveil the Uchiha. Yes, but might this incite some hesitation in the subordinate? No matter, Hisashi One-T noticed that for the time being, Danzo was unconcerned by the subordinate's hesitation. Rather, he was more focused on the potential dissent. Just execute my orders, and I will handle the rest. Yes. Knowing he had displeased Danzo, the subordinate dared not speak further, merely nodding in agreement. While the Uchiha clan yearns to eliminate their rivals, Danzo dismissed such thoughts, remembering that he would need to support Kazuhira's rise to power. As the father of the Hokage, how could he wield the butcher's knife against his own village's comrades? Of course, if they insisted on rebellion, he could easily shift the blame onto Hisashi. As he contemplated the genetic identification report issued by the root base, Danzo closed the document with a swift motion. Being inherently suspicious, he would not simply take Orochimaru's word for it. He had divided Kazuhira's sample into multiple parts and sent them to the root laboratories, with each lab confirming the results. The last vestige of doubt was finally dispelled. Just as Danzo prepared to issue commands for subsequent actions, a root ninja burst in, kneeling before him. Lord Danzo. Kazuhira has clashed with members of the Uchiha clan. Obito was racking his brain, trying to recall who Kazuhira was, pondering why he had suddenly appeared, clamoring to save him. Hey, Kakashi, are you just going to leave me hanging after scaring me? Come out and help. As he faced the three towering figures, Kazuhira recalled the reason for his charge from the grass. Since Kazuhira called him out, Kakashi couldn't pretend nothing was happening. He scratched his head and emerged from the grass. Kakashi? Never heard of him. Hey, white-haired one, are you here to rescue this fool too? The Uchiha boy was indifferent to Kakashi's appearance, instead kicking Obito again before the group. Kakashi felt somewhat speechless. He had merely been training as usual and had noticed Kazuhira's backside protruding from the grass, curious about why he was hiding, and inadvertently got dragged into this mess. It's because you're constantly entangled with outsiders that you believe in such nonsense as the will of fire. Humph, you too. I am Uchiha Yuan. State your names. Indicating for his two subordinates to release Obito, Uchiha Yuan proudly lifted his chin. Kazuhira and Kakashi were not inclined to engage with one another, particularly Kakashi, who had no desire to acknowledge someone who reeked of foolishness. Thank you. The now released Obito rushed to Kazuhira's side, though he still couldn't recall who he was, but politely expressed his gratitude while attempting to justify his earlier predicament. Actually, I could have handled them myself, if it weren't for their sneak attack. Really? Then I'll leave it to you. Seeing Obito freed and claiming he could take on all three, Kazuhira promptly prepared to sell him out. Huh. Stunned by Kazuhira's audacity, Obito's eyes widened. Actually, while Obito stammered, Uchiha Yuan couldn't wait any longer and charged forward, fists flying. Sighing, Kakashi was forced to intervene, bending down to strike Yuan's arm, redirecting the punch that was intended for Obito. Impressive. What are you two dawdling for? Get in there. Surprised that his attack had been thwarted, Uchiha Yuan rallied his subordinates to attack. Fully trusting in Kakashi's abilities, Kazuhira joined the fray, thinking that with a powerful ally, he might still garner some accolades. Inspired by the two, Obito found his own courage and engaged in a fierce struggle with the last opponent. Kazuhira, not at all burdened by martial ethics, targeted his adversary's lower regions, quickly seizing the opportunity to exploit a weakness. As he increased his grip, the once arrogant Uchiha began to plead for mercy, his face paling and cold sweat forming. Damn, this guy fights dirty. Distracted by Kazuhira's tactics, Obito was caught off guard and took a punch. Kakashi, who had remained composed throughout, dodged Yuan's attack and countered with a punch to his abdomen. Good opportunity. After dispatching his opponent, Kazuhira noticed Yuan doubled over in pain and delivered a flying kick, striking precisely at his weakness, causing him to bend further. I surrender. The Uchiha, who had been tugging on Obito's hair, released him, conceding defeat. What the heck? Did I just hear something break? Hey, you lot, stop. Before Kazuhira and the others could celebrate their victory, several ninjas clad in vests with forehead protectors surrounded them. This situation has become troublesome. Noticing the shuriken and fan insignia embroidered on their uniforms, Kakashi realized the gravity of the situation. They had inadvertently attracted the attention of the police force. Are you all right, Yuan? The police ninja examining Yuan's injuries suddenly turned pale. Yuan, Yawashi, are you both unharmed? Another member of the police force, a ninja, was observing the other two. What was me? Uncle Yakumiai, Uchiha Obito has conspired with outsiders to bully us. As the police force arrived on the scene, the only one left standing, Uchiha Yaozi, rushed into the embrace of his counterpart, weeping and shifting all the blame onto Obito. You scoundrel! Obito, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, felt anger rise within him and was about to confront Yaozi when a third ninja from the police force restrained him. Chapter 15, Danzo's appearance. Yao Wan and Yao Wang are severely injured. I will take them to the hospital first, Captain Yakumiai. The first ninja on the scene hoisted up the two incapacitated individuals and, upon receiving Yakumiai's permission, departed. You should head home now, Yaozi. Someone will come looking for you shortly. Uchiha Yakumiai, observing the still sobbing Yaozi, sternly instructed him. Yes, Uncle Yakumiai, you must not let that scoundrel Obito off easily. Yaozi reminded Yakumiai before leaving. With Yaozi and the injured departed, the atmosphere grew exceptionally grave. Obito. Uchiha Yakumiai glared at Obito with a look of disappointment. You may fool around on ordinary days, but now you have conspired with outsiders to harm your own kin? We have tolerated you time and again for Andy's sake. But what you did today is utterly unacceptable. Yakumiai slowly approached Obito, raising his arm to strike. Hey, stop. Seeing that Obito was about to receive another slap, Fubai could no longer bear it and intervened. Yet, how could Uchiha Yakumiai heed a child? He continued with his actions unperturbed. I said to stop. When Fubai realized his words had gone unnoticed, he picked up a stone and hurled it at Yakumiai. Crack. The sound of a slap against Obito's face coincided with the sound of Yakumiai catching the stone in his other hand. Humph, outsider. Did you think that my restraint meant I would not act? I reprimand Obito for he is of my clan, and you too. Yakumiai's sharp gaze swept over Fubai and Kakashi. You both are suspected of intentional harm and must come with us to the police force. Humph. What nonsense is this police force? Without seeking the truth, you arrest innocent villagers. Clearly, Obito was bullied by those three, Yet you only believe that fool's one-sided tale. Fubai stood his ground, chest out, defiantly meeting Yakumiai's gaze. What a so-called noble Uchiha clan. Merely a group of unreasoning lunatics. You insolent wretch. Upon hearing his clan insulted, Yakumiai could no longer restrain himself and charged at Fubai. His claw-like right hand was about to grasp Fubai's slender neck when, unexpectedly, it was Yakumiai's arm that was seized instead. Captain. The two remaining members of the police force had no time to intervene before feeling a sharp object pressing against their lower backs. Humph. What business do the Anbu have meddling in children's games? Yakumiai glared at the Anbu members before him, his expression darkening. Phew, I knew it. Fubai, startled by Yakumiai's sudden aggression, let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he had someone backing him. Old Danzo indeed sent someone to follow me. Isn't your police force also interfering in these children's affairs? I saw how hard you slapped just now. The Anbu member, gripping Yakumiai's arm, spoke in a flat tone. Yet his strength remained unwavering. 3 Anbu, who are they here for? The white-haired one or the black-haired one? Wait, the white-haired lad. Could he be the White Fang of Konoha? Quite audacious indeed to persuade the Hokage to dispatch 3 Anbu to protect his son. As a member of the police force, Uchiha Yakumiai quickly connected the dots regarding Kakashi's identity. Oh, how regrettable. I do not recall dispatching Anbu to protect Hatake Kakashi. A deep voice resonated, and a figure none of the Uchiha wished to see emerged slowly from behind the trees. Lord Danzo. Uchiha Yakumiai's face contorted as he spoke the name of the visitor through gritted teeth. What a surprise to see you here. I thought I would only attract a few root ninjas, but my dear father is also present. This is bad. I have gone too far. Will old Danzo, in a fit of rage, bring about the night of extermination ahead of schedule? Danzo? Oh, I recall hearing about him often when they chatted in the clan. He is said to be the most sinister individual in the entire village of Konoha. Noticing that no one was paying him any heed, Obito dashed to Fubai and Kakashi's side, whispering, They say this old Danzo's farts are incredibly foul. He doesn't flush the toilet, and likes to peep at the women's bathhouse. As Fubai and Kakashi ignored him, Obito became even more animated. Are you all children in the Uchiha clan? How old do you think Danzo is in your eyes? Fubai could not help but critique inwardly. Cough, cough, cough. Kakashi cleared his throat. Hey, Kakashi. Don't hide it. I know you laughed. Really? Glancing at Kakashi, who had turned away, Fubai let out a sigh. Uchiha Yakumiai. Is this how your police force conducts investigations? Arresting innocent villagers without evidence? Ignoring Yakumiai's grim countenance, Danzo slowly approached him, his piercing gaze seemingly attempting to penetrate Yakumiai's very being. The police force has its own methods of enforcement. Even if you are an advisor to the Hokage, you have no authority. Yakumiai attempted to resist. Then we too have our own ways of handling matters, do we not, Fugaku? Danzo halted, turning his gaze toward a figure that had emerged from the shadows. Fugaku, who had appeared unannounced, stepped forward after being named by Danzo. He first cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Yakumiai, then bowed slightly in front of Danzo. I did not expect that the quarrels of the younger generation would disturb you. It is my oversight. Regardless of how Fugaku and others maneuvered against Danzo within the clan, as long as the third Hokage had not issued an order, Danzo's status would forever supersede that of the Uchiha. Unlike Yakumiai, Uchiha Fugaku understood that Danzo commanded a faction within the root that was loyal only to him. And antagonizing such a figure with tangible power was not a wise choice. Not a problem. You have arrived at the scene as well. Danzo's single eye narrowed, his previously imposing aura dissipating in an instant, transforming into the demeanor of a harmless old bureaucrat. You jest. I merely came to check on Captain Yakumiai, as I noticed he had yet to return. Fugaku maintained a respectful posture, justifying his presence for himself and his subordinates. Yakumiai is still young. Some matters he handles inadequately. I hope you can forgive him. Fugaku's actions caused Yakumiai and others to feel an overwhelming sense of shame. How could the proud Uchiha clan accept their leader groveling before Danzo in such a manner? Chapter 16, Fugaku's Retreat. Goodness. This old Danzo can actually make Lord Fugaku bow down. The spectacle astonished Obito, who was nearly unable to contain his voice. Shoo, keep it down. Kakashi delivered a light punch to Obito's head, signaling him to remain silent. Hey, you two? Obito glared angrily at Kakashi. Indeed, keep it down. Fubai also threw a punch, landing on the spot Obito had failed to cover. Hey, you all. Obito fumed at Fubai and Kakashi. What do you mean? Hey. He is called Kakashi. And I am Fubai. Remember, we are your saviors. You owe us a debt of gratitude. Fubai turned away, refusing to acknowledge Obito's expression. How infuriating. You two treat me like this after I was saved by you? The gratitude I felt has evaporated. And now I only wish to show you what it means to be Uchiha. Humph, I'm not afraid, unless you wear a tiger mask. Stealing glances at Obito's expression, Fubai almost burst into laughter at the sight of his discontented face. Meanwhile, the clash between Fugaku and Danzo continued unabated. Though termed a clash, it was essentially Fugaku's unilateral concession. He was well aware of how his clan treated Obito on a daily basis. However, such was the nature of the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan members acted according to their own whims, while the clan leader had to contemplate numerous matters, immersed in the task of balancing relations with the village. Fugaku had little time to concern himself with the bullying among the children of the clan. Recognizing that Fugaku was cognizant of the situation, he refrained from meddling further. After all, it was merely childish play among the kids, and it was unnecessary for the parents to intervene. Initially intending to teach the Uchiha a lesson, Danzo accepted Fugaku's olive branch. His amiability almost making Fugaku question if this was truly the infamous Danzo. Oh, this old man is a parent now, whoever that unfortunate child may be. Obito, having grown up hearing tales of Danzo, gaped in astonishment, completely forgetting that he had just been beaten by the two, and elatedly nudged Fubai, oblivious to the latter's expression. Do you think you're funny? Fubai remarked with a glum face, looking at Obito. A momentary flicker of realization crossed Obito's mind, though he couldn't articulate what felt amiss. The concerns of a parent, which Obito noticed, were also evident to Fugaku. Presently, there were only 3 children at the scene, aside from the distinctly identifiable Kakashi. The remaining child was, astonishingly, Danzo's own son. Fugaku was drenched in cold sweat from this revelation. The Danzo who was known for his foul-smelling excrement and loud flatulence, who idled away his time, had a child. The shock of this news was monumental for Fugaku. To put it in perspective, if someone were to inform him that Danzo was in a relationship with the 3rd Hokage, it would not evoke the same level of astonishment as discovering Danzo had fathered a child. No wonder this triviality had roused the old man. Initially, he had thought his rapid capitulation was due to Danzo and Shikaku setting a trap for him, fearing he might unwittingly fall into it, hence his obsequiousness. This was bad. Yaume had just attempted to make a move against Danzo's child. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups was already strained. Such an incident would provide the higher-ups with justification to impose sanctions on him. When had Obito become entangled with these two? What is the name of the young noble? Fugaku forced a smile. Fubai Shimuratsu Fubai. Danzo emphasized the pronunciation of Shimuratsu. Obito seemed to have stumbled upon a significant discovery, exclaiming to Fubai, "Hey, did you hear? That old man's son's name is the same as yours. What do you think this means?" Finally, Obito understood what had felt off earlier. He looked helplessly at Fubai's delicate face, then turned to Danzo's aged visage, utterly unable to reconcile the fact that they were father and son. Kakashi, exasperated with the antics of his companion, regretted having greeted Fubai. No, he regretted having acquainted himself with Obito at all. "I think it would be best if you remained silent, Obito." Fubai shook his head in resignation, casting a pitying glance at Obito. This fellow truly did not consider the listening abilities of a Nin. The insults he had just hurled at Danzo were likely already noted down by root. It seemed our second sage of 6 paths might meet an untimely demise before even embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. What a splendid name. Turning to Fubai, Fugaku displayed an apologetic smile, striving to maintain decorum. "I sincerely apologize for any trouble caused. I will ensure that Yao Wan and the others are properly educated upon our return." Fubai nodded in response. "Please, make yourself at home, Captain Fugaku." Waving his hand dismissively, he signaled to Fugaku that his presence was no longer required. Danzo then approached Fubai, glancing first at the trembling Obito, then at the silent Kakashi. Finally settling his gaze on Fubai, "Make sure to return home early." With that, Danzo, accompanied by his root ninjas, departed. Cough. With the clan leader gone, Obito let out a sigh of relief, casting a fearful glance at Fugaku in the distance. Seeing Obito look his way, Fugaku nodded, glancing at Fubai and Kakashi, and without further ado, informed Obito that he would dispatch someone to inquire about the specifics of the matter once they returned to the clan grounds. He then forcibly took Yaume and the others away. "Captain, are we just leaving like this?" Yaume gritted his teeth. unwilling to accept the situation as he glared towards Phonbai and the others, still hoping to fight back. Enough, let us clarify this matter first. I know Obito isn't the type to instigate trouble, even if he isn't particularly bright. Fugaku interrupted Yao Mei coldly. But what if? Yao Mei attempted to retort. What if what? Why didn't you voice all your thoughts in front of Danzo? Seeing one of his clan members remain obstinately misguided. A hint of anger crept into Fugaku's tone. Upon witnessing Fugaku's ire, Yao Mei finally fell silent, though his eyes still brimmed with unyielding resentment. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I will assign others to investigate it, understanding that entrusting the matter to them would yield no satisfactory results. Fugaku decided to take it upon himself. Chapter 17. Disputes in the hospital. Michiko's business is flourishing more than ever. On the streets, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared as usual, engaging with the young female proprietors. This is all thanks to Lord Third. With such a powerful Hokage, other villages dare not covet us lightly. The young proprietors effusively praised him, showering him with compliments. Ha ha ha, it is all to protect everyone, the Third, nearly buoyed to the heavens by the flattery of the surrounding women, humbly replied, just as he prepared to further engage in amiable conversation. A familiar chakra within his sensing range caused him to reconsider. I just remembered there are matters I must attend to. I cannot linger here. Smiling as he bid farewell amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned the corner to the street, where an Anbu awaited him respectfully. What has happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned serious, harboring some discontent towards this subordinate who lacked situational awareness, though he skillfully concealed it. Yes, Lord Third, just now. Lord Danzo had a conflict with the Anbu and the police force. The Anbu lowered his head, recounting all he had witnessed. Upon seeing Hiruzen's expression remain unchanged, he curiously inquired, this matter concluded with the police force's concession. Should we take any measures? Is there truly no opportunity for opportunism? Are you certain Danzo has not taken any action? While mulling over the situation, Hiruzen posed the question. Yes, although the number of personnel monitoring the Uchiha has increased. Lord Danzo has not taken any extreme measures against them. The Anbu had not detected any further actions from Danzo. What of Fugaku? Instinctively reaching for his pipe, Hiruzen's gaze deepened. He was eager to discern Fugaku's attitude regarding this matter. Or rather, he wondered whether Fugaku had noticed the estrangement between the Uchiha and Konoha due to various factors. Shifting his focus towards Fugaku, after dismissing the likes of Yakumiai and others, Fugaku hurried to the Konoha hospital to assess the injuries of Yaoban and his companions. In his capacity as clan leader, he commanded them to speak the truth. Faced with Fugaku's imposing visage, adorned with an unusual jawline, Yaoban and the others could not afford to consider their parents' esteemed status within the clan or their own vulnerabilities. Before many clan members, they admitted to having initiated the confrontation against Obito. Uncle Haida, there is nothing further to discuss regarding this matter. As Fugaku prepared to return to the clan grounds, he was intercepted by Uchiha Haida. Observing this elder, who belonged to the generation of Uchiha Shana, Fugaku felt a twinge of frustration. This man had once aligned himself with the second Hokage during times of upheaval, but was later returned to the clan due to lack of evidence, earning a reputation as a hawk. He was also the grandfather of Uchiha Yaoban. Fugaku, we recommended you as clan leader for your talents and ambitions, yet in the face of Konoha, you only grovel and beg. Now that Yaoban and the others have been so grievously harmed, instead of seeking reparations from them, you wish to apologize? What are you thinking? Uchiha Haida glowered at Fugaku, his indignation palpable. Had it not been for Uchiha Hakadai's presence, he might have already intervened in the matter within the hospital. What a fool! Internally chastising Haida's ignorance, Fugaku patiently explained, however, it was indeed Yaoban and his group who initiated the violence. To recklessly demand compensation from Danzo could provoke unnecessary conflict. A mere remnant of the Shimura clan. In the Warring States period, such minor clans existed solely as vassals to the Uchiha. Haida waved dismissively, disregarding Danzo entirely. You do realize it's the Warring States, right? Fugaku muttered under his breath. If Danzo were merely a remnant of the Shimura clan, it would be one thing. Yet, his strength was hardly inferior to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. Moreover, he had the entire upper echelon of Konoha backing him. To recklessly antagonize Danzo would only exacerbate tensions between the Uchiha and the village. Then perhaps you should negotiate with Danzo yourself, Fugaku said. deciding to pass the responsibility onto Heir, who showed no signs of backing down. Look, I'm giving you the opportunity. You know where Danzo resides. Why not speak with that so-called remnant directly? Upon hearing Fugaku's suggestion to engage Danzo himself, Heir's earlier fervor dissipated. Having once spent time in the second Hokage's infamous Happy Little Black Room, Heir was acutely aware of the dark methods employed by the Anbu. He suspected that only Shana remained alive from those who had entered with him. Recalling past events sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to change the subject. We can discuss that later. Even if we don't hold outsiders accountable, we must impose punishment on that boy Obito. As an Uchiha, to conspire with outsiders against his own kin is utterly intolerable. Originally, Heir intended to redirect his wrath towards Kakashi, but upon considering the formidable reputation of the White Fang, he hesitated once more. Neither Shimura Danzo nor Hitaki Tsukumo was someone he could afford to provoke. Left with no other outlet for his anger, he turned it towards the vulnerable Obito, who had only his grandmother for support. What a despicable fellow. Fugaku gained a newfound understanding of Heir's shamelessness and began to contemplate whether it was wise to grant this elder such deference. How severe are Yaoban's injuries? After a moment's thought, Fugaku refrained from answering Heir directly and instead inquired about Yaoban's condition from Uchiha Hakadai. The damaged areas have been treated with medical ninjutsu, and the doctor assures that there will be no lasting effects. Upon hearing Fugaku's query, Hakadai quickly grasped his intent and replied in kind. Uncle Heir, you heard that Yaoban's injuries are not severe. Why do you insist on pursuing Obito? Moreover, Obito's parents sacrificed themselves for the Uchiha clan. Please do not forget this. After Hakadai's response, Fugaku, weighing the implications, resolved to protect Obito. The willingness of a child from the Shimura clan to stand up for Obito indicated a bond beyond mere acquaintance. And Fugaku saw no reason to offend Konoha's power brokers for the sake of a hawk on the verge of extinction. Furthermore, was this not the very opportunity he had long sought? A chance to establish direct contact with the village's upper echelons? Chapter 18. The Rift with Orochimaru. Ow. Could you be gentler, Fubai? Sitting on the ground, Obito grimaced as he watched Fubai's small hands awkwardly apply ointment to his face. Cut the theatrics. Weren't you the one claiming you wanted to be Hokage? Can't even handle a little pain? With a scornful look, Fubai increased the pressure of his application. That should suffice. Once he was satisfied that the ointment had been thoroughly applied to all the wounds on Obito's face, Fubai stepped aside to wash his hands in the nearby stream. One must admit, Kakashi is quite the thoughtful person, carrying external injury ointment with him. Does the Hokage truly need assistance with medical treatment? Medical ninjas have long been able to heal injuries with their remarkable techniques. Obito pouted, fiddling with his now misaligned goggles. Yes, future Hokage. May I inquire where your medical ninjas are at the moment? Approaching Obito, Fubai playfully pressed his damp hands onto Obito's clothing, leaving the moisture behind. Medical ninjas, heh. Obito's cheeks flushed slightly as he pondered something that made him blush, completely oblivious to Fubai's antics. Seiji's manner suggests he has certainly met Rin. Fubai observed Obito's lovesick expression, recalling Rin's radiant visage. I need to continue training if there is nothing else. Not wishing to witness the antics of these two any longer, Kakashi, with his hands behind his head, spoke in a languid tone. How cunning, Kakashi. Are you leaving this intellectually challenged fellow for me to manage? This is our joint endeavor. As Kakashi attempted to slip away, Fubai swiftly grabbed his arm, refusing to let him escape. Hey, what do you mean joint endeavor? Kakashi widened his eyes, straining to break free from Fubai's grasp. Beside them, Obito, initially stunned, quickly regained his composure. How dare you call me intellectually challenged, Fubai? I'll take you on. With that, Obito lunged at Fubai, joining the ensuing fray. Thus, the three became entangled in a playful scuffle. Unaware of who lost their footing first, one misstep sent them all tumbling into the nearby bushes, rolling away in a heap. So, Fugaku took no measures at all. Not even planning to convene the clan members? Finally grasping his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly lit it and took a deep drag, exhaling thick smoke before revealing a satisfied expression. Engaging with women and smoking were Sarutobi's two great pleasures. This was also why he was often found on the streets of Konoha. After all, most of the paperwork was handled by the advisory council, while matters of military strength and intelligence were left to Danzo. As Hokage, as long as he steered the ship in the right direction, Konoha could smoothly navigate the turbulent waters of the ninja world. Indeed, Lord Third. Then let us, as adults, Refrain from intervening in the squabbles of children. Konoha is vast, and minor disputes among the youth are endless. If we required the police force to intervene every time there was a fight, the Uchiha clan would be overwhelmed. Exhaling the last puff of smoke, Sarutobi amiably patted the shoulder of the Anbu standing before him, indicating his stance. The issues facing the Uchiha clan were evident to any discerning observer. Yet Sarutobi had no effective solutions at hand. What he could do was ensure that this devastating lightning, potent enough to obliterate Konoha, would not erupt prematurely. He awaited the emergence of a successor of the will of fire from the village's next generations, someone capable of resolving this latent threat without resorting to violence. It was a bitter pill for the Uchiha clan and a burden for Danzo. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's universal solution to dealing with the Uchiha. Assured that the Uchiha would not take any drastic actions for the time being, Hiruzen once again donned a smile as he strolled through the streets of Konoha, engaging with the young and beautiful women. Meanwhile, Danzo returned to his base of operations, where he met Orochimaru. Lord Danzo, Orochimaru greeted with his signature sinister tone. Anticipating Orochimaru's arrival, Danzo commanded his subordinates, "You may leave." "Orochimaru, what brings you here at this hour?" Once he confirmed they were alone, Danzo feigned ignorance and inquired. "Hehe. I merely wish to inform you, Lord Danzo, that there have been some new developments concerning the experiment with Hashirama's cells." Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. That sinister white serpent. Danzo raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. Orochimaru was attempting to draw his attention under the guise of wood release, hoping to seize control of the situation. Unfortunately for him, had it been the Danzo of the past, he would have readily agreed. However, Orochimaru, if my memory serves me correctly, your master, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has explicitly ordered a complete ban on experiments involving wood release. Your actions show a blatant disregard for the Hokage, Danzo coldly remarked. That old fool. Orochimaru's expression darkened instantly. Had it not been for this old man's initiative to collaborate, he would have long pursued immortality without wasting time on Hashirama's cells. Now, not only had his research funding been inexplicably halted, but it seemed Danzo was also ready to sever ties with him. Stunned by Danzo's audacity, Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss for words, and they stood awkwardly in silence. "I can choose to pretend today as events never occurred. You may leave." Having resolved to completely sever ties with Orochimaru, Danzo turned away and walked into the depths of the base. "Lord Danzo, I find it difficult to part with your funding." Orochimaru could not help but speak up. I will mention to Hiruzen that with your abilities, remaining at root is beneath you. You should return to serve under Hiruzen." Danzo did not pause for Orochimaru's call, but continued speaking, effectively dismissing him from root. "I see, I understand." Orochimaru, too, had his pride. Since Danzo was determined to distance himself, he would not chase after him. Observing Danzo's resolute demeanor, Orochimaru chose to drop the pretense. His gaze towards Danzo's back akin to that of a venomous snake. "I hope you do not regret today's decision, Lord Danzo." Chapter 19. My father. After sending Orochimaru away, Danzo began to attend to business matters. He summoned a subordinate to inquire about any unusual movements from the Uchiha clan. In this regard, he and Hiruzen were in agreement. Upon confirming that Uchiha Fugaku was indeed investigating the matter seriously, Danzo's perception of him shifted. This was a standard appeasement faction Uchiha. It seemed appropriate to adopt some high-pressure policies. Danzo stroked his chin, contemplating discreetly. "I'll be damned if I come out to play with you again." Lying flat on the ground, Obito closed his eyes, adopting a posture of surrender, unwilling to move. "Huff, huff, Obito. You really are pathetic," Fubai said, struggling to catch his breath, while Kakashi appeared unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue even after climbing halfway up the mountain with one arm. "Is this really what a 4-year-old is like?" Glancing at his trembling arm, then at Kakashi, who seemed unaffected, Fubai could only attribute the absurdity of the situation to the omnipotent chakra. So why did what was supposed to be fun turn into training? Obito rolled over, feeling uncomfortable, then flipped back, continuing to grumble. "Didn't you say we were going to compete? Climbing a mountain is a competition too, right?" Kakashi, with an air of superiority, walked over to Obito with his hands in his pockets. In this single-arm mountain climbing contest, Fubai was last to give up when his arms started to ache, while Obito's indomitable spirit drove him to continue climbing until he nearly fell from exhaustion, only to be saved by Fubai's quick reflexes. Besides, if you don't work hard now, you might not even pass the assessments at the Ninja Academy, Obito. Suddenly recalling something, Kakashi leaned down, looking disdainfully at Obito. Though Obito longed to punch Kakashi in the face, he was too fatigued to even roll over, let alone retaliate, so he could only glare daggers at him. But Fubai didn't even make it up, and he bailed halfway. Why aren't you mocking him? Obito, feeling overwhelmed by the ridicule, suddenly remembered Fubai and made an effort to raise a finger towards him. Kakashi paused, and Fubai froze. They exchanged an awkward glance, and after a moment, Kakashi cleared his throat and averted his gaze, posing a critical question to Obito. Do you think he won't get into the ninja academy? Obito fell silent. Fubai was even more silent. Indeed, even if he was weak, he couldn't possibly fail to gain admission to the academy. When others assessed him, he could simply state, "My father is Shimura Danzo, and that would guarantee his enrollment, right?" Obito grasped the crux of the matter and glared indignantly at the two. You wicked second-generation ninjas. After a brief rest, Obito finally managed to stand, though he still struggled to walk normally. As the sky darkened, the two had no choice but to assist Obito back to the streets of Konoha. Did you have fun, Kakashi? Upon seeing Obito, Shoma, who was waiting at the agreed-upon spot, paused for a moment before stepping forward to support him and greeting Kakashi. Well, it was all right. If it weren't for these two burdens, Kakashi released Obito, handing him over to Shoma. Uncle Shoma, Fubai politely greeted him. Shoma nodded in response, then crouched to assess Obito's injuries. The swelling had subsided, leaving only muscle strain from overexertion. A good night's rest should suffice for recovery. Satisfied that Obito was not seriously harmed, Shoma stood up, preparing to escort him to the Uchiha compound. Upon hearing that Shoma intended to personally visit the Uchiha compound, Kakashi frowned, ready to recount the day's events. However, Shoma gently patted Kakashi's head, smiling warmly as he nodded. I know, Kakashi. The third Hokage has already informed me about today's events. It was merely childish play. Seeing that Shoma was already aware of the situation, Kakashi chose not to elaborate further, and the group continued to engage in light-hearted conversation as they escorted Obito to the outskirts of the Uchiha compound. At this time in Konoha, before the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha compound was not far from the center of the village. Albeit slightly more secluded than other ninja clans, surrounded by minimal neighbors, with only the police headquarters and a prison standing nearby. Lord Shoma. The two members of the police force stationed at the entrance straightened upon seeing Shoma. I am here to take this child home. Shuo Mao gestured towards the item in his hand, saying, Please, let me take care of this. He was not inclined to allow Shuo Mao into the clan's grounds. One member of the police force stepped forward to take the item from Shuo Mao's hands. Shuo Mao did not insist. Instead, he gracefully released his hold and watched as the item was taken into the clan's premises. Let us play again tomorrow, okay? The item suddenly turned its head, laboriously raising its arm to bid farewell to a few people. Kakashi turned away, choosing not to acknowledge it, while only Phoneby smiled and waved back, responding, Sure. See you at the usual place. The item visibly brightened at this response, though the expressions of the surrounding police force members darkened somewhat. As the only adult visibly present, Shuo Mao deemed it necessary to escort the solitary Phoneby back home. Despite the excellent security in Konoha, having already sent one item away, and knowing that the notorious human trafficker of Konoha was none other than Danzo himself, and that there were likely 2 squads of root ninjas nearby, Shuo Mao, amidst Kakashi's disdainful remarks, took Phonby's hand and prepared to lead him home. Uncle Shuo Mao, you seem quite free lately. Aren't you supposed to be on an Anbu mission? Phoneby inquired curiously upon noticing Shuo Mao's unexpected availability to escort him home. Free? Is that so? Shuo Mao paused, clearly caught off guard by Phonby's words. Well, Phoneby, actually, I am no longer a member of the Anbu. With a complex expression, Shuo Mao glanced at Phoneby and sighed, explaining, Lord Third has released me from the Anbu ranks. Now, I am merely an ordinary jonin in Konoha, and, well, an ordinary father. Casting a glance at Kakashi beside him, Shuo Mao added, An ordinary jonin? If the famed Konoha White Fang is merely an ordinary jonin, then what of old Danzo? Would he not then be considered just an ordinary elder of Konoha? And the third a mere village chief? Who would have thought that Uncle Shuo Mao, with his prominent features, could sound quite so humble? Phoneby couldn't help but retort. Humble? What does that mean? Shuo Mao inquired, having never encountered such a term before. It describes someone who speaks with humility. It's a dialect from our mist village. Phoneby promptly clarified. Shuo Mao nodded, mentally noting this information for future reference when he might next visit the Mist Village. Following Feng Bai's lead, they arrived at his home, which overlooked the Hokage building in the distance. Shuo Mao carefully discerned his surroundings. This was indeed the central area of Konoha, where most of the established families had settled, being among the first to follow the original Hokage in founding Konoha. With the gradual development of the village, the value of this land could be deemed priceless. Good to see you again, Shuo Mao, Danzo greeted, clad in his signature attire. Still relatively robust, and without the aid of a cane, a smile gracing his face. Feng Bai felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of Danzo smiling. Observing the exchange between Danzo and Shuo Mao, both Feng Bai and Shuo Mao sensed a distinct change in the atmosphere surrounding Danzo, who previously would never engage in casual conversation with anyone other than Hiruzen. After finishing the same dishes as the previous day, Feng Bai wiped his mouth and stood up to wash the dishes. Today's food is as salty as ever. Having grown accustomed to sitting with a jinchuriki of the black pot, Feng Bai finally had the leisure to savor the taste of the meal. His earlier assessment had been somewhat overly generous. Given this level of culinary skill, it paled in comparison to the simplest fare he had encountered in his past life. Though the responsibility does not lie with you, today's approach was somewhat juvenile, Danzo interjected, halting Feng Bai's movement towards the dishes. With Danzo's keen surveillance of the Uchiha clan, the first to learn of Uchiha Yan's medical history would be the doctor, followed by the root ninjas, and only then the patient and their family. The fourth, naturally, would be the elder Fugaku, who was preoccupied with his own affairs. One cannot deny that Konoha's training of medical ninjas has proven immensely beneficial, as they managed to restore what was believed to be shattered. Danzo began to doubt the efficacy of Ryoma's training, pondering why his son would resort to such crude methods. Yes, I understand, Feng Bai responded, nodding vigorously at Danzo's words. This approach should only be employed when there are no witnesses or when the other party does not recognize your identity, understood? Danzo seemed pleased with Feng Bai's demeanor. Is that the crux of it? In other words, if there are no witnesses around, I can freely exploit their vulnerabilities? If it weren't for my utter lack of skill, how could I possibly resort to such reputation-damaging tactics? Indeed, old Danzo remained the same old Danzo he knew. It appears your training regimen is insufficient. Starting tomorrow, your training will double. Just as Feng Bai contemplated how to placate Danzo, the latter's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Doubling the training means that the time spent being beaten will also double, and the time spent on hand seals will also double. What fun is there in that? Just as Feng Bai was about to voice his dissatisfaction, he met Danzo's singular gaze. What is it? Danzo asked, his tone indifferent. Thank you, father. I will strive to do my best. Feng Bai forced a change of subject, speaking insincerely. Is that so? Good. I am pleased to see you have not disappointed my expectations. Danzo's satisfaction was palpable as he regarded his son, recognizing his potential to one day embody the essence of a Hokage. Your Uchiha friend may continue your association, but do not disclose any information about me to him, understood? Danzo reminded Feng Bai regarding the matter of the item. Despite his various prejudices against the Uchiha clan, Danzo, with a profound understanding of them, knew that the Uchiha were deeply emotional beings. If one were to become a friend in their eyes, they would go to great lengths for that friendship, much like the late Uchiha Kagami had done. Reflecting on Kagami's untimely demise, Danzo sighed inwardly, recalling how the strongest member of the Uchiha clan had ultimately perished at the tender age of 25. Alas, that precious Sharingan had never been put to use for his purposes. Understood, father, Feng Bai continued nodding. Father, that title seems rather formal, he remarked, recalling Kakashi's address to Shuo Mao. Danzo, with a serious demeanor, looked at Feng Bai and said, in our home, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Dad. Yes, Dad, Feng Bai responded respectfully, taking deference to an extreme. It seemed that Danzo held a favorable view of him. Although the training was stringent, the underlying intentions were undoubtedly benevolent. With this in mind, Feng Bai mused that if he could merely endure, evade the Nine-Tails incident, withstand the onslaught of the army, and wait for Danzo to be dealt with by Sasuke, he could inherit the roots, support Naruto's rise to power, and enjoy a leisurely life in the Boruto era. Feng Bai reveled in these thoughts, entirely oblivious to the sheer absurdity of his aspirations. Very well, return and study the materials I have gathered for you. You need not concern yourself with washing the dishes. Danzo waved his hand, dismissing Feng Bai to his own quarters, unaware of the rebellious thoughts brewing within his son's mind. Upon returning to his room, Phonbai was greeted by a desk piled high with books. What is all this? He wondered. Surveying the array of scrolls bearing the crest of the Senju clan, Introduction to Chakra, Advanced Chakra Techniques, Mastery of Chakra, Chakra Mastery Achieved. Overwhelmed by the complexity of the material, Phonbai lamented, I was merely a college student before my transmigration. How could I possibly cope with such intricate knowledge? Aside from these introductory texts on chakra, the subsequent materials were even more formidable. Introduction to Sealing Techniques, Mastery of Sealing Techniques to the grave? What could that possibly entail? Oh, the four-symbol seal, that essay relief. Observing the formidable sealing technique capable of devastating bridges in his hand, Phonbai hastily cast it far away. This wind-style ninjutsu, passed down through generations of the Shimura clan, was quite impressive. Oh, even the alluring sun brother is included. And this, goodness, a collection of the second Hokage's water-style ninjutsu. The subsequent items were particularly intriguing, consisting of both wind and water ninjutsu. Ice Release, born from the fusion of wind and water chakra, was well known to Danzo, which is why he particularly sought out Tobarama's techniques. To master the water-style ninjutsu, an abundant amount of chakra is indispensable. Otherwise, while others could unleash a torrent of water to create a lake, those with lesser chakra would only manage a puddle. Although Phonbai lacked the bloodline of the Senju clan, possessing the Ice Release Kekei Genkai, his chakra levels, while not on par with the likes of Tsunade, certainly surpassed that of Kakashi. Chapter 21. Yakushi Ninayu. While Phonbai toiled late into the night, diligently training, Obito sat uneasily at home, stealing glances at Fugaku in the distance. Upon returning home, Obito was greeted by the sight of Fugaku chatting merrily with his grandmother, while several clan members busily tidied up around them. Once they confirmed that the clan members had gathered all necessary supplies, Fugaku and Obito sat down together for dinner, leading to the initial scene. Lord Fugaku, I heard that Obito had dinner at the Wine. Obito's grandmother spoke with concern, only to be interrupted by Fugaku. Do not worry. This matter has already been thoroughly investigated by the 8th Hokage. It is entirely the Y's doing and has nothing to do with Obito. Both of Obito's parents sacrificed themselves for the Uchiha clan. I would never allow the warriors to bleed and weep, Fugaku proclaimed with righteous fervor. However, Obito's grandmother, having witnessed much in her lifetime, had her own reservations about Fugaku's true character. At least until today, Fugaku had been a conservative figure, often compromising in the face of provocations from the Uchiha and the Inuzuka clans. The changes observed today suggested that something significant had transpired, likely related to Obito himself. Casting a complex glance at young Obito beside her, his grandmother was uncertain whether this boded well or ill. With a sigh, she patted Obito's shoulder, urging, You should thank Lord Fugaku. Prompted by his grandmother, Obito stammered, Thank you, Lord Fugaku. Oh no, I mean Lord Fugaku. This is merely my duty. By the way, Obito, when did you meet Phonbai? Fugaku smiled, eager to steer the conversation in a different direction. It should be today, Obito replied uncertainly. He had never encountered the somewhat adorable individual before, so why had he chosen to assist him? Obito strained to engage his not-so-sharp mind in search of an answer. Oh, is that so? And what about Kakashi? Fugaku continued, his mind calculating. I encountered him earlier and spent a few days playing together, Obito recalled. Fugaku mused. Connecting the dots. Danzo's previously unacknowledged son had appeared today, seemingly on good terms with Shumo's family, and had even come to the aid of bullied Obito. Was Danzo now colluding with Shumo? And why had he brought Obito into the mix? Did this mean Danzo was attempting to curry favor with him? After all, how fortuitous for him to have beaten the grandson of the Hawkish faction. Piecing together a somewhat outrageous conclusion, Fugaku pondered whether Danzo was indeed trying to win him over. He recalled Danzo's previous aggressive demeanor towards him, which had shifted to a calm conversation today. If it were not for the sake of gaining his favor, such a demeanor would be inexplicable. Rumors had long circulated about the discord between Danzo and the third Hokage, and it seemed those suspicions were indeed valid. This Hokage's advisor was likely amassing power to challenge the third's regime. Thus, was there a path forward by aligning with Danzo? Fugaku found himself troubled. Compared to the vigorous Sarutobi Hiruzen, this Hokage's advisor was not only physically impaired, but also significantly less powerful, given that Hiruzen was a renowned professor in the ninja world. Having battled the only current user of the bloodline limit, Inoki, with commendable prowess. In contrast, Danzo appeared rather meager. Perhaps it would be wiser to maintain a neutral stance, allowing both parties to remain in an ambiguous state while using this opportunity to suppress the hawkish elements within the clan. Resolutely, Fugaku, under the anxious gazes of Obito and his grandmother, raised his head. Is that so? Then Obito, you must maintain your relationship with them. After all, in the ninja world, having a close friend is a rare fortune. Yes, I understand, Lord Fugaku, Obito nodded vigorously. Although Phonbai seemed like a crafty individual, and Kakashi appeared to be an infuriatingly taciturn character, in Obito's heart, he had already deemed them both as friends, needing no further encouragement from Fugaku. Satisfied with Obito's response, Fugaku stood up, bid farewell to Obito's grandmother, and departed their home. With his goal accomplished, it was time for him to return and attend to his own affairs. Sons are not simply found. One must have two. Reflecting on the waiting Mikoto at home, Fugaku felt invigorated. Who cared about Danzo or Shumo? He had his own priorities. The next day, early in the morning, Phonbai skillfully smashed into the wall, only to be extricated by Yakushi Nanayu, who proceeded to heal him. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Shin transformed into a whip-wielding Jinchuriki, striking at Phonbai whenever he slacked off, due to Shin's lack of proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Danzo, feeling the training time was squandered, recalled the walking priestess who had long distanced herself from the route and sought her out overnight. Initially, Yakushi Nanayu was reluctant to assist Danzo. Although shocked that he had a son, her deep understanding of his nature made her wary of his danger. However, Danzo presented an offer she found impossible to refuse, a substantial sum of money, regularly donated to an orphanage, with no choice but to ensure the children's welfare. Yakushi Nanayu agreed to Danzo's terms and resumed her role in training Phonbai. Danzo was exceedingly pleased, compared to the funding for Orochimaru's research. This amount was negligible, merely a drizzle in the grand scheme, so he still came out ahead. All done. Having swiftly treated Phonbai's injuries, Yakushi Nanayu stepped aside. Hurry, Phonbai, continue. Observing Phonbai still lying on the ground, Yamashiro Shin delivered a decisive lash. Damn it, have I turned into an Aigo? Being whipped daily is worse than picking cotton. Phonbai, forced to charge at oil woman Ryoma after being struck, was subsequently slammed into the wall again. Actually, this job isn't so bad. I get to watch Danzo's son take a beating. Yakushi Nanayu, once again prying Phonbai from the wall, found herself less averse to the job than at the start. Chapter 22. Sarutobi Asuma, your complexion doesn't look too good, Phonbai, Obito remarked. His curiosity piqued as they gathered. You get whipped daily. Your complexion won't be any better. Phonbai grumbled internally. Yet his words belied a different sentiment. Your face isn't looking great either. It's swollen like a pig's head. It is inconceivable. I just looked in the mirror this morning, and I should have already reduced the swelling. Startled by the sudden fright, Obito began to search for a reflective surface. Enough of this chatter. Do you have any idea how long Kakashi and I have waited for you, you rascal? Gently punching Obito on the head, Phonbai realized for the first time his friend's notorious tardiness. How should I put it? There are always moments of confusion on the path of life. Obito tried to explain while covering his head. You simply overslept, didn't you? Kakashi stated his hypothesis. Not at all. That insufferable Kakashi. Vigorously refuting Kakashi's guess. Obito thought to himself that if he were not outmatched by this guy, he would have already given him a punch. Not far away, a girl with 2 streaks of face paint watched their interaction with a smile. It's all your fault. I almost forgot to introduce you. Rin, these are my friends. Phonbai and Kakashi. Upon hearing the girl's laughter, Obito remembered his purpose and began to introduce the two. Phonbai, Kakashi, this is Rin, Noera Rin. Hello, I am Noera Rin, the girl said, extending her hand graciously. Hataki Kakashi, Shimura Phonbai. Kakashi chose not to shake her hand, while Phonbai, fearing the awkwardness, gently clasped her hand. This is Obito's shining star. She truly is a lovely person, Phonbai mused internally. It seems I have officially stepped into the main storyline. Or perhaps it should be called a prequel. After all, the true protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, is still somewhere out there. TSK. If only I could have prevented Obito from being struck by falling rocks during that battle at the bridge, perhaps I could have averted the chaos of the Nine Tails. Phonbai began to let his imagination run wild. I wonder when Madara first took notice of Obito. Well, I am not even a low-ranking shinobi yet. So why should I concern myself with matters years down the line? Ultimately, let us go out and have fun. Yes, let us. Seeing F by still holding on to Rin's hand, Obito grew anxious. Ah, alright, yes, let us go out and play. Coming back to his senses, F by hurriedly released Rin's hand, wanting to explain, but fearing he would only make things worse, so he simply echoed Obito's words. Oh no. I hope Obito doesn't hold a grudge against me for this. When the night of the massacre arrives, will he come after me with a blade? Casting a cautious glance at Obito's expression, F by felt a twinge of guilt. I swear, in my past life I was an advocate of pure love. I merely lost my train of thought for a moment. I had no ulterior motives whatsoever. Isn't that Kakashi? What? Off to train again. Passing a dumpling shop. A slightly tanned boy leaning against the door greeted Kakashi. Kakashi merely nodded coldly and replied with a nonchalant "Hm. You rascal." Shaking his head with a smile. The boy stepped away from the doorframe and stood upright. This guy is a newcomer. Where did you meet him? The boy referred to F by as the newcomer. Speaking of which, I think I saw him yesterday, walking alone on the street. A child sitting nearby with a long skewer in his mouth seemed to recall something and spoke up. Kakashi helplessly halted, preparing to introduce F by, but to his surprise, the boy had already run up to F by and introduced himself. Hello, I am Asuma, Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma. What the heck, old horse? No. He should now be called young horse. In the future, he will gradually become the taskmaster, the romantic, the gravedigger, and inexplicably the green-haired one. I am Shimura F by. This was F by's second self-introduction that day. Shimura? A peculiar expression crossed Asuma's face upon hearing F by's surname. Speaking of the Shimura family, one cannot help but think of a certain Hokage advisor. Asuma knew Danzo, and sometimes Danzo would visit his father to discuss work matters. However, compared to Kurama Shikaku and Mito Menka, Danzo's demeanor was much colder. Yes, it is indeed the Shimura you are thinking of. Sensing Asuma's thoughts, F by nodded. One from the Shimura clan. Quite rare, the boy with the toothpick was, of course, Nara Shikamaru. As a child, he would chew on toothpicks, and as he grew, he moved on to kunai. What is more astonishing is that he could still speak while chewing on things. Truly impressive. What? A member of the Shimura clan? From the innermost table in the dumpling shop, a girl suddenly peeked out, holding a skewer of dumplings. Where are the Shimura clan members? Let me take a look. Red Bean, you glutton. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight with how many dumplings you eat every day? Noticing the teasing remarks from the sunglasses-wearing Ebisu towards Red Bean, Wai-Hai Kurenai hastily intervened. Well, since we are here, let us all eat dumplings together. It's on me. Amidst the playful banter, Asuma brushed aside F by's surname and boisterously patted his chest. Then let us eat. While saying this, F by had already stepped into the shop. Thank you so much. Seeing this, Obito also pulled Rin inside. Thank you very much. Rin politely expressed her gratitude to Asuma. With all three having entered the shop, Kakashi could only pinch his nose and join them, sitting at the closest table to the door. That is more like it, Kakashi. Mayam, please bring us 4 plates of dumplings. Asuma patted Kakashi on the shoulder and then shouted to the shop owner. Speaking of which, you are quite the charming one. Aren't you? While waiting for the dumplings, Wai-Hai Red Bean curiously approached F by, admiring his fair skin with a hint of envy. Perhaps it's just good genes? F by was unsure how to respond, so he engaged in awkward small talk. Oh really? Red Bean exclaimed, continuously examining F by from head to toe while intermittently stuffing dumplings into her mouth. Chapter 23. I want pocket money. Well, the Shimura clan members are indeed quite mysterious and rare. Wai-Hai Red Bean chewed on her dumplings while continuing to chat with F by. Observing this young one who was called Red Bean in his youth and would later be known as Sweet Potato in Boruto, F by felt a pang of regret for him, although many details of the plot were vague in his memory. This character's entrance during the CH9 exams remained etched in his mind, especially that suit of armor beneath which lay the Great Thunder. No, F by. You have fallen too far. Right now, you should be considering how to navigate this treacherous world while stepping over Danzo's corpse, rather than dwelling on this Great Thunder and that Great Thunder, dispelling all wicked thoughts from his mind. F by focused on the dumplings that the owner had just placed before him. Ahem, proper dumplings now. 3 colors of dumplings strung on a bamboo skewer, drizzled with the shop owner's secret golden sauce, formed the renowned 3-colored dumplings of Konoha. Go on, give it a try. Wai-Hai Red Bean nudged F by with her elbow, urging him to eat. I think it's you who wants to eat, isn't it? Watching Red Bean nearly drooling, F-by rolled his eyes internally and handed her a skewer. Ah, you. Don't you know I'm already full? Wiping the drool from her mouth, Red Bean's eyes sparkled as she took the dumpling and began to feast, patting F-by on the shoulder. But you have good taste. I'll take care of you from now on. Eating so quickly after being full, watching the dumplings vanish from his hand in an instant. F-by rolled his eyes again and picked up another skewer to bring to his mouth. So sweet. The sauce is sweet, and the dumplings are sweet. No wonder this girl became so plump later on. Not particularly fond of sweets. F-by slowly chewed on the soft dumplings in his mouth while glancing at Red Bean beside him. Hey Hondo, you rascal. It was clearly my treat for Phonbai. Asuma, observing the situation, noticed that Hondo, who should have been full, had a skewer of dumplings in hand. Familiar with her character, Asuma quickly grasped the scenario at hand. Don't be so stingy, Asuma. You are the beloved son of the third Hokage. You should be generous like Lord Hokage. Hondo made a face at Asuma after swallowing the dumpling and dashed back to Red's side. You keep bringing up the old man. Asuma sighed in exasperation before turning to Phonbai, who was silently enjoying his dumplings. Do you need another skewer? Placing the skewer down, Phonbai shook his head. No, I don't particularly enjoy sweet treats. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the owner of the shop approached with a bowl of red bean soup. Here comes the fragrant and sweet red bean soup. Phonbai remained silent, while Asuma exclaimed, Oh no, does this shop only sell sweet items? Phonbai gazed at the red bean soup, reflecting on his past life where he would never add sugar even to bean juice. It seemed he was destined to succumb to sweets in this lifetime. After all, those familiar with Naruto would know that sweet-toothed individuals often met unfortunate fates. If you don't like sweets, why not try the soy sauce flavor? Asuma suggested understandingly. There's a flavor like that? Phonbai's mouth dropped open in surprise, completely unaware that such a variant existed. Everyone in the village should know, right? Asuma scratched his head, pondering the isolation of the Shimura clan from outsiders. Yet it seemed improbable that they were so disconnected as to be oblivious to dumpling flavors. Perhaps they were indeed impoverished? Remembering that Danzo had not changed clothes in a year, Asuma solidified his suspicion. Meanwhile, Hondo and Red began to whisper among themselves. Only Kakashi remained turned away from the group, unwrapping his dumpling while they speculated. 5 days passed quietly. Following their serendipitous encounter at the dumpling shop and their time spent together, Phonbai had officially integrated into this circle. He also became acquainted with what it meant to be in a culinary desert. Over these 5 days, their gatherings revolved solely around the dumpling shop and Ichiraku ramen, with barely any other options available. What, barbecue? Sorry, the budget doesn't allow for that. Most of the time, it was the magnanimous Asuma who footed the bill, with Kakashi occasionally paying, while Phonbai simply enjoyed the meals for free. Of course, Phonbai had his grievances. It seemed that despite Danzo's insistence on him making friends, he had yet to see a single coin of pocket money. He was too fearful to request any, worried that if Danzo were displeased, he might send him off to Orochimaru for experiments. However, if this continued, his reputation among peers would plummet to that of Ebisu. This simply could not happen. Upon returning home and seeing Danzo seated at the dining table as usual, Phonbai resolved to take a bold step and ask his father for pocket money. Observing Danzo, who appeared to be in good spirits with a slight smile, Phonbai squinted his eyes, preparing to deliver the speech he had meticulously rehearsed. Please sit down. Noticing his son standing without taking a seat, Danzo could no longer restrain himself from speaking. All right, Dad. What a ridiculous line. Obeying his father was the priority. Phonbai quickly took his seat. I can smell it upon entering. Still the familiar 3 dishes and a soup. Gazing at the unchanged meals over the past few days, Phonbai began to doubt whether the cook knew any other dishes. However, recalling that Danzo likely prepared these meals himself, he feigned enjoyment, taking a bite. Observing Phonbai relish the food, Danzo silently nodded in approval. It seemed his son enjoyed these dishes, and if that was the case, he would continue to prepare them. Yet, he was somewhat weary of the same flavors. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to eat out and vary his palate. After finishing his meal, Danzo set down his chopsticks. So, how has your interaction with that Asuma boy been? Quite well. He's a very generous person, Phonbai replied casually, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Generous? Danzo frowned slightly. Having thought of many descriptors, but not this one. Yes, he pays every time we go out. Phonbai's eyes brightened, seizing the moment to bring up his need for pocket money. Just like his weak father, relying on petty tactics to win people's hearts. Danzo scoffed at Asuma's actions. Chapter 24. Encountering Sarutobi Hiruzen again, petty tactics? Phonbai looked down on Danzo's shallow perspective. As the second-in-command in the village, how could he not recognize that the key to fostering relationships lay in mutual benefit? Just like the Uchiha clan. Why had they been causing disturbances since the second Hokage's era, if not due to unequal distribution of interests? Given Asuma's current demeanor, should one of them be chosen as Hokage, Phonbai would undoubtedly proclaim, "I choose Asuma, for he has treated us to meals." Both members of the second Hokage's guard. The Sarutobi clan produced a Hokage, while the Shimura clan yielded a second-in-command, and the Nara and Mito clans each produced an advisor. Yet the Uchiha clan was left with only the prematurely deceased Uchiha Kagami. No one could accept that. Forget it, considering Danzo's penchant for terrorizing rule. Bringing this up might only be seen as weakness. It's better to first resolve the pocket money issue. Unbeknownst to Danzo, Phonbai had already depreciated him in his mind. Instead, he was contemplating Asuma's resources. That Sarutobi Hiruzen, while he would not voice it, surely desired one of his 3 disciples to inherit the Hokage position. Orochimaru had been shunned by Hiruzen for reasons unknown. Jiraiya was said to be traversing the ninja world, often missing in action. Whichever of the 3 Sannin ascended to the Hokage position would undoubtedly extend preferential treatment to his mentor's son, perhaps even reenacting the so-called test of loyalty. Danzo could not allow Asuma to continue thriving. Closing his single eye, Danzo contemplated that there must be a transitional Hokage between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Phonbai. Someone close enough to ensure that Phonbai surpassed Asuma. His subordinates were all unsavory characters, and even he might not pass the J-Nin voting process. There had to be someone with greater renown than the Sannin, who also held a favorable view of Phonbai. Danzo's eyes suddenly opened wide as he gazed at Phonbai, who was sitting obediently in front of him. Noticing Danzo's gaze, Phonbai perked up, believing his hint had been understood, excitement bubbling within him. "You need to get along well with Kakashi." "Huh? Oh." Phonbai's expression fell. Why was that brooding man being mentioned out of the blue? Meanwhile, Danzo was considering that the only person in Konoha who could surpass the Sannin, and who had a favorable impression of Phonbai, was none other than the legendary Konoha White Fang. Compared to Orochimaru, Hatake Tsukumo held greater prestige in the village and had an excellent reputation. If he could convince Phonbai to become his disciple and then promote him as the next Hokage, Phonbai would naturally be in a position to contend for that role. Moreover, Hatake Tsukumo was someone Sarutobi Hiruzen could not refuse. Compared to the trio of disciples embroiled in vice, Hatake Tsukumo was undoubtedly the one who truly embodied the will of fire. However, it is still premature to engage with the enigmatic Kajimasa, so it is prudent to await the opportune moment. From the beginning, Kazuki was filled with eager anticipation, yet now he languished in boredom, unable to elicit any response from Danzo. Just as he was about to rise from his seat, he heard Danzo, after a long period of contemplation, finally speak. "You are my son, Danzo. What sort of image do you project by having the Sarutobi clan host you daily? Starting tomorrow, you shall not accept their hospitality." "Very well, old man," Kazuki replied, feigning a cheerful demeanor despite feeling defeated. "If you refuse to provide funds, that is one matter. But to deny me their treats is quite another. Truly, that is your style." Kazuki, with a face full of chagrin, managed to respond, "Understood, father. Good. Now go and study." Danzo nodded expressionlessly in response. Months passed, and during this time, Kazuki progressed from being stationary, subjected to Raiga's relentless kicks, to a point where he could compel Raiga to take a few steps back. Furthermore, having learned the healing arts from the skilled Nanao during his spare time, he had achieved modest success. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that, after numerous subtle hints from Kazuki, Danzo finally remembered to provide his son with a modest allowance sufficient for his sustenance. "This is 10,000 ryo. Spend it wisely before asking Raiga for more." Danzo's dignified demeanor while handing over the money compelled Kazuki to sincerely exclaim, "Thank you, father." For the first time, 10,000 ryo was no trivial amount. It was ample enough to indulge not only in dango, but even an extravagant bowl of Ichiraku ramen for everyone. Clutching his abdomen and limping toward the meeting point, Kazuki's unique entrance had become a familiar sight for Asuma and the others. "Ah, you've taken quite the beating again, Kazuki," said Akamichi with a grin as he caught Kazuki's shoulder just as he steadied himself. "How dare you tarnish my reputation?" Kazuki retorted vehemently. "Training cannot be considered a beating. It is the way of the ninja. Can training truly be labeled as such?" As they playfully bantered, they found themselves in the bustling streets of Konoha, where they stumbled upon Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in lively conversation with a charming female shopkeeper. "Ah, is that not the young master? Hokage-sama, your son has come to see you." The shopkeeper, amused by Hiruzen's remarks, quickly alerted Asuma. "Ah, yes, Asuma," Hiruzen replied, turning to face him with a calm nod, devoid of any overt expression. Asuma returned the nod. However, when Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Kazuki, a warm smile instantly brightened his face. "Kazuki, how have you been faring in the village?" Noticing Hiruzen's attention on Kazuki, Akamichi quickly released his embrace and stepped aside to observe. "Quite well, Third Hokage, Lord Third." Kazuki nearly stumbled over his words, almost addressing his father too casually due to Hiruzen's affable demeanor. Nevertheless, it was not entirely Kazuki's fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat aged, with silver strands beginning to adorn his temples, a stark contrast to the fully dark-haired Danzo. "Ha ha ha, is that so? That is splendid news. In the dancing leaves of Konoha, the fire of our village remains ever vibrant. You are all the green leaves that we, the older generation, must protect. Only through your thriving can the village hope for a prosperous future." Seizing the moment, Hiruzen took the opportunity to extol the will of fire while gazing at the children before him. "Lord Third, I will certainly uphold the will of fire and strive toward my goal of becoming Hokage," a youthful voice proclaimed in response to Hiruzen's speech. To Hiruzen's surprise at the children's enthusiasm, he scanned the crowd for the speaker, spotting the excited figure of Uchiha Obito, clad in protective goggles and a shirt emblazoned with a table tennis logo. "Ah, you are," Hiruzen began, only to recognize the boy's identity. Uchiha Obito, the sole Uchiha among the children, and a close friend of Kazuki. "Obito, I eagerly await the day you become Hokage," Hiruzen said, extending his smoke-scented hand to ruffle Obito's hair. It was astonishing to see someone from the Uchiha clan embrace the will of fire. This development hinted that perhaps the issues between the Uchiha and Konoha could soon find resolution. If Kazuki were aware of Hiruzen's thoughts at that moment, he would surely applaud in agreement, affirming that indeed, this young lad had swiftly addressed the Uchiha dilemma, albeit with methods that might differ from Hiruzen's expectations. As the praise for Obito continued, Akihiko chimed in, "Lord Third, I too shall embody the will of fire." "Excellent, excellent." Hiruzen's smile broadened. "To become Hokage, you must first enroll in the Ninja Academy and become a ninja. I shall await you there." After encouraging the children, Hiruzen joyfully departed the street. Indeed, the time for enrollment at the Ninja Academy was drawing near. The exhilaration of having spoken with the Hokage up close left Akihiko aglow, his eyes sparkling even behind his sunglasses. "Indeed, Red, Akamichi, are you all prepared to participate?" Rin inquired, nodding in agreement before looking at the others. "Participation is a must. Aside from becoming a ninja, I cannot conceive of any other pursuit," Akamichi replied, grinning from ear to ear. "Speaking of which, my transformation technique has improved significantly. I should be able to pass the assessment." Red mused, counting on her fingers to tally her recent efforts. "Transformation technique? How cunning, Red. I have only just grasped the basics of chakra manipulation." Kazuki exclaimed, feeling a pang of frustration as he overheard Red's advancement in training. "Hey, I thought everyone was on the same page," Red said, slightly discomforted by Akamichi's grip. "Transformation technique, huh?" Obito, feeling a surge of determination, retorted, "No mere transformation technique could pose any challenge to me." Kazuki remained oblivious to the ongoing banter. Indeed, the foundational lesson for ninjas is the transformation technique. Yet it seems Raiga has never taught me these fundamentals. I wonder if they are venting their frustrations on me for the grievances they suffered under Danzo. Isn't it true that genius breeds envy? Asuma's voice suddenly interjected from the side. Turning to face Asuma, Kazuki observed him regarding Kakashi with a complex expression. "That is indeed the case," Kazuki replied with a gentle smile. "However, to dismiss someone's efforts solely based on the label of genius seems rather one-sided, does it not?" "You are correct," Asuma acknowledged, also smiling as he patted Kazuki's shoulder. "Indeed, true talent often accompanies diligence. It appears I need to step up my game. Then let us challenge that arrogant Kakashi together," Kazuki declared, raising his fist in determination. "Yes, and we shall bring Obito along to serve as our vanguard," Asuma added, observing Obito becoming increasingly animated. "Enough of this nonsense. Let's go to the pastry shop for cake. Today, I shall treat." Asuma, feeling the strain on his meager wallet. Reluctantly made the decision to appease Obito. Why does it feel like knowing too many people can be a burden? Perhaps next time we should avoid going out as a group. Alright, everyone, gather round. Today's expenses are on Asuma. As Asuma took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility of paying the bill, Phonbai hurriedly waved his flag and rushed first towards the dim sum shop. How cunning Phonbai was. Wait for me, shouted Hongdo, who was the second to charge forward. The day for enrollment at the Ninja Academy was fast approaching. At the dining table, Tuanzong suddenly spoke up, catching Phonbai off guard. How should I know the date? I'm not a local. After months of interaction, Phonbai was no longer as reserved as he had been initially. He spoke to Tuanzong with a noticeable air of relaxation. I suppose he mentioned it when I met Hokage-sama today. Upon hearing that Phonbai had encountered Hisashi, Tuanzong displayed no signs of surprise, clearly having known about it beforehand. Physical training, after all, requires the accumulation of time. One cannot rush it. It is through ninjutsu that a ninja's talent can truly be discerned. Tuanzong set down his chopsticks. Tomorrow morning, you will accompany me to a certain place. A certain place? It can't be the route, can it? Phonbai, who had an inkling of the answer, curiously asked, where to? You will know when we arrive. Tuanzong replied, exuding an air of confidence that concealed his true intentions. Before dawn the next day, Phonbai was summoned by Tuanzong, who then revealed a hidden door beneath his tatami mat, unveiling a dark tunnel. Whoa, an underground battle in Old Konoha. Phonbai's guess was correct. Tuanzong was indeed taking him to the route base, but he had not anticipated that Tuanzong had connected a tunnel between his home and the base. After traversing the lengthy passage, Phonbai arrived at the most enigmatic place in all of Konoha, the route. What is this place? Although he had already guessed the answer, he feigned ignorance to avoid arousing Tuanzong's suspicion. This is where the true guardians of Konoha gather, Tuanzong explained with a tone of pride. This is also where I conduct my work. You can come here to practice ninjutsu when you have free time. Under Tuanzong's guidance, they reached a training ground. The vast area was dotted with several humanoid targets, showing evident signs of past training, presumably by seasoned members of the route. This is a fundamental wind release technique. Unlike the formless shadow clone, this technique requires the manipulation of wind's elemental change, Tuanzong explained as he began forming hand seals at a deliberately slow pace. Wind release, breakthrough. With the targets blown away, Tuanzong elaborated on the concept of chakra nature transformation and introduced the elemental strengths and weaknesses. Water overcomes fire. Fire overcomes wind. Wind overcomes lightning. Lightning overcomes earth. And earth overcomes water. While these relationships exist, they rely on both parties utilizing chakra of comparable levels. Should one's chakra vastly exceed the others, you know Madara, right? If he unleashed a fire release, you would foolishly counter with water release. And unless you possessed the caliber of Tobirama, you would simply end up as roasted chicken. Thus, to thrive comfortably in the ninja world, it ultimately comes down to possessing a commendable lineage. Look at the Uchiha, they ascend to greatness in the later stages, a must-have bloodline for any traveler. At the very least, one should possess the Uzumaki lineage, which boasts vitality and abundant chakra. As for someone like me, with an ordinary bloodline limit, I might as well wait for old tens to shower me with coins. Reflecting on the portrayal of Ice Release in the original work, Phonbai could only weep. If only I were the illegitimate child of the Uchiha, perhaps luck would grant me the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. If Tuanzong knew that his son preferred to be an Uchiha, he would undoubtedly curse the treacherous Uchiha for sowing discord. Why don't you give it a try? Tuanzong gestured half-heartedly towards a target that had been propped up again, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Understood. Phonbai moved to the position where Tuanzong had stood and assumed the proper stance. Wind attribute chakra, huh? For someone who could already condense ice crystals using chakra, this was not a daunting task. If I show off something different to old tens, perhaps he might be pleased enough to lessen my beatings from Ryoma. And if I'm lucky, he might even grant me some pocket money. With this thought, Phonbai began forming his seals. The seal caused Tuanzong to stiffen momentarily, his gaze towards Phonbai now laced with surprise. Wind release, vacuum wave. Feeling the wind attribute chakra coalesce in his throat, Phonbai forcefully exhaled towards the target. The sharp blades of wind instantly sliced through all the humanoid targets, even carving a deep mark into the wall at the far end. The amount of chakra he possessed, indeed. A ninja with a bloodline limit inherently possessed more chakra than an ordinary person. Observing Phonbai with narrowed eyes, Tuanzong noted that a typical individual of this age would likely be exhausted after executing such a technique. Moreover, Fengbai had managed to hit the target with precision. How was that, father? Not receiving immediate praise from Tuanzong, Fengbai took the initiative to inquire. No doubt, you are my son. Tuanzong finally nodded in acknowledgement. However, Fengbai's joy was short-lived as Tuanzong's next statement caused his expression to sour. But your speed in forming seals is still too slow. From tomorrow onward, we will extend the practice time for seal formation. Fengbai clenched his fists in frustration. A true man stands firm amidst the heavens and the earth. Did you hear that? Not receiving a response, Tuanzong looked down at Fengbai. To be adaptable is the mark of a true man. Yes, father. Fengbai replied with a smile and a nod. Through the trials of sweat and toil, the day of the enrollment examination arrived. Hey, Kakashi. At the entrance of the ninja academy, Fengbai greeted Kakashi. Kakashi responded nonchalantly, glancing behind Fengbai. Where's your father? He said he'd arrive shortly and told me to go in first. What about Uncle Shikaku? Unbothered by whether Tuanzong showed up or not, Fengbai inquired about Shikaku's whereabouts. Who knows? Kakashi shrugged, pulling out a book from his pocket to read. Hey, Fengbai. Before Fengbai could press further, Asuma squeezed through from somewhere, greeting the two of them. Well, needless to say, your dad isn't here. Fengbai didn't need to ask. He knew that the third Hokage was busy with work. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. By the way, Obito is late again, right? I just saw Rin with her mother. Asuma scanned the surroundings, not spotting Obito. When is he ever on time? He.S. probably helping some old man again. After nearly a year of knowing Obito's tardiness, Fengbai had grown accustomed to it. If he delays any longer, he'll have to wait until next year. Finally spotting the person he had been looking for, Asuma waved goodbye to Fengbai and Kakashi. I can't chat with you guys anymore. I'm heading off. Oh, it's definitely Yuhi Kurenai. Following Asuma's departure, Fengbai spotted Kurenai's figure without surprise. Hey, Fengbai, with a familiar embrace around his neck. Fengbai could guess the identity of the person without turning his head. Isn't this a bit inappropriate with so many people around? Hongdo? Hehe. What is there to be afraid of? Are you shy? Hongdo playfully poked Fengbai's cheek, her face alight with joy. This girl, indeed, had a carefree disposition. But unfortunately, she was still too young. If she were to pull a stunt like this in 10 years, I would likely be swayed. As for now, Shimizu Fengbai, the son of Tuanzong, aspire to become the second leader of the route. I simply found her exuberance a bit overwhelming. Therefore, if she wishes to embrace, let her. It won't cost me any flesh. Fengbai rolled his eyes, allowing Hongdo to frolic around him. Obito blinked his eyes, scanning the surroundings, and just as Hongdo was about to speak, Fengbai interrupted. No need to ask. The answer is that he is late again. By the way, you are the second person to ask. TCH, so unlovable. As her sentence was cut short, Hongdo playfully ruffled Fengbai's hair. Before she could take further action, two ninjas wearing forehead protectors and dressed in ninja vests suddenly appeared at the entrance of the school. They slowly opened the gate, allowing several teachers to emerge from within. The teachers first separated the parents from the children, then organized the children into an orderly line to enter for their studies. I'm off, father. Yes, Kai. Let your youth shine. Two spirited voices echoed. Before Fengbai could discern the voice's owners, he was pushed inside the school by Hongdo. This year's students certainly possess a number of promising talents. In the principal's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window at the line of students below. Behind him, Danzo sat in his chair, remaining silent. Aren't you going to check on Fengbai? Hiruzen, not receiving a response, turned around with a smirk, pulling out a pipe from seemingly nowhere and settling into the principal's chair. I am well aware of my son's capabilities. He lifted the teacup in front of him, while Danzo remained impassive. Yet you, Asuma, have been cared for by the likes of People Lake. Has he truly learned anything from you? After taking a sip of tea, Danzo set down the cup and began to tease Hiruzen. Chapter 27. The assessment is about to begin. Hiruzen felt a twinge of guilt at Danzo's words, recalling how little attention he had paid to Asuma. He pressed the pipe against his forehead, a hint of defeat flashing across his face. I do not possess the abilities of the second Hokage to deftly manage the affairs of the village. There must always be sacrifices between personal and communal interests, mustn't there? Hiruzen, facing away from Danzo, seemed to be responding to him while also comforting himself. Such sentiments are best shared with your son. I have no desire to hear them. Reflecting on his own education of Fengbai, Danzo felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that while he had always been bested by Hisashi in matters concerning family, he could claim a small victory. Haha, Asuma will understand, or rather, every individual with the will of fire will comprehend, Danzo remarked. As Asuma's figure entered the teaching building, Hisashi turned to face Danzo. Can such a thing truly protect Konoha? Danzo, with his one eye, returned Hisashi's gaze, extending his bandaged arm. Willpower cannot safeguard Konoha, Hisashi. Only iron and blood can. I sacrificed an arm and an eye for this village, a fact you should be well aware of. Hisashi fell silent. He had witnessed Danzo's sacrifices firsthand, which was why he chose to protect him despite some of his more extreme actions. After all, Danzo genuinely fought for the village. The extent of his self-interest was something Hisashi consciously chose to overlook. What are your thoughts on this year's students? Setting down his pipe, Hisashi shifted the conversation away from their previous topic. Each year, Danzo would take special note of several exceptionally talented children, preparing to recruit them into the Anbu at the appropriate time. After all, the true name of the roots was the Anbu Training Department. Aside from members personally designated by the Hokage, most trained here would eventually serve in the Anbu. The ninjas under Danzo's command were those he personally scouted, trained, and kept close. You are the Hokage. Isn't it your prerogative to select whoever you wish? Due to Winbai's impending enrollment, Danzo had not focused on other students, but rather on nurturing his son. This year's batch is indeed impressive. Wai Kurenai's daughter, Kakashi Hitaki's son, and in Kazan's son. Not to mention Yamashiro Aoi, and others. Pulling out the enrollment roster, Hisashi smiled at the numerous names listed. These are the green leaves of Konoha. If we cultivate them well, Konoha will flourish for generations, eventually realizing the first Hokage's vision. Ultimately, those who pass the assessment are often the scions of established ninja clans. Commoners can only seek to join during the scarce recruitment seasons. Danzo interjected, shattering Hisashi's daydream. As long as these clans remain, especially the Uchiha, Konoha cannot truly find peace. A glint of cunning flashed in Danzo's eye. I know what you are thinking, Hisashi. The first Hokage, in his desire to unify Konoha's clans, willingly stripped the Senju name from his kin, allowing them to integrate into the village. Yet, what of the other clans? They merely sought to divide the spoils left by the Senju's decline. He gestured towards Tsunade, Hisashi's disciple. Look at her, as the granddaughter of the first. Her inheritance has dwindled to just an old building. Danzo's words left Hisashi feeling somewhat embarrassed. He yearned to point out that Tsunade's financial struggles stemmed from her gambling losses. But he refrained, knowing she was his disciple and that directly criticizing her would tarnish his reputation. Moreover, much of the vast Senju land had been converted to public property for the village's development, though it appeared in light of Danzo's remarks that he resembled the morally bankrupt clans he spoke of. Cursed Danzo, even at this moment. He couldn't resist taking jabs at him. After being thwarted by Danzo several times, Hisashi resolved to refrain from conversing with him for the next hour. Form groups of 4 and enter the rooms. In the teaching building, a teacher pointed to several rooms, indicating the children should enter in groups of 4 for their assessments. Winbai's group consisted of him, Hongdo, and Genkai, and hey, everyone. A boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle and dressed in a tight green outfit flashed a gesture at Winbai and the others, revealing a bright smile. My name is Mike Guy. I look forward to working with you. Wow, Red Dog. No, wait, he.s. still Little Red Dog. No, it should be Green Dog. Winbai realized that the voice he had heard earlier belonged to Mike Guy. And Genkai, chewing on a toothpick, glanced at Mike Guy without saying a word, merely nodding before turning away. Hongdo, however, scrutinized Mike Guy with interest and leaned closer to Winbai, whispering, I think I've seen him before. He walks around upside down on the streets, shouting something about youth. Hey, I've never seen him. Where did you see him? Winbai quietly asked Hongdo. When I was heading home. Oh, right. You live in the village center, so you wouldn't have seen him. He seems to live at the village's edge. Hongdo patted Winbai's shoulder, reminding him of his residence. I see. After hearing Hongdo's explanation, Winbai's expression changed to one of understanding. Just as Hongdo was about to react, Winbai extended his hand. I'm Shimizu Winbai. This is Wai Hi Hongdo, and the one with the toothpick is and Genkai. Nice to meet you, Guy. Let us bask in the glory of youth together, Winbai-kun. When Winbai extended his hand, Guy momentarily froze before enthusiastically shaking it, exclaiming his signature phrase. All right, next group. Before the conversation could continue, the teacher's voice echoed from the room. and the previous 4 students emerged with varied expressions, some dejected, some jubilant, and others brimming with confidence. Although the assessment results would be posted in the village the following week, the children's expressions and the teacher's tone provided hints about the outcomes. F and Jinkai. Show me a shuriken, the male teacher seated at the desk said, glancing at the somewhat arrogant F and Jinkai, pointing to the shuriken on the table before gesturing toward the target on the wall. Chapter 28. Differentiated treatment with a thud. F and Jinkai tossed the shuriken at the target, though it did not land in the center. Your stance is fairly standard. Does anyone in your family have a history as a ninja? From the moment Shiranui Jinken picked up the shuriken, he fixated his gaze intently on the opponent, prompting the teacher to casually inquire. Indeed, my father is a jonin of Konoha, Jinken nodded. I see. Have you encountered the shadow clone technique? The teacher continued, jotting notes on a form. The clone technique. Upon hearing the inquiry, Jinken opted for a practical demonstration to address the teacher's question. Recognizing the flaws in the clone created by Jinken, the teacher immediately discerned the imperfections. Though somewhat flawed, it is commendable for your age, he nodded, placing the pen back on the desk, signaling Jinken to wait to the side. Yamanaka Red Bean, correct? The teacher addressed the girl before him, producing a new form. Yes. Typically boisterous, Red Bean became unusually compliant in the presence of the teacher, nodding obediently. Indeed, the boy behind her, Kazumura, couldn't resist mimicking Red Bean's tone with a theatrical voice, which earned him a sharp glare from her. This also caught the teacher's attention, but he refrained from commenting, simply casting a penetrating glance at Kazumura before returning his focus to Red Bean. Like the previous child, show me a shuriken throw, with a reasonably standard stance. Red Bean threw the shuriken, and the teacher proceeded to inquire about her family background before assessing her ninjutsu and jinjutsu aptitude. Next, as Red Bean completed her evaluation, Kazumura approached the teacher. Name? Shimura Kazumura. Upon hearing this name, the teacher hesitated, pausing mid-motion before pretending to casually write Kazumura's name on the form. He recalled his earlier conversations with colleagues before work that day. Did you hear? Among the students enrolling this time, there's not only the son of the 3rd Hokage, but also the son of the Hokage's advisor. Really? The Hokage's advisor has a son. You didn't know? He was wandering the streets with Asuma and others not long ago. He was the cutest among them. Be cautious if you inadvertently dismiss the offspring of such significant figures. The consequences. Teacher? Kazumura cautiously probed, noticing the teacher's sudden silence with the form. Oh, Kazumura, right? Let's start with some simple questions, the teacher responded, regaining his composure and smiling. The teacher didn't seem very cheerful during our assessments, did he? Red Bean queried, slightly irritated, glancing at Jinkan, chewing on a toothpick. Jinkan appeared unfazed. If your father were the Hokage's advisor, the teacher would certainly smile at you. As a ninja, mental agility is paramount. Thus, I must assess your cognitive abilities. Skipping the shuriken and ninjutsu tests, the teacher awarded full marks for those sections on the form before posing a simple question. Which is larger, 8 or 4? 8. Correct. Our ninjas in Konoha typically operate in teams of 4, unlike other hidden villages, such as Awagakure, which favor larger collective operations. Thus, in the face of 8 opponents, our 4-man teams are indeed at a disadvantage. As he explained, he noted quick-witted and exceptional intelligence in the remarks section of the form. What is 44 equal to? 8. Precisely, 2 teams of 4 combine to make 8. This exemplifies the essence of teamwork. The teacher nodded approvingly, adding, demonstrates excellent cooperative spirit. Kazumura felt somewhat exasperated, doubting that even if he said 442, the teacher would find a way to rationalize it. All right, next. The teacher smiled, gesturing for Kazumura to join Red Bean. Upon seeing the next student, Mike Guy, the teacher's smile vanished instantaneously. Teacher, first, go throw the shuriken, the teacher interrupted, promptly writing Guy's name on the form. The son of the perennial genin Might Due, constantly engaging in bizarre artistic antics, truly tarnished Konoha's reputation. With a barely perceptible shake of his head, the teacher tested Guy's ninjutsu and jinjutsu abilities, his expression growing visibly sour. This fellow, aside from commendable physical prowess, has lamentable ninjutsu skills. Looks like that lad might be in trouble, Red Bean remarked, reacting to the teacher's expression, only to be gently tapped on the head by Kazumura. Don't speak carelessly. Red Bean. Unbeknownst to them, Kazumura understood that the future Might Guy would epitomize the struggle of the ordinary against the extraordinary, battling bloodline monsters with mere mortal tenacity, nearly kicking off the grand finale. "Oh," Red Bean replied obediently, falling silent. "Thanks for the support." Their voices, though not loud, resonated clearly in the spacious room. Guy, feeling slighted, merely raised his thumb towards Red Bean. "This kid," Red Bean expressed her surprise. As the last student exited the classroom, the enrollment process concluded successfully. Glancing at the thick stack of report forms, Noera displayed a resigned smile. "It seems I will be occupied for a while." "This is your duty as Hokage," Danzo remarked. Comfortably perched in his chair, lifting his teacup yet again. Observing Danzo's leisurely demeanor, Noera, somewhat exasperated, presented a portion of the forms before Danzo. "Are you really just here to sip tea?" "I am merely a parent waiting for my son," Danzo replied, barely glancing at the forms, lacking the motivation to even reach for them. The root is currently enacting covert reforms to fulfill its expectations. So Danzo had no intentions of recruiting personnel at this time. Let Noera worry about training the Anbu for the Hokage. Chapter 29, A Slap for Kakashi. This is physical prowess at full marks, ninjutsu aptitude at full marks, jinjutsu aptitude at full marks, as well as intelligence. Noera waved Wind White's assessment form with interest, attempting to catch Danzo's attention. Merely a product of the Shimura surname scores, devoid of any reference value. Upon seeing Noera retrieve Wind White's assessment form, Danzo began searching for something among them. Soon, he located the assessment form he sought, Sarutobi Hiruzen, full marks across the board, accompanied by 3 lines of personal evaluation, all filled with praise. Danzo held little regard for Hiruzen, yet the reality is, that child only inherited your fire and wind natures, lacking your ability to wield the 5 elemental natures. Having stated this, Danzo made no further delay, rising and proceeding to the door, opening it. "Leaving already? Not going to help me strategize?" The thought of dismissing some of these outstanding children pained Sarutobi Noera. He desperately needed Danzo to share in this burden. However, it was evident that Danzo was unwilling to take the fall for such trivial matters. He ignored Noera and walked straight out of the room. "Oh dear," Noera sighed regretfully, setting aside his pipe and beginning to select students. "That was perilously close. I almost missed it." At the school gate, Obito appeared visibly shaken. "Well, you never arrive on time anyway. We're accustomed to it," Kakashi remarked, pulling a book from seemingly nowhere, reading while criticizing Obito. "By the way, who was that guy next to Wind White? I've never seen him before." Noticing Wind White's silence, Obito curiously glanced in that direction. "You are known as Phonbai, and I am delighted to make your acquaintance." Before departing with his father, Meitikai sought out Phonbai to bid farewell. "Indeed, I look forward to seeing you at school." Phonbai smiled as he said his goodbyes. "It is truly remarkable that this fellow could remember my name. Let us ignite our youth together at school," Meitikai exclaimed, grasping Phonbai's hand, his eyes visibly ablaze with enthusiasm. Perhaps that is unnecessary, Phonbai thought, envisioning himself with a bowl-shaped haircut and clad in a tight green outfit, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine as he awkwardly withdrew his hand from Meitikai's grip. "Father, I have gained recognition. My youth is ablaze with passion." As he approached, Meitikai eagerly showcased his accomplishments to his father. "Excellent, Kai. To celebrate this moment, let us add an additional 500 push-ups for today." Hearing this, Meitikai's father beamed with pride and gave his son a thumbs up. "Oh dear." Their voices instantly captured the attention of all the students and parents present, sparking hushed whispers, which ceased just as abruptly. "How noisy," a cool voice interjected. Phonbai turned to see a familiar figure approaching. Upon recognizing the individual, he hesitated for a moment before obediently walking over. "Father, Dad, is that you?" Noticing the sudden silence around him, Meitikai also turned to see the adorable boy who had just cheered him on, now referring to a one-eyed man as his father. This one-eyed man, whom he had encountered during a mission, was known as Danzo, the Hokage's advisor. "Father, oh no, I mean, Lord Danzo." Meitikai nearly mispronounced Danzo's name in his nervousness. Noticing that the newcomer was not even dressed in the attire of a chunin, it seemed he was merely an ordinary genin. Danzo had no desire to respond, but, considering that his son might very well become classmates with that little green-skinned oddity, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Danzo led Phonbai to where Kakashi and the others were gathered. "Is it true? That child referred to Danzo as his father? I heard it too. I never imagined Lord Danzo had such a charming son." "Who is Danzo?" You don't know who Lord Danzo is? He is the Hokage's advisor, having served alongside the third under the second as a bodyguard. Wow, that's impressive. Indeed, it is said that his strength is only second to the third, surpassing those two advisors. Listening to the quiet discussions around him, Phonbai realized that Danzo's reputation had not yet reached the lows of the Shippuden era, at the very least. The residents of Konoha still spoke of him with a modicum of respect. Perhaps, the misdeeds Danzo had committed had yet to be discovered by the masses. Hey, Kakashi. I told you to wake me up this morning. On the other side, Shumo, who had hurried to the school, lamented to Kakashi, reluctant to miss his son's entrance examination. Shumo, after completing a mundane task assigned by the third, had rushed back to the village overnight, finally arriving home just before midnight. Sensing he had a bit of time, he left a note for Kakashi to call him when leaving, and without even changing his clothes, he fell asleep. Yet, Kakashi ultimately failed to rouse him. Coming to school alone. This exam is inconsequential whether you come or not, Kakashi remarked, closing his book and glancing at his father with a hint of pride. In truth, he felt a pang of sympathy for his father, wanting him to rest a little longer, which was why he awakened him. This holds significant meaning. Oh, Lord Danzo. Just as he was about to say something further, Shumo noticed Danzo's arrival and hurriedly greeted him. Uncle Shumo, Phonbai said dutifully from the side. Ah, Phonbai. It has been a while, Shumo replied, smiling as he crouched down to ruffle Phonbai's hair. Wow, the touch of Konoha's white fang. Phonbai, who had not experienced Shumo's affectionate gesture in a while, felt a wave of nostalgia. It seems our sons will be contemporaries, Danzo remarked naturally as he conversed with Shumo. To him, this was an excellent opportunity to forge a connection with Konoha's white fang through their children. Indeed, Phonbai, please take good care of Kakashi from now on. Nodding in agreement with Danzo's words, Shumo turned back to Phonbai. It should be I who looks after him. That hurt. Just as he was about to retort, Kakashi received a playful smack on the head from Phonbai. Hey, you dare hit me? And what of it, you fool? Making a face, Phonbai playfully struck Kakashi and then dashed away. This is hilarious. If I don't strike now, I might not have the chance later. Chapter 30. The chase with Kakashi. Despite the various rumors circulating among the higher-ups, Shumo found that Danzo, upon direct interaction, was not as dreadful as rumored. However, being the hawkish leader that he was, Danzo was inherently at odds with the more cautious third Hokage, so Shumo did not wish to entangle himself too deeply with him. Thus, in their conversation, Shumo maintained an attitude befitting a subordinate in his exchanges with Danzo. That Phonbai's father seemed somewhat intimidating. Obito, who had come alone due to his grandmother's advanced age, whispered to Rin as he stood beside her. To be honest, I feel the same way. But please do not let Phonbai hear you, Rin whispered back. I doubt he can hear us. Obito's gaze drifted to the side, where Kakashi was wholeheartedly pursuing Phonbai. But I truly did not expect Phonbai to be so swift, evading Kakashi's pursuit. Asuma, who was also without parental accompaniment, joined in. Kakashi, too, had not anticipated that even with his utmost effort, he would still fall short of catching Phonbai. In other words, this fellow's speed. This is intriguing, Kakashi thought, feeling a competitive spirit ignited by Phonbai's agility. As he realized he could not catch up to Phonbai, Kakashi extended his hands and began forming hand seals. In a flash, he, who had been trailing Phonbai, suddenly appeared before him. Body flicker technique. Phonbai abruptly halted and swiftly changed direction. However, upon turning, he discovered another Kakashi standing there. No way, is that a clone technique or shadow clone? Realizing that both directions contained Kakashi, Phonbai felt a surge of panic as he understood that this guy was taking things seriously. After all, I do not know either the clone technique or the shadow clone. Regretting his impulsiveness, Phonbai had no choice but to turn around again only to find yet another Kakashi waiting for him. Shadow clone. Danzo, sensing the commotion, grew serious. One could say he is indeed the son of Konoha's white fang, possessing such remarkable talent. Watching the interaction between the two, Danzo was suddenly reminded of his relationship with Hiruzen. Both had grown up together, each a prodigy far surpassing their peers, yet ultimately, it was the more powerful Hiruzen who ascended to the role of Hokage. Danzo instinctively clenched his right hand, his fingernails digging deep into his palm. Yes, at this moment, Shumo was unaware of Danzo's subtle movements, gazing at Kakashi with a hint of pride. Kakashi, this is your doing. As Kakashi's clones began to rush toward him, Phonbai, unable to utilize the body flicker technique or clone techniques, had no choice but to resort to offensive ninjutsu. Hey, Is that for real? That hand seal must be wind release. Asuma, having received training in wind release at home, quickly discerned Fungbai's hand movements. Still, it's worth a shot. Kakashi had no intention of stopping. Instead, he provocatively challenged Funbai, eager to gauge his strength. Don't blame me for this. Wind release, vacuum wave. Afraid that a single gust of wind might prove fatal for Kakashi, Funbai swiftly completed his hand seals and unleashed a sharp wind blade. The three Kakashis were severed in half and simultaneously dissipated into smoke. What the three of them were shadow clones. Hearing the distinct sound of shadow clones exploding, Funbai momentarily froze, then realized something and hurriedly leaped away from his position. Sure enough, as Funbai distanced himself, Kakashi, forming the tiger seal with his hands, lunged forward with a sudden thrust that nearly caught Funbai off guard. You sly, restrained man. You actually plan to use the 1,000 years of death on me. Recognizing Kakashi's method of attack, Funbai immediately protested vocally. This guy knows about the 1,000 years of death. Kakashi glanced at Funbai with some surprise. However, that last wind technique. Indeed, he has been diligently training in secret. At such a young age, Funbai had mastered wind techniques of this caliber, proving his talent rivaled that of you. Danzo-sama. Observing the formidable destructive power of the wind technique, Shumo began to flatter Danzo. Well, it's passable, Danzo replied, relaxing his tightly clenched right fist. Although his expression remained unchanged, his tone had lightened. After all, how could my son possibly lose to the son of Konoha's White Fang? Kakashi was indeed strong. As Hinata, the mother of the setting sun, approached Asuma, her voice carried a hint of admiration. If I wanted to, I could achieve that level too. Seeing Hinata praise other boys, Asuma felt a twinge of jealousy and retorted. Funbai is quite handsome too, especially with that last wind technique. Noting that Hinata only praised Kakashi without mentioning Funbai, Hondo felt somewhat indignant and countered. Yes, Funbai is handsome, isn't he? Even Hondo is smitten, right? Hinata teased, piercing through Hondo's little secret. After hearing Hinata's words, Hondo was momentarily taken aback, then her face visibly flushed red. What are you talking about? In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Hondo rushed to Hinata's side, eager to teach her a lesson. Lin, I will be even more handsome than both of them in the future, trust me. Noticing that Lin's gaze was entirely fixated on Kakashi, Obito attempted to draw her attention. I believe in you, Obito. Lin smiled at him before shifting her focus back to Kakashi. At this moment, Funbai and Kakashi had entered the phase of physical combat. Drawing from years of experience, no, from years of training, Funbai and Kakashi exchanged blows with mutual vigor. Is it not that Kakashi's physical prowess is evenly matched? As neither could gain the upper hand, Funbai, having lived a full life, decided to concede. However, old Dinga was watching from the sidelines. If he surrendered, he would undoubtedly face increased intensity in training. I have no choice but to use this move. Kicking Kakashi away, Funbai seized the opportunity to complete his hand seals. Is he about to unleash another jutsu? Kakashi, noticing this, rushed forward to close the distance, aiming to stop Funbai before he could finish. I've been waiting for this move. As Kakashi charged at him, a smile crept onto Funbai's lips. His technique was already complete. After all, it required only a single seal. Do you feel a chill in the air? Observing the sun still radiating warmth above, Hinata freed herself from Hondo's grasp and inquired of the others present. Indeed, there is a coldness. Asuma's expression turned grave. The hand seals Funbai had just formed appeared to summon Ice Release. As the person closest to Funbai, Kakashi was acutely aware of the source of this chill. Knowing that Funbai possessed the bloodline limit of Ice Release, he immediately increased the speed and force of his punch. With a crack, an ice wall materialized, isolating Funbai from Kakashi. Oh no! Kakashi, unable to retract his fist in time, concentrated his chakra into his hand in an attempt to shatter the ice barrier. You bastard! Kakashi glared at Funbai with his fish-like eyes, his right hand swollen. This isn't my fault. It merely indicates your punches are not swift or fierce enough, Funbai quipped, trying to suppress a laugh. Ice Release, Ice Rock Wall. The Ice Release technique, requiring only a single seal, could conjure an ice wall to block attacks. Had Kakashi been an adult, he might have been able to channel lightning chakra into his hand to break through the ice wall. Unfortunately, the current Kakashi was not that formidable, and his swollen fist was entirely expected by Funbai. How did that ice wall come to be? Surprised that the match ended in such a dramatic fashion, Hinata asked Asuma beside her. It seems Phonbai possesses the legendary bloodline limit. This kid has hidden depths. Asuma felt a wave of pressure. Why had so many talented and handsome individuals gathered around him? It appeared he too needed to step up his game. A bloodline limit. Doesn't that mean he is akin to me? Obito started to assert his presence. Whether your Sharingan can even awaken is still uncertain. Hondo relentlessly undermined Obito. Hey, Hondo, you're crossing the line. Obito protested, shaking his fist in dissatisfaction. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with Phonbai's victory. Upon returning home, Danzo wore a satisfied smile, complimenting Phonbai. Relieved by Danzo's good mood, Phonbai sighed, grateful he wouldn't have to undergo additional training. Moreover, he was about to start school. This meant he would no longer have to endure those senseless beatings during the day. Congratulations, congratulations. However, once you begin school, regular training will no longer be possible. So you need to double your training during this period. Just as Danzo recalled this matter, he doused Phonbai with cold water. Of course, this doesn't mean you should cease your training altogether. I know what they teach at the Ninja Academy. It consists primarily of basic techniques and some theoretical knowledge. Therefore, your training will need to shift to the evenings. Danzo continued to impose his expectations on Phonbai. Old Dinga, I swear to destroy you. A true man born in the world cannot languish beneath others. Phonbai was ready to channel Lu Bu's spirit and strike Danzo down. Yes, Dad. Yet, the reality was that he backed down, thoroughly intimidated. By the way, about your ice release, did it come from the previous ice release? Danzo inquired curiously. My mother once left me a scroll, Phonbai recounted truthfully. The scroll contained some ice release techniques, but he could only remember a few simpler hand seals. The rest, he couldn't be bothered to even look at, and had hidden away. I see. Ice release techniques are indeed rare, even in the land of water, Danzo pondered, narrowing his eyes upon hearing of such a scroll's existence. Do you remember where you hid the scroll? It's not far from the village where I live. But I can't recall the exact location, nor did I mark it. However, if I went personally, I'm sure I could find it. Phonbai hesitated, choosing not to reveal the full truth. Deep down, he still held concern for a certain clan member and yearned to rescue them. This would provide him with a perfect excuse to ask Danzo for assistance in venturing to the land of water to find that individual who had yet to be born. Is that so? Danzo felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, Konoha had no records of ice release techniques. If such a scroll could be found, it would greatly enhance Phonbai's abilities. It seemed he would have to devise a way to acquire ice release techniques from the land of water's official sources. After enduring countless beatings, Kazubai finally awaited the commencement of the school year. Speaking of the new term, one cannot overlook the unique aspect of the Naruto world, which is the Hokage personally addressing the students, espousing the will of fire. Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire endures relentlessly. Observing the reactions of his peers, Kazubai let out a resigned sigh. It was evident that the children of noble lineage were less inclined to heed the third Hokage's philosophy, while those of humble origins revered it. However, if Obito were present, he would surely be brimming with excitement. Noticing that Rin was seated beside Might Guy and Ebisu, Kazubai surmised that Obito must have wandered off to assist an elderly person once again. Speaking of which, it turned out that Might Guy indeed entered the academy through supplementary measures. Fortunately, these crucial plot points remained unchanged. As a reborn individual without a system, intelligence was his only advantage. The brilliance of fire would illuminate the entire village and allow the nascent green leaves to sprout. To me, an elder, you are those green leaves, and we shall forever watch over you until you occupy my position. As Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his speech, a nearby teacher initiated applause, soon followed by the inspired students. Kazubai blended into the crowd, half-heartedly clapping his hands, considering it sufficient. We appreciate the words of Lord Third, thus. Today's entrance ceremony concludes here. Please remember your class schedules and do not be late tomorrow. Respectfully bidding farewell to Hiruzen. The teacher turned to the students and announced their dismissal. Oh, and everyone, remember to take your respective files home, the teacher reminded, pointing to a pile of folders on the desk. You can take Obito's for him, Kazubai suggested to Kakashi as he picked up his own file. Why should I? Kakashi replied, visibly reluctant. If you keep indulging that perpetually tardy guy, he'll only become more audacious. Besides, aren't you closer to him? You should be the one to bring it. Upon hearing Kakashi claim he was closer to Obito, Kazubai hurriedly refuted, don't say that. You are definitely his best buddy. Huh. Every time that guy is late, it's you who covers for him. It's because of you he has become this way. Although Kakashi was unfamiliar with the term best buddy, he could clearly sense that Kazabai's usual demeanor was not commendable. Chapter 32. Mission Failure. You know, if you hadn't suddenly jumped next to me back then, I would never have gotten mixed up with that group. Kazabai vehemently denied his connection with Obito. Had he known that Obito was under the watchful eye of Madara, he would have been apprehensive about being implicated as a potential Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. He was still young and did not wish to become Kakashi's tragic legacy. If he truly became that character, mentioning Obito in the future would evoke images of sorrow and chaos. What if I were to create a world with Kazabai and then hang around in the Pure Land, waiting for Obito to be persuaded by Naruto's words, only to intervene at a critical moment? This plot seemed rather appealing. No way. I must inherit old Tengu's fortune and live as a wealthy man through to the era of Boruto. How could he succumb to such a fate? Performing a melodrama with them? I won't take it. Kakashi shamelessly clamped his file under his arm and swiftly exited the scene. Kazabai, exasperated, picked up his own file and hesitated for a moment before ultimately taking Obito's as well. This is not good. Not good at all. Obito, breathless from running to the ninja school after escorting an elderly man home, felt panic rise within him. Just as he caught sight of the school rooftop, he was met with a disheartening scene. Several teachers were cooperating to take down a banner hung at the school entrance, while familiar and unfamiliar faces emerged from the building, laughing and chatting. It's over. I'm probably going to be the first student expelled from the Ninja Academy for being late to the entrance ceremony. I'm sorry, Grandma. I promised to become a respected ninja. Ha, what a loser. Observing Obito standing forlornly in the middle of the road, Kakashi closed his eyes and ridiculed him. Under normal circumstances, Obito would have argued back, but at that moment, he lacked the spirit for such banter. Isn't that Obito? I wondered why I didn't see you earlier. Turns out you were late again, Asuma remarked, jovially conversing with Kurenai. Obito remained silent. Hey, Obito, this isn't looking good for you. Kurenai expressed her concern. Indeed. I've never seen him with such an expression before. Asuma scratched his head, also sensing something was off with Obito. When are you going to stop being late? Kazabai, chatting with Kurenai at the back, noticed the situation and handed Obito his file with one hand. What's this? Obito's vacant gaze flickered with a hint of light upon seeing Kazabai. Your file. Bro, hurry up and take it. Can't you see my hand is out? I'm getting tired. Noticing Obito was still in a daze, Kazabai's tone grew impatient. Thank you, Kazabai. That's right, bro, you're my best buddy. Obito instantly perked up, clasping his hands in gratitude towards his friend. Huh, best buddy? Kazabai was momentarily taken aback. He had merely spoken out of habit from his past life. How had he become Obito's best friend? Don't you ninja know what pleasantries are? Shouldn't he clarify this? Before Kazabai could speak, Obito eagerly snatched the file from Kazabai, then pushed Kurenai aside and wrapped his arms around Kazabai. Don't worry, Kazabai. If you're ever in danger in the future, I will be the first to rush to your side. Kakashi mercilessly interjected, with your tardy nature. By the time you arrive, Kazabai will probably have already been beaten to a pulp. You'll be the one getting beaten. Kazabai rolled his eyes and engaged Kakashi in playful banter. Exactly, Kazabai is very strong. Obito firmly sided with Kazabai. See, I told you Obito has been spoiled by you. Witnessing the two align themselves, Kakashi displayed a knowing expression. Bastard, you're the one spoiling him. And you, Obito, stay away from me. Kazabai hastily retorted, asserting that it had always been Obito who had taken the initiative to approach him, yet it now seemed he was the one pursuing Obito. Damn it, Madara. Please keep your Sharingan sharp. You must see clearly that it was Obito who willingly approached. His heart still belongs to Rin. If you're going to meddle, go after Rin. Kazabai fervently prayed in his heart. Rin, are you being polite? At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen, who typically treated his subordinates with kindness, revealed an uncharacteristically grim expression for the first time. He had anticipated that with Hatake Tsukumo personally overseeing the mission, the task assigned directly by the daimyo would proceed smoothly. However, he was dismayed to learn that Tsukumo had chosen to abandon the mission to save his comrades. As a result, Konoha now faced the ire of the daimyo, and the previously negotiated subsidies had evaporated. Lord Third, the failure of this mission rests entirely on my shoulders. I am willing to accept any punishment. Tsukumo, fully aware of the mission's significance, knelt on one knee, disregarding his untreated wounds, observing the blood seeping from Tsukumo's injuries with each movement. Hiruzen's thoughts culminated in a deep sigh. Upon hearing Hiruzen's exhalation, Tsukumo's body tensed up, and he lowered his head even further. In the presence of the third Hokage, I, a ninja named Yiming Lu Ron, saved by Shuaimo, felt a wave of anxiety as I encountered Rijan's expression for the first time. Eager to express my readiness to sacrifice for the village, I wished to inform Rijan that the failure of our mission was solely Shuaimo's fault. However, Rijan preemptively raised his hand to interrupt me, stating, "Enough, you all have worked hard. Go tend to your wounds." He then summoned an Anbu, instructing, "Bring Danzo here." A wave of dread washed over me at the mention of that hawkish leader. The third Hokage must be calling him to address the troubles caused by our team. If he intervened, it would imply that I was unafraid of death, but I feared dying without meaning. Should I perish during the mission, my children would still receive compensation from the village, and they would be honored as the descendants of a hero, thus ensuring their care. However, if I were executed due to mission failure, my children would bear the shame for eternity. Even if I survive, the infamous Konoha White Fang would haunt me. Watching Shuaimo's back, I couldn't help but harbor resentment, believing that Danzo would impose severe punishment on our team. Chapter 33. The Schemes of Rijan and Danzo. Shuaimo, bowing his head in admission of guilt before Rijan, was taken aback to discover that the comrade he had risked mission failure to save held resentment towards him instead of gratitude. Aware that his punishment would not be immediate, Shuaimo lowered his head once more and departed the room under the escort of the Anbu. As Shuaimo and his companions exited, Rijan leisurely retrieved his pipe, lighting it and exhaling a plume of smoke. Danzo, having rushed in upon receiving the summons, was immediately enveloped in the haze. Frowning, he waved his sleeve to disperse the smoke, finally catching sight of Rijan's grim countenance. "What has transpired?" Danzo inquired, his frown deepening as he sensed the gravity of the situation. "Shuaimo's mission has failed," Rijan replied, casting a glance at Danzo and exhaling smoke. Danzo paused, momentarily taken aback, before cautiously querying, "The task personally assigned by the daimyo?" "Indeed, that very task," Rijan confirmed with a nod. Even the Konoha White Fan could falter? Danzo was aware of the mission's challenges, yet it seemed implausible that even Shuaimo could fail. Yiming Lu Ren fell into a trap, and Shuaimo selflessly abandoned the mission to save him, Rijan lamented, taking a deep drag from his pipe. "Humph, to falter for such reasons." Danzo's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Yet this aligns with Shuaimo's character. He is one who cherishes his comrades. Rijan instinctively defended Shuaimo, but Danzo asserted, "Regardless, failure necessitates punishment." He slammed his hand on the table. "Indeed," Rijan nodded, unwilling to show favoritism towards Shuaimo, especially as the daimyo would demand accountability. "What explanation do you propose for the daimyo?" Rijan had summoned Danzo specifically to address this matter. "The daimyo requires no elaborate justification. Mission failure means we forfeit that compensation. It is inherent that ninja missions do not always proceed smoothly." Seeing Rijan fixate on such trivial matters, Danzo abruptly strode towards him, satisfied with his response. Rijan's position forbade him from addressing the daimyo with such informality, yet Danzo could afford to do so. Danzo had never shown the requisite respect towards the daimyo. If Danzo could intimidate the daimyo, Rijan could then step in to smooth over the situation, allowing them to cover their tracks. It was unfortunate that they would lose the substantial compensation. And what of Shuaimo? How should he be punished? Rijan extinguished his pipe and sought Danzo's opinion. "The Konoha White Fang represents the village's elite strength. We still require his reputation to intimidate Sunigakure. I suggest we keep this matter confidential and temporarily suspend his team." After a moment of contemplation, Danzo provided his answer, which bore a hint of self-interest, as he intended to support Shuaimo's ascent to Hokage for his own son's benefit. Should this blemish become public, it would certainly tarnish Shuaimo's reputation. While it was true that Shuaimo had erred, once the uproar subsided, he could simply be posted to the border as a form of reprimand. Rijan nodded in agreement, voicing his thoughts. "I believe we need not inform Koharu and the others of this matter. If those two were to learn of it, who knows what chaos would ensue." The two quickly finalized their general plan and reached a consensus on certain details. "Then I leave this matter in your hands." Leaning back in his chair, Rijan finally relaxed. Danzo, without further comment, nodded to Rijan and departed. To forsake a mission for the sake of a comrade? Watching Danzo close the door, Rijan's gaze fell upon the photograph of Tobarama hanging on the wall, musing to himself. Danzo has ordered Shuaimo's team to cease all activities temporarily, to undergo an investigation by the Anbu, and to refrain from discussing this mission externally. In the hospital, as Shuo and his companions gathered for treatment, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared before them. After reading Danzo's orders, the Anbu did not leave, but instead stood at the doorway, openly monitoring them. In the face of the Anbu's scrutiny, Shuo displayed no emotion. Yet Yiming Lu Ren beside him grew increasingly anxious. The Hokage had indeed entrusted this matter to Danzo, and had even suspended their duties. Despite the fact that this entire debacle stemmed from Shuo's actions, why had it come to this? Casting a glance at the silent Shuo beside him, Yiming Lu Ren's resentment threatened to manifest. Why had the higher-ups not arrested Shuo directly, but instead dragged innocent individuals like them into this mess? Of course, he was the Konoha White Fang. The higher-ups must surely intend to protect him. I cannot stand idly by. I must take action. If the higher-ups wish to favor Shuo, then I shall not adhere to their wishes. Determined to avoid becoming Shuo's scapegoat, Yiming Lu Ren began plotting in secret. Unaware of the unfolding events, Kazuhira returned home as usual, only to find that neither Ryoma nor Danzo was present. The only one in the living room was the medical ninja, Nonai Yu, engrossed in her research on medical techniques. Sister Nonai, where are Ryoma and the others? Kazuhira inquired curiously. Oh, Kazuhira, you're back. Ryoma and the others have accompanied Lord Danzo on a mission and won't be returning tonight. You can practice your ninjutsu on your own or learn medical techniques with me. With a playful flick of her hair, Nonai Yu smiled at Kazuhira, her expression radiant. Such good fortune. Upon hearing that he would not be punished today, Kazuhira's spirits lifted visibly, and he flashed a sweet smile at Nonai Yu. Adding a hint of a playful tone, then I shall learn medical techniques with Sister Nonai. Very well, I shall prepare dinner. Nonai Yu stood from the sofa, stretching and revealing her graceful figure, causing Kazuhira to blush slightly. Ah, what a splendid day. No punishment, and no need to eat old Dinga's cooking. By the way, what kind of mission are Danga and the others on? Is it dangerous? Surely there must be some risk. Meanwhile, Yiming Lu Ren was desperately asserting his innocence under interrogation by Yamashiro. Dear brother, please be sure to convey to Danzo that this entire situation stems solely from Shikomo's obstinacy. I was fully prepared to sacrifice myself for the village. It is all his doing. Regardless of how much Minglu Ren insists, Yamashiro merely nods in agreement, his expression concealed beneath his mask. In Chapter 34, the Shadow Shuriken Technique. Your recent actions have caused significant distress to the daimyo's residence, subjecting His Highness to endless humiliation. Konoha must bear the full consequences. Although the officials of the daimyo's court intended to voice this sentiment, the presence of the negotiating ninja before them caused their prepared words to evaporate. Even the daimyo himself displayed a look of trepidation. The detestable Sarutobi Hiruzen has sent this man here. The officials exchanged glances, silently chastising Hiruzen. Sitting alongside Konoha were Danzo and his bodyguard, oil woman Ryoma. While Yamashiro investigated the incident, they journeyed to the daimyo's residence to report the matter. This failure falls squarely on Konoha. One official, under the daimyo's gaze, summoned the courage to speak. Upon hearing the voice, Danzo merely glanced up, causing the official to stammer nervously. Through the tireless efforts of the first and second Hokage, the collaboration once dominated by the daimyo has gradually shifted toward the ninja. Especially after Sarutobi led Konoha to victory in the Second Shinobi World War, the control of the Land of Fire over Konoha now rests solely in economic terms. Thus, the ninja have lost the subservience of the warring states period and have become increasingly assertive, particularly under the influence of Danzo. His words lack any semblance of respect, and he has openly contradicted the daimyo's proposals on numerous occasions, making him the most unwelcome presence. This matter is an internal issue for Konoha, and we shall handle it accordingly. With a warning glance directed at the speaking official, Danzo fixed his gaze upon the daimyo. Indeed? Haha. Quite so, the daimyo chuckled nervously, nearly leaping from his seat under Danzo's intense stare, and opened his folding fan to shield himself from Danzo's scrutiny, forcing a few awkward laughs. Since the daimyo has no objections, I shall take my leave. Having settled matters with just a few words, Danzo showed no desire to linger. Noticing the officials were incapable of contributing anything further and prepared to depart. Upon hearing of Danzo's intention to leave, the daimyo sighed with relief and hastily summoned his subordinates to escort him out. As the heavy doors closed, completely sealing Danzo's presence from view, the officials finally erupted with indignation. This incident has caused us substantial losses, yet Konoha treats it so lightly. It is utterly disrespectful. I believe Sarutobi Hiruzen is unfit to serve as Hokage any longer. Daimyo, should we not dismiss him? Indeed, we should issue a formal reprimand to Hiruzen. Amidst the clamorous discussions, the daimyo snapped his folding fan shut with a resounding clap and nodded in agreement. Yes, Hiruzen must indeed be reprimanded for sending that scoundrel Danzo. Is this truly the crux of the matter? Konoha, Danzo's house. Knock, knock, knock. As the wooden door was gently rapped upon, Kazuhaya assumed it was Danzo returning and hurried to open the door. To his surprise, the familiar face of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, greeted him. Lord Hiruzen? Kazuhaya blinked, momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Hiruzen would arrive at this hour. Could it be that Danzo has perished? Surely not. The old man seems quite capable in the original story. Is this the legendary effect of a time traveler? Did my own little wings inadvertently cause Danzo's demise? Ah, Kazuhaya. Are you home alone? Hiruzen chuckled, ruffling Kazuhaya's hair before surveying the room. And Sister Yanao? Kazuhaya turned, intending to introduce Yanao to Hiruzen, only to discover that she had vanished without a trace, along with the scroll detailing medical ninjutsu she had been explaining to him moments before. No, it's just me. Realizing that Kazuhaya did not wish to meet with Hiruzen, he merely replied. I see. May I come in? Hiruzen inquired, having noticed the presence of root ninjas lurking nearby, but choosing not to reveal it. Of course, please come in. Kazuhaya stepped aside, welcoming his father's old friend into their home. Upon entering, Hiruzen observed the house's layout, noting that the decor indeed reflected his old friend's personality, stately and minimalist, devoid of any embellishments beyond the essentials of life. Even the calligraphy he had gifted was absent from display. Have you eaten dinner? Hiruzen asked, as Kazuhaya prepared to offer him tea. I have, and you? Kazuhaya replied honestly. I have as well. Actually, I came mainly to inform you that your father has been dispatched on a confidential mission and will likely be unavailable for several days. Do not worry. If you need anything, you can find me at the Hokage building. Hiruzen smiled warmly, attempting to convey his goodwill. Speaking of which, you have been in the village for a year now. As your elder, I have yet to present you with a gift. Noticing that the root ninjas were taking good care of Kazuhaya, Hiruzen felt reassured and reached into his robes to produce a scroll before Kazuhaya. You, like Asuma, have passed the Ninja Academy's examination and will inherit your father's legacy to become a ninja of Konoha. Thus, this ninjutsu should be of great assistance to you. Unrolling the scroll, Hiruzen's face beamed with pride. This is a technique I created based on my master, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju's shadow clone technique. Named the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Goodness, I am quite familiar with this ninjutsu. Isn't this the powerful technique you play from start to finish? In an era where the first Hokage piloted giant constructs and the second used explosive tags, only you, old man, persist in traditional ninjutsu. In my previous life, you would certainly be honored with the title of an esteemed artist. However, this technique will indeed be a significant boon for someone like me, who lacks noble lineage. Thank you immensely, Lord Hiruzen. I will diligently study this ninjutsu. Kazuhaya beamed, taking hold of the scroll as if it were a treasured possession. He meant well, so I'll humor him a bit. Kazuhaya smiled while quietly critiquing himself. Chapter 35. The advisor arrives. The scene shifts to the following morning. After bidding farewell to Yanao, Kazuhaya walked along, practicing the hand seals required for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Is that you, Kazuhaya? Have you begun practicing ninjutsu this early? A soft voice chimed. Raising his head, Kazuhaya immediately spotted Lin waiting for him at the junction. Is it just you? Where's Kakashi? Kazuhaya inquired, puzzled that Lin was alone. Typically, Kakashi would be the first to arrive. Was it that Obito had not yet perished, and Kakashi was already assuming his friend's mantle? I'm not sure. Perhaps something held him up? Lin shrugged, equally unaware that she would be the first to arrive at the meeting point that day. The two waited for a while until Akane emerged from the side of the road, humming a little tune, and after some playful banter with Kazuhaya, they finally awaited Kakashi's arrival. What is the matter, Kakashi? If you arrive any later, Obito would have shown up. Phonbai jested, unable to discern Kakashi's expression behind his mask. Nothing much. Father returned yesterday, Kakashi replied, shaking his head and choosing not to elaborate further. Shwomo had come home in the early hours, and when Kakashi got up to greet him upon hearing the noise, he was met with an unusual sight. His father had been escorted back by two ENBU members, who whispered something to him before departing. However, when Kakashi inquired about what had transpired, his father's response was evasive. Though Kakashi refrained from pressing further, his intuition suggested that Shwomo was concealing something. Observing Phonbai, who was currently chasing after a red bean, Kakashi wrestled with his thoughts for some time before arriving at a difficult decision. Is there something happening in the village that pertains to your father? During the break, Phonbai was bewildered when he received Kakashi's invitation to a secluded rooftop. It dawned on him that the simplest way to uncover certain matters was through the son of Danzo. Given Kakashi's character, he would never broach the subject unless it directly involved his father. What is going on? Phonbai instinctively began, but abruptly halted, his brow furrowing in concern. Danzo is on a mission, and the third Hokage came personally. Kakashi inquired, is Shwomo in danger? Kakashi, please, tell me what you've discovered. Phonbai implored, his face a mask of anxiety. Noticing Phonbai's rising panic, Kakashi realized he must have deduced something and proceeded to recount the events of the previous day. After hearing Kakashi's narrative, Phonbai felt almost certain that the plot had reached the point of Shwomo's demise. He could not bear to witness his father's death. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Hisashi, who had thought the matter concerning Shwomo was concluded, reclined in his seat, leisurely puffing on his pipe. Though he felt a twinge of regret over the considerable compensation, he believed that money could always be earned back in due time. If it would foster Shwomo's greater gratitude towards the village, then the loss was worthwhile. Gazing at the shadow of his office outside the window, a faint smile graced Hisashi's lips. Lord Hisashi, 2 advisors request an audience. His moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the 2 advisors. Extinguishing his pipe, Hisashi turned to the Anbu reporting to him, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Why had these 2 come at this time? Let them in. No sooner had Hisashi spoken than the 2 advisors stormed through the door. Hisashi, I have heard that the mission entrusted to us by the daimyo has failed. Upon entering, Tsuji Komatsu immediately confronted Hisashi with an aggressive tone. Hisashi, taken aback, barely had time to set down his recently extinguished pipe, replying in astonishment, how did you know? Realizing the inappropriateness of his response, he quickly amended, I meant, where did you hear this? Seeing Hisashi's demeanor, the 2 exchanged glances. Already convinced that the information was indeed true, we learned this from the village ninjas. Furthermore, they claimed that the failure of this mission was entirely due to Hitaki Shwomo. Is this accurate? Mito Gate inquired slowly. Bang! Hisashi slammed his pipe down on the table. Not only had the failure of the mission been leaked, but the identity of the executor had also been exposed. This was a top-secret operation, known only to those involved and the upper echelons. Who was responsible? Was it an enemy village, a high-ranking official, or one of the operatives? Stunned by Hisashi's outburst, Tsuji Komatsu softened his tone. Hisashi, we are here to ascertain the veracity of this matter, as it pertains to the daimyo. We need to know whether this rumor holds any truth. Indeed, the mission has failed. With the situation at such a juncture, Hisashi had no choice but to acknowledge this fact, though he refrained from mentioning Shwomo. The 2 advisors once again exchanged glances, reading a hint of regret in each other's eyes. That money could have been used to procure military supplies, Tsuji Komatsu sighed. Since the Second Great Ninja War, there had been no large-scale confrontations between the 5 hidden villages, leading the daimyo to collectively cut military funding for their respective villages. Consequently, ninjas had to intensify their competitive efforts to secure more commissions to maintain their village's ninja populace. This is unavoidable, of course. I did not intend to conceal this from you. I entrusted the matter entirely to Danzo, as it may align with his intentions. Fearing that the 2 would bring up his deliberate concealment, Hisashi pointedly shifted all responsibility onto Danzo. Danzo, you say? Hearing Danzo's name, the 2 advisors were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in unison. It is indeed appropriate to leave this matter to Danzo. The details of the mission must be thoroughly investigated. If it turns out that Shwomo abandoned the task for someone else, he must face severe consequences. Hisashi, you must not show leniency at this time. If everyone were to act as Shwomo did, abandoning missions without repercussions, it would set a precedent for other ninjas to follow suit, resulting in significant losses for the village. Mito Gate continued, observing Hisashi's silence. We will approach Danzo shortly to inquire about the specifics, and you have no objections, correct, Hisashi? Of course. That is your prerogative. Hisashi felt a headache coming on after their lengthy discourse, but dared not voice any dissent, merely nodding in silence. Chapter 36. The The counterattack of Ming Lurin. Where is Danzo? Where could he be? After being lectured by the two advisors, Hisashi shouted furiously at the empty room after they left. A few minutes later, a voice emerged from behind him. Lord Danzo just left the daimyo's residence and is currently on his way back to the village. Shizen, you must leave immediately and inform Danzo to hurry back. I have matters to discuss with him. Without turning around, Hisashi continued to relay instructions to the Yanbu behind him. Yes, but if Lord Danzo inquires about the reason, how should I respond? Shizen asked after acknowledging his command. Do not worry, he will not ask. Considering the prowess of Danzo's subordinates, Hisashi shook his head. He suspected that Danzo had already received the advisor's intelligence. And now it remained to be seen who had leaked the information. Xiang, take your team and investigate this matter. We need to find out how this information was disclosed. Concerned about a potential connection between this incident and Danzo, Hisashi summoned a trusted subordinate to look into it. Is it true? The White Fang of Konoha. I heard it from someone else. Apparently, the failure of this mission has caused significant losses for our village. Keep your voice down. ISNT, that kid the son of the White Fang? Really? Such a good kid, yet he ended up with such a father. As the school bell rang, students exited in groups, and a pensive Kakashi, walking silently beside Phonbai, soon picked up on the surrounding chatter. Mission failure? My father? Impossible. He is the finest ninja in Konoha. Yet, the previous day, his father had indeed been escorted home by Anbu. Phonbai, too, was convinced by the rumors that Shwomo's situation had become public. He wondered whether this incident had anything to do with the old man. After all, many conspiracy theorists in his previous life attributed Shwomo's suicide to Danzo, though the truth remained unspoken by Kishimoto. Nevertheless, the burdens upon Hokage were plentiful. Adding one or two more scarcely mattered. As Winbai glanced at Kakashi, who remained silent with his head lowered, he reached out and grasped Kakashi's hand. Kakashi, regardless of what they say, Uncle Shumo is the greatest ninja and your finest father, is he not? Kakashi's lips moved slightly, and he looked at Winbai with a hint of gratitude. The murmurs did not persist for long. As Shumo had maintained a relatively favorable reputation among the villagers over the years, particularly with his title as a hero of the ninja wars. Thus, upon seeing Kakashi, the discussions ceased almost simultaneously. As rumors gradually spread throughout the village, Yamashiro Shin, dispatched by Danzo to investigate the matter, became aware of the situation. Investigate and ascertain who leaked this information, focusing particularly on those involved in the mission. After instructing his subordinates, a look of fury crossed Yamashiro Shin's face. Damn it, this is a task personally assigned by Lord Danzo. If this leads to a mission failure, I will be held accountable. With the Anbu and root ninjas mobilizing, an increasing number of details began surfacing on the desks of various leaders. Ultimately, all evidence pointed to a female ninja named Inaka Hanaya. Inaka Hanaya, a Chunin, was the wife of Inaka Ruri. Since this morning, she had commenced spreading rumors about the incident, seemingly inextricably linked to her husband. The root ninja reported the specifics to Yamashiro Shin. Should we apprehend her? After a moment of contemplation, Yamashiro Shin ultimately decided to remain still and await Danzo's orders. The matter has already begun circulating within the village. Capturing her now would serve no purpose. I will report this to Lord Danzo and await further directives. Meanwhile, Nikizan also received a report from Zo, learning that Inaka Ruri's wife was the source of the leak. Even someone of his temperament could not suppress a curse. That coward. Convinced he understood human nature, he immediately grasped her intentions. She was attempting to force Shumo to bear the blame for the mission's failure to absolve herself and evade impending punishment. Bring Inaka Ruri to me. Not wishing for the situation to escalate, Nikizan promptly issued the order. Lord Sandame. Before Zo could depart, an Anbu suddenly appeared. Reporting a situation that caught Nikizan off guard, Inaka Ruri had, for some unknown reason, stormed into the Hitaki household, vehemently accusing Shumo. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nikizan understood that Inaka Ruri's confrontation with Shumo would severely damage Shumo's reputation. Quickly, find a way to subdue him without alarming the villagers. As the Anbu set off, Nikizan reached for the Hokage's hat, intending to head to the scene. However, he reconsidered. If he intervened, it would solidify the incident's implications, making resolution far more elusive. Thus, he relinquished the hat he had just grasped, hoping the Anbu would resolve the matter. Simultaneously, he internally lamented the root's failure to take decisive action against Inaka Ruri. If Yamashiro Shin were aware, he would undoubtedly cry foul. After all, both Nikizen and Danzo had issued orders to suspend their duties without restricting their movements. At most, they were only barred from leaving the village. Who could have anticipated Inaka Ruri would confront Shimo directly? Inaka Shimo, if you possess any conscience, go confess your faults to the Hokage and take responsibility for the mission's failure. Outside the Hitaki residence, Inaka Ruri had entirely lost the dignity expected of a jonin. Pointing at the closed door and hurling accusations. I am prepared to make sacrifices. For Konoha, for the land of fire, I am willing to give everything. Yet you chose to abandon the mission, causing irreparable loss to our nation and village. How can you still wear the Leaf's headband? As Inaka Ruri's voice grew louder, some passers-by halted, curiously observing the unfolding scene. Inside, Shimo, alone at home, could hardly believe his eyes as he peered out the window, his lips trembling slightly. He could not comprehend why his teammate, whom he had strived to save at all costs, would confront him in such a manner. He only wished to protect those around him, yet why had it come to this? Shimo longed to open the door and confront Inaka Ruri, but the realization that his decision had indeed led to the mission's failure robbed him of the courage to rise. Chapter 37. Striking Inaka Ruri. You are nothing but trash. An incompetent fool who disregards his duties. Outside, witnessing Shimo's reluctance to emerge, Inaka Ruri escalated his tirade. This way, he could avoid being scapegoated by the higher-ups and ensure his child would not bear the stigma of failure, preserving his own position as a jonin. Amidst his fervent outburst, Inaka Ruri suddenly cried out, being struck and sent flying. As he covered his face and looked up to see who had dared to challenge him, two diminutive figures came into view. Winbai, nursing his aching fist, exhibited a fierce glint in his eyes. He had forgotten to channel chakra into his strike. After all, Kakashi could not intervene, or else the matter would become even more convoluted. Beside him, Kakashi wore a worried expression. He had intended to act, but was preempted by Winbai, who had taken it upon himself to bear the responsibility. Who are you to strike me? Inaka Ruri, unfamiliar with Winbai, spat on the ground and rose to his feet. Upon noticing Kakashi standing beside Winbai, he scoffed. I thought it was someone of consequence. Turns out it's just the son of a failure. What? Too cowardly to act yourself, so you incite others to strike me. Kakashi opened his mouth to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Winbai. Silence, Kakashi. I sought to hit you. Your foul face irks me. Uncle Shimo has sacrificed everything to save you, yet you show no gratitude and spew your nonsense. I will strike you for being such a person. Stepping forward, Winbai looked up defiantly at Inaka Ruri. Humph, is that so? It seems the friends of a failure are failures themselves. You are all of a kind. Inaka Ruri shot back, unyielding, instinctively reaching for his ninja tool pouch. Before he could act, two masked Anbu suddenly appeared, one seizing Inaka Ruri's hand reaching for the pouch, while the other drew a kunai and pressed it against his back. Stand down, Inaka Ruri. Are you truly going to lay hands on a child? One Anbu whispered in his ear. Huh. Everyone come see. The higher-ups have even dispatched Anbu to protect Shimo. Inaka Ruri's intention was to provoke the Anbu into revealing themselves, showcasing this scene to the villagers to solidify the notion of favoritism towards Shimo. However, when he turned to look, he found the onlookers had inexplicably vanished. Moreover, the surroundings fell eerily silent. Oh, is that how it is? As he sensed the chilling air, several ninjas, distinct from the surrounding Anbu, emerged, surrounding Inaka Ruri. It appeared the villagers had been driven away by their genjutsu. This aura resembled that of his earlier interrogators. Were they Danzo's subordinates? Inaka Ruri, you are currently under suspension. Who granted you permission to appear on the streets of Konoha and disclose classified mission details to ordinary villagers? Yamashiro Shin approached, flanked by root ninjas, holding a kunai. I was wrong, Inaka Ruri conceded swiftly. His objective had been achieved, and from this point forward, everything else was no longer his concern. The situation has escalated to this extent, and the higher-ups must impose consequences on Shuan Mao. More importantly, Yiming Lu Ren's lips curled into a cold smile. He understood that given Ki Maki Shuan Mao's character, being publicly chastised would compel him to bear the responsibility for the failure of the mission, and he might even resort to suicide. I have triumphed. Standing nearby, Fengbai, seeing Yiming Lu Ren still daring to smirk, was enraged and threw a punch. This time, he did not forget to channel his chakra into his fist, catching the unsuspecting Yiming Lu Ren off guard and sending him spinning in place. You. Why haven't the Anbu stopped this guy? Ming Lurin thought, noticing that all the Anbu present had conspicuously chosen to avert their gaze. Furthermore, the two Anbu who previously intervened had vanished, replaced by root ninjas brought by Yashiro Zen, who exerted even greater force to restrain him. I let you repay kindness with ingratitude. I let you utter nonsense. I let you be ungrateful. I let you babble irrationally. I let you swing your fists repeatedly. Phonbai finally paused, panting heavily. When he saw someone approach to tend to his bruised knuckles, Phonbai waved them off. Instead, channeling chakra in the manner taught by Yao Shi Yinayu, attempting to utilize medical ninjutsu. Young Master Phonbai's ninjutsu had advanced considerably. Yet his temperament was entirely unlike that of Danzo, being somewhat too impulsive. Yamashiro Zen watched from the side, admiring the green light in Phonbai's hands. Take him away. He gestured for his subordinates to escort the swollen-faced Ming Lurin from the scene, allowing Phonbai and Kakashi to have the space to themselves. With a creak, the door swung open as Ki Maki Shuamao entered. Weariness etched across his face, forcing a smile. Phonbai, you've arrived, please come in. Upon returning to Kakashi's home after such a long time, Phonbai was unable to savor the nostalgia, his expression tense as he gazed at Shomao. No matter what, he was the one who had brought him from the desolate Kirigakure to Kirigakure, and he could not allow him to meet an untimely and obscure demise as in the original narrative. Through the incident involving Ming Lurin, he had come to realize that Shua Mao's death stemmed entirely from his own unresolved issues. When a person harbors a desire for death, no amount of persuasion can bring them back. Now, Shua Mao appeared to have aged more than a decade, though he still forced a smile, unable to hide the pallor on his face. At such a time, urging him would be futile. Uncle Shua Mao, I long for your cooking. Phonbai refrained from mentioning the recent events and instead clutched his stomach, feigning hunger. All right. Hee. Uncle will go prepare a meal for you. Shua Mao paused momentarily before immediately rising, instinctively searching for his pink apron. So that's it. Has Phonbai made his move? The Anbu dispatched by Hizashi reported the situation at the scene. This child, his temperament and character are entirely different from Danzo. With a smile and a shake of his head, Hizashi dared not relax. Although Ming Lurin had been apprehended, the rumors he had spread were already circulating in the village, and the two advisors would certainly use this as an excuse to demand accountability from him. This is troublesome. Chapter 38. What is the will of fire? What does the will of fire mean? In Shua Mao's heart, the will of fire signifies using one's life to protect and trust those who are important. It is precisely because he firmly believes in the will of fire that he chose his comrades over the mission. Yet the outcome was that the ninjas scoffed at him, with even the comrades he personally saved stepping forward to criticize him. Have I truly erred? Is the will of fire not as I understand it? Holding a spatula, Shua Mao completely forgot about the dish simmering on the stove, lost in self-reflection. It was only when a burnt smell wafted into his nostrils that he snapped back to reality and hurried to check on the food. Phonbai regarded the dish before him with a strange expression. What is this black lump, and what is that other black mass? Along with this gooey substance that looks like it just emerged from a decrepit cafeteria? Haha, it seems my performance today has been a bit off. Shua Mao chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head and forgetting to remove his apron. It appeared this incident had profoundly affected Uncle Shua Mao. At such a moment, mere consolation would be ineffective. Instead, he needed a boost of confidence. With this thought, Phonbai steeled himself, took up his chopsticks, and hastily sampled a piece of the barely recognizable dish, swallowing it whole without the usual chewing. Gagging. Unsurprisingly, Phonbai retched, having never vomited after a year of eating Danzo's cooking. Today he had unexpectedly expelled the meal prepared by Shua Mao. Dad, let's go have ramen. Having witnessed Phonbai's experience, Kakashi, who had already picked up his chopsticks, set them down and made a suggestion. Eating ramen would necessitate going out. Venturing outside meant facing the villagers' reproach. For a moment, Shua Mao hesitated, but upon seeing the faces of the two children before him, he ultimately acquiesced. As they walked, the villagers who would typically greet Shua Mao warmly now kept their distance. Although they refrained from verbal mockery, their evident avoidance still left Shua Mao feeling somewhat defeated. This state of affairs persisted until they arrived at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. Lifting the curtain, they approached the seating area, locking eyes with the chef who was tidying up utensils. Is that not Mr. Shua Mao? What a rare guest. Please, have a seat. Upon recognizing the visitor, the chef warmly invited Shua Mao to sit. You've brought the young master along today? Smiling at Phonbai and Kakashi, The chef engaged Shuo Mao in conversation while waiting for his order. Yes, I would like a regular ramen, please. Kakashi, Phonbai, feel free to order whatever you like. Nodding in agreement with the chef's words, Shuo Mao casually ordered a regular ramen and then turned to Phonbai and Kakashi. The tone of his voice was significantly improved compared to before. Uncle Shida, Phonbai silently gave a thumbs up to the chef, who was none other than Naruto's first crush. All right, it's ready. Please enjoy. After a busy spell in the kitchen, the chef placed the ramen before Shuo Mao and Kakashi. Just a moment, Phonbai's order is being prepared. As Phonbai had ordered a deluxe set that required a separate plate for his accompaniments, his dish was delayed. Chef, my ramen. Shuo Mao called out to the chef as he saw Phonbai's order being placed down, pointing at the large cutlet in his bowl. Haha, that's a complimentary gift for you, Mr. Shuo Mao. You have contributed so much to the village. It is thanks to your efforts that we can maintain this little stall in peace. The chef beamed with a hearty smile. As you know, I lack the talent to become a ninja, so please allow me to support you in this way. I am, at best, just a failed individual. In the face of the chef's praise, a flicker of defeat crossed Shuo Mao's face, and his tone grew somber. To him, having failed the mission and caused losses for the village made him merely a bitter failure. How can you say that? You are the hero of the Second Shinobi World War, having single-handedly defeated the entire Sunagakure mobile unit, the Konoha White Fang. To be honest, my daughter greatly admires you. I hope you can meet her someday. Is that so? I would be immensely grateful. After saying this, Shuo Mao picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the ramen before the chef, genuinely praising, "It is truly delicious." Haha, I'm glad you like it. Hearing Shuo Mao's heartfelt compliment, the chef proudly raised his head. While the chef conversed with Shuo Mao, what was Phonbai doing? Phonbai was eating ramen. The overwhelming abundance of side dishes resulted in the ramen being completely obscured, and with a casual grab, what appeared on the chopsticks was either fish cake or char siu. In a relatively warm atmosphere, the group finished their meal. When it came time to settle the bill, Shikumo, disregarding the objections of his companions, insisted on paying for the large portion. However, he ultimately could not prevail against the others, and the illustrious Konoha White Fang found himself defeated in the payment process by Otsutsuki Ichiraku. As night began to fall, Shikumo offered to escort Kazubai home, concerned for their safety in the darkness. Kazubai, with a full belly, nodded hesitantly. Indeed, the top-tier Ichiraku was a bit much for him to handle. Nevertheless, he had not forgotten the true mission for which he had come. Uncle Shikumo, in my eyes, you truly embody the will of fire. Kazubai lifted his gaze, meeting Shikumo's eyes directly. Let us not discuss that matter for now, Shikumo replied with a bitter smile, aware that this child intended to comfort him. Yet, recalling the villagers' gazes, Shikumo's previously heightened spirits sank once more. No, Uncle Shikumo, I must speak. Otherwise, you will surely fall into a pit of self-doubt from which you cannot escape. After a loud burp, Kazubai quickly covered his mouth, while Kakashi beside him could only facepalm in exasperation. This guy had indeed eaten a bit too much. Quite a shame for his handsome face, especially at such a critical moment. The villagers' confusion regarding your actions stems from their complete lack of understanding of what the will of fire truly represents. Kazubai understood that to prevent Shikumo from succumbing to self-doubt, it was essential to restore his confidence. Thus, he extolled Shikumo's ideals. Though the villagers speak highly of the will of fire, they do not genuinely comprehend it. They merely echo their respect for the third Hokage. Only you have enacted this philosophy through your actions. Therefore, you must not concede defeat. You must use time and your deeds to prove that your approach is indeed correct. If you give up, who will lead the new generation of Konoha to truly understand the will of fire? Kazubai's words, if judged objectively, were indeed quite commendable. However, the climactic interruption of a resounding belch caused the entire sentiment to collapse. The foolish Kakashi closed his eyes, refusing to look at his companion. Is it only I who understands the will of fire? He pondered. Indeed, the will of fire, as espoused by the third Hokage, was fundamentally about protecting one's comrades and cherished ones. Kazubai was right. He could not continue to wallow in despair. He must demonstrate through his actions what the will of fire truly signifies. Inspired by Kazubai's declaration, Shikumo felt a long-lost determination flicker in his eyes. While death could indeed bring closure, the stigma would forever accompany him and Kakashi. Glancing at his son, Shikumo wore a genuine smile, realizing that bringing this child from the Mist Village had been the right decision. Seeing Shikumo smile, Kazubai felt relieved, as it seemed his companion would not be contemplating self-harm anytime soon. The next factor to consider was the attitude of Konoha's higher-ups. In the meeting room, Dan sat expressionless, having been urgently summoned back from the daimyo's estate. He was already aware of the events that had transpired and had issued punishments for Yamashiro's negligence. However, he was quite taken aback by the fact that his own son had engaged in a violent confrontation with Inari Rina. It appeared that Kazubai had formed a deep bond with Shikumo. Consequently, he now had to devise every possible means to protect Shikumo. Since everyone is present, let us commence, Hiruzen stated, placing an unlit pipe between his lips and straightening his posture as he surveyed the three others gathered. Upon hearing his words, the two advisors exchanged glances. And after a brief moment of silent communication, Mito Gatika spoke first as previously agreed. Dans, what did the daimyo say? Let us handle this internally, Dans replied, his expression unyielding, articulating the reality in a calm tone. And what about compensation? Tsunade Haruno clung to her last vestiges of hope. Dans internally cursed her greed but maintained a steady tone. Naturally, there will be none. I see. There is no other option now but to devise a plan for Shikumo and the others. Although this was the anticipated response, the two advisors visibly fell into despair. Shifting the discussion back to Shikumo. Konoha White Fang is a formidable jonin who serves as a significant deterrent against Tsunagakure. I believe his punishment should not be too severe. With the conversation turning to a matter of importance, Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth to express his stance. However, such leniency would solidify the rumors within the village, leading the villagers to believe that we are collectively shielding him, potentially inciting a wave of voluntary mission abandonments. Mito Gatika countered with a grave expression, disapproving of Hiruzen's perspective. Indeed, as the upper echelon of Konoha, we must enforce the law impartially. Even if he is a hero of the shinobi war, he must face the consequences, Tsunade added. Aligning with Mito Gatika, as they concluded their statements, the eyes of all present turned toward Dans. Should Dans endorse their views, the situation would shift to a 3-to-1 majority, compelling the advisors' opinions to be enacted, even if Hiruzen was the Hokage. Strip Shikumo of his jonin status, demote him to a special jonin, and assign him to the border to guard against the infiltration of Sand Ninja. Aware of the scrutinizing gazes, Dans refrained from further comment and laid out a proposal. For Shikumo, the loss of his jonin title is hardly a punishment. Given his capabilities, he will inevitably rise back through the ranks. As for the border assignment, it is fraught with peril and death. Historically, only the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, along with civilian ninjas, have been stationed there, and typically, no prominent clan ninja would willingly send their descendants to such a place. This proposal could effectively silence the villagers. The two advisors nodded, not wishing to impose too harsh a penalty on Shikumo. However, they were caught off guard when Dans chose to spare Shikumo, a public ally of the third Hokage. Noticing the absence of opposition from the advisors, Hiruzen also nodded. This course of action had been jointly formulated by him and Dans, and he would naturally not oppose it. Then let us proceed as Dan suggests. Thank you both for swiftly issuing an announcement to move past this incident. I understand. I will dispatch someone to deliver the announcement to the daimyo's estate afterward, hoping to mitigate some of the losses, Tsunade affirmed. Having always been responsible for communications with the daimyo's estate, believing she could salvage something from the situation. Very well, Hiruzen acknowledged Tsunade's suggestion. With the announcement dispatched, the uproar surrounding Konoha White Fang's resignation from the mission came to a close. All responsibility fell solely on Shikumo's shoulders, while Inari Rina's scheme succeeded, evading accountability from the higher-ups. However, imprisoned at the root base, with his face swollen like a pig's head, he gazed at the root ninjas before him, despair filling his eyes. After being brutally beaten by Kazubai, the root had provided no medical treatment, leaving him to suffer in the detention room until Dans returned. Inari Rina and Inari Hana faced allegations of leaking village secrets. Following discussions among the upper echelons, they were stripped of their ninja status and sentenced to life imprisonment in the Anbu prison. Yamashiro stood before Inari Rina, delivering Danza's decree. No. You cannot do this. It's all Shikumo's fault. You cannot treat me this way. Inari Rina, unable to accept the reality of his futile struggle leading to such a fate, scrambled toward Yamashiro, clutching his pant leg in a desperate outpouring of discontent. Get away. In the mountains, Yamashiro Shantai did not indulge his companion, giving him a swift kick and signaling to his subordinate nearby. The two root ninjas understood Yamashiro's intent, nodding in acknowledgement. Shortly after his departure, they forcibly dragged the weeping Yiming Lurin from the detention room, heading deep into the root base. The handling of Yiming Lurin and Yiming Hua was conducted in secrecy. For the sizable population of Kirigakure, the disappearance of the two did not stir significant commotion. However, to be cautious, the Anbu utilized transformation jutsu to assume their appearances, lingering around their homes until the rumors had completely dissipated. People are forgetful. Old scandals are replaced by new ones, fading into oblivion. As new rumors began to circulate in the streets of Konoha, the matter of Shikomo was no longer discussed, and the day of his departure was drawing near. Chapter 40. Shikomo's departure. At the entrance of Konoha, two unknown ninjas stood guard. Not far away, Shikomo, with his pack slung over his shoulder, smiled as he knelt to address the two children who had come to bid him farewell. Fubai, during my absence, I entrust you with Kakashi. Rest assured, Uncle Shikomo, I will do my utmost to help this brooding fellow become more cheerful, Fubai pledged, patting his chest confidently. Who are you calling brooding? Kakashi exclaimed, veins popping on his forehead. Had it not been for Fubai's assistance to his father, he would have retaliated. And I am the one taking care of this kid, all right? Kakashi corrected his father. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, Shikomo's final worries dissipated. He did not dread heading to the border. Rather, he viewed his journey to the front lines as a fortuitous opportunity. Shikomo had resolved to demonstrate the true meaning of the will of fire to the villagers through his actions, and the border provided an excellent stage for him to protect his comrades without fear of reproach. After all, in the chaotic regions of the border, ninjas placed greater importance on the safety of their companions. All right, it's almost time for school. You should hurry back, Shikomo urged as the sun began to rise, shielding his eyes from the light. Don't worry, Uncle Shikomo. Even if we are late, we have Obito to cover for us, Fubai replied nonchalantly, knowing that Obito would always be the last to arrive at school. Even if they were punished, they would face the consequences together. It is well known that a boy standing alone in punishment may feel a tad awkward, but two together are brothers united, and three form a bond akin to the legendary Peach Garden Oath. As for a group being punished, that would be akin to an all-star assembly of heroes. All right, Dad. We're leaving. Unlike Fubai, Kakashi harbored a strong aversion to standing punishment, especially alongside these two fools. Thus, despite his reluctance to part with his father, Kakashi said his goodbyes and forcibly grabbed Fubai by the collar, pulling him toward the school. Hey, Kakashi, don't pull me there. Are you trying to strangle me? Fubai protested, attempting to wriggle free but failing, ultimately being dragged away by Kakashi. Shikomo waved goodbye with a smile, watching the two figures fade into the distance until they vanished beyond the horizon. Ah, you've arrived, Lord Sandame. Turning around, Shikomo addressed the trees beside him, respectfully bowing. I apologize for the trouble. Rest assured, I will keep a close eye on that child as well, Hisashi said, stepping out from behind the trees with a smile. Do not feel too pressured. Focus on your duties at the front, and it won't be long before you can return to visit Kakashi. Looking at this important subordinate, Hisashi's gaze was filled with warmth. Yes, please rest assured, I will not tarnish the name of Konoha. I shall do my utmost to uphold the will of fire. Shikomo declared earnestly, pledging his loyalty. Ha ha, very well, let us dispense with the sentimental farewells. Seeing you so full of vigor brings me great joy, Hisashi said, clapping Shikomo on the shoulder, signaling him that he could take his leave. Understood. A year passed in this manner. According to the timeline in the original story, Kakashi should have chosen to graduate early by now, officially becoming a ninja. However, due to Fubai's intervention, Shikomo did not take his own life, and Kakashi lost the desire to leave school, following Fubai with a lazy attitude every day. Fubai, let us go eat dango after school. During recess, Azuki approached Fubai's desk as usual, extending her invitation. Well, Azuki, I think it's better to consume less sugary food. It could lead to weight gain. Fubai kindly advised her, noticing the slight plumpness she had gained since they first met. What does it matter? I meet my training quota every day. Or do you think I've gained weight recently? Azuki insisted, draping her arm over Fubai's shoulder, determined to drag him along to the dango shop. All right, Kakashi Obito. Are you two going or not? Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Fubai quickly surrendered to Azuki's persistence and dragged his other two friends into the invitation. I'm not going. Kakashi rolled his eyes, declining the offer. Who kicked me? Just as Obito was about to agree to the dango outing, Kakashi kicked him in the calf, eliciting a lament. Idiot, can't you read the atmosphere? Kakashi muttered quietly, casting a glance at the writhing Obito. It was evident that as Zuki had come over specifically to find Fubai, what was Obito doing there? What atmosphere? Obito, oblivious to Kakashi's implications, pressed for clarification, only to be inadvertently stomped on by Might Guy, who happened to be passing by, causing an even louder wail. My apologies. I was too busy sweating and burning my youth. I didn't notice you. Might Guy exclaimed, his weighted legs completely unaware of the misfortune he had caused Obito. But who is this to? Obito wondered, having been in class for over a year without anyone remembering his face. Oh, Fubai, the next class will be a combat exercise. Let us engage in a passionate duel. Might Guy declared grandly upon seeing Fubai. I refuse, Fubai replied without hesitation, dismissing Might Guy's invitation. Are you joking? I know you well enough. If you kick me with those heavy leg weights of yours, I'll be in trouble. How can you say that? Aren't we friends and rivals striving together? Might Guy exclaimed, flustered by Fubai's refusal. You can duel with Kakashi. I'll pass. Fubai deftly threw Kakashi under the bus. Why is it always me? Kakashi sighed helplessly, having been used as a shield by Fubai. I really want to give him a good beating if the opportunity arises. Kakashi resolved, determined that if Fubai were his opponent in the combat exercise, he would unleash his full strength against him. Everyone. The teacher has notified us to gather at the playground to draw lots for our opponents. At that moment, Rin burst into the classroom, beckoning her classmates to head to the playground for class. Humph, just you wait, Fubai, Kakashi scoffed, glancing at Fubai before using the body flicker technique to make a flashy exit. You show off. Fubai retorted, unwilling to be outdone, pushing Azuki's arm away and leaping out of the classroom window. First floor makes it easy. One can leap out whenever they wish. Chapter 41, Practical Combat Exercise. Well then, everyone is here. Ito Makoto, the teacher of Fubai's class, confirmed after counting the students, nodding in satisfaction. Everyone is punctual. I trust you all have heard that today's lesson will involve a combat exercise. First, I will teach you the sealing marks of opposition and reconciliation. As the students were encouraged to sit freely on the playground, Ito Makoto commenced his explanation of the precautions to be taken before the exercise. His words felt rather verbose. Hinata Iroha rolled his eyes. As a member of the branch family, he was already familiar with these fundamental concepts and paid little attention. Indeed, it was quite bothersome. Nara, nearby, chimed in, expressing his reluctance to engage in a brawl with an overly enthusiastic fool. If his opponent were to be Might Guy, he would surrender immediately. He remarked lazily while pointing at Guy, who was amusingly walking on his hands. In any case, during this combat exercise, students were encouraged to give it their all without concern for injuries, for there would be teachers present. Despite their seemingly casual demeanor, Ito Makoto proudly indicated his forehead protector, affirming his status as a chunin. Nevertheless, he cast a glance toward Kakashi and others' direction. As a renowned genius of the Ninja Academy, Kakashi's prowess was likely on an entirely different echelon than that of the ordinary students. It seemed that only the sons of the third Hokage and Danzo could stand a chance against him. Indeed, a system of nomination should be adopted, though it might prove unfair to some students. They must remain vigilant. No casualties should occur. Although this battle permitted the use of kunai and shuriken, he reminded them that it was ultimately just a drill, and they must remember to hold back. If they understood, they could begin the drawing of lots. Under Ito's direction, the students commenced the lottery, swiftly revealing the results. I'm to battle with Guy? Very well, let him experience my newly learned jutsu, exclaimed Obito, eager as he drew the chance to face Might Guy. This revelation brought relief to some, for while they often mocked Guy as an overly passionate fool, they could not deny the effort he put forth. It was a consensus that a single punch from him would leave anyone bedridden for quite some time. Kakashi, you'll be facing a member of the Hyuga clan. Not bad, remarked Fubuki, nudging Kakashi upon noticing that his own slip bore a different pattern than Kakashi's. While Iroha had drawn the same lot as Kakashi. Go on, show the Hyuga clan a thing or two, he urged with a mischievous grin. If only I could, scoffed Iroha, casting a disdainful glance at Fubuki and Kakashi. I will demonstrate that so-called genius is nothing in the eyes of the Hyuga clan. What a pompous individual. Just a branch family member. How would he fare against the main family? Kakashi, remember to smack his face. At least the Hyuga clan has some semblance of dignity. Fubuki encouraged, flailing his fists. This is merely a friendly spar among classmates. Kakashi replied, shaking his head at Fubuki's incessant provocations, choosing to ignore him. What else with your attitude? Fubuki began, but then he caught sight of his own opponent. Oh, Fubuki, it appears we drew the same lot. Asuma grinned, shaking the slip of paper in his hand, its design mirroring that of Fubuki's. I've seen you spar with Kakashi, Guy, and Obito, but I've never had the chance to test your skills myself. Before Fubuki could respond, Asuma fixed him with a gaze full of fighting spirit. What is this? You're getting all fired up too, Fubuki remarked, scratching his head, slightly taken aback by Asuma's sudden fervor. Though he rarely showed it, Asuma, being the son of the third Hokage, was unwilling to let one genius after another overshadow him, and thus, a match against Kakashi or Fubuki had long been his desire. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Is that so? Then let us see what you've got. Fubuki maintained an indifferent demeanor, as they were all just ordinary folk without any special lineage. If I can avoid losing, I'll do my best. If I lose and Danzo finds out I lost to the third son, that could be a bit troublesome. Now, for the first match, Mitarashi Anko versus Nara. Let the exercise commence, Ito Makoto announced, consolidating the results. As the two completed their hand seals, Anko initiated the attack, opting to test her opponent with taijutsu. Nara, having yet to master his clan's secret techniques, found himself defenseless without ninjutsu to shield him and had no choice but to grapple with kunai against Anko. After receiving a couple of kicks, he promptly chose to surrender. Well, Mitarashi Anko emerges victorious. Let us conclude this bout. Ito Makoto interjected promptly, signaling the end of the confrontation. You really lack motivation, don't you? Anko remarked with a hint of exasperation, observing Nara sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. TCH. I'm a ninja who fights with my brain. How could I possibly outmatch you? Nara closed his eyes and resigned himself to lying on the ground. With the example set by these two, the subsequent matches proceeded smoothly. Obito's bout with Might Guy concluded predictably, with Obito being sent flying by a kick. However, his use of the great fireball technique during the match garnered praise from the teachers. At his age, performing ninjutsu had already surpassed many ordinary ninjas. The commotion in Fubuki's class on the playground attracted the attention of numerous classes within the teaching building. I wonder what that terrifying class is. Even a low-ranking ninja managed to execute the great fireball technique, remarked Inuzuka Reiku, gazing at the remnants of the fireball on the playground. It must be from class 2. Where Kakashi is, Yamashiro Aoi confirmed, following Reiku's gaze. Oh, is that the class of the third Hokage's son? Chimed in the bandaged-up Hibiya, disregarding the teacher at the podium to join the gathering crowd. Next up, Fubuki versus Sarutobi Asuma. As Ito Makoto announced their names amidst the ongoing discussions, Fubuki was met with curiosity from his peers. Fubuki, it can't be that guy, right? Is it? Hibiya queried, glancing at Shizune, who sat nearby. Yes, Fubuki. The son of Danzo, Shizune replied, confirming the speculation. Chapter 42, Fubuki versus Sarutobi Asuma. This is getting interesting. The assistant to the Hokage's son against the Hokage's son? They truly are evenly matched opponents. Mori no Ibiki, upon hearing the names of the combatants, could no longer contain his curiosity and left his seat. In the midst of such chaotic excitement within the class, their teacher, Haruka, not only refrained from quelling the commotion but also joined in, moving to the window. Such a rare spectacle of a duel was not to be missed, he thought. Many shared this sentiment, as small disturbances erupted in other upperclassmen's classes, all eyes converging on the playground. To clarify, Fubuki, I won't be holding back, Asuma stated, patting the pouch of ninja tools strapped to his leg, revealing the kunai within. Is that so? Then I shall hold back, Fubuki retorted defiantly. Though he did not possess kunai, he had a few shuriken instead. Nonetheless, he wouldn't need kunai. Now, let the two of you form your hand seals. Ito Makoto's tension escalated as he closely monitored the two, fearful of missing any action. Come on, Fubuki. Here I come. As Asuma swiftly executed the hand seals, he lunged forward, utilizing the body flicker technique to close the distance between them. How swift, Fubuki noted, though compared to Aburame Shino, Asuma's speed was merely acceptable. Having endured daily training from elite jonin, he was well prepared for sudden assaults. With a sudden crouch, Phonbai deftly evaded Asuma's powerful punch. As he prepared to lift his leg for a kick, Phonbai swiftly clapped his hands against the ground, rapidly increasing the distance between them, causing Asuma to miss his strike. A beautiful evasion, Ito Makoto could not help but praise. quite fast, though still inferior to my own speed. Seizing the moment while Asuma was unsteady, Phonbai launched 2 shurikens to distract him as he closed in on Asuma. If he dodged the shurikens, he would have to face Phonbai's attack directly. With a thud, the 2 shurikens struck a broken log, while Asuma's true form appeared elsewhere, thanks to his substitution technique. Let us return your technique in kind. Throwing a kunai, Asuma opted for a strategy similar to Phonbai's. Observing the kunai rushing towards him and Asuma's aiming position, Phonbai chose not to use the substitution technique. Instead, he capitalized on his superior speed, drawing out a shuriken to intercept the kunai and swiftly kicking towards the arriving Asuma. Asuma, crossing his arms to block Phonbai's kick, intended to grasp Phonbai's calf, but was taken aback by the surprisingly strong force of the seemingly frail Phonbai, who sent him flying. Did you wrap chakra around your foot? Truly impressive chakra control. Asuma internally commended Phonbai as he soared backward, utilizing the momentum of his flight. Asuma began forming seals before he could stabilize himself. Fire style, ash pile burning. A small plume of smoke erupted from Asuma's mouth, enveloping Phonbai's figure. Not good, that ninjutsu. Complaining about Asuma's recklessness, Ito Makoto prepared to intervene to end the battle. Old Ma banana salt. Then I shall employ this technique. Phonbai also began forming seals, completing his before Asuma could ignite the flames. Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce gale swept through, dispersing the smoke and causing Asuma to cough. Wow, what kind of monsters are in Class 2? Do they all know ninjutsu? Watching the duel of ninjutsu, both Ito Makoto and Yamashiro Aoi expressed their astonishment. It seems Class 2 is not limited to just Kakashi as a genius. Should you concede, Asuma? Observing Asuma kneeling and coughing, Phonbai kindly reminded him. Humph, the battle is far from over. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Asuma assumed a stance that seemed familiar to Phonbai. Is that the stance of the action brother? You won't send me off to the ninja world with just 3 punches, will you? Phonbai internally scoffed, preparing for the confrontation. I am not the only one who knows wind style. Asuma charged forward, opting not to employ taijutsu, but to continue forming seals. Wind style, gale slash. Wind blades shot forth, rapidly closing in on Phonbai. At your age, you've already mastered both fire style and wind style ninjutsu? No wonder you are the son of the 3rd Hokage. It appears the one destined for defeat is Phonbai, Ito Makoto thought, admiring Asuma's talent while secretly declaring Phonbai's defeat. This level of wind style cannot defeat me. Instead of evading the swiftly approaching wind blades, Phonbai chose to confront them head-on. Zishur Wushu, wind-style vacuum wave. The star-shaped wind blades dispersed Asuma's attack at a greater speed, surging toward him with unstoppable force. Although Phonbai's vacuum wave was not as potent as Danzo's, it was still beyond Asuma's capacity to counter. In terms of chakra, Phonbai, endowed with a bloodline limit, naturally held an advantage over Asuma. Oh, such a formidable wind style. If it were me, I would likely not escape this attack. Humph, if it were you, you'd probably be in pieces by now. Students watching from the classroom expressed their amazement. Earth style, earth flow wall. Realizing that if he did not act, Asuma would become a casualty to that wind style, Ito Makoto hastily intervened, erecting an earthen wall in an attempt to block Phonbai's jutsu, while simultaneously employing the body flicker technique to appear beside Asuma, pulling him out of the vacuum wave's range. The vacuum wave shattered the earthen wall upon contact, the speed so great it nearly grazed Ito Makoto's back. Such astonishing speed. It is hard to believe that this level of wind style comes from a child of this age. Feeling a few strands of his hair severed, Ito Makoto reflected on how fortunate he was to have used earth style to block that attack. Otherwise, he might have become the first teacher in Konoha's history to perish at the hands of a student during a lesson. Boom. Ultimately, the vacuum wave soared across the field, collapsing a portion of the school's wall before finally dissipating. Hey Phonbai, why did you use such a terrifying ninjutsu against me? Seeing the power of that strike, Asuma turned pale, voicing his discontent in Ito Makoto's embrace. Didn't you say you wouldn't hold back? Phonbai, surprised by the potency of his wind style, awkwardly scratched his face. But it shouldn't have been aimed at my life, you rascal. Asuma continued to protest. If we're being honest, your ash pile burning is just as lethal. Ignite me, and I would be finished. Phonbai also began to seek fault in Asuma. My fire style lacks your terrifying power. Who says? That technique can genuinely kill, unlike Obito's great fireball. Hey, what does that have to do with me? Obito, with a swollen face, appeared bewildered. Chapter 43. Orochimaru must also make a living. News of several geniuses emerging from Konoha village swiftly spread after the exercises concluded, soon reaching Orochimaru, who was engrossed in research at the mission office. Shimura Fonbai, the son of Shimura Danzo? So it's true. Orochimaru quickly linked Fonbai with the samples he had obtained from nearby ninjas upon learning this information. Damn Danzo, has he severed ties with me for such reasons? Orochimaru's expression darkened. Ever since his fallout with Danzo, life had become considerably more challenging. Although he had made a bold proclamation upon leaving that Danzo would surely regret it. A year had passed, and whether Danzo regretted it was unknown, but Orochimaru himself felt some regret. The reason was simple. Life without money was exceedingly difficult. Previously, Orochimaru had relied on Danzo's support, acquiring experimental equipment by the kilogram and securing experimental sites by the acre, enjoying a life free from worry and devoid of any missions. Now, however, he could not afford experimental equipment, and even the experimental site had been reclaimed by Danzo's subordinates under the pretext that it was root property. Not to mention, all the materials he had painstakingly gathered were sealed away by root ninjas. With no place to stay, Orochimaru had no choice but to return to the small house left by his deceased parents, tidying it up before moving in. Genius, huh? Compared to eternal life, it is inconsequential. Orochimaru murmured hoarsely, contemplating something. How terrifying. Is this really the legendary Orochimaru of the Sannin? A ninja who remains ruthlessly cold towards both enemies and allies. Truly lives up to his reputation. Just standing beside him made the Konoha ninjas feel their bodies tremble, terrified by the ominous aura radiating from Orochimaru. They huddled together and whispered. Oblivious to their presence, Orochimaru was lost in his thoughts. Genius. Once upon a time, he too was referred to as such. However, during the war, so-called geniuses were merely expendable pawns in the hands of the higher-ups. Having participated in the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had witnessed countless geniuses fall, some blown to bits by explosive tags, others inexplicably disemboweled, and some poisoned by a mysterious man riding a fish. Even with exceptional talent and formidable ninjutsu, one could not escape the fate of death. Well then, Kakashi, Fubai Asuma, in what manner do you think you shall meet your demise in this merciless world of ninjas? Those such thoughts cross my mind. If Orochimaru continues to struggle in finding suitable commissions to fill his belly, he too shall join the ranks of fallen geniuses. The tasks released by the commission office are mostly trivial, akin to children playing house. The more perilous missions are exclusively assigned by the Hokage himself. In other words, Orochimaru's current predicament is that he must either compete with the lower ninjas for petty tasks from wealthy patrons or swallow his pride and seek assignments from Hisashi. Damn Danzo. For the umpteenth time, Orochimaru cursed Danzo internally, his expression growing increasingly grim. A sneeze suddenly escaped Danzo as he sat at home, receiving reports from his subordinates. Are you all right, Lord Danzo? Asked a subordinate, B, who was caught in the spray, wiping his face with a concerned expression. It's nothing. Please continue, Danzo replied, shaking his head, attributing the sneeze to the malevolent Uchiha's machinations. Indeed, young Master Fubai defeated Asuma Sarutobi in just 2 moves. Under Captain Ryoma's suggestion, we have begun to discreetly spread this news. He lowered his head to continue his report. I have heard that the villagers are aware of how exceptional their son is. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, saying, You have done well. The only one capable of transforming this decaying Konoha is Fubai, who inherits my will. Only when he becomes Hokage can he dispel the darkness shrouding Konoha. All right, Fubai has returned. You may leave. Hearing the noise from outside, Danzo waved his hand, signaling B to depart. As Fubai pushed open the door, he glanced at Danzo seated in the living room and nodded slightly in greeting. I hear you have defeated Asuma Sarutobi? Danzo inquired, taking the initiative. Fubai was not surprised by his adoptive father's inquiry. After all, he was the intelligence minister of Konoha, and if he were unaware of such matters, he would be unfit for his role. Fubai readily acknowledged, yes, but it was merely a practice match. Modest and composed. You are indeed my son. Danzo expressed his rare praise for Fubai's demeanor. However, this is not something to boast about. It is only natural for my son to defeat the son of Hisashi. Fearing that Fubai might grow arrogant from his praise, Danzo added, You speak thus. Yet why did you not defeat the 3rd Hokage and instead follow him around like a sycophant? Fubai silently scoffed. Regardless, You must continue your training and strive to participate in the Chunin exams at the earliest opportunity after graduation. I will find a way to transfer you to the Anbu and elevate you to Jonin, Danzo said with pleasure, outlining his plans for Fubai. Meanwhile, Asuma hummed a tune as he returned home. Upon entering, he noticed the Hokage hat, a symbol of Hizashi's status, hanging on the wall. TCH. He clicked his tongue in discontent, slipping off his shoes as he instinctively glanced toward the study. Indeed, in the study, Hizashi was engrossed in writing with a brush on rice paper, pausing occasionally to ponder, exuding the aura of a cultured scholar. What? Are you not busy today? Asuma could not help but speak up, noticing that his father was ignoring him. Oh, Asuma. My apologies. I was so focused on writing that I didn't notice you. Haha. Hizashi chuckled awkwardly, setting down the brush and walking into the living room with his hands clasped behind his back, standing before Asuma. So how was school today? He scanned his son, relieved to see no visible injuries. Humph. As the Hokage, you should know what happens at school. Why do you feign ignorance and treat me like a child? Asuma's displeasure was evident, his tone rising instinctively. You too. Must you bicker every time you meet? Can't you be quiet for once? Yelled Sarutobi Biwa from the kitchen, poking her head out while wielding a spatula. Chapter 44. Two families seeing his son unwilling to engage, Hizashi was at a loss for what to do. Helplessly watching as Asuma retreated to his room and shut the door. Humph. Even as Hokage, there are matters beyond your control, Biwa scoffed. Carrying a dish from the kitchen and glancing at Hizashi, who stood there, at a loss. Haha. Alas, as Hokage, there are indeed matters I cannot dictate. My apologies, Biwa. Hizashi sincerely expressed his regret, recognizing the sacrifices he made for Konoha at the expense of his family. What good is saying that? Tell it to your son, Biwa retorted, rolling her eyes before returning to the kitchen to prepare the next dish. As my son, he will understand one day. Hizashi thought with a wry smile as he watched Biwa's retreating figure. Instead of following her advice to confront Asuma, he turned back to the entrance. Picking up his Hokage hat. I must attend to some matters. I will not be home for dinner, he called toward the kitchen direction, not waiting for Biwa's response as he pushed open the door and left his home. This early return was to check whether Asuma was injured and to gauge the pressure the recent failure had placed upon him. Observing Asuma's demeanor, he deemed there were no issues. With a sigh of relief, Hizashi's thoughts turned to the paperwork awaiting him in the office, prompting his hurried departure. At the Shimura residence, Fubai gazed at the spread of sumptuous dishes on the table. There is quite a feast today, he thought, nearly drooling at the sight of grilled pork belly, sliced marinated meat, and an aromatic fish stew, all of which whetted his appetite. As a ninja, one must have a well-balanced diet, neither too much meat nor too little. Danzo admonished Fubai with a stern expression. Yes, you are absolutely right. Let us eat, Fubai eagerly declared, snatching up his chopsticks and placing a slice of grilled pork belly into Danzo's bowl. Observing Fubai's action, Danzo's tightly pressed lips softened slightly. Humph, just when I praised you. You go and act like this. Show some decorum as a ninja, he chided, albeit with an approving undertone as he too took some meat to enjoy with his rice. 2 years had passed since Fubai arrived in Konoha. Over this period, Danzo had gradually grown accustomed to a life filled with bonds and had come to understand, at least to some extent, the feelings of a father. This connection, born of blood, was far more steadfast than the loyalty derived from the oppressive and brainwashing methods of the root. For someone as naturally suspicious as Danzo, he might doubt the intentions of the Uchiha or suspect betrayal from his subordinates, but he would never entertain the notion that his son would scheme against him. This was the power of blood ties. Of course, had he possessed the ability to read minds, he would discover that his seemingly dutiful son was daily contemplating how to inherit his legacy. How goes your training in Ice Release? You didn't seem to employ it during this practice, Danzo inquired, intrigued by Fubai's progress. Fairly well, I suppose. I just feel there's no need to showcase such power in front of my classmates, Fubai replied, extending his free left hand and gathering chakra in his palm. Manifesting an ice kunai. Humph, still hiding your talents, Danzo remarked with a hint of disappointment. If only his son would openly display this ice release in front of everyone. He believed it would surely overshadow Kakashi's reputation. The knowledge of Fubai's ice release remained confined to their circle of friends and had not spread widely. In Danzo's view, to inherit the title of Hokage, one must possess a resonant nickname, like Konoha's White Fang or the legendary Three Ninjas. With a title, the village would recognize you, and the feudal lords would take note. However, since Fubai was reluctant to reveal this talent at present, Danzo chose to let it be. Tobarama considered himself a parent who understood the subtleties of human emotion. As long as the overarching direction was correct, he allowed Fubai the freedom to make minor adjustments as he pleased. After dinner, Fubai, adhering to his routine, made his way to the courtyard where oil woman Ryoma had been waiting patiently. Through 2 years of rigorous training, Fubai and Ryoma's sparring had evolved from Ryoma simply pummeling Fubai while remaining stationary, to Ryoma moving and striking simultaneously. However, today Fubai felt a surge of confidence. After all, he had bested the son of the third Hokage. While his strength may not rival that of a Jonin, he believed he was more than a match for a Chunin. Casting a furtive glance at the whip in Yamashiro's hand, Fubai flexed his wrist and launched the first attack toward Ryoma. He aimed a punch at Ryoma's abdomen, but Ryoma merely sidestepped, reaching out to grasp Fubai by the collar. Sensing the gust of wind at the nape of his neck, Fubai bent low, evading Ryoma's grasp and converting his punch into an elbow strike aimed at Ryoma's lower abdomen. Unfazed by the missed opportunity, Ryoma retreated a couple of steps to dodge the blow and then leapt forward, intending to kick Fubai away. Fubai, bracing himself to absorb the kick, spun midair and wrapped his legs around Ryoma's calf. Ryoma, taken aback by Fubai's agile maneuver, froze for a moment, granting Fubai the precious opportunity to unleash a barrage of ice sunban aimed directly at Ryoma's face. Though sunban are known for their agility and portability, their striking surface is considerably smaller compared to shuriken, resulting in less damage. Ryoma, recovering quickly, caught the sunban deftly between his fingers, even finding the time to explain to Fubai. "But my sunban are limitless, Ryoma-sensei," Fubai replied with a mischievous grin, swiftly conjuring several more sunban to viciously jab at Ryoma's ensnared leg. Nani. Even Ryoma, a seasoned warrior, was unprepared for such a tactic. He hastily exerted all his strength to kick Fubai off. If the acupoint was struck, that leg would lose mobility for a considerable time. Following the acupuncture chart taught by Yano, Ryoma anticipated the sensation of his leg going numb, which indeed occurred. "Then I shall fight without this leg." Unable to shake off Fubai, Ryoma knelt to the ground, intending to use his weight to subdue him. Realizing Ryoma's intent, Fubai released his grip just in time to evade before Ryoma could fully collapse. "Ryoma-sensei, please don't hold it against me for being underhanded. After all, you are a Jonin." Rolling away, Fubai extracted a few shuriken from his ninja pouch, hurling them towards Ryoma's direction. With one leg incapacitated, how could he evade such a widespread attack? Shadow Clone Technique of Shuriken. Chapter 45. The Tranquil Campus Life. A flurry of shuriken whistled through the air towards oil woman Ryoma. Amidst the cacophony, accompanied by a cloud of dust, Ryoma vanished from her original position. Moments later, Fubai felt a powerful tug at the collar of his shirt as a large hand seized him from behind. Ryoma, whose leg should have been completely paralyzed, stood steadily behind Fubai, expressionless as she held him by the collar, her tone frigid. "Well done, Master Fubai. While your methods have improved, your execution lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Had you opted to use chakra to destroy the nerves in my leg rather than merely striking the acupoint, this battle would have been yours." Fubai, slightly out of breath, nodded obediently. "I understand. I will strive to improve in that direction next time, but I am curious about how you regained your mobility." Gently releasing Fubai, Ryoma rolled up her pant leg, revealing the spot where he had struck. "You did indeed hit my acupoint, but the oil woman clan harbors parasitic insects within our bodies. When you stimulated the acupoint, I commanded them to forcibly restore the meridians you had sealed, allowing me to use body flicker technique to appear behind you." The wound inflicted by Fubai showed no blood. Instead, writhing parasitic insects were visible. In the ninja world, various bloodline limits and clan secrets exist, each possessing even more bizarre abilities than mine. Thus, the most crucial lesson I wish to impart to you is to never let your guard down. Lowering her pant leg, Ryoma resumed her stance, signaling Fubai to continue his assault. "Yes. All right, the exercise is over." Both parties seal the reconciliation sign. As Ito Makoto called off the exercise, Fubai extended his hand to complete the reconciliation sign while helping Obito to his feet. "You, my friend, have been rather ruthless, targeting the spots I cannot see," Obito grumbled, clutching his backside. "Well, how should I put it? There are myriad reasons," Fubai replied with a sheepish scratch of his head, reflecting on Ryoma's teachings. There's no escaping the fact that I learned practical killing techniques from a living weapon. To be honest, I was lenient by merely kicking you instead of employing the 1,000 years of pain, which would have been a far greater affront to your dignity as the second sage of 6 paths. Supporting Obito as they made their way to the spectator area, Fubai noticed that Obito refused to sit, insisting on standing. He flashed a smile that blended 3 parts apology with 7 parts amusement. My sincerest apologies. I may have kicked a tad too hard. As he spoke, Fubai could no longer suppress his laughter. You scoundrel. Obito fumed, looking as though he had been wronged. Next up, Might Guy versus Hyuga Irika. Both parties formed the standing positions. Dodging Obito's retaliatory kick, Fubai's attention shifted to the field upon hearing the next matchup. Just a mere underdog. I suggest you surrender now, or else Hyuga Irika will continue to act pretentiously. If I cannot defeat Kakashi, how could I possibly overcome you? Greenskin monster? Assuming the standard starting stance of the Hyuga clan, Irika regarded Might Guy with an air of indifference, clearly dismissing his opponent. I've got you now. Seizing the moment while Fubai was distracted by Might Guy, Obito grabbed Fubai by the collar and began to rub his head vigorously. This is for being so arrogant. However, Obito's moment of triumph was short-lived as Fubai, guided by instinct, pinched his backside forcefully, causing Obito to tear up from the pain. Pathetic. Casting a disdainful glance at the crumpled Obito, Fubai tidied his hair and approached Kakashi, who was sitting at the edge with a book in hand. Catching a glimpse of the illustrations within Kakashi's book, Fubai curiously inquired, Hey, Kakashi, what kind of Risku novel are you reading? Risku novel? This is a family heirloom on sword techniques. Kakashi quickly defended himself, alarmed that nearby classmates might believe Fubai's jest. A family sword technique? Let me see. Snatching the book from Kakashi's grasp, Fubai flipped through a few pages, noting that it indeed contained various stances and movements. Kakashi made no attempt to reclaim the book, merely tilting his head back to observe Fubai. I see. It involves enveloping the blade with lightning chakra and employing rapid slashes to vanquish opponents. After training with Oil Woman Ryoma, I can discern some nuances of swordplay. Here you go, Fubai said, settling cross-legged beside Kakashi as he returned the book. Kakashi accepted the book and resumed his reading. Meanwhile, Might Guy had charged forward, engaging in combat with Hyuga Irika. I say, which of these two do you favor? Fubai asked Kakashi, observing as Irika struggled to defend against Might Guy's onslaught. Without lifting his gaze from the pages, Kakashi replied, I couldn't care less about them. You truly are a dullard. Might Guy is at least your lifelong rival. What's wrong with showing a bit of concern? Fubai flicked Kakashi's white hair lightly with his finger. With a look of disdain, Kakashi finally lifted his lifeless gaze towards the direction of the battle between the two. What lifelong rival? Wasn't that forced upon me by you? That guy always comes looking for you. He sighed, accustomed to Fubai's random, nonsensical remarks. Observing the scene where Hinata Iroha found an opportunity to counterattack. Slapping Might Guy's tied leg and subsequently clutching his hand in agony, Kakashi shook his head. Hasn't this already concluded? That strange fellow has emerged victorious. Little did Hinata Iroha know the extent of iron pieces stuffed into Might Guy's bindings. Striking that thing without chakra enveloping his palm and merely wailing in pain was already a commendable outcome. Boring. I wished for you to provide an evaluation before the result was revealed. While lamenting about Kakashi, Fubai caught a glimpse of Obito's sneaky figure and dodged just in time, resulting in Kakashi being tackled instead. TSK, 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 I didn't expect you two to engage in such playful antics, Fubai remarked with a mischievous grin, observing the entangled duo. Get off me, Obito. I want to take down that guy. Kakashi, ignited by Fubai's provocation, kicked Obito off him. Ouch. You jerk, Kakashi, where are you kicking? Obito cried out in distress. Chapter 46. The dawn of war in the Hokage's office, the familiar room, layout, and the 4 individuals present felt all too routine. Sarutobi Hiruzen still held his unlit pipe, listening intently to Danzo's report. Over the past 3 months, minor skirmishes along the borders had escalated from an average of 5 each month to 15, not counting the enemies encountered by teams dispatched on missions to foreign lands. Danzo calmly recounted the increasing frequency of these border tensions. Has the prolonged peace stirred some factions into restlessness? Hiruzen mused, clicking his tongue in resignation. The prolonged tranquility had inevitably led to rising internal conflicts, and Konoha was no exception. A prime example was the Uchiha clan, which had persistently sought political power. The most effective way to divert conflicts was to establish a common enemy, redirecting all energies towards them. Clearly, Konoha had become that external adversary. Can we ascertain who the enemy is? Midogate asked, posing the crucial question. If they could identify the source or obtain evidence of the provocations, they could address the issue diplomatically. The adversaries did not wear headbands, nor did their attire exhibit any distinguishing features, indicating they had come prepared. Danzo had conducted thorough investigations. But Konoha's enemies were numerous, and without clear vulnerabilities, he could only rely on the Anbu to investigate one by one. However, if their intent was to seek a pretext for war, they shouldn't have gone about it so stealthily. Clearly, ulterior motives were at play, hypothesized Uzumaki Koharu. Are they probing Konoha's strengths and weaknesses? Hiruzen articulated Koharu's unspoken suspicion. In the absence of suitable opportunities, they dare not recklessly instigate warfare and must instead seek our vulnerabilities, hoping to gain some advantage or disrupt our peace. But this poses a significant dilemma. Not knowing the enemy's identity leaves us in a position of passive defense. Midogate furrowed his brow. Konoha's geographical position dictated a reactive stance, a situation that was unavoidable. Hiruzen sighed in resignation. While Konoha was indeed prosperous, this prosperity had drawn the envy of neighboring villages. With too many adversaries, Konoha could not afford to take risks. During past Ninja World Wars, Konoha had relied on its enduring strength to wear down foes. Iwagakure's Inoki had trained numerous ninjas in recent years, yet the number of commissions was limited. Should Inoki fail to sustain his village's ninjas' livelihoods, he would likely initiate war, targeting Konoha. Danzo straightened, presenting the gathered intelligence. In pursuit of information regarding Iwagakure, I have lost 3 subordinates, yielding only an approximate figure. Iwagakure's ninja count has exceeded 10,000. That many. Both advisors gasped, startled by the revelation. Iwagakure was not particularly affluent, so how could they support such a large number of ninjas with their meager commissions? In stark contrast to the 2 advisors' astonishment, Hiruzen remained composed, evidently already aware of this intelligence. Is this information accurate? Based on my understanding of Iwagakure, Midogate's immediate reaction was skepticism regarding the report. Koharu nodded in agreement, also doubting Danzo's information. Are you questioning my subordinate's reliability? Danzo responded with irritation. Yet, Midogate merely shook his head, at a loss for words. One could criticize Danzo as unscrupulous or incompetent, yet it was undeniable that under his oversight, there had been no significant lapses in intelligence operations. Thus, it is imperative that we remain vigilant regarding Iwagakure's movements. Fortunately, the presence of Kirigakure serves as a buffer. Should Iwagakure act, they would likely notify us in advance. Koharu sighed, tacitly acknowledging that Iwagakure would likely launch an offensive against Konoha. Not only Iwagakure, but the brash individuals from Kumogakure had also not forgotten their ambitions of seizing land and resources. In recent years, they had covertly targeted various bloodline limits and secret techniques, making them a threat that required vigilance. Danzo then began discussing Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Even the most barren Sunagakure, under the leadership of the most formidable Kazekage, has commenced mining gold sand to compensate for the reduced military funding from the daimyo. Pausing, Danzo reached for his teacup, lightly blowing on it before taking a sip and placing it back down. Based on various intelligence, we can ascertain that the outbreak of war is merely a matter of timing. Therefore, I believe it is essential for Konoha to begin preparations for battle. With a fierce glint in his solitary eye, Danzo voiced his thoughts. Preparation for war? While I would prefer to resolve this through diplomatic means, Danzo's intelligence corroborates the stance of each village. Although the timing of the war's eruption remains unclear, it would be too late to prepare once it commences. Despite previously voicing criticism of Danzo's hawkish tendencies, Midogate had to concede that, given the intelligence presented, preparing for war was indeed the wisest course of action. Indeed. Hiruzen, this time we should heed Danzo's counsel. Koharu concurred, casting a glance at Hiruzen. Hiruzen merely shook his head, removing the pipe from his mouth and sighing once more. Truly, no matter the time, ninjas can never escape the fate of conflict. Let us proceed as you suggest. Having reached a consensus on the preparations for war, the 4 individuals immediately set about their respective tasks. In pursuit of further intelligence, Danzo, disregarding Fubai's training, summoned oil girl Ryoma and Yamanaka Shin back to his side, fully dedicating them to intelligence and assassination duties. As usual, After a day of play with Kakashi and the others, Fubai returned home, where he found Yakushi Nan sitting alone in the living room. "Hello, Sister Nan," he greeted sweetly, placing his shoes neatly before approaching her. "Welcome back, Fubai," she responded with a smile, reaching out to tidy Fubai's slightly disheveled hair, courtesy of Obito's antics. "You must be hungry. I'll prepare something delicious for you." "All right, I'll head to the study to study in the meantime." Fubai did not inquire why today was not Tawanzo's turn to cook, as Tawanzo often vanished for several days each month, presumably to wreak havoc elsewhere. In Chapter 47, Ebisu, you surely wouldn't want your affairs to be discovered by others. Ice Release, Ice Pillar. Extending his slender fingers, Fubai began to channel chakra and form hand seals. With the completion of the final seal, several moderately sized ice pillars erupted from the ground. It became clear to him that performing ice release in a waterless environment consumed significantly more chakra than in a water-rich setting. Feeling the rapid depletion of his chakra, Fubai grasped the mechanics of ice release. Conversely, in a water-rich environment, water release, water bullet, ice release, ice pillar, like spitting. He manifested a puddle of water on the ground and executed ice release once more. Wait, am I really undressing to seek something? Observing the ice pillars conjured through the combination of water and ice release, Fubai contemplated his chakra reserves and suddenly had a thought. No, I mustn't think this way. If I could perform a technique like Kisame's that transforms a waterless area into a lake, it would be advantageous for my ice release. Wait, if I possess that much chakra, do I need to worry about the chakra consumed by ice release? For the first time, Fubai found himself concerned about his intellect. Truly, I had wasted considerable time on such trivial matters. Meanwhile, observing Fubai diligently training in the yard after finishing his meal, Yakushi Nanoyu nodded with satisfaction and took out a small notebook to jot down some notes. At the root base, Tawanzo was arranging tasks when a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared before him. Is this a message from Yakushi Nanoyu? As the smoke dissipated, Oil Girl Ryoma instantly recognized the summoning beast before him. Indeed, Tawanzo reached out and took the letter from the summoning technique, tearing it open to examine its contents. After reading, his expression showed no sign of relief. With a slight exertion of his fingers, his sharp wind chakra swiftly shredded the letter into powder, scattering it upon the ground. Things have been somewhat unsettled lately. Inside the Tawanzi shop, Asuma, seated to Fubai's left, gazed at the passing leaf ninjas, suddenly remarking, I don't see much difference from before. Hearing this, Hongdo, sitting to Fubai's right and engrossed in her dumplings, looked up in confusion. Just enjoy your dumplings. Placing his dumplings on a Hongdo's plate, Fubai poked her forehead, signaling her to focus on her food. Upon noticing the new dumplings in her plate, Hongdo's eyes gleamed with joy as she hurriedly consumed her dumplings to make way for the newly appeared ones. Do you recognize those two ninjas that just passed by? Fubai, who was not particularly fond of sweets, noticed the white flowers in their possession, suggesting they were heading towards the memorial stone. Sort of, they're quite renowned chunin in Konoha. Asuma acknowledged Fubai's observation while sharing his insight. Although there had not been a large-scale memorial service, the names on the memorial stone had recently increased. Is that so? Casting his gaze upon the sparse pedestrians on the street, Fubai sighed. It seems the countdown to the Third Shinobi World War has begun. I wonder if my arrival as a time traveler will precipitate a war that was originally years away. In fact, if the war were to break out now, at least. Despite the challenging circumstances, the higher-ups in Konoha would not send us children aged 7 or 8 to the battlefield, opting instead for the 11 and 12-year-old upperclassmen. Thinking this way, it would be quite good to get things moving. I must hasten to enhance my strength. I shall show that old man how much I have grown. Asuma was filled with determination, eager to demonstrate his worth before the third Hokage so that he would no longer be regarded as a child. Indeed, I shall strive to enhance my abilities and aim to accomplish 3 tasks for the Land of Fire in 3 minutes. Fubai replied nonchalantly. What? What does that mean? Asuma was perplexed by Fubai's words. It just implies you will be quite formidable. Realizing the misunderstanding, Fubai quickly clarified, when you engage in battle, just sing Ufa 7 generations, and no one will dare approach you. Ufa 7 generations? Asuma was even more baffled after Fubai's explanation. On the opposite table, Shiranui Genma, chewing on a toothpick, leaned lazily against the edge of the table, reminding Asuma, All right, Asuma, stop overthinking it. Fubai often says peculiar things. You really take him seriously? Instead of pondering Fungbai's remarks, it would be wiser to consider how to handle next week's group combat drills, as the students from the neighboring class are quite formidable. Ebisu adjusted his small sunglasses and concurred with Shiranui Gunma. I've inquired. The leader of Class 3, that black-haired girl, is named Shizun. She seems to be from the Kato family. Her uncle, Kato Dan, was once quite renowned as a jonin in Konoha, but perished in the Second Shinobi World War. Recalling Shizun's adorable visage, Ebisu felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks. You, upon seeing a beauty, are utterly captivated. You will undoubtedly grow into a silent lecher. He teased Asuma. Suddenly, Funbai, who had remained quiet until now, stood up and approached Ebisu, patting him on the shoulder, expecting Funbai to have something significant to discuss. Ebisu was taken aback when Funbai spoke. You wouldn't want your penchant for adult manga to be discovered by others, would you? You, Funbai. How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? Ebisu exclaimed, leaping to his feet as if his tail had been stepped on. I didn't mean to say you were captivated. I meant you appreciate beauty, do you understand? Funbai retorted. TSK, others may not know, but I certainly do. Just last Saturday, you sneaked out from the bookstore. Sobbing, before Funbai could finish, Ebisu covered his mouth with his hand and dragged him aside. Ugh. Have you washed your hands, you rascal? Forcefully removing Ebisu's hand. Funbai spat a few times and questioned him. Clearly, Ebisu had no time to address such trivial matters. He only wished to silence Funbai by any means necessary. What is it that you want? Caught off guard by Ebisu's inquiry, Funbai blinked, his intentions never having been to extort Ebisu in such a common manner. However, he genuinely wished to express, ahem, Ebisu, you wouldn't want your interest in adult comics to be exposed, would you? Funbai, I will do anything. Please don't tell anyone. Ebisu replied, suddenly realizing the familiarity of the words. In the end, Funbai did not use this as leverage against Ebisu. However, observing Ebisu's paranoid demeanor, Funbai symbolically suggested that he treat him to ramen as a means of placating him. Class 3 had many capable individuals, such as Yamashiro Aoi, Marino Abiki, and others, whose parents were mostly chunin and jonin, possessing their own legacies. Returning to the group, Shiranui Gunma was currently introducing the situation of Class 3. Legacies? Compared to our class with Funbai and Asuma, they seem rather inconsequential, Hondo remarked as she played with a bamboo skewer, abruptly throwing it to pierce a wooden post outside after Gunma finished speaking. Oof, right on target. Did you see that, Funbai? My prowess. It remained unclear where Hondo's target truly was, but since she claimed so, Funbai lazily nodded in acknowledgement. Hehe. Next time I shall teach you how to throw this so you can hit accurately. Delighted by Funbai's acknowledgement, Hondo rushed over to Funbai and embraced him. Humph. What I rely on is my strength, not the reputation of an old man. Hondo, remember this. Asuma wore a displeased expression, clearly irked by Hondo's words. Yes, I understand, Asuma-sama, Hondo replied, sticking out her tongue playfully as she pronounced his name with exaggerated emphasis. Despite Asuma's usual good-natured demeanor, his forehead was now marked with prominent veins, but he felt powerless to respond to Hondo, as she was simply that kind of person. All right. I'll give you some dumplings to eat. Don't be angry, okay? And you, try to talk some sense into your companion. Hondo feigned remorse while teasing Akatsuki. What nonsense are you spouting, Hondo? Akatsuki, being a girl, naturally would not indulge Hondo. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she grabbed a bamboo skewer from the table and charged at her. I'm sorry, Hondo cried out, seeking mercy as she ducked behind Funbai, attempting to use him as a shield. Funbai, move aside. I must teach this girl a lesson today, Akatsuki commanded, gesturing for Funbai to step aside as she brandished the skewer. Seeing the skewer so close, Funbai cleared his throat and, before Hondo could react, swiftly sidestepped using his body flicker technique. Ahem, Hondo, you've brought this trouble upon yourself. I want to get involved. You ungrateful wretch. Sensei Sienren. I kindly ask for your guidance during this exercise, Ito Makoto said with a smile as his class assembled. Not at all. Let us all work together. Sienren replied with a smile, extending his hand. In the presence of both classes, the two teachers clasped hands briefly before releasing. Students, the 3-on-3 battle format has always been the rule in the Chunin exams of Konoha. This interclass exercise is intended to help you adapt and advance, Ito Makoto explained. The key to a 3-person battle lies in your cooperation. Even if all 3 are genin, proper coordination can effectively delay a much stronger chunin. Of course, if you face a jonin, close cooperation can still hold out for a time while awaiting support from other jonin. Meanwhile, Xianren began instructing his own students. Now, according to the draw, the first group should prepare. Having said enough, the two exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously announced the first group. Go, Hongdo. Show them what you're made of. Phonbai encouraged as he watched Hongdo rise. Naturally. They are merely from Class 3. Watch how I take them down. Hongdo raised her head high, joining her teammates in the center of the training field. Her teammates were Hyuga Iroha and Nara Takanaru, while their opponents consisted of Uchiha Yan, Shizune, and Nara Meikyu. Having previously suffered a beating from Phonbai, Uchiha Yan felt an unwelcome surge of ambition upon seeing Hongdo being cheered on. If I can't defeat you, how can I not overpower your friend? Watch how I ruin that girl's relatively pretty face to avenge my shattered pride. The memory of Phonbai's past actions haunted Uchiha Yan, leaving him with deep psychological scars that still plagued his dreams. Now, let us perform the hand signs and begin the exercise. With a wave of Xianren's arm, the eager Uchiha Yan dashed forward, intent on tackling Hongdo. But Hyuga Iroha intercepted him midway. I shall take down the Uchiha clan. You too. You're really something. Uchiha Yan, blocked by Iroha, mentally praised the Hyuga member while feeling increasingly frustrated. Shall we fight? Nara Meikyu ventured to ask Nara Takanaru. Sure, let us do that. What a hassle, Nara Takanaru agreed. And the two Nara clan members began their own battle. Consequently, Hongdo's opponent became Shizune. As it turned out, the individuals were hardly cooperating at all. Observing the disjointed skirmishes, Ito Makoto was not particularly surprised. Each one fighting their own battle can be a form of cooperation. Though the Nara clan is being a bit excessive, Xianren concurred. Despite the Sharingan's formidable abilities, facing the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha could not hope to compete in taijutsu. After a few exchanges, Uchiha Yan began to tire, realizing that if he continued to engage in physical combat, he would surely lose. Let us determine the outcome with the Great Fireball technique. Having only mastered this one ninjutsu, Uchiha Yan decided to create distance, planning to defeat Hyuga Iroha with fire release. He feigned a punch, and as Iroha evaded, he quickly leaped back into the air. You want to escape. Anticipating this move, Hyuga Iroha stepped forward, unleashing a powerful strike with his right hand, activating a technique he had just learned, the 8 trigrams empty palm. The potent chakra surged toward Uchiha Yan and, to everyone's astonishment, struck him squarely in a vulnerable area as he jumped. Chapter 49. The explosive boy medical personnel from Konoha rushed to the school at great speed, accompanied by members of the Konoha police force. Uchiha Hakadai watched with a grim expression as Uchiha Yan, clutching his injured area and wailing, was lifted onto a stretcher. He then turned his gaze toward the instigator of this incident, Hyuga Iroha. Faced with Hakadai's piercing gaze, Iroha lowered his head, feeling somewhat guilty. He hadn't intended to hit him there. The 8 trigrams empty palm was a technique meant for long-range attacks over 10 meters. However, being young, Iroha had only grasped the basics, managing a mere 2 meters with an accuracy that could hardly be called existent. Noticing Iroha avoiding his gaze, Uchiha Hakadai sighed internally, closing his eyes for a moment before directing his attention to the two teachers. Gentlemen, we need to have a discussion. Glimpsing the equally troubled expressions of the two teachers, Hakadai recognized that although the attack had come from a member of the Hyuga clan, the responsibility for the incident weighed heavier on the adults who had failed to intervene in time. With the teachers taken away, the exercise came to an abrupt end. Say, will the teachers be all right? Hebizushi asked anxiously, eyeing the departing figures. Asuma shrugged. Don't worry, injuries during exercises at the Ninja Academy are rare, but not unheard of. The world of ninjas is fraught with pain. As long as it's not intentional, no severe punishment will befall them. That said, Iroha, you certainly are ruthless. Be honest. Was that move intended for Kakashi or Guy? Phonbai sidled up to Iroha, half-jokingly inquiring. Iroha shot him a deadpan look. Kakashi instinctively clamped his legs together, while Might Guy stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say, simply grinning foolishly. Such incidents, to be honest, were hardly youthful. What are you talking about? I didn't do it on purpose. Iroha protested, her cheeks flushed. All right, stop making excuses. Who doesn't know that your Hyuga clan has always been at odds with the Uchiha? I understand, Phonbai remarked with a gleeful expression. reveling in the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Funbai's words, the others, who had initially brushed off the matter, began to question the truth of the statement. It is an indisputable fact that the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan have long been at odds with each other. Moreover, it was Hyuga Irika who instigated a confrontation with Uchiha Yaowang. In light of this, the credibility of the matter is indeed profound. Observing the peculiar glances of his classmates, Hyuga Irika hastily pushed Winbai aside and vehemently protested, I did not, please do not speak nonsense. Unfortunately, under Winbai's embellishments, Irika's defense appeared utterly feeble. Well, we are aware now, Bomb Boy, Winbai quipped, drawing closer to Irika and bestowing upon him a rather unflattering nickname. Bomb Boy. Initially, Hyuga Irika struggled to comprehend the implications of this moniker, but upon reflection, he discerned its significance. Once such a nickname spreads, it could tarnish his illustrious reputation. Despair washed over him as he realized that students from both classes had overheard Winbai's words. Not surprisingly, within just an hour, the tale of the Bomb Boy had traversed the entirety of the ninja academy. Consequently, Hyuga Irika became the first ninja of this cohort to be bestowed with a title. As for whether Irika would eventually earn renown throughout the ninja world, Winbai, the instigator, expressed indifference. Upon hearing the news, Hyuga Nichi, who had rushed to the ninja school, was prepared to mediate the situation, but instead received a report from the Anbu that caused his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. What is the matter, Lord Third? Nichi inquired curiously, noting the expression on the third's face. Hastily suppressing his grimace, Nichi adjusted his demeanor and replied, It is nothing, merely some work-related issues. Nichi, the events transpired as follows. It was merely an accident during an exercise. Upon receiving the third's assessment, Uchiha Hokage felt somewhat dissatisfied but found himself at a loss, for the facts were clear. The two instructors had exerted their utmost to prevent the incident, but Hyuga Irika's strike had been executed with such speed that they were unable to intervene in time. Nevertheless, the injury sustained by Uchiha Yaowang was indeed a failure on the part of the school's teachers, and as the principal, I bear my share of responsibility. I will personally visit this child's home later to apologize to his parents. Perceiving Hokage's reluctance, Nichi proposed a formal method of apology. The Hokage himself delivering an apology certainly carried significant weight. Hokage's countenance softened slightly. I shall inform Captain Fugaku of this matter, he said, bowing slightly to Nichi before turning to leave without acknowledging Hyuga Nichi. Observing the lack of decorum displayed by Hokage, Nichi furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, yet felt unable to express his grievances in Nichi's presence, opting instead to offer a subtle reprimand. Hokage's demeanor is rather disrespectful to you, Lord Third. Oh, it matters not. After all, it is their kin who have been harmed, Nichi responded cheerfully, disregarding Nichi's insinuations. Indeed, I misspoke. Please allow me to take my leave. Nichi had not anticipated that Nichi would genuinely become enraged, and after politely bowing to the third, he exited the office. With this, the matter seemed resolved. Xianren, Chung, do not harbor any burdens in your hearts. The exercises must continue. However, remain vigilant, especially when faced with the children of the ninja clans, for they often employ techniques beyond their years. Once Uchiha and Hyuga clan members had departed, Nichi finally had time to address the two instructors. Yes, Lord Third, it was indeed our oversight. The two, hailing from commoner ninja backgrounds, felt deeply moved by Nichi's gentle demeanor. After all, who would not appreciate a superior who willingly assumes responsibility? All right, return to your duties. For the next exercise, you may consult with the esteemed Yui Shinku, as a jounin. His insight is far superior, and he possesses the capability to rein in these youngsters. Nichi offered a suggestion as he dismissed them. Yes, Lord Third. Chapter 50. A clan of innate malevolence. Yet Hyuga, the injuries are indeed severe, though not as grave as the last incident. Fortunately, the doctor responsible for treatment has previously trained under Lady Tsunade, thus the child's wounds were treated quite successfully. In the hospital room, the doctor was explaining the injuries to the hurriedly arriving parents of Uchiha Yaowang. Will this affect future fertility, given that the child has sustained injuries in that area twice? Yaowang's mother expressed her concerns. While they discussed the injuries, Uchiha Kaden arrived at the hospital and encountered Fugaku at the entrance. Fugaku, look at what your concession has wrought. The Uchiha have once again been trampled underfoot. How dare the Hyuga clan treat our descendants in such a manner? Without inquiring about the circumstances, Kaden began to reproach Fugaku, his haughty demeanor drawing discontent from Uchiha Hokage and others behind him. Uncle Kaden, after the incident, Hokage rushed over immediately. Investigations confirmed that it was indeed a mishap caused by a child from the Hyuga clan during the exercise, a detail corroborated by the Hyuga clan themselves. As the clan leader, Fugaku felt displeased with Kaden's attitude but recognized the necessity of maintaining appearances. Thus, he suppressed his anger and patiently explained. The Hyuga clan is inherently malevolent and has always harbored animosity towards us Uchiha. How can this be deemed an accident? Kaden refused to heed Fugaku's explanation. Intent on seeking retribution against the Hyuga clan, the third has already classified the incident as a failure on the part of the school's instructors. He will personally apologize to Yaowang's parents later. Moreover, our clan school occasionally encounters situations where children injure one another due to lack of restraint, does it not? Fugaku's tone turned stern in response to Kaden's unreasonable insistence. Upon hearing that the third would personally apologize, Kaden's fervor waned slightly, yet he stubbornly retorted. Our clan school does not permit such precision in strikes. Even among ninjas, it is unheard of for someone to endure 2 severe blows in such a manner. I posit that the Shimura clan's child conspired with the Hyuga clan's child to orchestrate this incident. Unforeseen events often unfold in the ninja world. Much like how no one anticipated the second Hokage's demise during peace negotiations with the Hidden Cloud Village. Life is inherently unpredictable. Many occurrences are likely mere coincidences, Uncle Kaden. While Fugaku too believed such a theory was improbable, he recognized that Hokage was a trusted subordinate. If he could not uncover any evidence, it was indicative that the event transpired as the third described, a mere coincidence. Very well, do as you please. Seeing Fugaku's lack of intent to pursue the matter further, Kaden muttered this remark before storming off in a huff. Sighing as he observed Kaden's retreating figure, Fugaku resignedly adjusted his mindset and turned toward the hospital room to inform Yaowang's parents of the situation. In contrast to Kaden's obstinacy, although Yaowang's parents had grievances, they ultimately accepted Fugaku's explanation and requested that he relay their sentiments to the third, dismissing the need for a personal apology as long as future precautions could be taken to prevent similar incidents. Thus, the matter came to a close. The exercise would be postponed until next week, with groupings remaining unchanged. Overwhelmed by the third's words, Ito Makoto wiped his tears and entered the classroom to announce the news. Upon hearing that the exercises would resume next week, Class 2 remained relatively composed, but Class 3, particularly the boys, erupted in lamentations. The entire Ninja Academy was now aware of the terrifying bomb boy from Class 2, who could strike from 100 meters away, leaving the boys from Class 3, who had witnessed Yaowang's plight firsthand, in utter disbelief. However, upon learning that the original groupings would remain intact and that the first group would no longer participate in this exercise, the boys collectively released their tensed legs, feeling a sense of relief. As long as they did not have to face that bomb boy, all was well. Perhaps I can still defeat that so-called genius Kakashi and Kazekage. The ninja world is exceedingly unfair. Those two are hailed as prodigies, and on top of that, they possess such striking looks that the girls in our class pay them constant attention, completely disregarding us. I must teach them a lesson, especially that charming face. I shall trample upon it. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and with the knowledge that Hinata Irika will not participate in the battle, the boys of Class 3 feel emboldened. Let us go, Bakugan Kid, let us grab some dango together. As the school day draws to a close, Kazekage, a pivotal figure in their circle, extends an invitation to Hinata Irika. Who asked the Bakugan Kid? Get lost. The usually composed Hinata Irika rarely resorts to profanity, a testament to his current fury. TSK, 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 you can't even take a joke. Look at Obito, that guy is tormented by me daily and doesn't exhibit such hostility. Kazekage remarks, pointing at the somewhat innocent Obito nearby. If Obito could best you, he would have already ground you into the dirt, Hinata Irika retorts, rolling his eyes. Thanks to you, the entire school now knows I'm the Bakugan Kid. Are you satisfied now, Lord Shimura? At this moment, Hinata Irika remains blissfully unaware that his reputation has spread throughout the village. Otherwise, he would have charged at Kazekage, ready to bite him. All right. I'll treat you to dango as an apology, Kazekage cheerfully insists, pulling Hinata along as they head outside. Thus, under Kazekage's relentless persuasion, Hinata Irika finds himself accompanying them to the dango shop. Auntie, the usual, and add an extra serving. Today it's on me. Upon arriving at the dango shop, Kazekage immediately calls out to the proprietress, emphasizing that he is treating today. Ah, Kazekage, please, have a seat. You've brought a new companion today. The proprietress greets Kazekage with a smile, noticing Hinata Irika beside him. She offers Hinata a friendly grin before returning to her duties. Kid, move aside, that's my seat. Seeing Hinata instinctively try to sit next to Kazekage, Azuki quickly pushes him aside and claims the spot for herself. TCH, fine, I'm not fighting you for it. Hinata Irika mutters, taking a seat beside Asuma at his beckoning. A brooding soul paired with a stoic face, splendid. Observing the two taciturn individuals, Kazekage chuckles, engaging with Asuma and others as they share stories and occasionally weave in insights from their training. Chapter 51. Namikaze Minato on the playground of the Ninja Academy. A balanced group combat exercise is underway. In Class 2, the trio comprises the seemingly frail Shimura Kazekage, the somewhat disheveled Kakashi Hitaki, and the carefree Asuma Sarutobi. The moment these three take the stage, Ito, Makoto, and Jinji feel their hearts leap into their throats. Makoto-sensei, are you certain you didn't manipulate the team formation? Jinji quietly inquires of Ito Makoto. What a coincidence. The three prodigies of Class 2 have formed a team. These individuals are no ordinary students. While their peers are still grappling with basic techniques, they have already delved into advanced ninjutsu. Particularly, that child from the Shimura clan has not even graduated from the academy, yet possesses the ability to counter a Doton technique executed by a teacher with his F-ton. Among the elite students throughout the academy's history, only Sarutobi Hizashi had such prowess. Jinji begins to worry for the students representing his class. I'm feeling a bit anxious. As he observes Kazekage and the others positioned at the center of the playground, he whispers nervously to his companions. Anxious? Why be so? We're not pushovers. The bandaged fly bamboo dragon musters his spirit, trembling as he encourages his teammates. Exactly. We're all just two heads on a single shoulder. What is there to be nervous about? Aoyama Aoi, wearing small sunglasses akin to Ebisu, also attempts to rally the group, albeit his illogical remarks reveal his true feelings. Ahem. Just to confirm, Aoi, you can perform ninjutsu, right? Clearing his throat, Fly Bamboo Dragon steadies his emotions, seeking to clarify their battle strategy. Upon hearing the question, Aoyama nods. Don't set your expectations too high. My ninjutsu skills are just average. Having witnessed Kazekage's ninjutsu prowess, he feels his own fire release techniques pale in comparison. That is sufficient. With his confidence firmly restored, Fly Bamboo Dragon positions himself between the two. I'll feign an attack. You two support me. A figure, entirely wrapped in tattered cloth, devoid of any village insignia, brandishes a ninja sword, preparing to strike the head of the leaf ninja before him after uttering a forbidden phrase associated with the Hokage. As a flash of white light cuts through the air, blood splatters across the face of the leaf ninja. Having closed his eyes in despair, the leaf ninja tentatively touches his head. Trembling as he opens his eyes, is my head still intact? The first sight that greets him is the decapitated corpse before him, with the blood on his face pooling from the smooth cut at the neck. Are you all right? A voice, soothing in tone, pierces the haze of confusion. Restoring the leaf ninja's focus, Lord SHBU. Emerging from the shadows, SHBU sheaths his ninja sword, gently placing the enemy's head upon the ground before examining the injuries of the leaf ninja. Lord SHBU, don't worry about me. I can handle this minor injury. Please, go save Suji and the others. The leaf ninja gestures for SHBU to prioritize rescuing their comrades ensnared by the enemy, leaning against a nearby tree. Suji has already been rescued. I came to find you after receiving news from them. SHBU kneels, retrieving his medical kit to tend to the leaf ninja's wounds. However, SHBU's actions halt abruptly as he vanishes without a word. Not good. The cautious ninja, hidden in the shadows observing the scene, instinctively exclaims upon witnessing SHBU's disappearance, hurriedly leaping from his hiding spot to flee towards the border. Just as the ninja leaps, SHBU's ninja sword, known as White Fang, pierces the ground with ferocity. Had he not escaped in time, he would have been impaled, discarding all his smoke bombs. The ninja hopes to buy himself some time. That flash of light, no doubt, it's the White Fang of the leaf. Realizing such a prominent figure had appeared at the border sends chills down his spine. In just 2 encounters, The ninja deduces SHBU's identity and knows he must report this critical information to the village's higher-ups to deter any infiltration into the leaf. In the next moment, the ninja feels his body slipping from his control. Witnessing his own headless body continue to run forward, he attempts to speak. But no sound escapes his lips. Such swift steel. The sight of the headless corpse collapsing becomes the final image etched into his memory. And with that, all is resolved. Sheathing his sword, SHBU crouches, searching the enemy's corpse for any clues to confirm their identity. Moments later, after ensuring everything is in order, his teammates finally arrive. Albeit fashionably late. Captain SHBU, we're late. A few Leaf Village ninjas clad in standard vests approached Shuo-mo. Their breath still ragged as they expressed their sincerest apologies. Shuo-mo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he bore no ill will. They had done remarkably well to keep pace with him at this time. Report this matter to Lord Third, he instructed. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unusually absent from the Hokage's office, having chosen instead to appear in the Ninja Academy's office. Accompanying him was a young man with golden hair, who was observing the training exercises taking place on the playground. Despite his youth, the vest he wore attested to his status as a jonin, a rarity within the Leaf Village. So what do you think, Minato? How are the children this year? Hiruzen inquired, puffing on his pipe as he watched the children energetically pouring their efforts into their training. The young man, Minato, was not only the disciple of Hiruzen but also the lover of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, making him the youngest jonin in the village and a staunch supporter of the Hokage. Hiruzen held Minato in high regard, providing him with a variety of powerful jutsu and aspiring to mold him into the next Konoha White Fang. His talent is quite impressive. At such a young age, he has accomplished so much, far surpassing what I managed at his age, Minato humbly replied, a trademark smile gracing his face. If nurtured properly, I believe he will surely embody the will of fire that you envision, Minato commended as he observed a student, Fei Zhu, fall to the ground after being struck down by a suma. Hiruzen chuckled, that would be splendid. He ceased watching the playground's activities and returned to his seat. Noticing Hiruzen's movement, Minato straightened, sensing that something of significance was about to be discussed. Have you heard any news about your teacher, Jiraiya? Hiruzen inquired directly, expressing concern about his three disciples, each of whom had their own unique challenges. Jiraiya, notorious for his wandering ways under the guise of seeking inspiration, often roamed the ninja world without discretion, a fact that made Hiruzen uneasy. It's well known throughout the ninja world that he is a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, while he indulges in his escapades. It is my reputation that suffers when he gets caught, Hiruzen thought, suppressing his emotions when he remembered that he was not alone. My teacher sent a message not long ago, stating he was scouting locations in the land of grass, but he did not specify where, Minato reported faithfully. That's good to hear. As you may have noticed, the current situation is rather unstable. I suspect we may witness significant upheaval in the ninja world within the next 5 years. There have been numerous underhanded maneuvers from various villages. Be sure to remind that rascal not to linger outside unnecessarily and to return to the village to visit this old man when he has the chance, Hiruzen said, placing his pipe down and fixing his gaze on Minato. Yes, Lord Third, Minato acknowledged, understanding the implications behind Hiruzen's words and kneeling respectfully. Oh, stand up. I didn't summon you here to discuss serious matters today. It's merely a casual chat, Hiruzen said with a grin, helping Minato to his feet. How about forming a small team with a few students? Are you interested? Hiruzen asked casually. Form a class? Minato instinctively looked towards Hiruzen, pondering whether this was an inquiry, a command, or merely a suggestion. I shall follow your instructions, he replied after careful consideration. For him, as long as he could uphold the will of fire, he would work wherever needed. As I said, today is just a casual conversation. You are still young. Leading a class is something for a few years down the line. For now, just follow my directives. As for which team you will be assigned to, Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. We'll decide that once the right person arrives. In his eyes, Minato, as the lover of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, bore responsibilities that could not be neglected. With his own affairs keeping him busy, Hiruzen recognized the need for a true mentor to guide Minato. Speaking of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Hiruzen couldn't help but think of Danzo. In terms of sealing techniques, within the entire Leaf Village, aside from Kushina, only Danzo remained. Regrettably, Danzo viewed Jinchuriki merely as strategic assets, leading to numerous disputes regarding their treatment. Their arguments had played out in a myriad of dramatic forms until the arrival of Kazekage had eased the tensions. Achoo! Danzo sneezed while receiving reports at route, inadvertently spraying the nearby Jean with droplets. Wiping his face clean, Jean respectfully inquired, "Are you all right, Lord Danzo?" "I'm fine," Danzo replied dismissively, not catching the underlying tone of Jin's words. "Continue." "Yes, as per your instructions, I have made the 38th adjustment to the lighting at the route base, and the feedback has mostly been very positive." Jean continued with his report. "Well done, Jean," Danzo acknowledged, glancing at the lights outside with a nod of approval. Appreciating Jin's competency, "I have a task prepared for you." Danzo, unusually complimentary, was ready to assign a new mission. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Jean eagerly raised his hands, ready to receive the mission scroll as usual, but after waiting a while without feeling the expected sensation, he looked up in confusion. "This mission doesn't involve any troublesome matters. Your sole task is to substitute for Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino to guide Kazekage's training," Danzo explained, pleased with Jin's attitude and narrowing his eyes at the busy figures of Aburame and others in the distance. Although there was supervision from Yamanaka Ino, her overly gentle approach toward Kazekage could lead to complacency. Hence, Danzo decided to assign Jean, who was of average strength and less significant to root, to this task. "From today onward, remove your mask and reclaim your true name, Shimizu Iku, and go to Kazekage's side." "Understood." As Danzo's words fell, Iku removed the mask from his face, revealing a handsome visage. "Humph, what elite from Team 3. I'll show them what elite truly means." Now the old man should have nothing to say? Asuma's excited voice echoed from within the dango shop. Having faced pressure from Kakashi and Kazekage, Asuma finally proved himself in today's battle. Not only did he defeat Feiju with a few punches, but he also single-handedly countered the combined assault of Raitun and Aoyama. Kazekage and Kakashi enjoyed a leisurely moment on the side, merely providing support and tossing a few items about. "Humph, I may not be able to beat Kazekage or Kakashi, but I can certainly surpass you lot," Asuma thought to himself, his youthful exuberance evident as he reveled in his small victory. Meanwhile, Ino merely smiled at him, choosing to remain silent. "All right, Asuma, enough boasting. Compared to our explosive little buddy, you still have a long way to go," Kazekage called out, raising his teacup toward Asuma. With a loud bang, Hinata Iruka slammed his fist on the table, ready to confront Kazekage. "You insufferable brat. Do you know that because of you, I can't even hold my head high in the Hyuga clan?" Recalling the attitude of his clansmen towards him after receiving his title, Hinata Iruka felt his defenses crumble. Chapter 53. The moon shines brightly, 1 against 7 smiles at me. The red-faced figure remarked, "Night has fallen. Quietly fade away into the shinobi world." After bidding farewell to Asuma and his companions, Kazubai hummed a tune he had adapted, strolling through the dimly lit streets of Konoha. Recently, Kazubai had been enjoying a comfortable life. Ever since old Dank took Ryuma and others off to unknown endeavors, Kazubai had finally freed himself from the previous life under Go and no longer had to experience the joy of receiving 100 consecutive draws upon logging in. Every day, after school, he would boast with his friends and engage in playful banter, which had become his daily routine. Returning home, he could savor the exquisite cuisine of the medicinal chef, Yanoyu, which far surpassed that of Danzo. This was the life he had longed for. With his eyes squinting in delight, Kazubai pushed open the door, intending to greet you, only to find a stranger standing before him. "Yanoyu, what the heck?" Kazubai exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the young man. Hearing the commotion, Yu emerged from the kitchen to explain, "Kazubai, you're back. This young man was sent by your father. His name is Shimura Iku. From now on, you will train under him." "Shimura Iku? What? Are you going to poke my eyes out?" Observing the youthful face of the young man before him, who bore a scar on his left cheek, Kazubai perceived him to be merely a decade or so older than himself. One could not deny that the genes of the Shimura clan were impressive. Even a random youth seemed capable of excelling in basketball while wearing suspenders, just slightly better than Kazubai himself. Hello, Iku and I. Kazubai, proud of his own appearance, greeted Iku after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Kazubai address him, Iku tilted his head slightly, his expression remaining stoic as he regarded the charming young boy before him. Offering no immediate response, "Young Master Kazubai." Just as Kazubai began to question whether Iku was mute, Iku suddenly knelt on one knee, addressing him with respect. "Ahem, please rise. There is no need for such formality. Kazubai was taken aback by the unexpected gesture and quickly gestured for Iku to stand. Lord Danzo has commanded me to oversee your daily training and personal safety from this day forth, Iku announced, rising to his feet. Due to the escalating tensions within the shinobi world, both the Anbu and Root had experienced varying degrees of manpower shortages. Consequently, Danzo had withdrawn 2 squads assigned to protect Kazubai, entrusting his safety solely to Shimura Iku. Oh, that sounds good. Kazubai scratched his head, speaking somewhat insincerely. Deep down, he certainly did not wish for someone to constantly whip him from behind, but it seemed that Danzo had only sent this one person to guide him, which Kazubai could reluctantly accept. As long as Yamashiro Sada did not come, everything would be fine. Compared to the ruthless Ryuma, he feared the whip-wielding Jinchuriki even more. The young man before him, looking rather gentle, surely would not engage in the same kind of brutality as Yamashiro Sada, right? Before dinner, Kazubai's impression of the fellow clansman was still relatively positive, until after the meal. Actually, I do not know how to train children of your age, Iku stated as he stood in the courtyard, looking at Kazubai. Hearing this, Kazubai's eyes lit up. Oh, splendid. If you don't know, let me enlighten you on what true shinobi training should entail. It certainly was not the absurdity of elite jounin starting at frame 0, followed by a farmer cracking a whip. Senior Ryuma is quite busy, so I could not inquire directly. Fortunately, Senior Yamashiro Sada took the time to explain to me. Iku expressionlessly withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Who did you ask about? Kazubai queried, startled at the mention of the familiar name. Senior Yamashiro Sada. He informed me that you possess great talent. What we can do is use the whip to spur you on. Iku infused wind chakra into the kunai, creating a whip that instantly filled Kazubai with despair. Goodness, look at this whip made of chakra. Before Kazubai could utter a protest, Iku had already swung the whip towards him. The meaning of spur is that I will whip it here, and you will dodge with all your might, correct? The fierce wind sliced across Kazubai's chest, tearing a gash in his shirt. Dodge with all my might. I don't possess the Sharingan. How could I possibly see the weapon infused with wind chakra? Witnessing his clothing being effortlessly torn, Kazubai's reaction could be aptly described as that of a frightened mouse. Under the relentless assault of Iku's whip, Kazubai initially had the energy to curse, but after receiving a couple of harsh strikes, he fell silent, desperately searching for Iku's weaknesses. Not there. Yamashiro Sada, Amidst the cries of anguish and curses, Kazubai's life of servitude once again commenced. Is this Shimura Iku perhaps harboring a grudge against old Dengt, coming in with such intensity? Although wind chakra is invisible, one can determine the approximate location of an attack based on the movements of the opponent's hands and the arc of the kunai. Laying Kazubai's head on her lap, Yano-yu, observing his battered state, made an exception to allow him to enjoy the comfort of a knee pillow. I am merely a student who hasn't even graduated from the ninja academy. How could I possibly see clearly? Kazubai sulked, casting a resentful glance at the unmoving Iku standing nearby. Lie still and do not move, Yano-yu chuckled, gently turning Kazubai's head to ensure he remained still while she treated him, breathing in the fresh scent emanating from you and feeling the softness of her legs. Kazubai suddenly found that enduring a whipping seemed less intolerable than before. Even if you cannot see, you must try. Becoming a ninja is your destiny. Lord Danzo also holds great expectations for you. If you do not strive to enhance your abilities now, you will one day reflect upon the children in the orphanage who lost their parents for various reasons. A hint of sorrow flickered across Yu's face. You are the son of Lord Danzo. Whether you desire it or not, you must confront the unspeakable darkness ahead. This is unavoidable. Remembering Danzo's past actions, you found it difficult to sincerely refer to him as Lord. Chapter 54. Jiraiya returns to the village. In any case, let us return and rest for a while. Patting Kazubai's little head, you did not expect him to truly comprehend her words, signaling that he could rise. After enjoying the comfort of the knee pillow, Kazubai reluctantly sat up, casting a sulky glance at Iku, who stood still and pouted as he walked toward his room, stripping off his tattered clothing. Kazubai suppressed the pain coursing through his body and changed into a fresh outfit. Meanwhile, you displayed no concern for Iku, delivering the day's report about Kazubai to Danzo right in front of him. Is that a communication for Lord Danzo? Iku inquired, his expression unchanged as he observed Yu's actions. Indeed, Yu replied, her demeanor toward Iku starkly contrasting with how she treated Kazubai, as she regarded him with a much colder expression, revealing her disdain. Iku said nothing further, instead observing the style of the light fixtures in the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, nodding thoughtfully. Time passed swiftly, and a month slipped by. Ahem. Business at the bathhouse is as prosperous as ever today. Hiruzen, in the Hokage office, gazed with delight at the crystal ball, which displayed the image of Konoha's largest and most popular bathhouse, specifically the women's section. As Dian was engrossed in admiring the grand spectacle before him, his focus was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps outside. In a hurried motion, he swiftly covered the crystal ball with a red cloth he had prepared earlier. Before he could take further action, a white-haired man forcefully pushed the door open. "Hey, old man, what are you busy with?" The man strode up to Dian, casting a curious glance at the red cloth on the table, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "Jiraiya, as your teacher, did I not instruct you to knock before entering?" Dian looked at his irreverent disciple with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. If it weren't for his still keen hearing, his illustrious reputation would have been tarnished in an instant. Noticing Dian's slightly flushed cheeks and the distinctly spherical outline beneath the red cloth, Jiraiya quickly deduced what his teacher had been up to. "Ha ha ha. Old man, you must not realize what kind of person your master truly is," Jiraiya said with a mischievous grin as he approached Dian. "Cough, calling me old man every time. At least you should refer to me as the third Hokage," Dian replied, his tone unusually irate, perhaps due to his annoyance with Jiraiya's demeanor or the embarrassment of being caught. "Ha ha ha, my apologies, old man. It's just been a while since I saw my teacher, and I got a bit too excited." Jiraiya laughed heartily, then stood before Dian with a serious expression. "So, what on earth happened that prompted you to contact me through Minato?" "Humph, if my subordinates in the Anbu could find you, I wouldn't need to seek out Minato," Dian retorted coldly, pulling out his pipe from his pocket and placing it between his lips, using the excuse of searching for documents to discreetly set the crystal ball aside. After extracting the desired document from a stack, Dian handed it to Jiraiya while lighting his pipe. "Take a look. This is a recent report from Danzo." "Danzo?" Jiraiya frowned at the mention of that name, the image of the ambitious man flashing through his mind. As Dian's direct subordinate, Jiraiya understood all too well the role Danzo played within the village of Konoha. Upon receiving the document from Dian, Jiraiya skimmed through it, noting that it detailed the timeline and losses from recent attacks on the borders of Konoha and nearby villages. How long has peace lasted? These fellows can't seem to contain their ambitions any longer. He closed the document with a heavy heart, realizing the reason for Dian calling him back. It was precisely for this reason that he had been wandering the ninja world, searching for the prophesied child as foretold by the great sage of the Six Paths. There's no other way. This is the fate of a ninja. If possible, I wish for lasting peace in the ninja world, not just for myself, but even for the first and second Hokage, Dian said, gazing at the portraits of the two former leaders on the wall. "Speaking of which, this location in the document piques my interest, old man." Jiraiya followed Dian's gaze to the photographs of the two predecessors, especially regarding the Sannin, Minato. "What is going on? Didn't Minato mention it to you?" "Ah, well, this matter has likely been forgotten by the villagers by now." Upon hearing Jiraiya inquire about Minato, Dian placed his hands behind his back and stood up, making his way to the window. "You, who have been away from the village for so long, should be unaware of the happenings here lately." As Dian recounted the events, Jiraiya's expression shifted from solemnity to astonishment, ultimately rendering him utterly flabbergasted. "You must be joking. Old man, that Danzo has a son." Jiraiya's voice rose, startling even the Anbu, who peeked curiously from the shadows. "Is it so difficult for you to accept that Danzo has a son?" Dian asked, casting a sideways glance at his disciple with a hint of teasing in his tone. He understood well why Jiraiya found this hard to fathom, given that his disciple was still a bachelor. "It shouldn't he be, in terms of appearance and strength. I am not inferior to that guy. Why does he have a son while Tsunade continually rejects my confessions?" Jiraiya sank into deep self-doubt upon hearing the news. "Regardless, you should remain in the village for the time being. Minato has also been promoted to Jonin, and I plan to assign you to the same team as him. You shall be the captain, and we will select 2 other Jonin-level members to undertake some challenging missions, serving as a trial for you as my disciple." Without allowing Jiraiya ample time to ponder, Dian turned with a serious expression and announced the appointment. "Your disciple is quite remarkable. His talent is rare throughout Konoha, and only such a person could be the husband of a Jinchuriki." Dian regarded Minato favorably. "As a teacher, you should not be gallivanting about without guiding him." "Is that so? He has been promoted to Jonin?" He never mentioned it to me. Jiraiya quickly shifted his mindset, accepting the appointment without hesitation. Chapter 55. The boundaries between boys. Hey, Orochimaru, what brings you back to stay? Having learned from Dian that Orochimaru had left Danzo, Jiraiya hurried to his friend's home. At that moment, Orochimaru was sorting through equipment after completing a commission from a wealthy merchant. Seeing Jiraiya enter through the window without knocking, he said flatly, "Knock. Come on. We've been friends for years. Don't be so cold," Jiraiya said, cheekily leaning next to Orochimaru, curiously inspecting the items in his hands. Shuriken, kunai, ninja blades, smoke bombs. For ninjas, especially jonin, these tools were quite common and frequently used. However, for Orochimaru, these items seemed rather unusual. "I thought you hadn't taken on commissions in a long time." Jiraiya casually draped his arm over Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru struggled to shake off Jiraiya but found him as stubborn as a leech, ultimately resigning to his fate and venting his dissatisfaction verbally. "You're too close. TSK. Really, Orochimaru, you're being too distant. We've played together since we were kids." Noticing Orochimaru's continued stoic expression, Jiraiya attempted to lighten the mood with jest. "Boring. It seems I'm better suited for material extraction," Jiraiya said, leaving Orochimaru's home with a sense of ennui. Feeling unfulfilled when his friend did not even see him off, he reached into his pocket, revealing a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, on the weekend, Kazubai accepted Kakashi's invitation and arrived at a secluded small square. "What's with the secrecy?" Kazubai questioned, observing Kakashi, who had been waiting there. Kakashi remained silent, pulling out a scroll from his pocket and handing it to Kazubai. "What's this? A love letter you were tasked to deliver?" The scene felt reminiscent of a light novel to Kazubai, who grumbled as he reached out to accept the scroll. "This is from my father, meant for you." Kakashi sighed, accustomed to Kazubai's peculiar thought processes, as he handed over the scroll while also unfastening his ninja blade from his back. "And who would want to associate with someone with such a terrible personality?" Kakashi added as an afterthought. "How rude, Kakashi. Regardless, I am a charming young lad who attracts countless admirers," Kazubai proclaimed narcissistically. "Unlike you, who is such a brooding type, I am a sunny and cheerful young man. Unmistakably a decent person." With his head held high, Kazubai took the scroll from Kakashi's hands and opened it to read. "What do I take this for? If not for the Konoha blade technique?" The Konoha blade technique." With a casual glance, Fonbai read the name of the scroll aloud, only to suddenly realize something. He picked up the scroll and studied it intently. "Oh my, this is the technique that Uncle Shuo Mao became famous for, the very one I watched not long ago." Closing the scroll, Fonbai sought answers from Kakashi. "Yes, what I saw was a copy circulated within the clan. This version is an improved one based on my father's insights. I noticed your keen interest, so I casually mentioned it in my letter. Just to clarify, I did not specifically twist Kakashi's arm for this." Kakashi had just turned a hand over his ninja's sword, but felt something suddenly tighten around him. "Ha. I didn't expect you to be so considerate of me. My efforts to care for you haven't gone to waste." With a joyful grin, Fonbai pulled Kakashi close, his expression radiating understanding. His head so near that Kakashi could feel his breath. "Let go of me, you fool." Kakashi, his ears flushed from the proximity, pushed Fonbai away. And noticing Fonbai's attempt to lean closer again, hurriedly offered the ninja's sword. "This is my father's sword. He asked me to give it to you as well." "Uncle Shuo Mao's sword?" Fonbai halted, his expression becoming serious. "Speaking of Shuo Mao's sword, it is none other than the renowned chakra dagger called White Fang, which is said to have been wielded by Shuo Mao in his legendary technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain. That's a rather dramatic image. Such a thrust could remedy even the most severe hemorrhoids. This gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Fonbai tucked the scroll away, but shook his head in refusal regarding the sword. This was certainly not due to disdain for the blade's past use against enemies. "You're getting serious now?" Rolling his eyes at Fonbai, Kakashi moved closer, shoving the sword into his embrace. "Take it. My father said it is also a token of gratitude to you. He is doing quite well living near the border now." Gripping Fonbai's shoulders, Kakashi prevented him from rejecting the offer. "So I shall accept it." Feeling the weight of the sword in his hands, Fonbai reluctantly conceded to Shuo Mao's generosity. Seeing that Fonbai no longer resisted, Kakashi prepared to release his hold. "Hey, ISNT that Kakashi and Fonbai. What are you two doing?" Obito's greeting was abruptly cut off as he approached from behind Kakashi, perceiving a rather ambiguous angle between Kakashi and Fonbai. What is going on? Phonbai leaned forward, curiously eyeing Obito, entirely unaware of the shock he and Kakashi had delivered to Obito's innocent heart. Shifting his gaze between Phonbai and Kakashi, Obito's face flushed crimson. Yet he found himself speechless. Wait, don't misunderstand. Noting Obito's expression and recalling his own and Kakashi's actions, the worldly aware Phonbai quickly interjected. We have nothing going on. Kakashi merely gifted me a present. Phonbai's clarification only solidified Obito's suspicions. I misjudged you, Phonbai? I can't believe you would get together with Kakashi over a mere gift. Boys can't be like that. With that, Obito turned and fled before Phonbai could explain. What? Who's together with him? What do you mean? Kakashi was equally bewildered, utterly confused by the turn of events. Idiot, hurry and stop that guy. Seeing Kakashi still puzzled, Phonbai, exasperated, shoved Kakashi's hand off his shoulder and, without waiting for Kakashi's reaction, dashed after Obito, clutching the scroll and sword tightly. Chapter 56. Brother, let us go climb a mountain. By the time Kakashi caught on and followed, Phonbai had already subdued Obito. However, the manner of subjugation was rather less than dignified. Perhaps it was due to his insufficient strength, but Obito struggled fiercely, breaking free from Phonbai's grasp multiple times. With no other choice, to preserve his reputation, Phonbai had to employ all his limbs, wrapping around Obito like an octopus. How did it come to this? Kakashi sighed and stepped forward to separate the two. So I tell you, keep your distance from that Haibisha fellow. He's even more reserved than Kakashi. Phonbai stood with his hands on his hips, earnestly lecturing Obito. Who's reserved? Kakashi, annoyed, gently pressed his fist against Phonbai's head. In any case, Kakashi and I have not done anything. You must keep this matter buried deep within, understand? Otherwise, I'll freeze your little bird into a popsicle. Upon hearing Phonbai's stern threat, Obito bobbed his head like a bobblehead. I understand. I will keep it a secret. Really? Phonbai scrutinized Obito with skepticism. Truly, truly. I'll keep it a secret, Phonbai. With a servile grin, Obito nearly clung to Phonbai's leg to demonstrate his loyalty. All right, I'll trust you this once. Hearing Phonbai's words, Obito felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodding even more enthusiastically. I knew you were the best, Phonbai. That said, observing Obito's not-so-bright demeanor, Phonbai was still quite doubtful about this comrade's intellect. To ensure that one's secret remains undisclosed, there is but one method to achieve it. At this moment, Phonbai resembled Danzo, casting a cold gaze upon the eagerly smiling Obito. Perhaps I should eliminate this little brat. After all, if I don't do it myself, he will inevitably wreak havoc on the ninja world in the future. It would be better to send him off while his reputation is still intact. After all, if I eliminate a threat to the ninja world in advance, I should at least earn a place among the top 10 figures who move the ninja world, right? Hiss, how strange. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Obito sought the source of the chill. Cold, is it? Perfect. Let us go climb a mountain. With that, Phonbai took hold of Kakashi with one hand and Obito with the other, marching toward a nearby peak without giving them a chance to refuse. Wait. Your smile is rather unsettling, Phonbai. Obito's voice grew increasingly panicked. Hey, let go of me. Why are you dragging me along? Kakashi was equally perplexed, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. This is delightful. No wonder the old man prefers to stay in the village. I can now understand him. At the edge of a cliff, hidden behind a large rock, Jiraiya peered through a telescope, his expression lecherous as he admired the scenery of the hot springs below. This one must be at least an 80, though not quite as impressive as Tsunade. Oh, but this one is even bigger. Indeed, to gather material, one must come to Konoha. The experienced Jiraiya could determine a woman's measurements with just his eyes. Just as he was about to pull out his notebook to record his observations for the day, Phonbai and his two companions reached the summit. From this height, it should be easy to push them off. Assessing the altitude of his position, Phonbai decided it was time to act. How strange, after such a long climb. Why does it still feel so cold? Panting, Obito continued to seek the source of the chill. Phonbai, Kakashi, look over there. Glancing around, Obito spotted Jiraiya, who was crouched behind the rock, facing away from them, peering through his telescope. Following Obito's pointing finger, Phonbai also discerned the figure. White hair, adult male. It's Uncle Shuamao. Scratch that, it's Jiraiya. That guy is peeping. As he gazed through the telescope, the keen-eyed Obito spotted the older sisters frolicking in the hot spring. Fueled by an overwhelming sense of justice, he immediately decided to take action against Jiraiya. "You scoundrel! Take this!" Obito sprinted a few paces, leaped into the air, and attempted a flying kick aimed at sending Jiraiya plummeting off the cliff. "Keep it down, you little brat. What if you startle those lovely ladies?" Jiraiya, without turning around, deftly sidestepped, causing Obito to miss entirely and soar straight toward the edge of the precipice. "Fool!" As he watched Obito teetering on the brink, Kakashi scoffed, ready to intervene and save him. "What a guy, he has managed to seal his own fate without my help." Meanwhile, F-Bai was also preparing to act. Just as the two were about to engage, Jiraiya narrowly evaded the attack and seized Obito's calf, yanking him back from the edge of death. Kakashi, who had run halfway, hastily halted to avoid the flailing Obito, who landed ungracefully on the ground. "Damn it! Why didn't you catch me, Kakashi?" Obito grumbled, dirt-streaked and indignant as he glared at Kakashi. "You're just too foolish. How could you use such an extravagant attack in this terrain?" Kakashi, disinterested in Obito's plight, remained vigilant, focusing on Jiraiya while pointing out Obito's folly. "Curse you! Just watch how I take down this lecher." Rising from the ground, Obito, still simmering with indignation, began to form hand signs. "Fire release, great fireball technique. Idiot. Using fire release now will definitely attract the lady's attention." Sensing the searing heat of the fireball behind him, Jiraiya was compelled to turn and confront the child, astonished that such a young boy could wield fire release. Swiftly dodging the immense fireball, the technique collided with a boulder, producing an explosion that captured the attention of the sisters. Run! Although they were unaware of the commotion, the sisters hastily exited the hot spring, grabbing their clothes in a flurry. "See, because of you two, those lovely ladies have fled," Jiraiya lamented as he observed the retreating beauties. "Indeed, a peeping Tom. I shall see to it that you are delivered to the authorities." Obito persisted, glaring at Jiraiya. "Who has the peeping Tom? I'm merely gathering materials, do you understand?" Jiraiya, incensed by the incessant labels of lecher and voyeur hurled at him, retorted angrily. "Less chatter, prepare yourself." Obito charged forward once more. Chapter 57. Forge ahead, Obito. In Jiraiya's eyes, Obito's clumsy taijutsu was riddled with flaws. He could easily subdue him with a single hand. Extending his right hand, Jiraiya was about to seize Obito when F-Bai, taking advantage of the distraction, executed his hand signs. Wind release, vacuum wave. The vacuum wave struck at an awkward angle towards Jiraiya's outstretched hand. Sensing the gust of wind approaching, Jiraiya swiftly retracted his arm and leaped back, internally commending the timing of F-Bai's attack. "Go, Kakashi!" Drawing his white fang from its sheath, F-Bai tossed it to Kakashi, signaling him to engage. Although he recognized the identity of his opponent, F-Bai had no intention of revealing it. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya was an extraordinary target for practice. If fortune smiled upon him, and he could capture Jiraiya's attention, perhaps he could even secure a chance to learn Senjutsu at Mount Myaboku. "That weapon looks familiar." Jiraiya, who had fought alongside Tsukumo, sensed a sense of déjà vu from the weapon being thrown. "Take this." Oblivious to how close he was to being easily subdued by Jiraiya, Obito charged forward with reckless abandon. What a fool. Kakashi, bemused by Obito's brainless antics, recognized Jiraiya's formidable prowess. Furthermore, Jiraiya was not wearing a Konoha forehead protector, leading Kakashi to perceive him as an unidentified intruder. At such a moment, one would typically retreat and report to the authorities, Kakashi mused, believing that any rational individual would think thus. Clearly, Obito was not the epitome of rationality. Thanks to his antics, Kakashi was compelled to charge forward with the white fang in hand. Seeing Kakashi armed with the white fang following closely, Jiraiya felt a twinge of impatience. He merely wished to gather materials before embarking on his mission. Why did fate have to deal him such a poor hand? Crossing paths with these naive little brats? Use the body replacement technique to escape. Determined, Jiraiya resolved in his mind. While closely monitoring Obito and Kakashi's attacking motions to find suitable cover, Jiraiya was caught off guard by another wave of wind attacks from F-Bai, which restricted his movement. Is it mere coincidence that each of their attacks is so precisely timed? Jiraiya had no choice but to shift his attention to F-Bai. Nevertheless, he evaded the dual assault from Kakashi and Obito. Earth release, earth wall. Failing to make contact, Kakashi thrust the white fang into the ground, seizing the moment when Jiraiya was unsteady to unleash an earth technique. Walls of earth, carved with canine heads, erupted from the ground, encircling Jiraiya on 3 sides. Remarkable little brats, Jiraiya mused, genuinely impressed, contemplating how this child, had he lived in his era, would surely have achieved greatness that rivaled the Sannin. You've proven somewhat useful. Kakashi, you've got him. Seeing Jiraiya's movement restricted, Obito cheered, pulling out a kunai to subdue him. Fool, don't get too close. As Kakashi attempted to halt Obito's reckless charge, Jiraiya demonstrated remarkable agility, effortlessly scaling the earth wall. Using both hands and feet, Jiraiya emerged in a fluid motion, delivering a kick that sent the victorious Obito sprawling to the ground. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. F by released a torrent of water that drenched Jiraiya. Humph, kid. Compared to your sharp wind technique, this water technique lacks sufficient lethality. Withstanding the impact of the water flow, Jiraiya absorbed F by's water release with his physical resilience. Is that so? Then how will you respond to this? Ice release, ice pillar. Observing the drenched Jiraiya, F by smirked, as this was precisely the effect he sought. With his command, the water on the ground instantaneously froze, forming ice pillars that ensnared Jiraiya's feet. Moreover, the residual moisture on his body began to crystallize, further restricting his movements. Ice release. When did Konoha acquire such a bloodline limit? Feeling the chill enveloping him, Jiraiya's surprise was palpable. This underscored the critical importance of intelligence for a ninja. Had Jiraiya known from the outset that F by was an ice release user, he would never have chosen to withstand the water technique head-on, nor would he have positioned himself where water was present. Well done, F by. Watch me. Rising from the ground, clutching his abdomen, Obito, witnessing Jiraiya once again restricted from action, charged forward with renewed vigor. This time, having learned from his previous folly, our diligent Obito opted for the most prudent attack, utilizing the Uchiha fireball to deliver the final blow. Fire release, great fireball technique. Idiot, don't rush in. F by facepalmed, watching Obito charge once more, reminiscent of a teammate in a game who recklessly threw themselves into danger. He had no confidence that his moderately skilled ice release could fully contain Jiraiya, who had yet to unleash any ninjutsu. Was Obito not merely inviting punishment? Alas, this is a debt from my past life. Ice release, heavenly cry. Breathing out icy needles, foam by aimed at Jiraiya's lower regions. This technique was an improvement based on Senju Tobarama's water release, heavenly cry, substituting water needles for ice ones. It increased the area of impact at the cost of speed and visibility. It could be said that if these ice needles successfully struck Jiraiya, he would have no need to pursue Tsunade for the rest of his life. Damn brat, he may look adorable, but his methods are insidiously detestable. There's an unsettling sense of DJVU. With years of combat experience and his instincts, Jiraiya discerned the direction of Phone Bai's attack, cursing the opponent silently. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke accompanied by the distinctive sound of the summoning technique appeared before Jiraiya, and a long red tongue emerged from the mist, ensnaring Obito, who had just formed the hand seals for the great fireball technique, and forcefully slamming him to the ground, stifling the fireball. Simultaneously, 3 sharp sounds rang out as the ice needles spat by Phone Bai were deflected by an unknown object. This is not good. Dodge, Kakashi. Seeing Jiraiya employing ninjutsu, Phone Bai decisively relented, calling out a warning to Kakashi. Without needing Phone Bai's reminder, Kakashi sensed the impending threat. The two promptly abandoned Obito, dashing in opposite directions in hopes of evading Jiraiya's pursuit. Humph, brat, you think you can escape after provoking me? I am the legendary Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. As the smoke cleared, a toad with red spots and armored forelimbs materialized before them, its elongated tongue still binding Obito. Releasing the already dazed Obito, the toad swiftly lashed out its tongue, ensnaring Kakashi at lightning speed. Chapter 58. The Sinister Peeping Tom. Jiraiya caught you, cunning little imp. Allow me, the messenger of Myaboka Mountain, to deal with you. With fervor, Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, preparing to personally teach the treacherous Phone Bai a lesson. Huh. As he approached Phone Bai at breakneck speed, Jiraiya halted, frowning at the rustling grass nearby. Is someone spying on me? Feeling the gust of wind behind him, Phone Bai had resigned himself, voluntarily halting to allow Jiraiya to capture him, reasoning that the legendary Sannin would not harm someone like him, especially since he was the one being spied upon. However, after waiting in vain for Jiraiya to act, Phone Bai turned around to see the latter's hand suspended in midair, his gaze diverted elsewhere. This presence, is it from the Anbu? So, they are responsible for protecting this child. while Jiraiya pondered the identity of the aura. An astonishing event unfolded. Prelude of power. A green figure burst forth from the grass, charging toward Jiraiya with unstoppable momentum. Nanny, Jiraiya, whose attention was entirely focused elsewhere, had no time to defend himself before being kicked in the face. Dare to strike my friend? Feel the wrath of youth. With a confident and bright smile, Might Guy sent Jiraiya flying and struck a classic pose upon landing, his thumbs up and gleaming white teeth on full display. My friend Phonbai, I have come to rescue you. The police force will arrive shortly. Leave the scene to me. Shielding Phonbai behind him, Might Guy assumed a stance, ready to counter Jiraiya's retaliation. No, how should I say this? Observing the blood gushing from Jiraiya's nose, Phonbai mused, is being kicked by Guy-sensei Jiraiya's fate? It seems that those who have been kicked by Guy-sensei never live to see the grand finale. How infuriating. Feeling warm blood trickling from his nostrils, Jiraiya lamented that today was indeed a dreadful day. His research interrupted, inexplicably assaulted by children. He was a legendary Sannin. After all, do I have no dignity? Yet, he could not truly retaliate against these children. Damn it, why is the blood flowing even more profusely? I never expected to be hit by Guy. Meanwhile, Kakashi strolled over, hands in pockets. Odd. Kakashi, weren't you ensnared by the toad? Phonbai curiously scrutinized Kakashi. Oh, that? I dodged it using the substitution technique. Kakashi casually gestured to a nearby wooden post. Ultimately, the only ones who suffered substantial harm were Obito and Jiraiya. Observing Obito, who lay on the ground seeing stars and unable to awaken, Phonbai sighed in exasperation. Brat, just you wait. Feeling that staying here would surely drive him mad, Jiraiya resolved to make a hasty retreat. Just as he prepared to flee after delivering a threatening remark, several figures pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Who dares to cause trouble in Konoha? Members of the police force, marked with a fan insignia, suddenly appeared, surrounding Jiraiya. Uchiha Hokage and Uchiha Inazumi personally stepped in to restrain Jiraiya. They had rushed over after receiving a notification from Might Guy, and upon arrival, they witnessed a white-haired adult threatening defenseless children. Fueled by their sense of justice, they immediately concluded that Jiraiya was the perpetrator and decisively took action, subduing him before he could react. Wait, Guy, how did you know we were in danger? Watching the legendary Sannin being apprehended by the police force left Phonbai in shock as he turned to Guy, who still wore a confident smile. While you were climbing the mountain, I followed behind you. Just as I was about to greet you, I saw that guy charge forward. So I hurried down the mountain to find help and raced back up as quickly as possible. Might Guy casually recounted his astonishing feat. From the moment he spotted Phonbai and the others in trouble with Jiraiya to when Jiraiya was about to seize the upper hand, Guy had actually run back and forth. You this guy? Even Kakashi, with his usual demeanor, was taken aback by Might Guy's display of incredible stamina. You seem somewhat familiar. Uchiha Hokage, noticing Jiraiya's continued restlessness, was about to apply more pressure when he realized the older man's appearance was a tad familiar. No, I don't recognize him. It's my first time here. Fearing that his identity might be exposed, Jiraiya hurriedly changed his voice, attempting to mislead them. Hiss. I think he looks a bit familiar too. Wait, are you Jiraiya? Uchiha Inazumi, having participated in the Rain Village battle as a low-ranked ninja, carefully scrutinized him and recognized Jiraiya's identity. Jiraiya? Indeed, you are Lord Jiraiya. Upon Inazumi's reminder, Hokage's expression shifted to one of realization. Although they recognized his identity, their grip did not loosen. Rather, they tightened their hold. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin. If they relaxed even slightly, he would escape in an instant. No matter how serious they were, they still felt an overwhelming sense that he could easily break free at any moment. A testament to the intimidation that came with the title of Sannin. It's all a misunderstanding. With a conciliatory smile, Jiraiya realized that once captured by the police force, escaping would not be a trivial matter. Thus, despite being capable of easily breaking free from their grasp, he opted to explain. Hokage, you all have arrived. He is the Peeping Tom. Jiraiya's attempt at defense was abruptly interrupted by Obito, who, despite still feeling pain, stood up first to accuse Jiraiya. Peeping Tom? Is this true? Kakashi, and you? Phonbai, having heard of Phonbai's identity from Fugaku, Hokage turned his gaze to Phonbai, seeking their opinions. It's true. Seeing that they were asking, Phonbai could only respond affirmatively. After all, it was time to bring all evil to justice. As Kakashi nodded, Accompanied by the verbal confirmation from FBI and Obito, the evidence was irrefutable. The incorruptible police force escorted the ashen-faced Jiraiya towards their headquarters. Chapter 59. How could such a thing be discovered? The news of Jiraiya's capture swiftly reached Hiruzen's ears. At the time, Hiruzen was diligently fulfilling his duties as Hokage. Engrossed in paperwork while occasionally admiring the scenic beauty of a hot spring through a crystal ball. Upon receiving the news, he dropped his pipe onto the table with a loud clatter. That foolish disciple. Learning that Jiraiya had been apprehended for the shameful crime of voyeurism, Hiruzen could not help but exclaim, how could such a thing be discovered? Is that the crux of the matter? The Anbu, who had come to report the situation, was left perplexed. However, it was not the first time that Jiraiya, known for his lecherous reputation, had made such an error. Previously, as the third Hokage's disciple and a member of the Hokage's lineage, coupled with his exceptional abilities, he had never faced repercussions for such misconduct, save for Tsunade. This time, however, the circumstances were different. He had been publicly identified, and the accusers were individuals whom Jiraiya could not easily dismiss. Among them were Uchiha Obito, the son of the Hokage's assistant Shimizu by Kakashi, the son of the recently promoted Hatake Sakumo, and an unnamed root ninja. Realizing he had truly fallen into a trap, Jiraiya hastily sought the aid of his mentor. After all, he did not wish for the villagers, particularly a certain acquaintance, to learn of this incident. While rumors could spread, the consequences of being punished by the police force and having that information circulate in the village were dire. If Tsunade caught wind of it, she might very well storm into the prison to exact her wrath upon him. Meanwhile, Danzo received word from Shimizu Iko about by being summoned to the police headquarters for a tea session. Of course, this tea was quite serious, as they were invited as witnesses. Although the members of the police force held some resentment towards Danzo, they managed to restrain themselves, treating the seemingly innocent boy with kindness. A stark contrast to Danzo's grim demeanor. Observing by being treated with care while witnessing Jiraiya's embarrassment, Shimizu Iko reported back to Danzo and identified Jiraiya as a witness. This also explained why by had suddenly ceased his actions just as Jiraiya was about to apprehend him. He had been protected from the shadows by Iko, who had intended to intervene but was detected by Jiraiya. It must be said, this seemingly lecherous fellow truly lived up to the name of the Sannin. As a skilled assassin trained in the arts of stealth, it was the first time he had been noticed by an adversary before he could act. Standing respectfully behind by, Iko instinctively scrutinized the lighting arrangements in the police headquarters. Ah, so this is the aesthetic of the Uchiha clan? Quite minimalistic indeed. I cannot intervene in this matter. Please inform Minato and let him handle it. Hiruzen, reluctant to appear biased toward his disciple, decided to ignore Jiraiya's pleas for help. Yet, he could not allow Jiraiya to be imprisoned by the police force, as he still needed him for missions directed towards the Hidden Stone Village. Thus, Hiruzen devised a clever plan. He would ask Minato for assistance. It was said that Minato had a good relationship with Fugaku, who was a few generations his senior. Having Minato intervene would not compromise his reputation, nor would it delay any missions, thus preserving his dignity as Hokage. A win-win. The Anbu immediately set off for Minato's residence, while Hiruzen dispatched a ninja to issue a formal notice to the police force, demanding a serious handling of the matter. After addressing these issues and sensing the return of tranquility, Hiruzen confirmed that he was alone before employing his telescope technique once more, occasionally emitting peculiar chuckles that were utterly unbecoming of his Hokage status. In the police headquarters, within the detention room, Fugaku, Jiraiya, dismissing the others, Fugaku, seated alone across from Jiraiya, sighed deeply. Being the captain of this police force was indeed thrilling. First, one of his subordinates inadvertently offended Danzo's son, leaving him in a state of anxiety for a time. Next, a child from his clan was caught in a scandal with the Hyuga clan, leading the hawkish faction to incessantly nag him. Just when he thought things had calmed down, his most trusted subordinates, Hakadai and Inazuma, informed him that they had apprehended a voyeur named Jiraiya. Though he was the captain of the police force and the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was still quite young, having just recently married, and was only a few years older than his wife. These clan matters made him and his wife appear as a mismatched couple, inviting whispers of scandal. You are the old cow. Your entire family are old cows. Once again, casting a resigned glance at Jiraiya across the table, Fugaku closed his eyes and shook his head. The Uchiha clan already had a rift with the higher-ups of Konoha, And now these two had brought the Hokage's prized disciple into the police headquarters. Speaking of Jiraiya, how could he, one of the legendary Sannin, be so easily bested by a group of children? Oh, Fugaku, when did you become the captain of the police force? I was unaware of this development, Jiraiya remarked cautiously, wearing a grin meant to curry favor. It was just a couple of years ago, let us not dwell on that. Jiraiya-sama, you should simply return to the village. How could you not know how to handle this situation? Fugaku's expression reflected his disappointment in Jiraiya. This is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Please, allow me to explain. Jiraiya began, eager to employ his silver tongue to persuade Fugaku when there was a gentle knock at the door of the detention room. I will step out for a moment. Please wait. Fugaku gestured for Jiraiya to remain silent, standing to open the door and stepping outside. After exchanging a few quiet words with his subordinate at the entrance, Fugaku returned with a complex expression. Just moments ago, he had received two pieces of news. First, the third Hokage was aware of the situation and had instructed Fugaku to enforce the law impartially in accordance with Konoha's regulations regarding Jiraiya. Second, Minato had arrived at the back entrance of the police headquarters, wishing to meet with him. Truly, the seasoned politician that the third Hokage was. His dual approach was indeed prudent. Fugaku quickly grasped the underlying intentions behind this development. Chapter 60. The Uchiha clan will certainly enforce the law impartially, will they not? Tetsuhan, go inform the witnesses outside, especially Danzo's son, that we will uphold justice and spare no criminal, then let them return. Summoning his trusted confidant, Uchiha Tetsuhan, Fugaku instructed him to expedite the departure of F-Bai and the others. Understood. Although Tetsuhan was unsure of Fugaku's true intentions, he remained loyal and accepted the command without hesitation. Let us be off then. F-Bai, who had never enjoyed the atmosphere of the police force, was eager to leave upon learning he could do so, pulling Kakashi and Obito along as they rushed outside. Wait, Obito? Wasn't my purpose for climbing the mountain to figure out what to do with him? Never mind, he thought. It was best not to dwell on it, and just go with the flow. Whistling a cheerful tune, F-Bai departed from the police headquarters. Minato. It has been a long time. Upon entering a lounge, Fugaku immediately spotted the bright flash of yellow. He, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, revealed a genuine smile upon seeing Minato. Brother Fugaku, I apologize for the interruption. Upon Fugaku's arrival, Minato immediately stood up, displaying an apologetic smile. I've been quite busy lately, he added. Ah, I understand. Please, have a seat, Fugaku urged, pulling Minato down into a chair. Tidying up the table, he disregarded Minato's protests and poured him a cup of water, placing it in front of him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Minato seized the opportune moment to express his true intention. He sought to secure Jiraiya's release. Aware of the third Hokage's involvement, Fugaku readily agreed, not wishing to decline. With the objective accomplished, Minato finally felt the weight lift from his chest, allowing him to relax as he engaged in further casual conversation with Fugaku. By the way, you're not getting any younger, Fugaku remarked. Mikoto often mentions that you and Kushina should hasten your wedding plans. What are your thoughts on that? Fugaku suddenly inquired about Minato's romantic life. The typically bright and cheerful Minato became somewhat flustered when it came to discussing Kushina. Noticing the rare blush on Minato's face, Fugaku refrained from pressing further, chuckling lightly before adopting a more relaxed tone. Of course, I'm not rushing you. Just remember to inform me when the time comes. Certainly. Brother Fugaku, Minato promised with a smile. After paying the bail with Jiraiya's funds, as night fell and everyone returned home or settled down for dinner, Jiraiya was discreetly released by the police force. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble, Minato, Jiraiya admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed that Minato was the one to rescue him. Oh, sensei, if Lady Tsunade were to find out about this. Minato sighed, about to caution his teacher, only to be hurriedly interrupted by Jiraiya. Please, don't say that. I'm more afraid of that, he exclaimed, frantically gesturing for Minato to be quiet. After ensuring no one was watching, Jiraiya finally exhaled in relief. Let's just let this matter go. It's not exactly a proud moment. But sensei, how did you get caught by a bunch of kids? Minato asked, feeling curious about Jiraiya's predicament. Given his strength, he believed that even if one of the witnesses were from the Anbu, Jiraiya should have easily escaped. Don't even mention it. The younger generation in Konoha is becoming increasingly powerful. They can perform various jutsu at such a young age, and one of them even possesses a bloodline limit. Jiraiya scratched his head, offering a small excuse for his oversight. Speaking of which, do you know where those kids came from? Suddenly recalling that his disciple had spent years in Konoha, Jiraiya curiously inquired. Nodding, having learned the identities of the witnesses from Fugaku, Minato felt assured that his teacher would never resort to petty revenge. He calmly relayed their identities to Jiraiya. One is Might Guy, another is Shizune's son Kakashi Hitaki, followed by Obito Uchiha, and lastly, Danzo's son, Shiranui Fubuki. Danzo's son? Upon hearing that one of the witnesses was indeed Danzo's offspring, Jiraiya's interest peaked. Which one could it be? He mused. Well, it's easy to deduce. Obito was wearing clothes adorned with the Uchiha crest, so he must be the reckless one. The white-haired boy is certainly Kakashi Hitaki. Therefore, Danzo's son must be that peculiar child in the green jumpsuit who kicked me. Look, Danzo has black hair. And that kid has black hair too. It's unmistakable. Oh, how mistaken you are. I sense something off about that child. It's no wonder. As Danzo's son mastering wind release is to be expected, but ice release? Danzo wouldn't be able to utilize ice release. A child of that age, no matter how talented, couldn't possibly have developed a bloodline limit through sheer effort alone. This means that the child inherited ice release from his mother's lineage. The legends speak of the Snow clan possessing exquisite beauty, which was clearly evident in that troublesome child. How infuriating. How could Danzo, of all people, have married a stunning beauty from the Snow clan? Jiraiya felt a pang of envy towards Danzo's romantic fortune, ensuring he would have a sleepless night. While mentally chastising Danzo, Jiraiya did not forget the matter at hand. He informed Minato that Hiruzen had decided to appoint him as the captain, with Minato as a team member, along with 2 others to form a squad, instructing him to gather at the training ground the following morning. Minato was elated at the prospect of forming a team with his teacher once more. Ever since Jiraiya had embarked on a quest to find the prophesied child, he had been wandering outside the village, making it difficult for Minato, as his disciple, to see him often. This is wonderful, Sensei, Minato expressed sincerely. In any case, prepare yourself, Jiraiya replied, feeling slightly bashful under Minato's gaze. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have mattered, but the manner of their meeting today was undeniably awkward. As Minato departed, and with the sky darkening completely, Jiraiya stretched his limbs. What should I do next? Well, I suppose I should grab a bite to eat. Having not eaten all day, Jiraiya patted his stomach, intending to find a small eatery to unwind. However, he soon noticed a group of women joyfully heading towards a nearby bathhouse. Actually, food isn't all that important, he thought. Dismissing the day's events as he donned a lecherous grin, stealthily making his way toward the bathhouse. Chapter 61. Just like him, this shouldn't be right. Judging by the technique, it should be larger. Why is it so small? Not long after Jiraiya, with his mischievous smile, approached the bathhouse. A graceful figure emerged from a nearby casino, appearing quite vexed. Honestly, after working so hard to earn that commission, I've squandered it all. This little some isn't even enough for a drink, Tsunade lamented, glancing at the scant change left in her pocket. Rather than reflecting on her actions, she remained fixated on the recent gambling debacle. I should have capitalized on their bets. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Stopping just outside the bathhouse, Tsunade, filled with frustration, decided to use her remaining coins to purchase a ticket for a bath, hoping to wash away her misfortunes. You should have seen how I and Fubuki worked together to deliver a thorough beating to that shameless peeping Tom. Meanwhile, Obito, Kakashi, Fubuki, and Asuma congregated from the opposite end of the street, making their way towards Tsunade. Kakashi remarked, "So what about Guy and me?" Paying little mind to Obito's boastful chatter, Kakashi focused on practicing the sword techniques his father had left him. Really? I can't believe there's a peeping Tom at a time like this. So how did it end? Asuma, with curiosity etched on his face, looked at Obito, who had always yearned for grand adventures. At that moment, he felt regret for not encountering such an opportunity earlier to impress his father. What was I doing earlier? Oh right, accompanying Rin to buy gifts. Teacher's Day is coming up. Well, we ended up taking that scoundrel to the police station. By now, that white-haired pervert is probably enjoying his time in jail, Obito speculated, glancing at the clock hanging in a nearby shop. White-haired pervert? Upon hearing this description, Asuma's interest peaked. He felt as though he had heard of such a character before. As he pondered, he recalled the name. That coconut water sounds appealing. I'll go take a look. Oblivious to Asuma's peculiar demeanor, Obito gazed with gleaming eyes at a nearby stall. During this season, Coconuts in the land of fire had long been sold out. To savor the delectable coconut juice at this time, one would have to import it from the land of water or the land of lightning. Fubai, however, did not engage in their conversation, but instead mentally reviewed the day's battle. The 1,000 needles formed by water release and those created by ice release each had their merits and drawbacks. Indeed, for a covert attack, water release proved to be more suitable. Additionally, considering the later ice pillar technique, if chakra output could be increased, it would likely prevent Jiraiya from having the opportunity to form hand seals. No, that may not be accurate. Given Jiraiya's strength, even if he were encased in ice, his movements would still not be hindered. Perhaps it was essential to find a way to develop a high-level ice technique. Just then, as Fubai pondered how to advance this technique, Obito approached with a goofy grin, presenting a large coconut with a straw. What is this? How could there be such a large coconut at this time of year? Curiously, Fubai instinctively accepted the coconut from Obito's hands. Hee, thanks to you today, have a taste. I inquired, and this is an imported coconut from the land of lightning. Not only is the juice abundant, but the flesh is quite thick. As Fubai accepted the coconut, Obito pulled out a skewer of grilled octopus purchased from the neighboring stall and began to nibble on it. Why are you raising your hand? Before he could take more than a couple of bites, Obito noticed Kakashi glaring at him with a resentful expression, his right hand extended expectantly. What about me? Kakashi stared intently at Obito, recalling how he had been innocently caught in the crossfire. When did I ever say I would buy you one? Seriously. With a swift motion, Obito swatted Kakashi's hand away and made a face, ignoring him thereafter. Witnessing Obito's antics, Kakashi hardened his resolve. His palm, previously brushed aside, tightened into a fist and struck Obito's head forcefully. Ah, you jerk, Kakashi. Why did you hit me? Obito crouched down, cradling his head. Feeling unsatisfied, Kakashi delivered another punch. You fool. If it weren't for you, would today's events have unfolded like this? 2 punches, huh? I'm going all out with you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the unique Konoha sneak attack? Truly frightening. I better keep my distance. Holding the coconut water, Fubai sidled up to Asuma, sipping while watching the playful banter between Obito and Kakashi. When Obito finally grew tired and collapsed to the ground, panting, Asuma approached to mediate. All right. You two stop messing around. How about I treat you to some barbecue? By the way, Obito, can you describe what that peeping Tom looks like? I recall Uncle Hakadai mentioning his name. Upon hearing Asuma's inquiry, Obito strained his memory, attempting to recall the man's name. Unfortunately, with Obito's memory, it was quite the challenge to remember the events of the morning. However, he did have a clear image of Jiraiya, as he had been well cared for by him, and his head still throbbed from the experience. Wait, did my headache come from Kakashi's beating or from that toad's attack? Oh, I see. That guy has hair like a hedgehog, dressed quite ordinarily, with 2 red marks on his face and a rather lewd smile. Exactly like him. Noticing that Asuma was still waiting for his answer, Obito, disregarding his headache, began to search for words to describe Jiraiya's appearance, as the man was treating him to barbecue, after all, and he ought to give some face. Just as Obito was at a loss for how to accurately characterize Jiraiya, a figure suddenly caught his attention. Following the direction of Obito's finger, Fubai burst into laughter, spraying the coconut juice he hadn't swallowed all over the unsuspecting Kakashi. Oh my. Obito, this isn't just someone who looks alike. It's clearly the same person. Wasn't he agreed that the Uchiha police force would enforce the law impartially? How could such a notorious peeping Tom be released on the same night? This is unacceptable. Kakashi, who had been doused in coconut water, silently wiped his face with a handkerchief, never imagining that he would receive Obito's gratitude in such a manner. Obito bought it for Fubai, and Fubai inadvertently sprayed Kakashi. This might count as Obito's indirect thanks to Kakashi, right? Chapter 62, Awakened Jiraiya. Crouching beside the wall, Jiraiya was wholly unaware that the children from earlier had once again discovered his whereabouts, admiring the various displays of thunder. If I'm not mistaken, that appears to be a bathhouse, Asuma said uncertainly, following Obito's pointing finger. It should be. Kakashi, who had finally cleaned the coconut water off his face, chimed in. That guy is the peeping Tom from earlier, known as Jiraiya. He is said to be one of the legendary 3 ninjas. It's even written in the textbooks. Kakashi's memory was evidently much sharper than Obito's, as he not only accurately stated the man's name, but also included his title. So it really is him? Asuma, upon hearing Jiraiya's name, wore a look of realization. He had often heard the elder mention this individual and had even met him a few times in his youth. Is this what the legendary three ninjas are like? After witnessing Jiraiya's conduct firsthand, Asuma finally believed the rumors he had heard about him. This police force is utterly incompetent. How could they have released such a character? Meanwhile, Fubai continued to savor the coconut water, pondering the state of the village. Truly, how infuriating. That guy actually dared to escape from prison. Hearing Kakashi and Asuma's exchange reignited Obito's sense of justice, and he charged forward without a care for Jiraiya's title, viewing him instead as an escaped peeping criminal. Take this, you voyeur. He sprinted 3 steps and kicked out at Jiraiya from behind. That voice sounds a bit familiar. Hearing Obito's furious shout, Jiraiya turned, confusion etched across his face, and adeptly grabbed Obito's leg, flinging him away once more. Ah, a pervert. Quick, run. Where's the pervert? Obito's outcry drew the attention of the women in the bathhouse. Upon hearing there was a peeping Tom outside, they abandoned their toiletries, with some not even having time to wrap themselves in a towel before rushing towards the exit. Only one golden-haired figure gracefully snatched a towel, wrapping it around herself with precision, and headed upstream against the crowd, inquiring about the whereabouts of the pervert. Yu. Hearing the chaos in the bath, Jiraiya realized his plans for research had once again been thwarted. With an angry glare, he looked at the few individuals following closely behind, spotting Fubai at the rear, holding coconut water with an expression of amusement. You really never quit, do you? Damn it. If I hadn't seen the old man's son in the crowd, I would have left stealthily. Jiraiya's momentum faltered, and he remembered that his escape had been conducted surreptitiously. Wishing to avoid complications, he prepared to use body flicker technique to vanish. That voice, it's definitely you, Jiraiya. Tsunade's voice resonated through the wall, capturing Jiraiya's attention. Oh no. Glancing towards the source of the voice, Jiraiya quickly recognized the dire situation, but it was already too late to escape. A pale fist burst through the wall, reaching straight for Jiraiya's collar, leaving him with no chance of evasion. Immediately following a deafening roar, the walls of the entire bathhouse crumbled with a thunderous crash. Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Jiraiya, compelling him to cross his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the onslaught. The ice technique, Ice Rock Hall, was activated. Sensing the tremors in the earth, Fubai hastily erected an ice wall to shield himself and his companions from the ensuing shockwave. The ominous sound of cracking echoed incessantly, and as fissures appeared in the ice wall, it was difficult to fathom the extent of the assault Jiraiya had endured. In a moment of realization, Fubai noted the absence of one individual, Obito. Glancing at Kakashi and Asuma beside him, he remembered that Obito had been flung away by Jiraiya's earlier actions. He hoped fervently that he was safe, as well as Jiraiya. Given the ferocity of the punch, it seemed only one person in the entire Hidden Leaf village could muster such power. Fubai's mind conjured the image of that majestic figure. Encountering 2 of the legendary Sannin in a single day was a curious blend of fortune and misfortune. As the shockwave dissipated and Fubai confirmed the absence of immediate danger, he released the precariously standing ice wall and began to assess the situation before him. Coughing, he was met with a cloud of dust that assaulted his senses, forcing him to shield his mouth and nose with his arm, squinting against the haze in search of Jiraiya and Obito's forms. Awakened Jiraiya. Yet, instead of finding Jiraiya, he was confronted by the striking figure of a woman clad only in a bath towel. By the heavens, Fubai thought, as the towel did little to conceal the impressive form of Tsunade, who stood before them with an air of authority. Despite his youthful desire to admire the scene further, the murderous intent etched on Tsunade's face silenced any thoughts of comment from the group. After a brief search, they finally located Jiraiya at the end of the street. Struck by Tsunade's punch, he had crashed through 5 walls and was now embedded in the back wall of a barbecue restaurant. His chest caved in and his breathing faint. Tsunade, initially intent on delivering further punishment, dropped her aggressive demeanor and hurried to attend to Jiraiya's injuries, only to be met with a spray of blood across her face as he coughed violently. Feeling the warm blood trickle down her face, Tsunade, once fierce and commanding, trembled, her pupils dilating in shock, cold sweat breaking out on her brow. In that moment of clarity, as a medical ninja, she understood that if she did not treat Jiraiya swiftly, he would very likely succumb within minutes. Allow me, Fubai offered, recognizing Tsunade's panic stemming from her fear of blood. Without hesitation, he began to employ his medical ninjutsu to stabilize Jiraiya's condition. though Tsunade was astonished that someone so young could wield such healing arts. She quickly turned away to regain her composure. Fubai, however, knew that his abilities were insufficient to heal Jiraiya entirely. He could only ensure he remained alive. Make way, please. After a few tense minutes, a group of medical ninjas in uniforms pushed through the crowd and rushed to the scene. Leave the rest to us, one of the medical ninjas said, placing a reassuring hand on Fubai's shoulder as he took over the treatment. They assessed Jiraiya's injuries and came to a grim conclusion. His condition was dire, with multiple broken ribs, and he needed immediate transport to the hospital. I will accompany you. Tsunade, now cleaned of blood, returned to the scene. Who are you to make such claims? A medical ninja instinctively retorted, only to be met with a familiar face. Lady Tsunade. Chapter 63. The Duty of the Hokage. Farewell, esteemed seniors. Ah, young one, off to eat, are we? Within the Hokage's office. A youthful leaf ninja gently closed the door behind him, only to be greeted by a colleague from the neighboring department, who emerged yawning and waved. Aside from a few key departments that required staff for night shifts, most ninjas working in the Hokage building adhered to a strict schedule of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., clocking out promptly to return home for dinner. Our seniors are exceedingly diligent. I suspect they labor until around 6:30 or 7 p.m. before considering leaving, the junior remarked, stretching his sore shoulders in admiration of their work ethic. I reckon we in the dispatch department are the last to leave, aside from those on night duty. That's not quite accurate, the senior countered, wagging a finger. The last to leave the Hokage building is none other than our third Hokage. I've heard from night shift colleagues that he often stays until midnight or even pulls all-nighters. Truly the Hokage. It's clear he sacrifices so much for the village's stability. Compared to that, my punctuality seems trivial. Such conversations were commonplace within the Hokage building. As the sounds of chatter outside began to dwindle, Hisashi recognized that most of his subordinates had already departed, which meant it was time for him to check on the villagers' well-being. Eagerly, he retrieved a crystal ball from his desk drawer, ensuring no one was around to disturb him, and activated the viewing technique, directing his focus to the bathhouse. As Hokage, it was his duty to observe the villagers' dietary habits and nutritional balance through their physical condition. Hisashi, however, was oblivious to whom he was explaining this in the solitude of his office. What on earth is happening? Upon witnessing the scene in the crystal ball, Hisashi gasped in disbelief. The beautiful maidens he was accustomed to seeing had vanished, replaced by a throng of onlookers and collapsed walls. Had the village been attacked? Why the bathhouse? As Hokage, Hisashi immediately summoned the Anbu. Who was on duty today? A figure clad in a monkey mask appeared before him. Third Hokage. Monkey? Hisashi stammered, momentarily taken aback by the mask. The individual was none other than his eldest son, who had long served in the Anbu, quietly dedicating himself to the village's protection. Rarely seen in public. Instinctively shifting the crystal ball aside, Hisashi commanded, immediately head to the bathhouse and investigate what transpired. Understood. The Anbu member bowed and disappeared in an instant. Your medical skills have certainly improved, Turtle. Leaning against the doorframe, Tsunade addressed the doctor preparing to rest after the surgery. You flatter me. This operation would not have succeeded without your guidance. Turtle, the medical ninja, replied respectfully, curiosity evident in his voice. How could Jiraiya, a Sannin like you, sustain such grievous injuries in the village? Do not be overly modest. Even without me, you would have saved Jiraiya. Now, let us leave this topic. He is out of danger. By the way, I left his wallet at the reception. Take whatever you require. As the source of the incident, Tsunade was eager to change the subject. But just as she turned to leave, she was confronted by a familiar figure blocking her path. Hisashi, informed of the situation by the Anbu, had rushed over. Third Hokage, having not yet had the chance to change out of his clothes. Guy hurriedly took a few steps to stand respectfully behind Tsunade, bowing deeply towards Hisashi. Ah, it's you, Guy. I recall your days as a ninja, battling fiercely on the battlefield, participating in the campaign against Hanzo of the Salamander. What brings you here to become a doctor? Hisashi observed his female disciple with a complex gaze, then shook his head slightly, allowing a warm smile to blossom as he turned to Guy, accurately recounting his past. Honorable Third Hokage, I have come to the hospital to heed Lady Tsunade's call to form a medical ninja unit, with the aim of ensuring that more comrades receive timely treatment on the battlefield. Upon hearing that Hisashi still remembered him, Guy was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. After offering a few encouraging words, Hisashi dismissed him, ensuring that only he and Tsunade remained in the room. It was then that Hisashi retrieved his pipe, lighting it with Tsunade's disdainful gaze upon him. I've heard the news. Although Jiraiya was the one lurking, you certainly didn't need to be this harsh, Tsunade. Humph. Facing the almost accusatory tone from Hisashi, Tsunade, aware of her wrongdoing, turned her head away. Mentally organizing her thoughts, her face flushed as she said, "Well, it was his fault for peeping when I was in a bad mood." Sighing, Hisashi contemplated the headache this situation caused him. He wished to send Tsunade in his stead, but considering her blood phobia, it was clear she couldn't be dispatched for missions. Moreover, her phobia was somewhat tied to him, as he had previously disallowed Shinosuke from being sent to the battlefield at such a young age unless he approved. Let it be this way. I hope that rascal Jiraiya learns his lesson from this. How long do you think it will take for him to recover? Unsure of how to address Tsunade's predicament, Hisashi shifted the topic, focusing on Jiraiya's injuries. A month should suffice. I will oversee his continued treatment. Seeing that Hisashi did not blame her for the incident, Tsunade took the initiative to handle Jiraiya's medical care. Very well. After casting a lingering glance at Tsunade, who seemed averse to engaging in conversation, Hisashi waved his hand and departed. Orochimaru, that fellow, would rather take on minor assignments than seek him out. While Tsunade kept her distance, and Jiraiya was perpetually absent from the village. Was he truly such a failure as a teacher? Reflecting on his family, Hisashi felt a heaviness in his chest, yearning for someone to confide in. Chapter 64. The Prophecy Miss, please don't go. Lying in the hospital bed, Jiraiya repeatedly murmured about the lady as he suddenly opened his eyes. The white ceiling and the pungent smell of disinfectant surrounded him. How strange. How did he transition from the bar to the hospital? Recognizing his surroundings, Jiraiya attempted to move his arm, but was immediately engulfed by a piercing pain. Ah, you're awake. Lord Jiraiya. A boy's voice emerged, and as Jiraiya struggled to turn his neck, he was met with a somewhat familiar face. You, the sight of Fubai, who sat leisurely peeling an apple with a small knife, astonished Jiraiya. Don't be so excited. I'm nearly finished peeling it. Don't interrupt me, Fubai said, completely focused on his task, apprehensive about breaking the peel. Ouch, why are you here? No, wait, why am I here? Feeling unable to control his own body, Jiraiya panicked, puzzled by the presence of this young boy, and struggled to move. Ah, don't move. You'll ruin my apple peel, Fubai exclaimed, as Jiraiya's restlessness caused him to break the peel, almost leading Fubai to throw the knife at him in frustration. You're awake, Jiraiya. Hearing the commotion, Tsunade entered the room and sighed in relief upon seeing Jiraiya truly awake. Tsunade, why are you here? Wait, what on earth happened? Jiraiya was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. You don't remember, do you? 3 nights ago, you snuck out from the police station and went to spy outside Aunt Keiko's bathhouse, only to be nearly killed by Lady Tsunade's punch, Fubai recounted, casually discarding the remnants of the broken apple peel. Thanks to you. I had to visit the police station late at night to explain everything. As Fubai cut the apple into pieces and arranged them on a plate, he created a kunai from ice and stuck it into the apple. Just when Jiraiya thought it was a gesture of goodwill, Fubai popped the neatly cut apple pieces into his own mouth. What the? I'm the patient, for goodness sake. Who eats fruit in front of a patient? What's wrong? Lord Jiraiya? Is that how you look at your savior? Fubai, noticing the apple was a bit too sweet, frowned and casually shoved a piece into Jiraiya's mouth. Cough. Cough. Can't you be gentler? And when did you become my savior? Jiraiya nearly choked, coughing profusely before swallowing the apple, glaring at the troublesome boy. Don't believe me? Just ask Lady Tsunade. Regardless of Jiraiya's reluctance, Fubai shoved another piece of apple into his mouth. Indeed, Jiraiya, if it weren't for this boy using his medical ninjutsu to save your life, you would have perished along the way. Under Jiraiya's scrutinizing gaze, Tsunade nodded in affirmation of Fubai's claim. Is that so? Well, I truly thank him. But wait, if it weren't for that Uchiha brat making such a fuss around you, how could I have been beaten to this extent? Realizing the absurdity of his situation, Jiraiya first nodded, then suddenly recognized the flaw in his reasoning. Turning angrily towards Fubai, Jiraiya, seeing that Jiraiya remained unapologetic, Tsunade's lingering guilt vanished, and she approached him to give him a piece of her mind. Don't you have any reflection on your peeping behavior? I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. As Tsunade's temper flared, Jiraiya quickly knelt, wishing he could bow deeply had his arms not been incapacitated. Humph. You always apologize, yet never seem to change. Finally, seeing Jiraiya's compliance, Tsunade relented. In any case, You must sincerely thank this boy named Fubai. Your attitude must be earnest, understood? Under Tsunade's kind guidance, Jiraiya managed to muster a strained smile, offering a thank you to Fubai. Since that's the case, I'll graciously accept your apology, Lord Jiraiya. Though his expression was somewhat distorted, it was nonetheless a personal acknowledgement from one of the legendary three, and Fubai accepted it happily, contemplating whether he could seize this opportunity to ask Jiraiya to take him to Mount Mayaboku to learn sage techniques. Feeling that speaking up now would be somewhat abrupt, Fubai ultimately abandoned the thought, flashing a sweet smile at Tsunade before taking his leave from the hospital. This child possesses remarkable talent, mastering both ice release and medical ninjutsu at such a young age. Observing Fubai's departing figure, Tsunade crossed her arms, praising his abilities. Danzo certainly has a fine son. Acknowledging Fubai's lineage, Jiraiya rolled his eyes, conceding to his talent while inadvertently recalling the prophecy of the great sage. A significant transformation is about to unfold in the world of ninjas, compelling difficult choices. If one were to evaluate solely based on talent, this child might even surpass Minato. What are you saying? Upon witnessing Jiraiya's sudden eccentric behavior, Tsunade felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, she had not struck his head. Could it be that he suffered a concussion while phasing through the wall? It's nothing, merely reminiscing about some past events. Ouch, 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 Tsunade. Could you possibly fetch me another piece of apple? Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Jiraiya snapped back to reality, hastily shaking his head and adopting a tone almost akin to a playful pout, aiming to evoke a sense of guilt in Tsunade to prolong their interaction. An apple? Oh, certainly, but I want to feed you. Tsunade cast a disapproving glance at Jiraiya, turning her attention towards the door. Lord Jiraiya, you're awake. As Tsunade's words fell, Minato entered, surprised to see Jiraiya already conscious. Oh, it's you, Minato. I must say, I feel quite embarrassed for you to witness me in such a state. Jiraiya was uncharacteristically sheepish, not expecting his disciple to appear in such a moment. Not at all. To be honest, when I first heard the news of your grave injury, it caused great concern for both me and Q. Chapter 65, Danzo's scheme. A month later, in the Hokage office. Upon learning that Jiraiya had regained his mobility without any lingering effects, Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to consult the crystal ball for an update on the villagers' well-being, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. Without knocking, the visitor pushed open the door and strode directly to Hiruzen's side. Danzo, what brings you here? Grateful that he hadn't yet activated his telescope technique, Hiruzen looked up at his old friend with curiosity. I have a plan that requires your assistance. Danzo, with an impassive expression, laid a scroll on Hiruzen's desk, his single eye fixed intently on him. A plan? Hiruzen queried, perplexed as he picked it up, only to voice his immediate objection after reviewing its contents. Danzo, this plan is far too radical. I cannot agree to it. Hiruzen regarded his old friend with astonishment, unable to fathom the audacity of such a scheme targeting the Jinchuriki of other hidden villages. Anticipating Hiruzen's reaction, Danzo spoke in a calm, measured tone. Hiruzen, to safeguard Konoha, you must acquiesce. You must understand the significance of Jinchuriki to a village. Any misstep could destabilize an already precarious situation, leading to war before its time. Hiruzen tightened his grip on the scroll, his mind conjuring images of the hidden villages besieging Konoha. Yet, if successful, it could postpone war for many years. Beasts must be sealed within Jinchuriki while they are young, allowing for mutual growth. Should a Jinchuriki meet with misfortune, the effort required to cultivate a new one is considerable. Without acknowledging Hiruzen's fiery gaze, Danzo continued, moreover, I do not intend to seize the tailed beasts. I merely wish for their Jinchuriki to face unforeseen circumstances that necessitate replacement. During the period of cultivating new Jinchuriki, no hidden village would provoke war, would they? Listening to Danzo's rationale, Hiruzen's stance softened. However, the targets are Jinchuriki, and one's heavily protected by their villages. Even if you and I were to intervene personally, it might not suffice. Thus, it requires the involvement of your disciples. I've heard Jiraiya has returned. He and Orochimaru are both adept at infiltration. They could operate separately to subdue the troublesome Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Seeing Hiruzen wavering, Danzo finally revealed his true intention. If my route had such capabilities, I would have dispatched someone already instead of engaging in this dialogue with you. Indeed, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are excellent infiltrators, yet the thought of risking them, being his most promising disciples and pillars of Konoha, made Hiruzen hesitant. Danzo's plan promised great rewards, but bore even greater risks. Should Jiraiya and Orochimaru falter, Konoha would suffer a significant loss. The fate of a ninja is sacrifice. Other ninjas may fall, but surely your disciples are not exempt? For Konoha, I would even consider sacrificing my own son. Danzo pressed relentlessly, denying Hiruzen space for contemplation. Upon hearing those words, Hiruzen found himself bereft of counterarguments. His brow furrowed in deep thought. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Leave the scroll. I will arrange for the matter to be handled. I do not require your rude-ass ninjas. I will deploy the Anbu directly under the Hokage's command. Hearing this, Danzo scrutinized Hiruzen closely, opening his mouth as if to protest, but ultimately refrained, turning slowly to leave. As he reached the door, Danzo could not resist looking back at Hiruzen. You are too weak, Hiruzen. This time, Danzo received no retort from Hiruzen, the rising smoke obscuring their vision. Impressive moves, young one. But your counterattack was laden with lethal intent. In the hospital courtyard, the recently recovered Jiraiya sat on a bench, watching Fubuki spar with Tsunade. Compared to the whip-wielding Jinchuriki, Kuu, and the oil-using ninjutsu master, Tsunade's actions could only be described as grand and sweeping. For Fubuki, who had endured relentless beatings and honed formidable evasion skills, battling Tsunade posed a manageable challenge, especially as she was not going all out. Otherwise, he might find himself in a predicament akin to Jiraiya's. I surrender. Just as Fubuki prepared to launch a counterattack after narrowly evading a punch from Tsunade, he noticed her unexpectedly twisting her body, ready to deliver a swift strike to his head, prompting him to raise his hands and surrender. Humph, young lad, you capitulated rather swiftly. Gently flicking Fubuki's forehead, Tsunade smiled at the boy crouched on the ground, cradling his head in pain, before striding over to Jiraiya. All right, you can play with this boy. I must attend to my duties. Due to her responsibilities towards Jiraiya, Tsunade, with empty pockets, accepted the hospital's invitation, utilizing her spare time to train the doctors. Meanwhile, Fubuki's presence here was not a mere attempt to gain attention before Jiraiya. Rather, it was because Obito had also been admitted to the hospital, having been affected by Tsunade's earlier strike. To ensure Obito did not fall behind in his studies during his hospital stay, Irika chose the seemingly closest ally of Obito, Fubuki, to deliver his notes after school. So Rin, why hasn't Tishi come? Sitting at the opposite end of the bench, Obito, sporting a bandage on his face, grimaced as he observed Fubuki approaching. Rin and the others are in class. What? Do you feel wronged by my visit? Seeing Obito's ungrateful demeanor, Fubuki lightly tapped his head. Ouch, that hurt. Had it not been for the chance to escape Shimizuku's cotton-picking-like training, he wouldn't have come. Not really. It's just that Obito mumbled as he sat there. I don't want to be around that peeping Tom. The peeping Tom Obito referred to felt a vain pulse on his forehead. You little brat, if it weren't for you, how could I have almost been beaten to death by Tsunade? Jiraiya discerned that this Uchiha lad was even more insufferable than Shimizu's boy. One was sly, and the other was simply foolish. You scoundrel, do you have the audacity to complain about peeping? Obito's voice rose, quickly drawing the nurse's attention. As the hospital's female staff began to cast disapproving glances, Jiraiya hastily extended his hand to cover Obito's mouth, urging him to refrain from speaking such indiscretions. The two of you are leaving the hospital together tomorrow, so do stop sulking and put on a smile. Observing the two entangled in their own world, Phonbai couldn't help but feel that these two seemed unexpectedly well matched. Chapter 66. The Soulless Magic Mirror Ice Crystal Humph, from the Shimura family. Would you be interested in training with me? With the prospect of being discharged tomorrow and gathering materials, Jiraiya felt elated after subduing Obito. After a moment's hesitation, he posed the question, training with you? Though the allure of mastering sage arts was strong, Phonbai hesitated when Jiraiya actually asked. If he were to take Jiraiya as his master, it would mean the third Hokage would become his mentor as well. If old Deng found out, he would surely be furious. Nevertheless, the temptation of sage arts was undeniable. Noticing Phonbai's inner turmoil, Jiraiya was not in a rush. Instead, he allowed his companion ample time to ponder while he turned to appreciate the nurse's exquisite forms. It had been quite some time, Sarutobi-sensei. After receiving a summons from Hiruzen, Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage building to meet his teacher. That line should be mine, Orochimaru. You've been right here in the village yet have not bothered to seek me out. especially now that you've distanced yourself from Danzo and returned to being an ordinary leaf ninja. Observing his most gifted disciple, Hiruzen even found the mood to jest. In any case, I summoned you for a specific task. Hiruzen retrieved a pre-prepared scroll and tossed it to Orochimaru, catching the scroll with ease. Orochimaru examined the top secret label with interest, his characteristic raspy voice inquiring, "Does top secret imply this is an A-rank mission?" Indeed. Hiruzen nodded affirmatively. "Not only you, but Jiraiya will also be involved in this mission, as recommended by Danzo." Upon hearing Danzo's name, Orochimaru's previously cheerful demeanor faltered, his expression darkening. That cunning fellow. Once he had a child, he completely disregarded me. However, now was not the time for such feelings. Though his mood soured, the promise of a lucrative A-rank mission compelled Orochimaru to focus on the task details. Targeting the Jinchuriki? That certainly bears Danzo's hallmark. After storing the scroll, Orochimaru made to leave, stating, "I will dispatch 3 Anbu to assist you." Seeing his disciples so eager to depart, Hiruzen felt a tinge of helplessness and muttered, "I understand." Gently closing the door behind him, Orochimaru left the Hokage building. Fonbai, having accepted Jiraiya's invitation, was yet to commence their training when he learned that Jiraiya had already left the village on a mission. Thus, Fonbai continued his life, albeit with a recent observation that Danzo seemed less busy than before, occasionally appearing at home to offer guidance on Fonbai's training. Time passed gradually. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. At the Konoha training ground, Fonbai attempted to execute the signature move of the original work. The secret technique that allows one to traverse freely within the ice mirror. As a mirror of ice formed, Fonbai reached out to touch its surface. Alas, it isn't working. Feeling the hardness of the surface, Fonbai shook his head. What he had created was merely an ordinary mirror. "Hey kid, are you researching ninjutsu here?" A somewhat frivolous voice chimed from behind. Without turning around, Fonbai already knew the owner of the voice. "Lord Jiraiya, this mission has taken quite a while. It has nearly been a year, hasn't it?" Fonbai replied without turning, engrossed in his study of the ice mirror. "Well, that's the nature of the ninja world. This mirror is quite well made. You could use it as furniture at home." Jiraiya leaped down from the tree and curiously examined the ice mirror Fonbai had crafted, reaching out to touch it. With this thickness, it could barely withstand a shuriken or kunai attack, right? Assessing the mirror's thickness, Jiraiya offered his evaluation. The focus is not on the thickness, but rather on the ability to traverse freely within it. Fonbai shook his head, explaining to Jiraiya, the secret technique. Magic mirror ice crystal allows the user to move back and forth within the ice mirror. But the scroll documenting this technique has gone missing, so I can only rely on trial and error to gauge the chakra needed. Traverse freely? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Speaking of free traversal, that falls under the realm of space-time ninjutsu. Placing his palm on the mirror's surface, Jiraiya carefully sensed the composition of the ice mirror, his expression revealing understanding. Without incorporating space-time ninjutsu into the ice mirror, achieving free traversal is impossible. Of course, my conclusion might not be entirely accurate, after all. Bloodline limits like ice release are traditionally passed down through families, and the techniques may possess unique intricacies. Since the scroll has gone missing, I can only provide insights based on my experience. Your words are as good as saying nothing. After listening to Jiraiya's lengthy explanation, Fonbai felt somewhat exasperated. All that elaboration was merely speculation. However, given the current situation, he could only treat it as a desperate measure. How should one train in space-time ninjutsu? Fonbai inquired of Jiraiya, who was nearby. "Let me think. Well, you should ask your father. I believe he would provide a satisfactory answer." Jiraiya initially wanted to mention a technique called Flying Thunder God that could resolve Fonbai's doubts, but reconsidered, knowing that Fonbai's father was Danzo, who had served as the bodyguard of the second Hokage and would undoubtedly know about the Flying Thunder God technique without needing Jiraiya's explanation. Speaking of Danzo made Jiraiya's teeth clench in frustration. That old man. He actually incited the old man to let me take people to target the Jinchuriki. After lying low for half a year, finally seizing the opportunity to capture a Jinchuriki without other ninjas' protection, only to discover that they fought better than the ninjas guarding them. The beast transformation occurred on the spot, and the tailed beast bomb nearly flew past my face. If it weren't for Minato's Flying Thunder God, my team would have surely met their end there. Old dang, since you've put me in this predicament, don't blame me for being petty. With these thoughts, Jiraiya's gaze towards foam by gradually transformed. Well, Lord Jiraiya, I suddenly remembered some matters at home and will take my leave. Feeling the shift in Jiraiya's gaze, Fonbai felt a chill run down his spine. That look, he had seen it in the eyes of Shimura Iku and Yamanaka Sadao. Didn't we agree to train together? Why the hurry to leave? Jiraiya flexed his wrists and advanced towards Fonbai step by step. No. My dad called me back for dinner. Training can wait. Jiraiya, you rascal. In an instant, the training ground was filled with the sound of Fonbai's lamentations. Chapter 67. Early graduation in the end. Only the hidden cloud village made any progress. Hiruzen sat in his chair, peering through the swirling smoke at Danzo. His tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Since the hidden stone village has been alerted, they certainly won't fall for it again. Fortunately, with the hidden cloud losing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, they are unlikely to initiate war anytime soon. Seemingly oblivious to the discontent in Hiruzen's voice, Danzo stood expressionlessly before the photo of the door, his hands clasped behind his back. Then why do you still propose such an irrational plan? Hiruzen slammed his extinguished pipe onto the table, nearly tossing the new plan Danzo had just handed him at him. It merely strips the combat power of one-tailed beast from the hidden cloud village. The hidden stone village has not only suffered no harm, but has also revealed the capabilities of their Jinchuriki. With such formidable enemies surrounding us, war is now unavoidable. Observing the serious expression on Danzo's face, his tone remained neither humble nor arrogant, unaltered by the outburst of Hiruzen. Easing the conditions for early graduation could swiftly provide us with a considerable number of genin, enabling them to engage with the life of a ninja sooner and prepare for the impending war, while also allowing us to identify and nurture exceptionally gifted children. During this period, casualties have been rampant within both of our Anbu, and the need for fresh blood is dire, as you must surely understand. Yet Hiruzen seemed poised to articulate further thoughts. Hiruzen, I do not intend to send them to their deaths. I merely wish for them to be adequately prepared. Noticing Hiruzen's continued reluctance, Danz turned away and leisurely seated himself beside them. Hiruzen found Danz's assertions unacceptable. Once these children graduated early and donned their ninja headbands, they would inevitably be summoned by the village to the battlefield during wartime. This contradicted the very essence of what Hashirama envisioned when he founded the village. Should we not relax the graduation criteria? Summoning them when the conflict intensifies would only hasten their demise. Observing Hiruzen's hesitation, Danz's tone grew increasingly stern. Should Konoha fall, all would perish, including you, me, and those so-called children. The enemy would show no mercy, regardless of age. With a forceful slap on the table, Danz rose abruptly and strode towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen, we can no longer afford to be naive. Preparation must commence now. Upon witnessing Danz's imposing presence, Hiruzen slightly leaned back, seizing the pipe that had just been struck against the table and igniting it before Danz. So be it. Have you heard? The village intends to ease the criteria for early graduation. With the announcement posted, students and parents of the Ninja Academy were informed of this development. To graduate early and become a genin, one need only obtain signatures from direct relatives and their homeroom teacher. Remarkably simple, without the need for graduation exams. Indeed, it was said that previous exams involved drawing questions from the 3 body techniques, graded by 3 or more instructors. This presents a splendid opportunity. Becoming a genin ahead of schedule would allow me to accept missions and earn a living for my sister. Contrary to Hiruzen's expectations, many children from civilian backgrounds welcomed this decision. They faced a significant disadvantage in physical aptitude compared to those from ninja clans, and had they followed the conventional graduation process, many would inevitably be filtered out. In stark contrast to the jubilant reactions of these civilian children, the scions of ninja clans exhibited indifference. War is truly on the horizon. Asuma observed numerous classmates preparing to graduate early, gathering in front of the teacher's office, and began to contemplate his own abilities. Well, it had already become significantly later than anticipated. FK raised his head to glance at Guy, who was performing handstands at the back of the classroom, and removed the arm that had been draped over his shoulder. What do you say, FK? Shall we apply for early graduation? Obito appeared oblivious to their discussion, eager to join the ranks of those applying for early graduation. I said that doesn't count. FK shot a glance at the foolish Obito, stifling a yawn as he rested his head on the desk. When I graduate is a matter for old man to decide. Let us graduate together, FK. Then we can form a team with Rin and boldly navigate the ninja world. Obito's words conjured unpleasant thoughts for FK. Good grief. If I were to team up with these two, would I be the one losing my heart, or would it be Rin? Regardless, I'll leave that for later. FK murmured from his desk. Here are the Flying Thunder God technique and the application for early graduation. I have already signed them. Danz, seated centrally on the sofa, pointed at the two items on the table. Has the moment arrived? FK's spirits lifted, his heart racing with excitement. To become a ninja and engage in battle against enemies is entirely different from enduring the usual beatings. At least Yamashiro and Shimizu understand restraint, while others from hidden villages come for one's life. In any case, let us strive diligently until you become a nin. Follow Hiruzen's arrangements and work alongside your teammates on missions. FK intends to graduate early, and so does Asuma. Upon receiving the news, Obito eagerly dragged Rin to submit their applications. The outcome, however, was met with disbelief. Why? Staring at the word approved on his application, Obito was on the verge of tears. His application had been smoothly approved, yet Rin's was halted by it Makoto, citing her insufficient strength as the reason. Fool. Kakashi, who had been reading a comic book nearby, chimed in with a sharp remark. How infuriating. Without Rin in my ninja career, I refuse to accept it. Obito slammed his hands on the table, determined to confront it Makoto, but was seized by FK. I say, Obito, the teacher is doing this for Rin's benefit. After all, besides medical ninjutsu and cultural studies, Rin barely meets the passing scores in her other subjects. Moreover, FK gestured towards the numerous empty seats. There are already so many graduates. If teacher approves a few more, there won't be anyone left to attend his lectures. From FK's perspective, Rin's denial of early graduation was a fortunate turn of events, at least for the time being. There was no need to worry about Obito being whisked away by some peculiar old man, nor the risk of this unstable individual lamenting over Rin's lifeless body, declaring his intent to create a world with Rin. Chapter 68, Class Division Sarutobi Asuma, approved for graduation. Shimizu FK, approved for graduation. Uchiha Obito, approved. Where is Uchiha Obito? Ahem, Hatake Kakashi, approved for graduation. Despite the early graduation, Hiruzen decided to personally oversee the ceremony in the auditorium, presenting diplomas and headbands to all students. Gazing at the multitude of jubilant children before him, Hiruzen felt a twinge of guilt as he contemplated that they would soon be dispatched to the battlefield at his command. Yet, upon spotting Asuma and FK, his previously softened heart hardened once more. Indeed, he and Danz's children were among this group. For the sake of Konoha, any individual could be sacrificed, even himself without exception. I have won the bet. Remember to treat me to a meal after the class division. Seizing the opportunity while Hiruzen turned back to the podium, FK poked Asuma, reminding him of their wager the day before about whether Obito would arrive on time. As FK had bet that Obito would be late, a resigned Asuma had to wager that he would be punctual. I see how it is, you rascal. You have more pocket money than I do and still fleece me. With a resigned glance at FK, Asuma sighed, reaching into his wallet to feel its thickness. That guy Obito, I instructed him so clearly yesterday. Yet he still manages to be late. There won't be any dumplings for him today. Observing Obito's diploma and headband forlornly cast aside on the podium, Asuma felt a rare surge of anger towards this habitual latecomer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the third Hokage to deliver a speech. Just as the two were discussing how to assist Obito in remedying his tardiness, a ninja stepped onto the stage, using a booming voice to quell the murmurs below, respectfully stepping aside to stand behind Hiruzen as he approached. On this vibrant, flourishing day, I shall not waste your time. Let me offer a few brief words. Since the inception of Konoha by the first Hokage, as the first Hokage began speaking, Asuma seized the opportunity to comment. Is this what you call a brief word? He took every chance to criticize his father, addressing FK. Keep your voice down. Your father might hear you. FK hastily cautioned as he noticed Asuma, showing no intent to lower his volume. Hearing the warning from Kazubai, Asuma felt no fear. Instead, he raised his chin and met Hisashi's gaze defiantly. Hisashi, however, paid little attention to his younger son, focusing instead on the other children, which further irked Asuma. After the passing of the first Hokage, his brother, Tobirama Senju, took on the mantle of the second Hokage. Hisashi spoke eloquently for half an hour, leaving Kazubai nearly dozing off. Honestly, Obito is quite impressive. Your father has been speaking for so long, yet he hasn't even shown a shadow, Kazubai remarked. Who says otherwise? When asked, he merely claims to be helping the elderly. Since when did Konoha have so many elderly people for him to encounter? Asuma nodded in agreement. Since the outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War, countless heirs of the Will of Fire had emerged in the village, while Sarutobi Hizashi continued his discourse. After another half hour, Hizashi finally concluded his brief remarks and left the podium with a smile. As the teacher announced the end of the graduation ceremony and the genin began to disperse, Obito rushed into the hall, panting heavily. "Did I make it?" he gasped, leaning against the wall as he searched for familiar faces. "You made it just in time for a vegetable. Here, take your graduation certificate and forehead protector." Kazubai rolled his eyes as he approached Obito, stuffing the items into his arms. "You know, I handled your enrollment paperwork. And now I'm the one handing you your graduation certificate. I might as well be your babysitter. Hey, I just helped an old man who struggled to carry his belongings home. I knew you would help me with these things, Kazubai," Obito said, cradling the forehead protector like a treasure, a foolish grin on his face to express his gratitude. "See, I told you he spoiled him," Kakashi added coldly from the side. "Kakashi, what are you doing here? I didn't hear that you applied for early graduation," Obito exclaimed, feeling agitated. "Fool, I submitted my application long before you did," Kakashi replied, hands in his pockets, regarding Obito with a condescending stare, which left Obito even more flustered. All right, class assignments are about to begin. You two might end up in the same team," Kazubai announced. "Who wants to be in the same team as this guy?" Obito retorted. Yet, it was evident that the two shared a certain rapport. Asuma regarded them thoughtfully. Hyuga Hinata, Yuki Yum, and Erasure formed Team 3. Uchiha Obito, Shiranui Gunma, and Hatake Kakashi formed Team 5. Upon realizing he would not be in the same team as Kakashi, Obito nearly jumped with excitement. "Huh, Kakashi, it appears you won't have the chance to witness my heroic deeds in battle." "Humph," Kakashi grunted, ignoring Obito as he glanced at Kazubai. "Well then, I'm off. Go on, make sure to get along with your teammates." Kazubai waved him off. That insufferable Kakashi, daring to ignore me. Obito felt a wave of frustration as Kakashi bypassed him to interact with Kazubai. Who knows who I'll be teamed up with? I wonder if Orochimaru will directly intervene and place me en route? As the classroom emptied, Kazubai looked at the remaining familiar faces, beginning to speculate on Danzo's intentions. Shinomiya Kazubai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Uchiha Obito formed Team 11. A familiar voice rang out, causing Kazubai to look up in shock at the figure clad in a black cloak at the doorway. Well, I've chosen an excellent leader for the two young ones." Danzo's tone softened when it came to matters of parental guidance. Ryoma was indeed an exceptional ninja, excelling in infiltration and individual combat, standing out among the J-nin. Hizashi held Ryoma's abilities in high regard. Seeing Hizashi acknowledge Ryoma's strength brought a faint smile to Danzo's lips, but upon realizing there was a member of the Uchiha clan in the team, his expression hardened. If only there weren't any Uchiha members in this group. Hizashi chose to ignore Danzo's grumbling. "You despise the Uchiha, so I'll ensure one is placed in your team, forcing him to be in close proximity to your son every day." Chapter 69. The first mission. I am Oil Woman Ryoma, and from this day forth, I shall be your leading J-nin. Ryoma was not one for many words, completing his introduction in a single sentence. "We will gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to commence our mission." With that, Ryoma vanished before the three could fully process his words, leaving them in stunned silence. "Are all Konoha J-nin this aloof? He introduced himself and didn't he even ask us anything?" Obito exclaimed, bewildered as he pointed to the spot where Ryoma had disappeared. "Am I on the same team as Obito? Am I with Kakashi or Rin? Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this." Obito lamented. Who assigned these teams? I could slap myself for this. Nonetheless, Asuma was pleased to be grouped with familiar faces. Partnering with strangers required time to adjust to each other's personalities and fighting styles. Having sparred with Kazubai multiple times during their time at the academy, Asuma had a solid understanding of his capabilities. As for Obito, it was common for a team to have a few underperformers to balance overall strength. Well, I can accept that. Regrettably, starting as a genin meant undertaking menial tasks, pulling weeds for the nobles, walking their pets, and occasionally searching for lost animals. When will I finally get to show my worth in front of the old man? Today's mission was to hunt down the rogue ninja Yamashita Erasure. The following day, without waiting for the tardy Obito, Ryoma presented a scroll and briefed Asuma and Kazubai on their task. Whoa, we're diving right into something thrilling. Asuma had expected a mundane genin life, only to be assigned a mission to eliminate a rogue ninja immediately. You too have reached the level of nin, but lack practical experience. After handing over the dossier featuring Yamashita Arashi's photograph, Ryoma observed as the two leaned in to examine the details of their target. He chose to remain silent, waiting for the last member of their team to arrive. Yamashita Arashir, aged 30, a special J-nin from Konoha, proficient in wind release. During a mission escorting a noble's assets, he succumbed to greed, murdering his teammates and absconding with valuables worth millions, causing a significant loss to the village. Proficient in wind release? It says here he excels in it. I think you could challenge him. Asuma nudged Kazubai, pointing at the dossier. Don't you also wield wind release? You should take the lead then. It could give you some recognition with the third. Kazubai shot back, rolling his eyes at Asuma. My sincerest apologies for being late. At that moment, Obito finally arrived, panting heavily. All right, let us set off, Ryoma declared, taking the lead without hesitation. Wait. I just sprinted 3 blocks with all my might. Obito looked helplessly at Kazubai and Asuma, bewildered that they were already leaving. He was still unaware of the mission's details and wished for a moment to catch his breath. Too bad. You should have arrived on time, Asuma said, relishing the moment as he stepped out behind Ryoma. In such moments, my words bear little weight, Obito sighed, feeling powerless as Ka shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. With both unable to offer help, Obito gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort in his lungs to keep pace with the others. The last known sighting of the individual in question was in a small town situated between the land of fire and the land of water. At noon, the group crouched within an uncharted thicket, sharing military rations. Seizing the opportunity during their meal, oil woman Ryoma unfurled a map, pointing to a small square in the border region, stating, this area, being distanced from the heart of the land of fire, has long been plagued by mountain bandits and rogue ninjas. Fortunately, they seem to harbor a healthy respect for the Konoha ninjas, refraining from any overt actions, typically targeting only the residents on the land of water side and not venturing into the town itself. The residents of the land of water, upon infiltrating the town, would each pursue leads on the elusive figure, while the others must conceal their identities and employ techniques learned in school to locate him. Rest assured, Captain Ryoma, once I catch a whiff of his trail, I shall showcase the might of the Uchiha clan, Obito proclaimed confidently, raising his arm. Ryoma regarded Obito with a stoic expression, wishing to convey that the power of the Uchiha clan he had witnessed was far from being embodied by him. However, considering Obito was a close friend of Ka, Ryoma chose to extend him some courtesy. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, Obito would have been dispatched to the Root Research Institute for his tardiness long ago. The following noon, the group arrived at the so-called small town. True to the plan, Ryoma left behind a sum of money and vanished from sight, discarding his forehead protector to enter the town as an ordinary citizen. With Ryoma gone, the mantle of leadership fell naturally to Ka, the most capable among the remaining trio. This individual had amassed a fortune exceeding 10 million ryo, had there not been any balancing accounts involved. His life would surely be quite comfortable. In a border town such as this, entertainment options were scarce, limited to a few casinos and bars, which they could investigate one by one. However, given their age, venturing into bars and casinos posed significant challenges. Asuma raised a crucial concern. We may have to observe from the shadows, silently noting the comings and goings of individuals, Ka agreed, though he too harbored a desire to inspect the dance halls and bars, albeit solely for reconnaissance purposes, with no ulterior motives. He had only studied ninjutsu for a short time under Jiraiya, lacking any inclination towards his flamboyant style. Yet, their age inherently constrained their search capabilities. Very well. Let us begin by investigating the largest entertainment venues in the locality, they resolved, finalizing their course of action. Utilizing transformation techniques, they successfully deceived the innkeeper into granting them a room, establishing it as their base of operations. After learning about the town's most renowned casino, they took turns observing the comings and goings from the rooftops. Is it possible this fellow might use transformation techniques to enter the casino as well? After a week of observation yielded no results, Obito pondered aloud. Chapter 70. As is widely known, cross-dressing has its peculiarities. Hearing Obito's lament, Ka scratched his head. According to the intel, a nin team spotted him last month, but given their strength, they did not pursue him further. This suggests he cannot maintain his transformation for extended periods. Moreover, We have only surveyed the casinos and not other entertainment venues. Starting tomorrow, we should split up. I will continue my investigation at this casino, and Asuma, you take Obito to stake out the dance hall you saw a few days ago. Perhaps it's better if Obito stays with you. Asuma shook his head, rejecting FK's suggestion. This was not due to disdain for Obito. Rather, he simply felt that should Obito discover the individual's whereabouts and rush in recklessly, he would be unable to rein him in. Only FK and Rin could manage him effectively. Very well. With Asuma's refusal, FK realized the wisdom in his words and said no more. Asuma's luck proved fortuitous. On the second night of their separate endeavors, he returned with promising news. I spotted him at the dance hall west of the town. As soon as the three settled into a cross-legged position, Asuma eagerly shared his findings. Really? That is splendid. Finally, we can conclude this dreary surveillance. Obito cheered, rolling up his sleeves in eager anticipation. However, he hasn't stepped out of the dance hall even once. I only discerned his presence through the second-floor window. To accurately trace his movements, we must continue our observation. Asuma's words deflated Obito's excitement in an instant. What should we do? Should we call Captain Ryoma? Obito asked, but then recalled, he hasn't given us any means of contact. Foolish Obito, this is clearly a test set forth by Captain Ryoma, designed to assess our capabilities. Let us continue observing, seeking any flaws in his actions. If we cannot manage it, Captain Ryoma will intervene. FK was certain that Ryoma, the old fox, was lurking in some unknown corner, quietly scrutinizing their performance. Of course, he could not express this thought openly. Who knew how many years he would serve under him? What if he decided to make life difficult for him? It's time to show Captain Ryoma our fiery teamwork. Perhaps we could approach him through other means, such as transformation techniques, without resorting to extreme measures. If necessary, we could always call Captain Ryoma, FK suggested, his voice trembling with urgency as he faced the two approaching him in women's attire. However, he is a special Jainin. Using transformation techniques to approach him would entail significant risks. Asuma firmly rejected FK's idea. Moreover, it's you who said that Captain Ryoma intends to test us through this endeavor. Infiltration through disguise is a fundamental skill for ninjas, is it not? Indeed, indeed. Obito chimed in. After several days of observation, the group noted that the individual from the mountains seemed to fixate on young girls passing by the windows, prompting Asuma to formulate a daring hypothesis. This fellow appears to harbor dubious intentions towards underage girls. Therefore, transforming into a young girl should allow us to infiltrate the dance hall and approach him. If we're discussing transformations, you two could also FK attempted to argue further. Setting aside Obito's foolish visage, what about me? Do you think he would be interested? Asuma interrupted, gesturing to his own face. Indeed, indeed. Wait. No, not really. But yes, Obito stammered. And look, you have long hair too. You wouldn't even need to buy a wig. In short, FK, surrender your resistance. Asuma declared, seizing FK and Obito in a flurry. Is this truly me? Gazing into the mirror, not only were Asuma and Obito taken aback, but FK himself felt momentarily disoriented. Clad in a light blue sleeveless yukata, devoid of excessive embellishments, he exuded an air of refreshing elegance, with his pale, slender arms adding an aura of fragility. Am I mistaken, or does FK now appear even cuter than Rin? Obito pondered, shaking his head vigorously to dispel such immature thoughts. My heart belongs to Rin, now and forever. See, I told you. You should masquerade as a young girl to blend into the dance hall. You will undoubtedly capture his attention, Asuma continued, regaining his composure and outlining the next steps of their plan. Close call. I almost let slip that FK is cuter than Hong, he thought to himself. Ah yes. Let us proceed. Fongbai felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, unsure of what to say. How shameful it was. Why was the hem of this dress so short? Exposing his calves? No, no, from now on, he vowed never to dress as a woman again, not even under duress. As night fell, Yamashita Yuji looked at the swaying bodies in the dance hall below, feeling utterly uninterested. It had been 2.5 years since he had intercepted a fortune worth millions and sought refuge in this border town. Although he possessed considerable wealth, he was acutely aware that his adversaries would surely hire ninjas to hunt him down, so he dared not flaunt his riches, opting instead to spend his days in the dance hall, watching the monotonous performances. The debauchery of the flesh was truly uninteresting. What intrigued him far more were the young, vibrant, and spirited maidens. raising his glass filled with a beverage equivalent to the annual living expenses of an ordinary citizen. Yamashita Yuji reflected on the utter monotony of his life. The town did indeed have numerous young women, but he was too afraid to make a move, fearing it would attract the attention of Konoha's ninjas. Thus, he could only linger by the second-floor window, indulging in his voyeuristic tendencies. Alas, at this hour, he lamented the absence of any attractive individuals to behold, when he suddenly spotted a graceful silhouette. A dark-haired girl holding a flower basket crouched outside the dance hall, seemingly awaiting customers. Whenever couples passed by, she would approach with her basket, only to return dejectedly. What a gem! Yamashita Yuji couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. With his wealth of life experience, he immediately concocted a narrative. A girl burdened by family hardships, reliant on selling flowers to support her household, who, after countless rejections, would be rescued by him and ultimately fall in love. I can't wait any longer. After observing for about half an hour, Yamashita Yuji was convinced that she was merely an innocent girl, driven by his desires. He summoned a waiter and instructed him to inform the young lady that he would purchase all her flowers, but she must bring them inside. Once she entered, leaving would no longer be her choice. As he gazed upon her delicate and beautiful form, a wicked smile crept across Yamashita Yuji's lips. Chapter 71. Success. As the waiter approached him, Phonbai felt the corners of his mouth lift slightly, concealed by the flower basket. Humph, it worked. True to his expectations, the waiter delivered Yamashita Yuji's message with an indifferent air. To maintain an aura of naturalness, Phonbai feigned reluctance, eventually nodding timidly under the waiter's impatient gaze and following him into the opulent dance hall. Upon reaching the door of a private room on the second floor, a ronin wielding a katana blocked the waiter's path. He scrutinized Phonbai, noting her wooden clogs and the exposed skin of her arms and calves. Deducing that she posed no threat, with a slight nod, he signaled that she could enter. The ronin then tossed the tip prepared by Yamashita Yuji to the waiter. Customer? Phonbai inquired, gently pushing open the door to the private room, embodying the essence of a frail and helpless performer. After scrutinizing Phonbai once more, both Yamashita Yuji and the ronin exchanged glances, confirming that she had not employed any transformation techniques. No weapons, no ninjutsu. She was merely a girl one could find anywhere in the land of fire. Wait, it was a slip of the tongue. Such exquisite beauty was indeed rare. Little girl, why are you still out here selling flowers at this hour? Yamashita Yuji stepped forward, closing the door behind him and locking it with a swift motion. He then pulled Phonbai's shoulder, forcing her towards a sofa while casually playing with the strands of hair that fell at her temples. Of course, it's to kill you, you fool. Feeling his oily hand traverse her shoulder, Phonbai suppressed the urge to retch. Seizing the moment when he was unprepared, she thrust an ice kunai brutally into his groin. As he was struck, Yamashita Yuji barely had time to scream before Phonbai plunged another kunai into his neck, leaving him gasping and clutching at his throat. Where is it hidden? Lying on the ground, Yamashita Yuji struggled to comprehend how she had concealed her weapons, evading his and the ronin's scrutiny. How disgusting. I will never cross-dress again. With her hair neatly styled, Phonbai had no desire to enlighten him. Instead, she swiftly plunged the kunai into his palm to prevent him from unleashing any jutsu in his dying moments. Having completed her task, she crouched down and coldly regarded him. You weakling, understand this. I am a man. Upon hearing those words, Yamashita Yuji, who had been gasping for air, widened his eyes in shock. His body began to convulse violently, and Phonbai, fearing he might self-destruct, quickly moved aside. After a couple of intense tremors, Yamashita Yuji did not explode but exhaled the last remnants of air from his lungs, leaving the ninja world in utter despair. Dead? Is he truly dead? Swallowing hard, Phonbai shot 2 ice kunai across the sofa towards him, ensuring he made no further movements before cautiously stepping out from behind the sofa. This guy has such a weak mental fortitude. He died from shock that easily? Watching him for a moment, and confirming he was not a clone, Phonbai wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and fashioned a sharp blade from ice. It is well known that ninjas, upon completing assassination missions, would take a part of the target's body as proof of completion. I suppose I must play the role of Keanu. It is time to take my first step into the ninja world, Phonbai thought, steeling himself as he approached the corpse and began his grim task. Placing Yamashita Yuji's severed head into the flower basket, Phonbai stood up after several arduous minutes, just as he was about to signal the two waiting outside for assistance. Suddenly, he heard a click. The The previously tightly shut window had inexplicably swung open. Who? With no time to tidy up the flower basket, Fengbai sensed an intruder and quickly dropped to the ground, rolling lazily to hide behind the sofa. He crossed his arms in front of himself, creating a layer of ice crystals for added defense. Utilizing his advantageous position, he struck swiftly and accurately, knowing to sever the head of the intruder. A swarm of insects, enough to induce acute anxiety in anyone suffering from entomophobia, surged in through the window, rapidly forming a humanoid shape. As the outer layer of insects dissipated, the figure of oil woman Ryoma emerged before Fengbai, commenting on his improved vigilance since their first encounter. "Well done, young Master Fengbai," another familiar voice echoed. And upon hearing it, Fengbai's entire demeanor shifted, memories of a whip cracked in his mind, and his complexion darkened instantaneously. Yamamoto Zen smiled as he emerged from behind oil woman Ryoma, complimenting Fengbai while placing a hand atop Yamashita Yuji's severed head. "All right, I now know where the remaining valuables are hidden." Utilizing a secret technique passed down through the Yamamoto clan, Yamamoto Zen extracted the information he desired from the solitary head of Yamashita Yuji. This maneuver left Fengbai utterly astonished. To think that even in death, secrets could be unveiled. How terrifying. In my past life, this would have provoked outrage from all who possessed any scholarly materials. With this, Orochimaru will be unable to, Yamamoto Zen muttered softly, vanishing from the room. Orochimaru? What does this have to do with him? Rising from behind the sofa, Fengbai awkwardly brushed off non-existent dust from his attire. Is there anything more embarrassing than being discovered in women's clothing? And by two people, no less. Let us go? As the wind caressed his face, remnants of blood from the cutting operation still lingered. Oil woman Ryoma gestured for the others to bring the head and led the way out of the room. Outside, the Ronin stood at the doorway, maintaining the posture he held when closing the door. With Ryoma's departure, the parasitic insect that had nestled at the nape of the Ronin's lifeless body slithered through the crack of the door. Meanwhile, at the southern entrance of the town, Orochimaru, having arrived in haste under the cover of night, gazed intently at the structures within the town. Is this where my aspirations were discovered? His signature hoarse voice echoed. Laced with greed, the treasures worth millions, even if squandered, would suffice to reconstruct a rudimentary experimental system. At that moment, Orochimaru was unaware that his plans had already been discerned by Danzo, who had summoned him for other tasks before he could act, orchestrating events from the shadows. If I cannot obtain it, neither shall you. Chapter 72. Compared to Minato, any ninja's talent pales. Ryoma, merely a captain, not a mentor. After executing several missions together, Asuma and Obito reached this conclusion. Aside from mission-related discussions, this seasoned jonin from the Oil Woman clan adhered to the adage that silence is golden, never uttering an unnecessary word. Moreover, he often employed the clan's secret techniques, leaving Asuma and Obito unable to consult him on training matters. Damn it, I wanted to quickly advance to Chunin, but our captain seems preoccupied with nothing but missions. At this rate, I'll be surpassed by Kakashi. Asuma lamented, observing Ryoma vanish at lightning speed as soon as the mission concluded. Furthermore, the tasks involved either hunting rogue ninjas or eliminating opposition, giving the impression that such missions were the domain of the Anbu. Asuma shared this sentiment, rarely agreeing with Obito. Every day is a bloodbath. Could it be possible that he hails from the Anbu? Listening to their grievances, Fubai was at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he mustered. Shall we train together? I've arranged to meet with Brother Minato today. After completing their first mission, Fubai had successfully connected with Minato through Danzo, seizing the opportunity to learn ninjutsu during his free time. Brother Minato? I'm in. Indeed, compared to the cold and distant Ryoma, I prefer the sunny disposition of Brother Minato. Upon hearing Fubai's training arrangement, Obito hurriedly approached him, gripping his arm as if refusing to let go. Thanks to Fubai, Obito had the chance to engage with this revered mentor, thus enjoying the resources of the second generation of ninjas. I want to be joining. I have an appointment with a senior jonin from my clan to train in fire style. Asuma waved his hand, stating that as a second-generation Hokage, he was never short of training resources. All right then, see you tomorrow. The three bid farewell at the street corner, with Fubai and Obito heading towards the agreed meeting spot with Minato. Apologies for the wait, Brother Minato. From a distance, Fubai spotted Minato's striking blonde hair. Just as he prepared to quicken his pace, he felt Obito release his grip and dash off in another direction. What are you doing here, you peeping Tom? What is this little brat doing here? Jiraiya, crouched in a tree with a telescope, narrowly evaded Obito's flying kick, staring at him in disbelief. Why is it that whenever I prepare to gather material, I encounter this bothersome brat? On the other side, Obito, equally indignant, retorted, even if you are one of the Sannin and Minato's teacher, I will not condone such behavior. As someone destined to become the captain of the police force, I will ensure that any evil is brought to justice. Uft, you little brat, you think you can become the captain of the police? Dream on. Jiraiya looked down at him with disdain, evading Obito's repeated attacks. Captain of the police force? When did you change your dream? Weren't you aiming to become Hokage? Fubai questioned, puzzled by Obito's newfound aspirations. In my view, it is you, Fubai, who is most deserving of becoming Hokage, caring for teammates and always charging ahead in battle. Since you will be Hokage, I shall naturally become the captain of the police to assist you. Obito's response nearly caused Fubai to choke on his own incredulity. When did I ever aim to be Hokage? Besides, caring for teammates and charging into battle, is that truly something I'm capable of? Very well, Obito. Your concern for your teammates is commendable. Fubai, this means we share a common goal as ninjas. Let us strive together. As Minato approached Fubai, he flashed his signature smile, encouraging both him and Obito. Please, don't say that. Obito, brother Minato, you both make me feel alienated. Fubai, utterly bewildered by the turn of events, stood alone, caught in the wind. Watching Obito and Jiraiya bicker as they retreated, Minato shifted the conversation back to business. How is your training with the Flying Thunder God technique going? Fubai? In discussing the Flying Thunder God, Fubai dismissed any concerns about Hokage aspirations and answered truthfully. I have learned the engraving of the technique, but I am unable to sense its presence. I see, the perception of the technique, Minato nodded, understanding the challenge Fubai faced. This is indeed the greatest obstacle in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. You have yet to establish a summoning contract, correct? Yes, Fubai nodded. Long ago, Danzo had mentioned taking him to sign a contract with the Dream Taper, but due to ongoing missions and Danzo's frequent absences, this matter had been postponed repeatedly. Then let us employ a simple method to help you perceive space-time ninjutsu. As Minato spoke, he tossed a handful of specialized kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Hold on tight to me, Fubai. Heavenly Soaring Swallow Dance, Light Instant Shadow Vanishing Technique. What an intriguing name. After a whirlwind of movement, Minato landed gracefully on the ground. One arm still wrapped around Fubai. How was that? How does it feel? Too fast. Experiencing it firsthand. Fubai marveled at Minato's terrifying talent for space-time ninjutsu. The ability to navigate swiftly among the kunai signified that Minato could distinctly perceive and differentiate the location and direction of each kunai. Is that so? Let me slow down a bit. Releasing his hold on Fubai, Minato retrieved the kunai scattered on the ground, preparing for the next round of experimentation. This time, Fubai was well prepared. After signaling Minato with his eyes, he once again experienced the sensation of the yellow flash. I think I'm starting to get it. Let us go again. All right, you're full of spirit. Uncertain of how many rounds of the technique they practiced, Fubai finally grasped that elusive feeling. Seizing the opportunity while Minato replenished his chakra, he put that sensation into practice. Secret technique, Mirror Ice Crystal. Identical to the ice mirror he had previously created. But as Fubai placed his palm upon the surface, the sensation akin to that experienced during the Flying Thunder God surged forth. Then, under Minato's astonished gaze, Fubai completely immersed himself within the ice mirror. I did it. At that moment, the mirror ice crystal had transformed into an independent space crafted by Fubai. Compared to Minato, this little brat's talent for space-time ninjutsu could only be deemed commendable. Crouched at a distance, Jiraiya held Obito's unruly head down with one hand, thoughtfully observing the direction of Fubai. Chapter 73. It is time to pay a visit to an old friend. Did that little Uchiha truly say such a thing? Within the root base, Danzo sat regally, a grand inscription hanging behind him, where the leaves dance, the fire endures, signed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, Lord Danzo, replied Ikki, who knelt beside him, confirming the accuracy of the news. Leaning back slightly, Danzo narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, Humph. It is rare for a clear-minded child to emerge from the Uchiha clan. Clear-minded? Ikki tilted his head in contemplation from his observations. Uchiha Obito seemed far removed from such clarity. Yet, if Lord Danzo deemed it so, he would accept it. Was he akin to the Uchiha Kagami of yore? Meanwhile, Danzo's mind began to intertwine the images of Obito and Kagami. If memory served, this child had steadfastly believed in the will of fire that Hiruzen spoke of. Opening his eyes, Danzo lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. Indeed, Ikki responded succinctly. Ah, so that was it. Supporting himself with his arm, Danzo's remaining eye gleamed with calculation. Lord Danzo, before he could issue further instructions, Ryoma, having completed his task with Hiruzen, appeared before him. Bowing respectfully, Ryoma disregarded Ikki, who remained kneeling, and leaned closer to Danzo, whispering confidentially. I understand. Ikki, you need not oversee Kazabai's training for now. Your role will be to ensure his safety. By the way, it seems there's an issue with the lighting system in the tunnel leading from the estate to the base. Please check it when you return. That will be all. After absorbing Ryoma's words and confirming there were no significant discrepancies in their reports, Danzo slightly raised his chin, glancing at Ikki, signaling he could leave. Yes, then let Kazabai and the others participate in this year's Chunin exams. Once Ikki departed, Danzo turned his head towards Ryoma. You have worked hard during this time. Once Kazabai is promoted to Jonin, you can devote yourself fully to the affairs of Root. Though Ryoma led Team 11 as a Jonin, he had not neglected his responsibilities to Root, thus operating in a dual capacity. Yes, Lord Danzo, he affirmed. As for the new recruits Ryoma mentioned, they were children selected from the orphans of the Konoha War, a measure Danzo had taken to fill the void left by fallen comrades. Following the customary training methods, these children would be thrust into a secret training ground, pitted against a group of dangerous convicts without any background or concern for their lives. Only the survivors would earn the right to join Root and become true guardians of Konoha. Hearing Ryoma's words, Danzo paused his tapping, reflecting on Kazabai. He had halted all human experimentation within Root for Kazabai's sake, and he could not allow training to mar his ascent. Are we not the Anbu training department? If so, we should select members in accordance with Anbu methods. Danzo's profound words made Ryoma grasp his stance, nodding in silent understanding. As Danzo prepared to rise, he suddenly recalled that 2 secret bases involved in human experimentation had yet to be cleared out. Only he and Orochimaru were privy to this knowledge. As the experiments had not received Hiruzen's approval, it was imperative to personally oversee their eradication, burying those secrets in the annals of history. Meanwhile, having just concluded a distant inspection, Hiruzen seized a moment to inquire about his son's training from the Jonin before him, who belonged to the Sarutobi clan and was a cousin of Hiruzen. Asuma possesses a remarkable talent for wind jutsu in addition to fire. Yet both I and the clan have limited knowledge of wind techniques. Only you can guide him. Sarutobi Sandame gazed at Hiruzen, renowned as a master of ninjutsu, with a hint of shame. No matter, Asuma is still young. Mastering fire techniques is commendable. After all, one cannot bite off more than they can chew. Hiruzen chuckled heartily, encouraging the Jonin not to be so formal. Our clan has been known for fire techniques since the Warring States period, but when it comes to wind, the Nara clan excels. As Hiruzen spoke, he suddenly seemed to ponder something, his expression turning contemplative. Sandame, noticing the Hokage deep in thought, refrained from interrupting, standing silently as his gaze fell upon Hiruzen's calligraphy. My apologies, it seems I am truly aging. After a lengthy reflection, Hiruzen finally pieced together some thoughts. Upon raising his head and seeing Sandame still respectfully before him, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing his oversight and apologizing. You flatter yourself. You have sacrificed much for the village, and you are not yet old. After all, Anoki, who is of your generation, still leads a Wagakure, Sandame quickly praised, unwilling to accept Hiruzen's apology. Ha ha ha. In any case, I appreciate your help regarding Asuma. As for wind techniques, I will find a suitable teacher for him. Hiruzen offered a warm smile, choosing not to linger on the subject. A suitable teacher? In Sandame's mind, the best teacher in all of Konoha was indeed the Hokage standing before him. His visit was intended to seek Hiruzen's guidance for Asuma's training. Yet, gazing at the wrinkles on Hiruzen's face, Sandame sighed inwardly, choosing to remain silent. He respectfully bowed to Hiruzen and exited the room. Watching Sandame leave, Hiruzen finally lit his pipe and cast his gaze upon the portrait of the first Hokage. He was all too aware of Sandame's thoughts, but, having been instructed by the first and second Hokages, he had dedicated himself to diminishing familial influence over the village. For this reason, he had deliberately placed his exceptionally gifted eldest son, Sarutobi Jinjitsu, into the Anbu, keeping him out of the public eye. It is time to pay an old friend a visit. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Hiruzen glanced at Tobarama's portrait, resolutely making his decision. Chapter 74. Hiruzen's Arrival. A secret conversation between two. Who goes there? Outside the root base, two root ninjas assumed a defensive stance, warily observing the three individuals approaching. How dare you? This is the Hokage. The foremost Anbu ninja, tasked with safeguarding Hiruzen, stepped forward and reprimanded the intruders loudly. No matter. With a benevolent smile. Hiruzen remained unperturbed by the root ninja's demeanor, instead pausing and addressing them gently. Please inform Danzo that an old friend has come to see him. Hiruzen could have forcibly entered the base through other means, but that would contradict the purpose of his visit. Within the base, Danzo, who had planned to destroy the last two bases harboring incriminating evidence, displayed an expression of disbelief upon receiving the news. What a coincidence! Just as I intended to move. Hiruzen arrived seeking me. Has he learned the mind-reading techniques of the Yamashiro clan? Recalibrating his mindset, Danzo suppressed his shock and coldly instructed the subordinate who reported. Since the Hokage is personally visiting, allow them entry. Following Danzo's command, the root ninjas at the entrance permitted Hiruzen and his party to enter the base. Hiruzen, I am quite busy. If there is nothing of importance, kindly make your visit brief, Danzo stated upon their initial meeting in the base's hall. What, Danzo? An old friend comes to visit, and we shall converse here? Regarding the disdain evident in Danzo's tone, Hisashi chose to ignore it, adopting the demeanor of an old friend while deliberately omitting the purpose of his visit. You furrowed your brow, scrutinizing Hisashi, and while Danzo could not ascertain Hisashi's intentions, his demeanor suggested that he was not there to confront him. Consequently, Danzo softened his tone slightly, gesturing for Hisashi to follow him. Then let us proceed. You two shall wait here. Upon noticing Danzo's readiness to lead, Hisashi quietly instructed his accompanying Anbu. The Hokage's safety weighed heavily on the minds of the Anbu, who hesitated to voice their concerns, yet Hisashi had already followed Danzo deeper into the roots. Arriving at Danzo's office, he dismissed his subordinates, leaving only himself and Hisashi within the room. So you have hung this piece here. No wonder I did not find it in your home, Hisashi remarked, taking a keen interest in the layout of Danzo's office, ultimately halting before the large characters he had penned himself. You came here merely to admire your own work? Recognizing Hisashi's evasive manner, Danzo, who had worked alongside him for years, quickly deduced that Hisashi had a request rather than a secret to divulge, granting him a sense of assurance. Nonchalantly, Danzo took his seat, choosing to ignore Hisashi and attend to his work. Danzo, we have been friends for many years. Why the formality? Hisashi observed that Danzo had guessed his intentions and thus decided against further ambiguity. Just as he intended to take a seat, he realized that aside from Danzo's desk chair, there was no other place to sit in the office. As the Hokage, he found himself standing while conversing with his subordinate, which he deemed rather unbecoming. However, this trivial matter posed no challenge to the esteemed third Hokage. With a sharp crack, Hisashi summoned his own chair, sitting down before Danzo. Next time, we ought to establish a ceiling barrier at the base. Danzo's expression turned cold at Hisashi's self-satisfied demeanor. Although he remained silent, his thoughts began to formulate a strategy to thwart summoning techniques. I have heard from Jiraiya that your son, Wind White, possesses remarkable talent, even surpassing you as his father. Sitting comfortably, Hisashi lit his pipe, oblivious to Danzo's grim expression. What? My son receiving guidance from your disciple brings you such pride? To Danzo, Hisashi's behavior seemed entirely like a display of his protégé's exceptional capabilities, even suggesting that his own son was in need of instruction from Hisashi's disciple. Truth be told, had it not been for Minato's exceptional talent in space-time ninjutsu, Danzo would not have personally sought out Jiraiya for negotiations. You always underestimate me, Hisashi began to say, but halted upon witnessing Danzo's increasingly displeased countenance. I intend to find an excellent wind release instructor for Asuma. Finally, Hisashi expressed his objective. I'm quite occupied, Hisashi. War is imminent. Danzo thoughtlessly began to decline Hisashi's request, but upon hearing his subsequent proposal, he reconsidered. Hisashi continued, Wind White's talent is commendable. I wish to take him as my disciple. It was well known that Danzo had long sought a teacher from the Hokage lineage for Wind White, intending to smooth the path for his eventual succession. Hisashi's proposal essentially eliminated the need for Danzo to search for anyone else, as the Hokage himself would endorse Wind White's legitimacy. with the cost incurred being minimal. Whether Hisashi would have the time to instruct Wind White was inconsequential. As long as Hisashi acknowledged Wind White as his disciple among the Jonin, Wind White would be recognized as a member of the third, or rather, the first Hokage's lineage. Danzo felt a flicker of anger at being outmaneuvered once again by Hisashi, who had read his thoughts. "You scoundrel," Danzo glowered at Hisashi, struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a wind release against him. Ultimately, he chose to compromise, recognizing it was for Wind White's benefit. "Have Asuma come tomorrow. I will make time to teach him." "Excellent. Also, inform Wind White to meet me at the Hokage building tomorrow morning." With the agreement settled, Hisashi cheerfully rose, "Rest assured. Although I have many tasks at hand, I will impart all my knowledge to Wind White." "Let us hope so." Danzo continued his work, uninterested in Hisashi's assurances. Observing Danzo's skepticism, Hisashi smiled wryly and shook his head. Though he had nurtured the legendary Sannin, he felt they had not truly inherited his legacy. Orochimaru was wholly absorbed in research. Tsunade primarily relied on the Senju clan's heritage, and Jiraiya could only be considered to have inherited certain aspects of his teachings. "I hope Wind White does not disappoint me." Chapter 75. Time passed. 2.5 years later the following day, Wind White and Asuma inevitably encountered one another at a crossroads. "Oh, good morning." Asuma feigned calmness while greeting Wind White. "Good morning," Wind White replied awkwardly with a nod. They then fell into a rather uncomfortable silence. I went to see your father," Wind White initiated to break the awkwardness. Surprised to find himself inexplicably designated as the third Hokage's disciple and placed on equal footing with Jiraiya and others. "Speaking of which, how will Minato take this?" "Yesterday, I called him Big Brother, and today he must refer to me as Uncle." Asuma's anxiety stemmed from the village's rumors, which painted Danzo as a notorious hawkish leader, inherently at odds with the more moderate elder. He wondered why his father would choose to have Hisashi as his mentor, with their respective concerns weighing on them. They each set forth on the unknown path ahead. "You arrived quite early, Wind White." Observing Wind White cautiously entering, Hisashi beamed with delight, hastily retrieving a smaller chair to place beside him. "I have some work at hand, so please sit here for a while. Once I finish, I will take you for training." Hokage, I can wait outside," Wind White attempted to decline, only to find Hisashi firmly grasping his hand and pulling him into the chair. Thus, Wind White was compelled to observe Hisashi's work for the next 2 hours. Unlike Danzo's naturally ominous demeanor, Hisashi maintained a refreshing smile when interacting with villagers, showing genuine concern even when receiving reports of failed missions, inquiring after the well-being of those involved. In stark contrast to his father, Wind White was required to wear an awkward yet polite smile throughout. This demeanor earned him a nod of approval from Hisashi, who secretly observed him. Whenever a ninja completed a mission and inquired about Wind White's identity, Hisashi would cheerfully respond, "This is my new disciple." Meanwhile, Asuma followed closely behind Danzo, admiring his decisive manner as he swiftly issued orders, eliminating threats to Konoha in their infancy. He felt a sense of admiration rising within him. "Compared to my indecisive father, Wind White's parent is truly resolute. Such individuals are the role models of a true ninja." In that moment, the wheels of fate shifted slightly, introducing new variables into the future. Thus, time flowed on for 2.5 years, or one could say, a complete cycle of seasons. The northern border of the Land of Fire. The adversary has currently detected 14 individuals, and through chakra analysis, it is determined that the perceptive ninja, Kazabai, is concealed behind the trunk in the northwest corner. Hidden in the shadows, the oil woman, Ryoma, successfully identifies the enemy's sensory ninja using her insects. Kazabai, donned in a Chunin vest, acknowledges the situation and glances at the direction indicated by Ryoma, forming a hand seal with one hand. An unsettling chill permeates the air as a ninja, who had been stealthily tracking Kazabai's movements, senses impending danger. Just as he attempts to evade, an ice mirror rapidly forms, unveiling a striking figure who, devoid of emotion, hurls ice shuriken, eliminating him on the spot. Infuriated, the male ninja tasked with protecting the sensory ninja witnesses his comrade's demise and, in a fit of rage, throws an explosive tag to shatter the ice mirror. The explosion alerts the searching ninjas ahead, who realize that something has gone awry with the sensory ninja and halt their advance. Based on chakra readings, there are at least 3 jonin among the enemies. Should they retreat to their base for reinforcements while the sensory ninja has been eliminated? Ryoma inquires about the opinions of her 3 teammates. Let us return to the base for support. The enemy outnumbers us. And the commotion from our recent skirmishes is likely to attract the attention of the border patrol, Kazubai suggests, a prudent strategy aimed at preserving their strength. You are too weak, Kazubai, Asuma counters, offering a different perspective. The enemy intended to sneak in, and we caught them off guard. They are the ones panicking. Moreover, we must make it clear to these intruders that Konoha is not a place they can invade at will. Kazubai frowns at Asuma, who is also clad in a Chunin vest. Who knows if these foes are merely the vanguard? What if they are scouts for a larger force lurking behind? If that is the case, we must find a way to annihilate this group, ensuring that any potential reinforcements remain hesitant to act. Asuma gestures sharply, his decisive movements reminiscent of Danzo, earning Ryoma's silent admiration. Only Obito among them has not advanced to Chunin, watching their discussion with envy. I'll go first, Obito. Cover me. With Kazubai falling silent, Asuma makes a unilateral decision. Wind release, vacuum wave. Bursting forth from his hiding place, Asuma unleashes a cross-shaped wind blade, aimed directly at the enemy waiting for further instructions. What are you staring at? Go. Kazubai, seeing Asuma charge ahead, helplessly rubs his forehead before following suit. All right, it's time for the enemy to witness the terror of the Uchiha. Pulling down his goggles, Obito swiftly forms seals as the enemy's attention is drawn to Asuma. Unleashing his signature fire technique, fire release, great fireball technique. Compared to the basketball-sized fireball from 2 years ago, Obito's rapid progress is evident. The fireball now measures 5 meters in diameter, surging towards the foremost enemy with overwhelming force. I seem to be the captain here, yet I am overlooked again. Earth release, earth wall. The leading ninja quickly counters with an earth technique to shield against the fireball and, taking advantage of the ensuing dust cloud, charges at Obito with a kunai. Coughing and gagging, Obito, aware of the adversary's advance, struggles to fend off the attack. Obito, hold your breath. Ice release, frozen cloud. Noticing Obito's predicament, Kazubai employs a technique inspired by a manga from his past life, exhaling a dense icy mist that envelopes both the enemy and Obito. The mist, laced with countless tiny ice crystals, threatens to wreak havoc within the enemy's lungs. A mere illusion? Watch me blow it away. The enemy, about to counter the icy fog, suddenly feels a searing pain in his lungs, blood uncontrollably surging from his throat. Chapter 76, The Shadow Seal, Dorlia. Asuma, wielding a chakra blade, strikes at the enemy but misses, narrowly evading a counterattack while deftly closing the distance again. Are the ninjas of Konoha so impolite as to challenge an adult like me to a taijutsu contest? A tall male ninja, nearly the size of the Akimichi clan, shakes his massive fists, completely dismissing Asuma. Humph, idiot, just muscles. Meanwhile, one of the enemy's jonin sees through Asuma's attack and silently condemns his teammate. Despite this, he has no intention of intervening. It is not that he is cold-hearted. Rather, he and the other 2 jonin are preoccupied with the black-cloaked Konoha ninja, struggling to withstand his relentless assault. Insect jutsu, from the Oil Woman clan? Truly troublesome. They must guard against the insect's ambush while dodging the enemy's thrown weapons, leaving the 3 jonin in a state of utter disarray. Fortunately, one of the jonin should be able to assist the chunin in eliminating those 3 pesky kids, and then the 4 of them can collectively deal with the Oil Woman clan. Vulture, pick up the pace. Are 3 little brats too much for you to handle? As the jonin squashes an insect crawling on his hand, he urgently calls out his teammate's code name. Damn it, you take care of that brat. Ignoring his teammate's plea, Vulture focuses entirely on the countless ice mirrors surrounding him. Kazubai hides within one of these mirrors, seeking a flaw in the enemy's defense. Shall I use Frozen Cloud again? No, the enemy has already witnessed that technique. It would be ineffective. I should alter the terrain first. Water release, exploding water collapsing wave. Leaning out from the ice mirror, Kazubai takes a deep breath and releases a torrent of water, sending waves crashing towards Vulture. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of this aggressive ninjutsu, Vulture has no time to retaliate and can only flee in disarray. 2 chunin, unable to evade in time, are instantly engulfed by the waves. Before they can surface, they feel the chilling grip of ice beginning to encase them. Ice release, Ice Age. Kazubai creates a water pool and swiftly freezes the enemies while they are submerged. If combined with the exploding water collapsing wave, it could obliterate an entire enemy unit. Incredible. Is this the chakra level expected of someone so young? Vulture, with one foot frozen, hastily channels his chakra, enduring the pain of his skin tearing as he pulls his leg free before the ice can fully spread. Dragging his bloodied right leg, this Jonin advances rather than retreats, determined to strike down Kazubai during the brief moment of vulnerability after he used his technique. You are still too young, brat. While you may have gained some advantage from your chakra reserves, the gap in combat experience cannot be compensated by mere chakra. Wind release, wind sand dust. Utilizing the sand mist to obscure Kazubai's vision, Vulture draws his ninja blade, charging forward while throwing a kunai tied with an explosive tag at an awkward angle, forcing Kazubai to retreat from the ice mirrors. At this distance, you won't have time to summon new ice mirrors. With a confident grin, Vulture, having grasped the principles of the ice mirrors from their brief encounter, launches his attack. As the ninja blade hurtles towards him, Kazubai forms a hand seal, vanishing before Vulture's eyes. What technique is this? Vulture's thrust misses its mark, and he adopts a defensive stance, scanning for Kazubai's elusive figure. After a thorough search, Fubai successfully spotted the silhouette of the Vulture near the icy mirror atop a tree in the west. This was unexpected. The icy mirror should not have materialized beside him. How had it come to be? Though the icy mirror was unable to be summoned in time, the Flying Thunder God technique was. Glancing at the formula inscribed upon the icy mirror, Fubai chose not to engage in a verbose exposition of his abilities as one might see in an anime during combat. Instead, seizing the moment while the enemy was still unsteady, he launched his next offensive, Ice Release, Fallen Lotus. Utilizing the ice blocks he had previously created, Fubai commanded a multitude of sharp ice crystal petals that whistled through the air, descending upon the Vulture. Such a widespread assault was undeniably lethal for the Vulture, whose mobility was significantly hampered. It could only drag its damaged leg in a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught of petals, ultimately succumbing to their overwhelming barrage. On another front, Oil Woman Ryoma had also seized an opportunity, dragging one of the enemies into the insect swamp. With 3 against him, the adversary was no match for Ryoma, and the 2 remaining Jonin could only helplessly watch as their comrade was consumed by the parasitic insects. Doria, Aura, covering his chakra blade with wind chakra, Asuma swiftly slit the throat of an enemy before casting his gaze towards the only member of their group yet to neutralize their opponent, Obito. At that moment, Obito was engaged in battle with the last remaining foe, who, upon witnessing the fall of all his comrades, began to lose composure. Eventually, Obito struck, piercing the enemy beneath the arm with a kunai. Finally over. Gasping for breath, Obito sank to the ground. Don't let your guard down. What if there are reinforcements? Asuma remained vigilant, positioning himself for optimal observation against any further assaults. Meanwhile, Fubai dispelled his ice release, freeing the 2 individuals he had encased in ice, only to discover they had perished in the icy depths. Confirming that all enemies present were beyond saving, Fubai shrugged and kicked Obito's rear. You loudmouth. Is that all you have? Just a combination of fire style, fireball, and taijutsu? By the way, haven't you been training with Jiraiya? Didn't you learn anything from him? Ouch. Don't kick me. And who says I haven't learned anything? Just look at how much I've improved my taijutsu. Obito turned over, cradling his backside and weakly defending himself. With no enemies in sight, Ryoma suggested a brief respite. After releasing the parasitic insects to scout a 5-kilometer radius and finding no anomalies, she recalled them, signaling that the group could take a moment to rest. Then, Asuma, you'll be on guard, Fubai said, sitting cross-legged on the ground, not hesitating to begin recovering his chakra. As the one who utilized ninjutsu most frequently among them, Fubai's chakra reserves were not as depleted as one might assume. His decision to recuperate stemmed from having successfully learned the Yin sealing technique with Tsunade's assistance, cultivating a habit of accumulating chakra at all times. Chapter 77. The Tale of the Snow Woman. After a brief rest, Fubai and his companions encountered a border patrol team drawn by the commotion. Following a short exchange, Ryoma led Fubai and the others back to Kirigakure, where they proceeded to the Hokage's office to report on their mission. A total of 25 abandoned and damaged strongholds in the northern border had been marked on the map. Handing over the scroll, Ryoma, expressionless, reported the mission's progress to Hisashi. Additionally, near the old outpost number 12, we encountered an unidentified enemy attack. The specifics have been handed over to the border patrol team for investigation. Outpost number 12? That's quite deep into the border. Indeed, the patrol frequency needs to be increased. You've worked hard. Opening the scroll to locate the position of the old outpost, Hisashi removed the pipe from his mouth, already contemplating ways to bolster the patrol's strength. After offering a few words of encouragement, Hisashi signaled for Ryoma and the others to leave, retaining Fubai for a private discussion. I have reviewed the battle report, and your performance was commendable. You are becoming increasingly adept at utilizing Ice Release ninjutsu, and you have successfully applied the Flying Thunder God technique